What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, January 5th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning. It's actually good to be back.
Johnny Cakes Orville's here.
Hey, what's up? Hello, everybody. Happy 2026 to all of you.
And Jason
Crazy.
Bishop.
JP and I were just here.
Yeah, I know,
Four-man
right?
crew. Although we were here before New Year's, we had the nice 4-day weekend, which
Yeah.
kind of feels like a week
Yeah,
off.
nothing wrong with that.
Dude, I
was
was gone for like 2 weeks, and it feels like an eternity.
Well,
And
you went to Florida.
I went to Florida.
Jealous.
I had a great time. That was great, just visiting friends, just hanging out by the pool, going to hot tub. Although we did do this. We spent an outrageous amount of money on meals.
I bet.
Like an unhealthy, inordinate, like $800 lunches because people are drinking.
$800 lunches. That's
Not every day, but the very first day we show up, we go. There's a place called, I don't know if it's the same one. There's a place called Jackson's in Tampa by the water. We're on the water, and everyone's ordering like margaritas,
Cocktails,
whatever.
of
my
course.
guys.
The biggest
How many
freaking
people?
drinks you
Pina
could
colada.
ever
I bet you
imagine.
those are like $25 margs.
Whatever
Yeah.
they are.
How many people in your party?
There were, so it was, I got to think for
So
a second.
5 of you.
No, 4, because Stevie didn't go.
All right, so 4 plus.
4 of us, and then 4 of them, and then 4 of them because one girl, her boyfriend. So yeah, it was 8 of us.
Did you turn into a
8
Florida
of us.
Gator when the check came? The Gator arms?
No, I mean, I'm just, but it's great. So it was 8 of us.
So you covered everything for all 8 for the entire week?
No.
Oh,
No. But
That's a choppy.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
another
chopped.
family.
Yeah, another
Oh,
family.
okay.
Yeah, but he's just saying total.
Total,
Yeah,
it was 8 of
yeah.
us total, pretty much for all the meals.
I could see that if you get a big lunch and everyone's drinking,
Everyone's
$100
drinking.
$100 a
I'm
pop.
not even drinking. I had one drink, right? But it's fine.
I say
We're
your
on
wife
vacation.
doesn't drink.
My wife doesn't drink.
So who the hell's drinking?
My
All the
daughter
kids.
Meg is drinking.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
pounding margs. She loves to hang out. My daughter, my kids are social. they know how to get after it. So that and my daughter's best friend and my buddy and his wife. I mean, everyone's just having a great time. I'm having a great time. The food, I have to say, mediocre.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Jackson's in Tampa.
Bar food.
Okay, downtown Tampa on the water. Google it. It's
Well,
a big spot.
Tampa, very Rick right now.
Yeah.
Because the Falcons hoard
Well,
them.
you know what? Don't lose 7
Well,
of your
don't
last
lose.
8 games.
Yeah, I mean, they
Okay?
control their own destiny.
Don't lose all of your games down the stretch.
$800 lunches. We had a dinner that was like $1,200. Now, not every meal was that
You
way.
guys, the Kardashians taking over Tampa?
No, it's not my idea of a great time.
I'm
Kicks.
sure.
But they want to go out. They want to go to a nice dinner. They want to go out. You celebrate. You just land.
Sure.
So it just ended up being one of those trips. So we spent a lot of money in Tampa.
Oh, I bet.
So it was nice to come back home and then not really spend that much money.
Keep those costs low.
But I have to tell you, I had a great 2 weeks.
Sure.
I
Of course you did, because you weren't
You weren't here.
working.
You weren't
All
getting
I
on the
did-
floor.
Work.
all I
Rick.
did was,
course.
honestly, no, it's not because of the work. I mean, work is part of it. But even last night, all I did was focus on self-help, sleep. I had a 2-week all it was dedicated to was getting better sleep.
Is 2026 the year of EB?
It's always the year
Life of
EB.
leisure.
No, and I have created a great life of leisure.
Sure.
But I have never focused on sleep like I focused in the last 2 weeks.
Excellent.
How did that
I'm
go?
talking about hot baths at night, sometimes 2 baths, sauna every day, workout every day, magnesium on my feet, magnesium at night, melatonin at night. I brought back old Valdez's ice pack on your vagus nerve, ice pack on your forehead. I'm doing it all, baby. And you know what? I slept amazing last
That's
night.
fantastic.
To sleep that well the night before coming back to work and getting up at 4:30, which I haven't done in 2+ weeks, it just shows you it's all paying off. It was an act from God.
Oh, good.
There you go.
Unbelievable.
So you're back on the
dodged-
melatonin.
I
Because you were off of that for a while.
I was off it for a while, but you don't understand. You understand. I'm throwing the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah.
Melatonin.
Yeah, you're doing
magnesium
everything.
glycine,
Yeah.
Magnesium on my feet. Sauna. 2 baths in a day sometimes. And not just baths.
You might as well just take.
Epsom
What's the
salt
drug that
baths.
Michael Jackson
Putting
died?
the eucalyptus in there. Putting everything in there.
Man, that's-
What's
Everything.
the
quite a
drug
regimen.
Michael Jackson died of? What's that drug?
Propofol.
Yeah, he might as well just do
Propofol is
Propofol.
the
Well, if you
greatest.
had Propofol,
it's
of course
the
I would do it.
greatest drug on the planet. I wish I had
Yeah,
it in the
Propofol, of course
form.
I would do it.
I know.
I am so
Knock you
well
out in 8
rested
seconds.
this morning.
That's
I went to bed
fantastic.
at 8:30.
We can tell.
8:30. Sorry. Martin,
You
I'll
didn't
back
watch
off.
any of the game last night.
I saw the highlights.
Wow.
I saw
saw-
enough.
It's just sports, right, Valdez? But there's no
I
way he
guess.
slept. There's no way he slept as good as you did.
No, it's
No,
tortured
go to
soul.
bed. You go to bed at around midnight. You have adrenaline pumping through your
Yeah,
veins, mixed
Yeah.
with sleep anxiety,
You basically
Yeah.
got
Mixed-
2.5 hours of sleep.
mixed with
Mixed with bitterness.
with Sunday scaries
Yeah.
of a 4-day weekend.
It's a
You think
lot
that's
of
a
No.
great
It's
sleep?
a bad
No, it's a
cocktail.
terrible sleep.
I took-
Bad. It's a bad.
Yeah.
bad
I
deal.
didn't sleep a minute.
For those that didn't stay up, with roughly 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the game's 13-10. I actually tweeted, could the
I saw
NFL
your
keep
tweet.
could the NFL keep both the Ravens and Steelers out of the playoffs
Right.
because the offense
Oh, you
was so
tweeted
bad.
that? You tweeted that?
With 11 minutes to go,
Valdez did not like that tweet.
Lamar Jackson had
Trust me, I'm not
5
checking Twitter.
Yeah,
I'm
all
sure.
over the.
Lamar
place.
Jackson had 5 completions with 11 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And the Steelers' offense was even worse. They couldn't run the football. And then all of a sudden, there was this explosion. Lamar had an incredible play where he has a defender draped all over him. I think it was Highsmith. And somehow escapes and throws a bomb to Zay Flowers. So they
Touchdown?
take a 17-13 lead. Yes,
Right.
50-yard touchdown pass. Then the Steelers, who hadn't done anything
They go right
offensively,
down the field.
8 plays, 60 yards. They score. Now there's 4 minutes left in the game. They're up 20-17. So Ravens get the ball back. 4 minutes to go. They're down a field goal. Lamar hits another bomb to Zay Flowers. Nobody covered him. I don't know what was happening. He's crossing from the right side of the field to left side of the field, just completely wide open. 64-yard touchdown. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
It went nuts. Yeah.
Steelers get the ball back. No timeouts left. They've already burned all their timeouts.
I would have bet heavy on the Ravens live betting right there. Because I wouldn't think Aaron Rodgers would take them down the field.
So Aaron Rodgers takes him down the field,
Yep.
hits Calvin Austin on a double move. The corner slips, hits Calvin Austin, 26-yard touchdown pass.
He's about as big as Unfunny Ben, by the way.
Oh,
so
yeah,
tiny.
he's tiny. Yeah.
Now there are 55 seconds left in the game. It's been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Ravens get the ball. It gets all the way down to a 4th and long. Lamar kind of moves his way in the pocket with pressure, and just before TJ Watt's about to hit him, lofts the ball to Isaiah Likely. Isaiah Likely, who's tall, has to use every part of his vertical to get up and get it.
Yeah, I saw
Jalen
that.
Ramsey looks like he's trying to swat. It doesn't. Likely comes down with the ball. It's like, oh, Ravens are going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Call timeout.
Because that was on the, what was that on? Like the 35? Where was that? Where did he
Where
catch
Likely
that?
comes down with the ball
Yeah.
closer than
It
that.
was like the 25.
It was
Yeah,
25,
It was a
yeah.
40-yard. It was a 40-yard field
It
goal.
was a 44-yard field goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then they use their timeout. Lamar then kneels where they want the ball to be kicked from, the middle of the field.
Mhm.
Oh, by the way, I missed a key detail. Boswell missed the extra point after
Right, 'cause that
Calvin
would've-
Austin's touchdown. So
that would've
instead of
put
a
'em up
3-point lead, they were up by 2. So now the Ravens are in the middle of the field, about to win the game. Tyler Loop, right where they want to set it up, pushes it to the right. I mean, it looked like the wind just
Did he
pushed it
miss?
to the
I was
right.
going to say, did he miss it or was that just wind?
I don't know. Both Boswell and Loop missed it to the right.
No, they
Yeah.
kept saying over and over in the broadcast that there's no wind.
It didn't. Yeah, there were
To me, it looked like a push.
the-
the replay.
Nerves.
the little flags weren't pushing, but it just both of those kicks looked like they started in the middle and then just went to the right, viciously to the right. So just an incredible, incredible game. Like it was a dud of a game, in my opinion, for 48 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, yeah. I mean, if you get 4 touchdowns in the span of, what, 6 minutes, you said?
well, the Ravens, the first touchdown pass to Zay Flowers, I don't have the time on that, but they got
Whatever
the
it
ball.
was.
They got the ball with like 11 minutes to go, and it was 13-10.
Well, this might seem crazy to
Man.
Skins fans, but I like to see the Ravens do okay because I think
I wanted them to win.
because I think Lamar Jackson is one of the most exciting players in the game. So when the Ravens do well, I think it's good for the league. It's
And
exciting.
Lamar played well.
Right. I'm not taking a shot. I want to bring it back, though, to our preseason bets, where one of the big questions was, what was Aaron Rodgers going to do with the Steelers?
Yeah.
And
I would have bet.
surpassed most people's
Oh,
expectations.
yeah, because I would have bet under 500, no playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, they got to 10 wins.
Yep.
But you don't bet under 500 with Mike Tomlin. That's a dumb.
I just
dumb
didn't-
bet.
I just
was
didn't-
on the right side of it, to be honest.
I just didn't think.
I think I
I
was
just
on the right
didn't
side.
think they were going to make the playoffs.
By the way, Tomlin did a bit. I don't know if you saw it after,
I
where he
saw.
like pounded
I
his
saw.
chest.
I saw it.
All the talk, man. He gets, it's really got to be torturing for Ravens fans because not only the highs and lows of this game, but it really started the week before because they needed Cleveland to win to
Yeah.
beat the Steelers, and they got that. Which was incredible. So it was just an awesome game. Anyway, we're back. We'll be talking football throughout the show, including a rare this season Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Josh Johnson delivers the win against the Philadelphia
Victory
Eagles.
Monday.
A win that cost them 2 draft spots.
A damaging victory Monday.
We'll
Yeah,
be
right.
talking about that. John Keim, who covers the Commanders, will jump on at 7. We'll also talk about the Wizards, who, I don't know if you've been paying attention. They've been playing better basketball. Now, they got smashed by the T-Wolves yesterday.
Yeah.
But they've been winning more games. We'll talk to their head coach, Brian Keefe, at 7:45. And we will start thinking about the NFL draft. Ryan Wilson, who does a mock draft every week for CBS Sports, he'll jump on at 9:25. That's all right here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, you know me. I'm always out there trying to stay active as best I can. In Florida, working out from home, barring a blizzard, going to hit balls. And even then, might go to sim somewhere. But back spasms, bone and joint pain, they can slow you down, especially when you get old. That's why I trust Fantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you simply want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Fantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much of a difference they can make.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan on a Victory Monday, presented by Chiniga Mayos, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. We'll be talking about the Commanders a little later in the show and start turning towards the draft. They will have the 7th pick in the NFL draft after they got their 5th win of the season to finish 5-12. But right now, let's open up the Junkies sports page, brought to you by our friends at Open Road.
That's right, Open Road Distillery over there in Reston Town Center. Go check it out. We got great spirits, locally crafted right there in Reston, Virginia, in the distillery. You got the Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, Independence Bourbon, all available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. But check out their vodka and gin as well. All right, so this is a crazy week. I mean, you've got college football playoffs starting Thursday, semis, out in at the Fiesta Bowl, and then you've got that'll be Ole Miss and Miami, and then on Friday you've got a game that's the Peach Bowl in Atlanta, and that'll be Indiana, Oregon. So you got Thursday, Friday college football, and then you've got the NFL playoffs starting Saturday.
Can we say something about those 4 games? Most of them were duds.
Well, the
college football game?
Yes.
Ole Miss Georgia game was fun to watch, but
Okay,
yes,
you had one really good game.
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, Indiana just smashed their opponent.
that was
Destroyed Alabama.
that would be Alabama. Yeah, that was embarrassing.
Miami game, all right, it wasn't a complete blowout, but their defense just put away Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And then, which is the game that I'm missing?
Oregon shut out Texas Tech.
Oregon. Yeah, I mean, duds.
Yeah.
Mostly duds.
Well, duds from the
And
teams that had
also,
buys.
I may have been wrong about Indiana, even though I did say that. I still have a hard
You
time
think they're
respecting
still
them.
just Indiana,
Well, it's
right?
just they've just been a laughing stock for decades.
Of course.
So it's hard for me to wrap my brain
Well,
around.
things change.
I understand. They poured a lot of money into NIL, and Signetti apparently is the Vince Lombardi.
All right. You didn't think Miami, Ohio State was good?
it was all
I
right.
thought that game was decent.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game. Yeah,
It was a pretty good game with the stakes.
yeah.
Miami had to
it
keep
was
the
a
drive
defensive
alive.
game. It was a defensive game for the most part.
Plus, it was cool to watch a bunch of players that the Commanders might draft at number 7
It
because
just wasn't that
it
close.
feels loaded with sillies.
It wasn't that close.
Well, Ohio
Well,
State came back.
Ohio
and,
State had them. Well, they came back.
yeah,
but
they
had
came
to-
back and made it a game.
I mean, it came back to it came down to a Miami drive
but Ohio
at the
State,
end of the game.
Ohio State didn't face a defense like that with guys just can get after you on
Yeah.
every drop back because Sam was sacked 5 times. Miami's just got first rounders all across their front 4, front 7. They went out and got a new defensive coordinator in the offseason, brought in a guy from the University of Minnesota. Their defense sucked last year. It sucked. Virginia Tech put up almost 40 against them. But they went out, got players, they got a defensive coordinator, and now they're in the college football semis.
Michael Irvin's on drugs, right?
Yeah, cocaine.
He's got to be.
He
Cocaine.
is.
There's
He
no
is.
way that's
Did you
normal.
watch his belt to ass celebration?
Yes.
The whole country saw
To
it.
me, the original belt to ass guy is sitting directly behind the glass. That's Mike Marr. I mean,
Okay.
I'm sure he took it from somebody else, but that's the original BTA guy.
I will
right
say
there.
when he did it, you saw his shirt come up.
Yeah.
Guy's got amazing abs
I
still.
don't- whatever he's doing, here's what he is: super annoying. Unless you went to the U.
Yeah.
Unless you're like
Oh.
a U fan.
I
Yeah,
should show you a video of
your
my brother.
brother
My brother
probably
was
loves
there.
him.
Ah,
I'm
he
sure your
was
brother's
going
pumped.
nuts.
But everybody else
Is he going out
on the
to
planet.
Is he going out to Arizona for
I
the
don't
Fiesta?
know.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah, so you got that on. So the game on Thursday is Ole Miss Miami. All right, 7:30. That's the Fiesta. Game on Friday is Oregon, Indiana, Peach Bowl down in Atlanta.
Here you go, Jason. I don't have to put volume. I'll just show you. My brother just going. I mean, he has to be just like smashed.
Of course, look at him. I can see it in his eyes.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Your brother had a little too much day.
Yeah, too much
Yeah,
day.
yeah. Yeah, it's happened to the best of us, JP.
Oh, yeah.
These things happen sometimes.
Good
You
for
get
him.
overserved, you get over your skis a little bit.
All right, so then you've got the
What are you gonna do?
playoffs starting on Saturday, NFL playoffs. First game on Fox, 4:30. Rams will be in Charlotte at Bank of America to play the Panthers. Panthers make
Well,
the
that's
playoffs.
a fraud. That,
At
to me,
8-9.
that is why the NFL playoff system is weird and needs to be tweaked.
I
because
agree.
everybody knows the Rams are better than the dumb Panthers, but they win their weak-ass division and get to host the game. It was the same thing last year when the Vikings, didn't they win like 14 regular season games and had to go on the road to face the Rams
Yeah, they had to
in
go
the
on the road.
playoffs?
Yep.
It's It's dumb.
And this is another
Well, we
situation
talked
where a
about this last
losing
week.
team, a losing team is in the
But I
playoffs.
believe, didn't they beat the Rams in the regular season? I think they did.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So that's kind of weird. But I don't like when a team that has more wins has to travel cross country just because a team won a terrible division.
I don't like that
They-
Please,
tiebreaker.
let's get
they beat
let's
them
get
at
past
home,
that.
and they beat them at home 31-28.
Yeah.
Do you like that tiebreaker that they used? That they went to the division record?
Yeah. Well, how are you supposed to do it?
I don't know.
That's fine.
Just maybe the last game. It
Well-
feels like Tampa
well, when
beat you
there's-
head to head, and it comes down to you two. Tampa should have been in.
But if it's a three-way tie, you can't
Yeah.
do head-to-heads. You got to do division record.
I'm not going to shed a tear for Tampa. They
And if
they
division
started
record
out-
is the next tiebreaker conference record after
I'd have to
division
look
record?
at the
Or maybe it's
legend.
common,
You know the
it might be
crazy thing
common
is?
opponents.
in that division, if I could have picked a team to be in the playoffs,
Yeah.
I might have picked the Saints. They're more fun. Tyler Shuck looks like the real deal. And by the way,
But-
Chase Young finished with 10 sacks, missed a bunch of games.
Also,
Yeah,
this
I
is
did.
a side note, and nobody cares about anybody's fantasy team. But I had a dynasty team where Tyler Shuck was getting no love in the first, I don't know, 10 weeks of the season. So I said,
Scooped them.
I said,
Oh, you
no,
heard
I cut him. I
Oh, you
said,
cut him.
You're cut. I can't use this guy. And then like 2 weeks later, he's in the running for Rookie of the Year. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
Oh, he's good.
I made a rash decision.
He put up some numbers.
That's
He's
last
an
nice.
night.
exciting player.
Yeah, he's got some wheels too.
And Chase Young had a revival of his career this year.
No one's paying attention to the Saints, but yeah, Chase Young actually had a pretty good season.
Scored a defensive touchdown like last
Yeah, he
weekend,
did.
right?
Yes. So you've got Rams, Panthers in Carolina. Packers, Bears in Chicago. Chicago was woeful yesterday.
So bad
offensively.
until the end, and,
Yeah.
and then
the
they caught fire.
Bears get the 2 seed, and we'll see what happens with Philadelphia. But basically, because Philadelphia decided not to play any of their starters,
Yeah.
didn't care about getting the win, cost themselves the 2 seed.
Yeah, they could have played the Packers instead of the Niners. We'll see. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them.
I think the Bears might be one and done because if they start like that in a playoff game, they're going to get buried
They could
in the
be.
playoff game. I would think.
Well, at one point, the Lions had run 27 plays, and
Right.
the Bears had run 5.
Yeah, it was
they were
bad.
they were getting smoked first half.
Yeah.
All right, so then Sunday triple header: Bills at the Jags, 1 o'clock, CBS.
I haven't bought into the Jags all year, but they just keep winning.
kind of buying into them.
It might be because I look at Liam Cohen and I
mean-
see Adam Epstein. They look so similar.
Okay, but Adam Epstein can't whisper into quarterbacks' ears and make them silly like
No.
Liam Cohen did. Ask Baker Mayfield. You think he's missing Liam Cohen? And
Yeah.
look what he's done for Trevor Lawrence.
Second half of the season, Trevor Lawrence has been
Been
excellent.
on fire.
29 touchdowns, and he had a bunch of rushing touchdowns too.
Because first half of the season, he was throwing picks.
Yeah, he had 12 for the year, but finished at 29 and 12. But I think he had 7 or 8 rushing touchdowns too. All right, so that's your 1 o'clock game Sunday. 4:30 Fox Sunday. Niners at Philly.
That's
Niners couldn't get anything going against the Seattle Seahawks,
Oh,
but
they were awful.
I could see them
They
bouncing
ran-
back getting a win
They
here.
ran for about 60 yards.
I like them over Philly.
We'll see. Hope you're right. And then the Chargers play in New England on Sunday night, 8 o'clock. Chargers at the Pats. Pats lay 3.5 there. Your Monday night game.
I think the Pats might smoke them.
The Drake
That
May
game.
wrap up the MVP.
Well, he was the favorite going in. Now Stafford had 4 touchdowns, but I'd say May probably is still the slight favorite. I have to go back and look at some of the the betting odds,
I'll tell you right
but
now.
I think he's probably a slight favorite over Stafford. Stafford finished with 46 touchdowns. Great year.
Sick year, 37 years old. There were questions about his health heading into the season.
It
Yeah.
says, according to Gemini, it's a horse
Dead
race
even?
between Stafford and May. Yeah.
46 touchdowns, 8 picks for Stafford. May 31 and 8, but he had his completion percentage was crazy. It was like 71%. All right, and then your Monday game, 8:15 on ESPN and ABC. Texans at the Steelers.
Not sure how I
Should-
feel about. Is this the first Monday playoff game? Like a Monday night playoff game? I can't recall there being one recently. Usually
Maybe
playoff
they
games
start.
like Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, maybe they had that last year. Maybe they started that last year, but I could be wrong.
I'm open to embracing it. Initially,
According to Jason,
don't love
Yeah.
it.
according to FanDuel, Stafford is a slight favorite.
So,
Wow.
okay.
I mean, he has a heavy touchdown advantage.
He's minus 165. Drake May's plus 135.
Yeah, it's very close.
The Steelers will be interesting because they'll get DK Metcalf back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you just erased the final 10 minutes of the game, I mean, what did Aaron Rodgers have to throw to?
Calvin Austin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Freiermuth, Gainwell.
See, that's why I thought that the Ravens were going to win, because I thought losing DK for another game was really going to hurt him, because it clearly hurt them against the Cleveland Browns.
It would hurt him.
They look terrible. Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree. But they get the win, and that's the Monday night playoff game. Raheem Morris, by the way, let go by the Atlanta Falcons.
Could be coming to D.C.
That would
Could
make
be.
sense.
He will be in the mix. He will get an interview.
Yep.
Kind of got whored. It's the second year. Your starting quarterback was out in Penix. Now, Kirk played all right as a replacement when he started, but they won their last 4 games.
Yeah, I know, but you're
2
just,
years.
you kind of just judged on getting to the playoffs. And
Such a
you don't
weird
get
bit.
to-
You see his final press conference too, where he walks off the podium and hugs blank. And
Yeah, because he knew he was done.
it's just so awkward.
Was it the final press conference after or before? Like,
After
did
the
they
game.
announce? Did they announce he was fired? No, it was just he just knew it was coming.
He probably
He
knew.
must
The
have known,
insinuation.
'cause
Yeah.
He knew
Usually,
the writing's on the wall.
usually you wait till today.
Yeah.
Well, look, he's been a head coach for 6 years with 2 different teams, and he's never made the postseason.
Right.
I'm not surprised that he's
No,
What's
nobody's
his record?
surprised.
But even beyond that, what's his record as a head
overall
coach?
37 and 56.
Yeah,
And he's part of, this is not just him, but he's part of a big group that makes mind-bending, terrible, like, clock decisions in games.
Yeah.
Like, he just can't get away from it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just
You know
better
what?
as a defensive coordinator.
He's had a remarkable career.
He's had a great
We
career.
all kill for his bank account.
Of course.
You
They
know
got
he
rid
does-
of the
he does
GM
that
too,
after.
though, right?
Yeah, Terry Fontenot.
Yeah,
I mean, the
Fontenot's gone, too.
GM to me makes even more sense because who signs Kirk Cousins to that monster deal and then drafts Michael Penix?
Well,
It
not
made
only
no
that,
sense.
Then he traded this year's #1 pick
Yep.
to the Rams last year, and now the Rams have a top 10 pick.
Valdez,
They have
what
the
are you going to
Falcons
say
pick this year.
Yeah.
regarding Raheem?
Oh, it seems like he hugs him after every presser.
Oh, is that
Does
what
he?
it
Yeah,
is?
yeah, he
That's
does
his
it every
bit?
week. He doesn't. It's not.
Oh, weird bit.
Hey, I'd hug him if you gave me that much money to
Giving
coach.
you millions
Yeah,
and
right.
millions.
Look
Yeah.
up if there's the spot track 2 coaches. Look how much Raheem Morris has made in his career. At least, you know what? I'm going to ask.
Oh, he's made
I'm
a
going to ask
ton.
Brock. How much he's made in his career as a coach?
Could be just a really good coordinator, but just not a good head coach.
Seems to be the
Yeah.
case.
It
Six-
seems like it's a traditional post-game hug, which is weird.
That
He'll
is
add another
weird.
$2 million per year when he signs to be the Commanders DC
Yeah.
this offseason.
Like hugging CK after every show.
All right, so your draft order.
Did he get
after
fired the
regular
same day
season.
after that hug?
4 hours afterwards.
He
Exactly.
he made $4 million this year. I'll tell you that.
Does he still have years left on his deal? He has to.
Oh, he's
There's no
got
way.
to.
There's
Don't
no
worry.
way he signed
He probably
a
has
2-year
another
deal.
year.
Yeah, probably at least.
He's probably got another year. Well, he can't. Yeah, probably, I'm sure he's got probably has 2 more years.
By the way, the matchups I think are all pretty damn good.
I mean, they're wide open.
Yeah.
I tried to get Cakes into my NFL playoff fantasy league, but he's
I
bailing
bought.
last minute.
I'm fantasy burned out. At
Yeah,
this
you are. I
point.
can
I
tell.
don't need another month of it.
By the way, props to Bikey Bots.
Yeah,
He's one of 5 winners for the Circus Survivor Pool.
It's unbelievable.
Him and his group. I don't know how many guys are in his group, but they had the Vikings yesterday.
they took the Vikings.
We had
That
him
was
on
their final play.
We had him on the show last week, and he was taking the Vikings. That line went from 6.5 or 7 up to about 13.
Yeah,
So they were a huge favorite.
And each group won about 3.5 million.
I think it's 3.6.
3.7, right around
Do you,
there.
6
do you
or
have any
7.
idea how many guys are in his group?
Not sure. Don't know.
I think I know the. I
dozen?
think I know the percentage of the stake he owns.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants me to say.
Doesn't want you to
it's,
say.
it's a healthy amount.
I talked to him yesterday. I know exactly how much he won.
Yeah.
Now he did hedge, so he put some money on the Packers money
Right.
line and plus the points.
Well, he also got hooked by the fact that Cincinnati lost to the Browns.
Yes.
That upped his
He,
that up to
take home.
stake. Yes.
he also bet tie at 88 to 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he put some money on the hedges, but he made a bunch
I
of
knew
money.
he was a winner at halftime when I just looked at like what the Packers were doing offensively, or more importantly,
Didn't they have,
what-
like, 30
what they
yards?
weren't doing offensively,
Right.
and I said, "There's no way he's going to lose this bet."
Yeah.
But I wasn't going to. I wasn't going to send that to him in a text.
I think they
wasn't about
sat.
to jinx it.
I think the Packers sat 16 or 17 starters.
Yeah, they
I
didn't
mean,
sit any. Yeah, they
Once I
didn't
saw
play
the
anybody.
opening line was 12.5, I said, this is in the bag.
I can't remember if you said this on air or off air, but it's true. Week 18, by and large, is a joke.
Week 18 in
The
the
Ravens
NFL.
game was great. The Seahawks 49ers game was, there were a couple games which meant something, but most of the games were
Trash.
a joke,
I agree.
Unless there were playoff implications in a game.
including Washington's
that
game.
slate was in just trash.
There's no way to get around it, though.
They're like preseason
Yeah,
games.
There's
they're
nothing.
awful.
There's
They're
no way to get around
unwatchable.
it.
Yeah,
When
because
teams are
it-
eliminated, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Right.
It's over. There's nothing you can do.
I mean,
It's always
if-
going to be
you
that
know
way.
what?
If they didn't add the extra regular season game, and it was only 16 weeks, 16 would have been the same way.
Correct. The end of the year, it's always going to be like that.
And they want to add another regular
Nothing
season.
you
They want to
can
go
do.
18.
It's
regular
going to get
season.
even worse because more teams. You see what the Raiders did with Max Crosby, what the Skins did with Jaden Daniels. It's going to get even worse
Sure,
because they're going to
shutdowns.
start doing this even more.
Mhm.
And I don't like it, but it's the way of the league. It's coming.
So Raiders have the top pick, Jets 2, Cardinals 3,
What
Titans.
by the way, what do all three of those teams have in common?
They all need QBs. Yeah.
By the way, the Jets, you saw the nugget about the Jets, right? I couldn't
Oh,
believe
that
this.
they didn't have an interception?
Oh
Didn't
yeah.
have an
First time.
interception.
Is that the first time ever?
First time in NFL history, a
Yeah.
team who went an entire season without getting an interception.
Right.
And then
And Aaron
And
Glenn's a
they're-
defensive guy.
he's a quarterback.
Yeah.
He's a CB.
Yeah,
but
he
he's
had a lot of
player.
picks,
Unbelievable.
but he's still there. He hasn't been fired yet.
I'm guessing he's going to get at least one more year.
Probably gonna get another year. But coaches have been fired after one.
Sure, it's happened.
But anyway,
Pete
so-
Carroll might be getting a call
Raiders,
from the Ziggy.
Jets, Cards, Titans, Giants, 5. So I believe the Giants.
Where would the Giants have been had they lost?
I
Would have
believe
been the
two.
second pick, right?
I believe 2. Yeah.
They really hose themselves.
And
Well, the
then-
Cowboys played a backup too. Like they played Dak
Yeah,
for
they
a
started
while.
Dak for a little bit. They're like, this game's a
Put in
farce.
Joe Milton.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you've got Cleveland at 6 after their win, Washington at 7. If Washington would have lost, they would have been at 5 because they would have won the tiebreaker against the Giants based on schedule strength.
Right.
So they cost themselves a couple spots, but it
Are
is
we
what
going
it
to do
is.
a whole segment on that? Because I'm prepared for that. Are we ready? Are we going to do that at some point during the show?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
You mean the
The whole
draft?
debate. The whole
Oh,
debate
oh, oh,
about
About winning and-
people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally prepared for that.
I mean, it was Josh Johnson. They can't control if Philadelphia's going to bench starters.
And Josh Johnson, he's been in the league forever. You think he wants a win?
He wanted that.
All
dude.
he wants
Those
to
guys
do
aren't going to try
He
and
doesn't care about the
lose.
draft
He's
pick. He may
played
not be here next
49
year.
games in his career. He's
Yeah.
been signed 22 different times.
I know, it's
he
crazy.
had one career win.
Yeah.
So he got
Now
his
two.
second. I personally was rooting for him, and then we could go into the whole debate about 5th over 7 and all.
Yeah,
that.
I know.
I'm
It is what it is.
perfectly happy with that debate.
But my wife and I were watching the game, and they had the laundry list of places that
Yeah.
Josh Johnson has
Yeah.
played, including all the practice squads. She goes, "Does he have a home?"
Yeah.
I said, "I don't know. I don't know where he lives."
He's a renter.
yeah, but
he
if
should
you
be a
look,
renter.
Yeah.
like
He
even
probably
on
lives in
Spot Rack,
California.
I think he's made like 6 or 8 million.
Yeah,
You know,
That's great.
it's pretty good grind.
yeah. Seems like a good dude. Probably good with his money. But yeah, we'll
Seems
get
like a
into
really
that.
good dude.
We'll get into that.
No, I thought last night's game was awesome, but a lot of them were duds. But the playoff games should
Playoff-
be awesome, and it is pretty
Playoffs
much
gonna be-
wide open.
It is wide open.
I mean, typically you would have a team where like that team's probably going to be the AFC representative, and this year I don't know. Do you buy Denver? Maybe you buy Denver, but New England's good. Jacksonville's good. I could see Buffalo making a run. There are a lot of teams that could be in the Super Bowl. Wide open.
It is. I completely agree.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. That's the same number for our Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up at 7 o'clock, John Keim, ESPN's Commanders reporter, will join us. It is a Victory Monday presented by
Music Cakes.
Chinica
I
Miles.
enjoyed the win. I know
Wait,
many
play
did
the
not.
music for
Yes, I earned it.
It's a
a fan.
2025 top workplace.
Listen.
Visit careerswithmios.com.
It wasn't the most pleasant game to watch, but they're hard to come by, and I like the dub.
They are hard to come by,
So we only got to play that
especially
5
with
times
third
this year.
stringers.
That is true.
I got to play it 5 times this year.
I would be lying if I said I watched the entire game start to finish because that game was trash.
It was.
But before the game started, I was like, it's the last Commanders game we'll be able to watch for 9 months. I pitched that to my son. He wasn't buying it. He wasn't
still
buying
didn't
my
care?
pitch. We
we had a different reaction. in my
went to
family.
like IKEA with his girlfriend like during the second half.
In my family, different. I felt the same way all of us. This game's very hard to stomach. Although I did want to win, and I'll go into that later.
Yeah.
I always like to win. My daughter is 16. Okay, so she's still young, naive. She was all in, and I was happy for her. I was happy for her youthful enthusiasm.
Got swept up in the wave of emotion.
Well, she just doesn't care about the draft.
Right.
She wants to win
She
the
doesn't
game.
care. She doesn't care about
She's
two drafts.
a Skins fan.
Sure.
And her and I together. Well, now I wasn't as vociferous as her. I mean,
Yeah.
I actually did want to win, but it wasn't gonna ruin my day if they didn't.
Yeah.
She was all in, so we enjoyed it.
Very good.
Yeah.
You know what else we enjoyed was the Kris Kringle get together that we did post Christmas this year. Usually it's pre Christmas
Right.
over at Tommy Horsey's house.
Been doing this since 1992. And actually, Tommy credited JP, actually, of all people, for starting it. Would you take credit for that, JP?
I mean, I don't recall.
JP's the genesis of the Kris
Just because
Kringle.
when JP lived
I haven't
with us
gone
for
in 20 years, but
JP lived with us in 1992. He only lived with us for like a year or so in
Yeah.
the house. He couldn't handle the chaos. I lived there 5 years. JP could handle the uncleanliness
Sure.
only 1 year.
Yeah.
we had a Christmas party.
We had a Christmas party, yeah, and everybody gave gifts or whatever, and we made a pact
Yeah.
back in 1992 that we would get together every year. And always set aside, no matter what happens, because in 1992, that's when we were graduating college. The future is unknown.
Well, some of us.
You figure you're gonna, go off and do your own thing and have kids and whatever. But we would dedicate one day at least every year where we would get together, no wives, no kids, no girlfriends, just and be the boys.
Yeah.
And we've been doing it for over 30 years, and JP has kind of backed off through the years. Cakes has come in at times. We have various people have come in, but the core
Yeah, there's some
has been there.
stalwarts.
The core has been there since 1992.
Yeah.
And Jason's typically there this year. He decided last second to go to the beach with the family. Fine, I get it. The core has been doing it since 1992, which is 34 years.
Yeah. And
Pretty special
The food
thing.
spread was awesome, as it always is.
Well,
Jimmy
Jerry's.
Jerry's is
So
unbelievable.
they take care of that. So
Crab bombs.
Yeah, it's
so
awesome.
Had a great time. Just catching up with guys you don't see a ton. Like
Yeah.
you might see some of these guys like once a year.
Yeah.
Like for me, I see some of those guys one time a year, and this was it. And I hung out till 10:30, 11 o'clock. About halfway through the hangout, we went downstairs into Tommy's basement. Now we used to goof on Tommy over the years. Bubble TVs everywhere.
Right.
He's upgraded too.
He's also-
flat screens, but he's got 3 or 4 of them. Okay, he's got his own little setup in the basement.
Can I also give a little side plot? I'm not going to derail your story.
Yeah.
So we go down to the base. And he and his wife, Tommy and his wife don't have kids. It's just them. It's their own little oasis.
Yep.
They've nice job, beautiful home, upgraded kid. They've done their own thing. They do a decorating motif that it didn't hit on me
Yeah.
until whatever that was, Saturday.
Right.
What it was. So you know how Teresa does the same thing. A lot of our wives, there's like a golf motif in a bathroom or something, right? It's obvious, right? You have an old golf club, it's
Yeah.
U.S. Open memorabilia, whatever, right? You might have different motifs, different color schemes. The basement has always been green,
Yeah.
and I never quite understood it until someone pointed out with all the bubble TVs and everything.
I never
and all
noticed. I never noticed
the
that.
basement is green, and then one wall is brown.
Correct.
I couldn't figure this out. It never really dawned on me until someone finally asked Tommy, what is the idea with the
Of course, it was Squirrel that asked.
Squirrel
Hey,
asked-
Tom,
So he's got
why
one
is
wall
green,
one wall's green, one
brown?
wall's
Why is
brown.
one wall brown and one wall's green? Now, I've always noticed the green. I never noticed the brown.
Yeah.
Strangest explanation I've ever heard, but I guess in his mind it makes sense. A baseball field.
Oh,
It's their motif for the
Don't you
basement.
get it?
So
Baseball field.
The brown wall is the dirt,
Right.
and the green wall is
Wouldn't
the
it be?
grass.
Would it be softball? Doesn't?
Yeah, she's a.
They play
but-
softball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
they
makes
play softball,
sense.
big softball thing.
So we're sitting down there, we're watching Niners and Seahawks.
So
And
white trash.
Well, so he's got the game on the middle TV, and there's a TV off to the right. Now he's tilting everybody because the TV that's off to the right is a
Tilting me.
second and a half to 2 seconds ahead
yeah,
of
because
the
he has
TV
the
in the
Manning
middle.
cast on the one and the
So
other.
the
and-
smaller TV has the action happening.
Turn the thing off,
2
Tommy.
seconds before the big
So
TV.
annoying.
So Bucky's looking at the small TV, calling the action, and then we're all looking at the big TV 2 seconds behind.
Oh,
then
my
eventually
gosh.
we just turn the TV off.
Yeah.
The second
Gotta have
TV.
one TV with the one game. You gotta be.
So he's telling you about every Brock Purdy
Yes.
incompletion
So we were
before
like,
it happens.
shut off the second TV already.
There was a lot of them.
And then also when we went down to the basement, that's when everybody started firing up. Well, not everybody. About half of the people that were there smoking cigars.
Well,
in
I have
Tommy's
to say,
basement.
I
Inside
started
the
it.
house.
Inside the house.
They're fine with it. I asked, but
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
fine.
His
I-
wife usually doesn't like that.
Well,
Well,
she
he-
likes
he-
a cigar.
Here's his
I
explanation.
know, but she usually doesn't like
Tommy's
it inside the
explanation
house.
was, I only do it about once a week, and then after a day or two, there's no more smell.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm so sure. Because after we were done, when I
He
left,
has a humidor, by the way, the
Like-
size of your refrigerator in your house.
At about 10 o'clock, Squirrel, who was sitting to my right, turned to me. He goes, man, Melissa's not even going to let me in the house. I'm going to have to leave my shoes outside. And I was like, that's a good point. I was like, I probably smell like a cigar factory. I walked home. Not walked home. I drove home, walked into my bedroom. My wife was half asleep, but 2 seconds after I walk in, she's like, you got to take all your clothes and put them in the washer right now. And I was like, you're probably right. Had to go put all my clothes, aside from my underwear, in the washer immediately. Wash
Did you
them.
take a shower? You should have taken a shower.
Took a shower.
Mm-hmm.
Washed my clothes literally 3 times.
Wow.
3 times to get the cigar
I can
stick
tell you,
out.
as an expert cigar smoker, no, I'm not really, but I like an occasional cigar. You just leave it out; it'll get away. It'll go away in a day.
Just
or
leave
two.
it outside.
No. You just leave it in your closet, separate.
Oh, you
Then
can't
a
do
day
that.
or two,
Oh,
it
you
goes
can't.
I mean,
away.
Literally, it looked like. I mean, I could barely see
But the
EB. He
shower
was
is
10
re-
feet away from me in the
The
basement.
shower is required, especially when you
Yeah.
smoke
Required.
indoors. It's different than if you smoke you're out on a golf course. You have a cigar. It doesn't stay with you. Like when it's indoors, it just your whole body
Just clinging to you.
consumes it.
Was
Yeah.
there any wacky tobacco being smoked?
No, not that I can tell.
No.
No,
Just it wouldn't stun
just
me.
straight cigars.
So how many
No.
how many guys total? About 8?
8 or 9.
I think
or
at the
nine.
end of the day, it was about 8.
Yeah.
8 guys.
But a
Yeah.
good time as always. Good
Yeah.
to hang out with the fellas that you don't see a ton of. You get to see them around
And
Christmas time, New
and
Year's.
if we have matured to the point where we don't have to stay over till 4 a.m. or like, you know,
Right.
people,
Or spend the night.
you spend the night. You don't have to do that. You know, I think I had one drink, and I did pour a little
Well, we
bit
did it
extra.
at my house one year.
I didn't
and
see any spades being played. There was no poker.
Oh, you guys
It
didn't
was-
play spades?
I mean, I
Told
didn't.
stories.
Oh,
We
wow.
actually, Tommy does a great job, and it's he kept all the pictures from college.
Mm-hmm.
Not
He had
only that,
photo albums.
he had, it was
college.
cool to go back and see all the old photos.
just going
'cause,
through the
I mean,
photos,
it's
Jonan.
2025. Nobody
How
gets
ugly
photos
Craig
made
was.
anymore.
Right.
It's all on your phone, whatever, up in the cloud. So not only does he have multiple like photo books,
Yeah.
like from the 90s, he also had. I couldn't believe he had this. He had the complete itinerary for when he and Crickety went over to England.
Oh,
on
represented the
HBO's
show.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
lost
how
our
long
HBO
ago was
deal.
that? He had the
What
ticket.
fight was that?
It was Prince Nassim Hamed versus
Was
some
that
tomato can. I don't know
Early,
who.
was that early 2000s?
We sent
It
Craig
was
and Tommy
2000.
to
2000.
London to represent us because we couldn't go.
Yep.
And they were in the elevator with an executive from HBO and were bragging about how they weren't really on the show.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we lost the HBO
We lost
deal.
the deal.
I mean,
the HBO
he
deal.
had the ticket stub. He had like the hotel itinerary. I was like, this is like borderline hoarder material. But it was cool to still see it like 25 plus years later.
Yeah.
I was
Now,
kind of stunned that he had it.
Tommy, I guess, you could say he's a bit of a hoarder.
He might be a hoarder.
Now, he does it in a controlled, nice
Yes,
way. It's
correct.
not like his house is a mess.
Right.
But he could go into some back room and pull out
Yeah.
like the magnetic board that you have on your refrigerator with the hot chick where you would just write notes to.
He still
guys.
has it. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he also this made
What's
me
his
laugh.
garage look
He-
like? Because it's probably
I
a
don't
mess.
know.
I
but
haven't seen it.
The last nugget.
probably a mess.
I couldn't stop slapping my knee when I saw it. So there were old pictures of like EB and Johnny and Tommy Horsey dunking like on some
Mm-hmm.
hoop back in the day, like
Yeah.
30 years ago.
Right, and back in elementary, they was lower.
So they're regular photos, like, what are the 5x8s, whatever.
Yeah.
And then 2 minutes later, Tommy comes down from upstairs. He's got a poster like this big.
No, it's the size of that.
Yeah.
It's not quite as big as
Keyshawn George.
Keyshawn George. It's about 3/4 that
Well,
size.
I know what it is. It's a
Of-
20 by 30.
Of Tommy sitting, like he's standing on top of the rim, like in his Maryland
I remember that picture.
tank top and his Daisy Dukes with
Well,
the long compression
who
shorts
took that
underneath.
picture? This
You-
guy.
you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a poster like the poster you guys had at Norwich at your college flop house back in the day.
It's the glory
Of
years.
himself.
As EB said, he's got no kids.
no kids
it was
keeps
just
all that
funny.
stuff.
But a
Yeah.
good time as always. Good time to hang out with the fellas.
Coming
Good
up
job.
next, it is a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. We'll talk about the Commanders getting a win against the Eagles with John Keim, who covers the Commanders for ESPN. That's next on the Junkies.
The Commanders end their season with a 24-17 win over the Eagles. They gave Philly one final gift, making them the 3 seed versus the 2 seed in the NFC because of the loss. Here's Dan Quinn after the game.
It was just cool to see the players who were able to, to battle for one another. That's what we said this would be about. I'm proud of the team tonight. They fought and they finished, and that's what I was looking for going into it in this, the most difficult time.
And how about that Sunday night game? The Steelers beat the Ravens 26-24, clinching the AFC North by the thinnest of margins because the Ravens kicker, Tyler Loop, missed a game-winning 44-yard field goal attempt, which means Aaron Rodgers and the 4th-seeded Steelers will now head on to the postseason and host the 5th-seed Houston Texans on Monday Night Football in next week's wild card round. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies this year, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Got the full crew. It's Bish, Cake, CB, and JP. And joining us right now is our pal John Keim, ESPN's Commanders reporter.
Trying to track him down. Hold on. There's Valdez is talking to him in the background.
John will be jumping on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV.
I mean, there's no doubt it wasn't an easy game to get excited for.
No.
But, when you're eliminated weeks and weeks in advance, this is what's going to happen. No matter if it's a 17-game season, 18-game season, 16-game season. If you're eliminated 5, 6, 7 weeks before, this is kind of what happens at the end of the year.
John, so I believe Spurrier years ago said 5-11, not very good. 5 wins. I mean, go back to preseason. We all make predictions. We all had them as a double-digit wins team. I don't know if you make official predictions before the season, but you couldn't have seen this season coming.
Oh no, I had him at 5-12.
Yeah, right.
Of course not. I think, I had him at. I thought the ceiling would have been like 10 wins.
Right.
And then if a few things go wrong, then you get down to that. Could you see like, okay, things go bad, 7 or 8 wins, right? Mm-hmm. But not this. And it's too hard to predict what happened to Jaden with all the injuries. Terry missing a guy who doesn't miss games. Miss as many as he did, now coming off a holdout where you can see people missing games. But the amount of injuries was just staggering, and that if you knew how bad it was going to be there, then you could say like, oh, okay, it's going to be a horrible season. But that was the hard part. And then they just at times just didn't play well. So it was, I don't want to just put it all on the injuries because they didn't play well in a lot of moments. Where you still could have. So, but yeah, no, couldn't have seen it as bad as.
Yeah, but you know what? That is an interesting point. So, listen, injuries, I think, were the biggest factor, but they weren't good outside of it also. So, there are both. I see your point. Let's say, what do you think they could have maxed out with these injuries? What, 7 wins, maybe?
I think with these injuries, I think if they had hit 7, you say, wow, they did a really good job there, right?
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people point to San Francisco, which was great. They had a great year.
Mm-hmm.
It's tremendous what they did. They had 6 wins last year because they had so many injuries.
Oh yeah.
So you know what I mean. And so you can't just forget every other time they've gone. Where somebody goes through something but it was damn impressive what the 49ers did because that is really hard. But I think you look at I think it was also there's an indication of a couple things. One, some guys maybe not rising to the level they needed to yet. Some of their draft picks still developing, but also not at the level they needed yet. And then you can look at like the Niners. Again, I look at the Niners, like their roster's been built over a number of years compared to just 2 here. And you know what I mean? So like, were they in position to probably win more than 7 with all these injuries? No, they weren't.
So
They didn't have the roster. But that to me would have been maxed out, and not just a 7, or not like, not like a game like yesterday, but maybe more competitive in some other games. More so than as much as the win total, but more just like, could they have been more competitive in games against Detroit, Seattle?
Way too many blowouts. Way too many blowouts. Even with all the injuries.
Yep.
The curious decision to kind of go with Josh down the stretch and not give Hartman a look. I'll give my explanation, then you give yours. My explanation is they just know there's no future, like zero. They already know that Sam Hartman's not an NFL player. He's there for maybe coaching. Maybe he's,
he's good in the QB room.
He's a good QB room guy. He's Jaden's guy. Like, they already know he's not an NFL quarterback. That's my answer.
Yeah, but the question we were asking last week was, then why is he on? Why are you paying him on the practice squad?
Just because of that, all of those things.
Hire him as a coach.
Well, they'll do that eventually. Yeah. But that's what they're doing right now.
It's. I don't think there's anything more than that.
Yeah.
So I think you put it. And why he's on the roster, because he's a 4th QB, and maybe you can see, does he develop at some point? Because I know, like in training camp, did not have a great summer, but coming off the shoulder surgery. So does that get better throughout the year? And maybe you can develop, because if you like him, like the offense, he's good in it. You're right, he's good in that room. He's tight with Jaden.
Right.
I don't know that you're going to keep him around just for that reason, because like there are other guys that Jaden.
You get the benefit of the doubt, maybe 5 years from now.
And I also think like Jaden is pretty much a guy that a lot of people can get closer to, because that's just his personality. You know what I mean? Like I don't know that he needs just this guy is like his only but. I think being good in that room, like they really liked that room last year, and maybe you see he can develop, and then maybe you see that he didn't develop enough.
And John, even though yesterday's game mostly meaningless, it wasn't that for Josh Johnson. He was trying to get his 2nd win ever as an NFL starter. And look, at the age of 39, he's showing the entire league why he's had so many jobs and had so many stops, and has been able to play in the league so long, because he's capable. He must be good in the quarterback room. Talk about Johnson, and do you think he has a future either here or with another team next year?
I mean, I'm not going to bet against that guy being on the roster. Yeah. I think, it's funny, because I was talking to him a little bit about this last week, just like how impressive it is to last as long as he has without ever being a full-time starter, and how difficult that is. Think about a lot of guys who've been the backups for a long time. They're either in one system forever, like Chase Daniel, and who barely played, but he was in one system and they liked him, and he was with Kansas City for such a long time. So they're either that, or they've been a former starter who has shown enough to like, okay, well, like Ryan Fitzpatrick was a guy who lasted, which was impressive, but he would start a lot, and he would do enough to say, like, well, maybe he can start push for a bridge, or he can back up. What Josh Johnson has done is incredible, because he's only started, I think it was like, what is 11th or 12th start yesterday?
Yeah.
And to do that at 39 it's impressive. And so, because you have to have something that teams want to say, like, what can he do? And he's a quick learner, but also like he's played in so many offenses, so you can get him in yours and get him up to speed.
And he won't embarrass you on the whole.
Right. And you're right, exactly. And then the other part too is when he was here the first time, 2018, and they went out and signed Mark Sanchez, Jay Gruden wanted Josh Johnson instead. And a big part of that too was, if nothing else, he can make a play when things break down, and Sanchez could not. And we saw that in the one game Sanchez started, and then quickly Josh Johnson was the starter after that. So that element too definitely helps as well. But his future here, I don't know. I do know, like I said, I mean, he's a really good guy to have around.
He's a survivor, man.
Yeah, he's a survivor. Now, could you get a young guy in that 3rd row? Yes, of course. I think that's what ideally you would have hoped Hartman would have elevated to. But that's why Josh Johnson is last. And like, you can see the emotion from him. That touchdown he scored yesterday was his first since 2018.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And then the first touchdown pass since 21. So like, the emotion with that, and the guys were very happy for him because they know his journey. I mean, the dude played in like 3 different leagues outside the NFL, like the XFL, UFL, the AAF, or whatever. You know,
The
so
stuff
like,
you've never heard of. It's
yeah,
crazy.
it's pretty cool what he's done.
John, let's talk about the most pressing thing to me, which I think is the coaching situation, specifically the OC, the DC. I assume they're going to, at this point, going to have to hire a new DC. Dan won't take it over, but who knows? But probably hire somebody, maybe a Raheem Morris, who knows? The intriguing one is the Kingsbury thing, especially because this is a team that, you know, going into the season, right, it generally was they don't leak. This team doesn't leak. And all of a sudden now we're starting to hear stories. I don't know if they're true or not true. But Kingsbury's future appears to be very much up in the air. What is your best guess on what's going on there?
Yeah, and I don't know that any quote unquote leaks came from here. I can't say that. So because especially when it comes to Adam Peters, very tight-lipped. So, but there's a couple of things. One, first, the offense, the injuries impacted the offense more than anything else. You know, much more than the defense. And I know the defense had injuries and all that, but
Defense is just bad.
Yeah, exactly. So, so you can look at that. I think it's hard to sit there and point to the coordinator and say this was the problem with the offense this year. Very hard. They were very good last year when they were healthy, and you know, is his offense for everybody? No, it's not. You know, for a variety of reasons, right? But there are definitely a lot of people who like it, and it's, you know what I mean. It's even in that building, and so I think it's not a traditional offense. So if you want to protect your quarterback more, you may want to, you know, maybe that's why you go in a different direction. And say that because like his offense it's RPO based, so you the run pass option, but you also have quarterback designed runs. That's why you're running out of the gun a lot of times. And you know, if you want to protect Jaden Daniels or your quarterbacks, maybe you look for a different kind of system, right? That if that's what ultimately
How much
happens.
say do you think Jaden will have? The mom's clearly going on the record. She wants another Kingsbury year, which you assume means Jaden is on board with that, would want that in a perfect world.
I believe he would be on board with that, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. But like that,
of course.
I don't.
How much
think
factor is that in Adam Peters' mind? I know you're guessing, but.
I think ultimately you have to do what you feel is best for the franchise. If you know what I mean, like I don't think you can go that route with that. Whatever the move is, it's got to be decided by like. Yes, I know he likes them.
Most players tend to know the coaches that they've worked with because they know them. You know what I mean?
They do, but there are. I would say this: there have been a couple of coordinators here in the past where players were not very happy with. So, and a couple of years ago, there was the case. But you know, so I don't know that you can let him decide that at this point. If you feel like, yeah, I know your type, but just trust us. This is the best decision for you moving forward. Because like one thing I'd say about Jaden is I feel pretty confident he can operate, you know, in a couple different systems because it's just kind of the way he studies, the way he works, et cetera. I think he would be okay.
If you had to bet, would you bet on them moving on?
What's your prediction? Kingsbury back or is he?
Yeah,
is he
just at
gone?
the end of the day.
I don't like to predict unless I have stronger knowledge of what of like that happening. You know what I mean? Like because I think that's difficult for me to do that. But I would say it's a decision they definitely have to make, and he will explore head coaching jobs for sure, and there will be a handful out there. Now, how high he is on those lists, it's hard for me to say, but I think he'll get some interviews, and then you have the decision to make. And then I think it could also be influenced by who else comes free, who else might be available that maybe you think, like if they think someone else is a better fit going forward, then that, you know, let's say Mike McDaniel comes through, whatever. Like if they felt like that was a better fit, maybe then you say, okay, then we can do this, you know. So, but I think I would say this: it's a decision they have to make. I don't think it's a slam dunk like, oh, he's not getting the head coach job. Boom, here he comes, right? I think there's
You
still
think
like
it's a 50-50 deal? I'm trying to put you on something.
Yeah, I mean, it's I
Ish?
guess
That's probably fair,
anything would be 50-50, right? Yeah, I mean, so but I do think it's something that they would have to make. I don't know that it's at the point where you say like, oh, if he doesn't get it, he's gone. I haven't gotten that sense, right?
What are the
automatically.
DCs besides Raheem Morris?
Jeff Ulbrich, who is in Atlanta as well, has experience with Quinn. I think you want to look at a guy who has some level of experience calling plays. That would be my sense, right? Now, does that automatically mean it's going to go that way? No, but it's that would be the.
What are those guys' schemes? How are they different from DQs?
Well, with Raheem and Ulbrich, they've been in his system, so like there's a familiarity there. Now, I don't think you should just. I think you have to get a guy in here that you think can be a damn good DC, right?
Yeah.
I think
I might argue a different scheme.
Well, you could, and I think so. Then my question would be, like, say, like I know the Jim Schwartz, if he's available, Brian Flores, who has not yet, received an extension from Minnesota. Right. The question I would have for them would be, because like they do different things than what Washington has done, and so are they both comfortable being in business together, knowing that like this is not the way he's operated with his defense? Is he going to be okay with that, right? Is it going to be in the heat of battle? Is it going to be okay?
Yeah.
Am I going to have to, if for a defensive coach to be with a defensive-minded head coach, it helps to have definitely have a similar vision. Right. I think the one thing with Quinn that you can look at over the years is he has adapted his defenses. Mm-hmm. So I think like he's open. I mean, he's done that 360 review of himself. He's open to change. Mm-hmm. But I do think like if you believe in what you're doing, and I don't know that the scheme was the issue here. I think it's within the scheme what is going on. You know what I mean? Like it's the attention to details. Do you have the players who adhere to those details, that are good enough to adhere? Do you have players that can cover up mistakes? Jaden Daniels, I talked to somebody earlier this year, was like, Jaden covered up a lot of sins on their roster last year.
Right.
But so, you know what I mean? Do you have that guy on defense who can do that?
But John,
they don't have that guy.
It needs to be a track record guy, though. This ain't the job for an up-and-comer.
No. That's right. That's why I say experienced play caller. Now, Seattle's defensive coordinator does not call the plays, and they're a very good defense. And he was someone who was interviewed here for the job before. Now I don't know. I have no clue, like if that would be a possibility. But you start looking at like who else would be out there that would be that could have that. But he hasn't called plays, but he's been in that role. But clearly Raheem would be a guy that you would look at because there's familiarity. And he's trusted him with that in that role before, and he did a good job as a DC and with the Rams. That's why he got a second chance as a head coach. So I think again, whether or not that happens, it clearly would make some sense. I don't think you want to hire him just for that because he's familiar. You have to hire him because he's really good, and I think Raheem does have a good track record in that role.
Yeah. All right, John, good stuff. We got to run. Appreciate the insight.
As always, man. Awesome. We'll get you on throughout the offseason. Always enjoy having you on.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, JK.
A lot more fun to talk about the offseason stuff this year, but thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Did put up the Junkies poll of the day, and it has to do with one of the topics we were talking about, Cliff Kingsbury. Do you want him to return? If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. The Junkies poll of the day is sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merch. EB's wearing a Stateside Vodka hoodie. They've got T-shirts, hats, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive coordinator, do you want him back running the offense next season? Welcome back on a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. I know it's 2026. I'm assuming there's still a top workplace,
Definitely.
but the buzz line is a 2025 top workplace.
We're just going to make it 2026, JP.
Yeah, just switch the number.
We're going to edit.
don't know.
It's called journalistic editing.
So when we were talking to John Keim, we talked a little bit about Cliff Kingsbury, and there have been some reports that the Commanders might move on from Cliff Kingsbury. There's also speculation that Cliff might move on, find another job, maybe a head coaching job. Who knows? We put it up as our poll of the day. Early voting, 2/3 of Commanders fans want him back. Do you think Cliff Kingsbury should be back, and do you want him back? This is where the offense finished this year. 22nd in the league at 318 yards per game. Passing-wise, they finished 24th. Running the football, they were 4th in the NFL. And points per game, they dropped to 20.9 points per game, 22nd in the league. I think it's a bit unfair if
gotta
you
throw
just
the
move
rankings.
on
You gotta throw
from
the
Cliff
rankings out of
Kingsbury
there.
based on year one, very successful offense. Year two, you don't have your starting quarterback most of the time.
What do you
Right.
mean, Jason? You got to throw the rankings out.
Because he didn't have his
None of his
quarterback.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to judge him when Jaden missed a big chunk of the season.
Where
Like,
were
it's
his
tough.
rankings last year when they won 12 games?
Super high.
Right. So I throw the rankings out. And I don't know if he'll get a head coaching job. Why would a team hire an OC that won 5 games?
Because
I
they'll
just
use
don't
your
see
logic. They'll say, we throw that out, that they had injuries, and look what they did. the year
they'll-
that. Yeah,
before.
I just don't
they'll
know if
look
he's
beneath the
The
surface.
logic you just said.
usually the OC is, if he's one of the highest ranked OCs from one of the really good teams, those are the ones that get plucked first.
Yes. But there's
But a team
some
like the Raiders
speculation.
that are chaotic.
I don't think the Raiders would want him, but I think there's some speculation that a team like the Titans would want him because he's worked with a quarterback like Cam Ward before when he's worked with Kyler Murray
Mhm.
and even Jaden Daniels.
Because
Yeah, I
there going to be at least 5 openings, right? Atlanta, the Giants, Titans,
Falcons. Yeah, you already said them.
Vegas. I'm assuming Pete Carroll's not going to survive
Oh, I don't know.
after this year.
No, he's
And
gone.
Arizona they have to part ways with Jonathan Gannon, right? Like,
Should
that's not
happen.
working.
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen
so
today.
I think there are going to be plentiful, at least interview opportunities.
He
for
wouldn't go back to
Kingsbury.
Arizona though, would he?
No.
That would be a great story.
Okay, cross Arizona off the list.
That'd be a great story.
I mean,
if he
if
got
I'm
rehired by
these
the
other teams, I'm gonna at least have him in for an interview. I'm gonna inquire.
Oh,
Do
he'll
you
get
think he
interviews.
should be back here in Washington?
Yes, I think he deserves another year with Jaden if Jaden can stay healthy.
EB,
And
are
with
you a
some offensive
Kingsbury guy?
upgrades. Yes.
You had him on probation after one game last year.
I'm kind of on the fence on it. I might actually lean towards I'd like maybe an experienced, fresh, different person that maybe doesn't expose Jaden quite as much.
I've said I want them under center more, but I think he's capable of tweaking the offense himself to do it. It's not fair. He didn't have his starting quarterback for most of the season. How many games did Jaden Daniels finish that he started?
4.
Think about that.
Yeah,
when your starting quarterback
I'm not
finishes
doing
4
it because
games,
of this year of
And
their
then-
production. I would do it because I need Jaden to be more available, so I might need a different thought process.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Now, that mostly falls on Jaden.
I'm not sure. I think it falls on the offensive philosophy.
I think, Terry missed a ton of time, and we saw the difference in the offense when Terry McLaurin was on the field versus off the
I like
field.
continuity. I can't have Jaden Daniels going into year 3, a critical year for him after missing so much time in year 2, learning a new offense. Even though he's clearly an intelligent guy that
Yeah,
can
he
digest a
can
new
handle
offense.
it. He can
Not
handle
worried about that. I'm worried about him just being comfortable in the offense. There's a difference between learning it and being comfortable in it.
I just
agree
don't
with that,
need him
but how
in.
about him being available?
Yeah.
And there might be an
Well, that's huge,
offense
too.
where he's less exposed.
I agree with that. But I think Kingsbury could have him under center a little bit more because they do it at times. That's what boggled my mind. When they would have him under center and run play action, it was largely successful. They just don't do it that much.
Cliff
and I do
doesn't
think
believe in it.
having him in that shotgun
doesn't
all
believe in
the
it.
time exposes him
When
more.
he's done interviews, he says he just doesn't. I mean, I flat out said it. I think it was last week. He just doesn't think it's that important.
1-800-636-1067. Are you a Cliff guy?
Yeah, I like Cliff.
You're a Cliff guy.
Just give him better players and a healthy quarterback.
I think I might want somebody different. If you bring Cliff back, I know he's creative, but I might want somebody who doesn't expose him quite as much.
I do think that Jaden would thrive in a Shanahan-type system.
Well, definitely if
Well,
Kyle
you know what I
Shanahan
mean?
was coaching him.
Where they're
Yeah.
running rollouts like the way that they do there.
Yeah, I mean, they use their tight ends differently. Their formations are crazy. So much motion.
Well, their
But
tight
that's-
ends are better too. I mean, they have George Kittle.
Well, true.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. I just think that I think he'll be back. But again, you've got to judge him on the statistics of a starting quarterback for at least most of the year and better players around that quarterback, including receiver.
But maybe you do put some culpability on Cliff Kingsbury for Jaden's injuries. I don't know. It sounds like you're doing that, EB. I would put more of it on – I do think the offense is part of it, but I put more of it on Jaden learning to avoid those injuries.
Though that is definitely a part of the equation, a massive part of the equation. But I think also another part of the equation could just be a system where he's overall not quite as exposed as much.
Yep. I don't disagree with that. All right, let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. You can also vote at Junks Radio on our poll of the day. Do you want Cliff Kingsbury to return?
All right, let's go to Rick in D.C. Rick, you know what? Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year to all of you.
Same.
And I say thumbs down. I want him gone.
Wow.
All right.
And I say that simply because I think one of you said, I think that he doesn't want to. I don't think he really wants to really run the ball, and I don't think, and he doesn't really want.
They were
to,
like, what did they finish in rushing?
Fourth.
They were fourth in the
They
NFL
run-
He
in
actually
rushing.
loves running the ball.
They run the ball.
Now,
That's
a lot of that is
incorrect.
the quarterback, but still.
they could run it a little bit more, and he needs to put JD more under center.
Okay. Okay.
One
that's fair.
one thing about running the football more is
Thank
when
you,
you're
Rick. Thank
trailing
you, pal.
when you're trailing games by 20 points, which happened quite often this year, it's hard to just hand the ball off over and over again.
Yeah. 100%.
Game circumstances
honest with you.
make you pass the ball.
Listen, I'm a dope. I know I'm a dope when it comes to like X's and O's football wise. 100%. When I get down close to the goal line or whatever, I'm not always looking to pound it, especially after they stuff us on first down. I'm kind of okay with. I think we should be able to find somebody open in 2 or 3 pass attempts. I know everyone else just wants to pound it every time. I'm kind of okay with just passing it.
I mean, there have been situations in
Doesn't work
games
out all the time,
where
but-
I felt like they should have run the ball in goal line
That's
situations.
what I'm speaking to.
But overall, and I remember Jason talking about this beforehand, I think there's a difference in perception versus reality with Cliff Kingsbury. People are just in this mindset that he's this air raid guy that throws the ball every down, and that's not the reality
it's not
of
the
his
case.
tenure with the Commanders.
Well, people don't watch the games if they think that.
All they got to do is look at the numbers, but
I
they
know.
don't look at the numbers.
In Cliff Kingsbury's 2 years, he's finished third in rushing yards. I'm talking about as a team, and fourth.
Right. 2 top 5 performances.
Yeah, they run the ball.
They do. The
I
problem
mean, the quarterback
people have,
runs
the
it.
The quarterback runs for a third of it or whatever. I mean, the quarterback gets a lot
The
of it.
quarterbacks combined this year are like another running back. Yeah,
I mean, hell,
But
even
that's his
yesterday they
strength.
rushed for 150
That's
some yards.
JD's strength.
What did Bill end up with in yards?
I have to pull it up.
Close to 800.
He
Yeah,
had a good rookie season.
Close
So
to
the
800 when it's all said
but
and
I
done.
think the argument could be, and it's not my argument, could be is he hasn't had a 1,000-yard rusher.
805.
Right? So they're like the argument would be, yeah, they run the football, they finish fourth, but
Right.
it is mostly the quarterback. Give me their running back that goes for 1,000 yards, which isn't that difficult.
The answer to that would be, does it matter? No, it may matter if you got a spindly quarterback. It might. If you
Right.
got Josh Allen, it might not.
Right.
All right, let's go to Andre, Upper Marlboro. Andre, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies. Happy New Year, bud.
What's up, Dre?
Hey, Happy New Year, fellas. Hey, man, look, I say stick with Kingsbury at least one more year, maybe 2. And I think you guys touched on it. And I think some of those other callers aren't wrong about putting him under the center and running play action. The thing that people are missing is last year those things worked for us because the running game was good he had his receivers in camp and from the first game in the season. This year, we came into the season missing people. The running game wasn't what it was because part of the reason was they were dropping the ball in key situations, and they couldn't run the ball the way people are thinking because they weren't keeping defenses honest with the pass game that they didn't have. So I think there was certain circumstances that played into it. And yesterday, I think, was just one of those things. I don't know if guys are playing to make sure they be on the team next year. But for some reason yesterday, even with a few mistakes, as a whole, it looks like those guys were playing. So I can't put it all on Cliff.
All right, fair. Definitely fair. Thank
I've
you, Andre.
never heard
Appreciate
so
it.
much criticism over a team that's run for basically 135 rushing yards per game. That the rushing game is subpar, or it's not glamorous because it's Bill, a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
You're cobbling it together with the quarterbacks. Chris Rodriguez, there's nothing special about it.
Kicks. You're hitting on my
get the
point.
job done.
You're hitting exactly on my point. That's why I've always said they like the running back room. And you have argued in the past that they want to upgrade it. Now,
I think
they
they will.
always
I think
want
they
to
need an-
upgrade, but that room, exactly to your point you just said,
They need a
get the
receiving
job done.
component out of it, though. They need.
Yeah, they don't have that.
They don't have. McNichols is kind of that guy, but he's not very good at
You don't
it.
think Bill can catch?
I think they don't throw him the
They've
ball.
never thrown the ball.
Yeah, but
I think he
okay.
probably,
But-
like I said this 2 weeks ago, I said
Yeah.
he should get a jugs machine and catch 1,000 balls a day during the offseason.
Yeah, maybe
1,000
will.
balls a day. Just
I'm sure-
upgrade that
yeah.
part of your game.
But there's a reason they don't throw to him.
Right, because
Well,
they
he's
can throw to
probably
McNichols.
He probably never has
Or bef-
demonstrated that ability yet, but he may
Right.
be able to.
I mean, before he got
He's
hurt,
gotta
they
work
did-
on it in the
they
offseason,
did that
no
to
doubt.
Eckler.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
peppered him
I
with
think they're going to add to the
passes.
RB room.
I think they are too.
Not saying they're going to add a big name guy in free agency or
Right.
draft a guy high. I think they're going to add to
but
it.
who are they going to get rid of then?
Well, McNichols and Rodriguez are both free agents. I mean, who knows?
Maybe they'll go somewhere else. Okay.
1-800-636-1067. Talking about Cliff Kingsbury and the Commanders' offense. Do you want him running the show again next season as the offensive coordinator?
Cakes, we got a W. I want to hear the music.
Played it at the beginning.
You can vote at Junks Radio or give us a
Hard
call
to
at
earn these
1-800-636-1067. That's right. It is a Victory
Even against
Monday.
third-string Eagles.
Presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2026 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Going to shift gears and talk a little Washington Wizards. They ripped off 4 wins in a 5-game stretch recently. Tough one yesterday. Their head coach, Brian Keefe, joins us right now. What's up, Coach?
Hey, guys. How are you?
You know what? I'm gonna pat myself on the back, maybe tip of the spear, because I went to the Raptors game, which was a nice win, and then you did rip off 4 out of 5 games.
Are you the good luck charm? Are you trying to claim
Maybe.
that,
I was
JP?
there at the beginning of that streak, Cakes.
We gotta get you there every game. What are you doing? Come on, let us down.
But your young guys continue to play some good basketball.
Yes. Yeah. We definitely have been showing improvement here over the last month. You definitely see strides from the whole team, but obviously specifically some of our younger guys are really growing, and it's nice to see.
You guys have inserted Trey into the starting lineup. Now, he didn't have a great game yesterday, but by and large, he's been shooting fantastically. And I saw some metrics like he not only shoots like the regular 3, but he'll hit that logo 3 at like a great percentage.
Yeah, I think he was like from 30 feet and beyond. It was like he was 6 for 12. That is really hard to do what he's doing. He's shooting in the 40s as a rookie from the 3-point line. Like, that is not common. Just shows you the work that he's done in his life to get to this point, but that's really unusual for someone at that age to be able to shoot that well. He's been playing really well of late.
So I mentioned the Raptors game, but let's go back to the Bucks game. Big game for Sarr in that game, and then you had the game-winning shot from your leading scorer, one of your veterans, C.J. McCollum. That was a situation which you guys didn't call a timeout. I'm wondering, as a coach, like, what's kind of your philosophy at end of games? Do you like to let the offense kind of do it without a timeout so the defense doesn't get set? Does it depend on the situation? What's kind of your general philosophy end of games?
Yeah, sure. In that situation, we had executed. It was a 4-point game, a 3-point game, and we got a quick basket, which we didn't have to foul. We got an out-of-bounds play where CJ laid the ball in from a great pass from Chris Middleton, and then we didn't have to foul because we scored so quickly. And then obviously Alex made a heck of a block at the rim. Mm-hmm. And when we saw that the floor was unbalanced, so we didn't have to, sometimes you don't want to play against a set defense and call them timeout where they can kind of get themselves organized. And I just kind of saw the flow of the game, and CJ in an open court versus their big, just decided, obviously have great trust in him. But yeah, when we have an unbalanced floor like that, we just want to attack and let the players make the right play, which obviously he did.
Coach Keefe, I've been the biggest French flag waver, I think, on the planet for Bilal Koulibaly since he's been here. But one of the problems with him, and you guys are well aware of this, is the fact that he just misses chunks of the seasons. He played 63 games as a rookie, 59 last year. He's missed 14 out of the 34 games this season. How concerned are you in the front office with his availability, his ability to stay healthy throughout an entire, rigorous NBA season?
Not that concerned. I've been here the whole time, so with him since his rookie, multiple of those were freak accidents where he took a hard fall. So those are, you can't avoid those type of injuries. So like those are like things that just, unfortunate things that happen. So they're not ones that we're concerned about because they're things that he kind of fell on the ground for 2 injuries that caused huge. And then obviously this summer he missed some time with his injury there too. So like things that just unfortunate circumstances. So not that concerned. But you can see the value he brings when he's on the court. I mean, he's been an absolute monster defensively, just causing havoc out there on the court. I think he had 16 disruptions, which we kind of deflections, steals, and blocks versus Brooklyn the other night. Just he's so important to us because of the physicality he can bring on the defensive end.
He seems to have a pretty good outlook about it. I think it was after the Raptors game. He basically said sometimes you have to just, I'm paraphrasing here, you have to just play through some of the injuries. Like, you're not always going to be able to miss games. Like, sometimes you just have to suck it up and play through it. Like, do you advise that? Like, if it's up to a certain extent, the injury, like, how do you kind of like thread that needle?
No, we're always going to do what's the smartest thing for, obviously we have a great medical and performance team, but we're never going to put anybody out there in harm's way to get themselves injured in the game. During the NBA season, you're going to have bangs and bruises, which everybody does. The season is a long year. But we're never going to put anybody out there in jeopardy of getting injured, for sure. We're very, specific about benchmarks when guys are coming back from injuries, those type of things. But, you're going to have those little nicks and bruises. It's the normal part of the NBA for sure.
So tough game against the Timberwolves. They're one of the better teams in the Western Conference. We've seen them in the playoffs, and obviously led by Anthony Edwards. How do you game plan against that guy? Guy's a physical monster, but he also hits the three very well. How tough of a guy to stop is Anthony Edwards?
Yeah, it takes your whole team. You're not just going to guard guys like that by yourself. So yeah, obviously he got going last night. You just got to try to control him as much as possible. He draws a lot of fouls. You try to make his shots contested. You try to put two on him as much as possible. But these are reason these guys, why they're a good team. This guy's been doing this for the last few years. Obviously, they've been to the Western Conference Finals here, I think, the last 2 years in a row, and him leading the charge. But this is what this league is about, and those are great lessons for our team. Obviously we weren't happy with our performance yesterday, but we're going to see great players almost every night. And how do you handle them? And we've done well with that. Our defense was top 10 in the last 10 games going into last night, and then even in the last 5, which I think, like you had mentioned, we were 4-1. I think we were third in defense. So we're showing some growth, but the league is unforgiving. You're going to have great players every night. So we're going to looking forward to practice today, and we got Orlando tomorrow.
Who are your top 5 toughest players to stop in the NBA? I'd imagine Anthony Edwards is up there. Shea has to be up there. Who else is really, really tough to handle? I mean,
you guys
obviously,
will not
Joker.
get me. You will not get me to answer that question because I'm going to leave someone out, and they're going to put that target on their bulletin board in their locker room. So I'm not answering that one. Nice try, though.
Not taking the bait.
I got to think Joker's got
Not
to be
taking
up
the
there.
bait on that one for sure.
All right.
Well, I mean, listen, the truth is there's a ton of guys in the league that
Yes.
are tough to stop. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
That's the truth. All right, Coach. Thank you very much.
All right. Good luck
Appreciate
against
it.
Orlando tomorrow, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy.
Bye-bye.
there's definitely a lot to look at, in terms of the young guys to be positive about, right? They're all kind of taking their steps. And I do think Keyshawn, Bub, Alex Sarr, the guys who they all drafted together in the first round are going to be big-time players. When I look at this team, and part of it is kind of the function, though, the leading scorer being C.J. McCollum at 18 points per game, and then I mentioned Anthony Edwards. I mean, that guy's averaging almost 30 a game. Like, you need somebody down the road who's going to be a guy who's going to average 27 to even 35 points per game. You look at the guys who are leading the league in scoring. I think Luka's right around 33 and a half.
Yeah.
Shea's up there. Tyrese Maxey's in the 30s.
Let me say
Mitchell.
this. I think Sarr could average 25 at his peak. He's
Yeah,
averaging
I think-
17 right now.
I think that.
I'm almost more intrigued by Trey.
I think Trey could average 25.
Trey might be the guy.
Just keep
I
giving
mean,
him the green
both
light.
those guys.
Here's the concern about Cakes' guy, Bilal. And it's great. You can be a defensive stopper in the league and be a great player in the league. Tony Allen was a great player for mostly Memphis in his career, I think. His shooting percentage,
It's not great.
it's gone down every year.
Needs
his
to work on it.
3-point percentage has gone down every
Look,
year.
like I said, for Bill, he needs a jugs machine. Bilal just needs to lock himself in the gym for 4 hours a day and just shoot.
Shouldn't it improve?
It should be improving.
Unfunny
You
Ben.
think?
I consider you the preeminent Wizards expert here. You agree with my assessment that Sarr and Trey could be 25-point plus, maybe not 35, that JP's looking for, but
I mean, I think it depends who they get in the upcoming draft. If they get one of those stars like DeBonsta or Cam Boozer, then that plays in the equation. But you could have like 3 or 4 guys that could all be close to averaging 20 points per game. And if they balance the floor properly like that, and you
good
get,
enough.
yeah, definitely.
JP's arguing you need an alpha.
I think you do.
like an
But-
Anthony Edwards, like
Well,
a
one of these guys
LeBron.
might be the alpha.
Yeah.
Like a
It could turn
DeBonsta
into
could
that.
be the alpha player that could average 26 to 30 points per
You don't
game.
think any of those guys could? You don't think Trey could? You don't think he could average
Oh,
25 a game?
I think he shoots the ball well enough that he very well could,
Yeah.
but it's going to depend
You
how
don't
much
think
talent
Sarr
they have on the
could?
floor.
I know, but you don't think Sarr's capable?
I think Sarr's capability is 23 to 25 per game and like 10 rebounds. That'd be really good for him. That'd be an all-star level player.
Yeah,
He's
that's-
almost played at an all-star level this year.
Right.
He still has a lot to work on, obviously, and Gobert took him to school last night. So it's learning moments for a guy like that at 20 years old. He's got to get bigger. He's got to get stronger.
Do you think Will Riley can be a starter in this league?
It's a good question because he flashes for me at times, but he's just really, really thin right now. He's got to put on a lot of size.
That'll happen, I would assume, right?
Yeah, guys fill out as their career goes along, and he's got some interesting tools, some good intricate parts of his game that are kind of flashy to me, and I kind of like it a lot. But it's hard to say with who they have right now and where they might be going after the next draft class, like where he'll slot in.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. That was Brian Keefe. Coming up at 9:25, Ryan Wilson's going to join us, CBS Sports NFL and NFL draft expert. When we come back, the Commanders got to win.
Yep.
That meant that their pick dropped from 5th to 7th. Are you angry about that? 1-800-636-1067. It is a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2026 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com.
All right, guys, EB here. You thinking about selling your home? Thinking about downsizing? Maybe need a little more space? Whatever it is, if you're trying to sell your home, choosing the right agent is everything. You're not just hiring somebody to list the house. You're hiring someone to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line, guide what's probably the biggest financial move you'll make all year. That's why you got to hit up my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. You know, the average agent just throw your home online and just pray somebody's going to notice. Well, the Power Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign. We're talking digital ads, buyer matching technology, high-impact visuals, messaging that creates a real buzz around your home. That's why listings handled by them don't just sit, they sell fast. Not just fast, they sell for more, time and time again. And here's the best part. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, what are they going to do? Well, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. You got nothing to lose, people. So call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. 844-654-SOLD. Memorize it. 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni stood by resting many of his starters for that regular season finale against Washington, even though the decision negatively affected his team's standing. The Commanders beat the Eagles yesterday 24-17. So this loss for Philly locks them into the number 3 slot and a matchup with the 6-seeded San Francisco 49ers in the wild card round of the playoffs. And Black Monday started a bit early this year. News broke last night that the Falcons have fired their head coach Raheem Morris and their general manager Terry Fontenot. Fontenot had been with the Falcons since 2021. Morris hired in 2024. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies this year, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Jason Bishop. Coming up at 9:25, Ryan Wilson's going to join us, CBS NFL and NFL draft expert. And speaking of the draft, the Commanders with the win against the Eagles, with the way things fell into place yesterday, they ended up with the 7th pick in the draft. They could have had as high as the 5th pick in the draft. Does that upset you? I know EB wants to weigh in. This is something we talked a lot about last week.
For sure.
Whether you wanted the team to win or not, whether you were a tanker down the stretch. They shut down Jaden Daniels the last few games of the season. Actually, the last 4 games, right? Basically shut him down for the last 4 games of the season.
Yeah, and Max Crosby, they did the same thing with the Raiders, just a couple of games later.
One would imagine you would have won more games had Jaden Daniels played.
I think so. You know me, I'm definitely not a tanker, but there is a percentage of people that when the season starts to go sideways, they just want to punch. Now, some will want to do it in like week 11 or 12. Some will want to wait till week 15 or 16. That's fine. And even if yesterday, if they had lost, it would be fine. But I personally would like to see the win because, and then here, I'm going to make my case here. I don't think there's a big difference between the 5th and the 7th pick. And let me explain this. Obviously, when you pick 5th, you have more choices than if you pick 7th, right? No doubt. But we all know that it's not a linear thing. We all know that player evaluation is wildly inconsistent. If you win, for example, the World Series of Poker, it's a little different, but let me just make a parallel. You know you're getting $10 million. You come in second, you know you're getting 7. You finish in third, take away ties, etc. You come in third, and forgive me, Cakes, for not having the numbers accurate. You finish in third, you get $5 million. You finish in fourth, you get $4 million. There's no debating it. Finishing first is way better than finishing second. You get $3 million more than second. With player evaluation and drafts, in all of the drafts, even the NBA, where it's like really top heavy, in all of these drafts, especially in the NFL, I don't have to go through all of the examples where in 2018 Baker goes number 1 and Lamar Jackson goes much later and Josh Allen goes later and Kyler Murray goes 1 and you could have got Max Crosby in the 4th. We all know those examples. And that's because it happens every year. Player evaluation is a wildly inconsistent deal. And if you could say that the first pick is always better than the second pick, is always better than the third pick, is always better than the 4th pick, is always better than the 5th player, then you would have the argument. And I would say you're 100% correct. But I think you can make the argument that there's really no difference between picking 5th and 7th because scheme matters, fit matters, your evaluation matters, and the Redskins / Commanders will be just fine. We are going to get great players. Let me give you a couple numbers. There are 257 players drafted each year.
That's
You know how
right.
many make the Hall of Fame? On average, 4 to 5. Okay? So you're not going to get a Hall of Famer. You're just not.
The odds
4
are
out of
against it,
32 are going to get a Hall of Famer. So you're not going to get a Hall of Famer. You might get a Pro Bowler if you're lucky, maybe 1, because on average, 20 to 25 players on any given draft eventually go to a Pro Bowl. Okay, 20. What you're shooting for is the 80 long-term starters out of a 257-player draft. That's what you got to do. You got to nail and get as many of those long-term starters as you can. Now, are you shooting for Pro Bowlers? Absolutely. Do more Pro Bowlers go in the first round than the second round? Yes. But you can also find them in the 5th round, in the 6th round, in the 7th round. You can find Hall of Famers. 14% actually go to the Pro Bowl or long-term starters that are undrafted.
Mm-hmm.
So you can find them anywhere.
You could find starters in the 7th round.
So if you're sitting here today and you think it's catastrophic that they dropped from the 5th pick to the 7th, you can have that opinion, but I don't think it's a complete story.
It's not catastrophic.
It's not catastrophic, and you're very likely to get a better player at 7 than you get at 5 when we look at this 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the road.
Right, depending on how you evaluate them.
It's not a big deal.
And how you use them.
Right.
No, 100%. And also, you could, whenever you list your players on your draft board, well, other teams have different needs than you.
Right.
So those top 3 teams right now, they do need quarterbacks.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not saying they're all going to take them. I mean, the Raiders are definitely going to take Mendoza.
Mm-hmm.
I'd put money on that. But who knows what the Jets and what the Cardinals are going to do. But they do need quarterbacks. So your guy could still fall to you based on what other teams need, and those players aren't on your draft
He
board.
could.
Because there's no way Mendoza and Dante Moore and Ty Simpson, guys like that, are on the Redskins draft board. Not that high.
They're not. But where it does hurt you falling from 5 to 7 is the 5th pick is just more attractive to other teams if you want to
trade
move
out.
down.
Sure.
If you want to move down the board, and if one of those quarterbacks slips and there's a team that wants to go up to 5 instead of 7, then you're in a better position by having that 5th pick instead of the 7th pick. I used to be very much in the you got to tank no matter what. But then over the last couple of years, I've softened on it because I realized that coaches, they're coaching to win. Players like Josh Johnson, who very rarely get any opportunities to play, they're going out there to play to win the game. So even if your front office is like gung-ho on getting that 5th pick, you can't go to the coach and say, you gotta toss, punt this game away.
Yeah.
He's going to tell him to go F himself. And,
and players are never going to do that.
Play to win.
No.
Maybe you could do it in a game like yesterday.
The only way you would do that is if you start Sam Hartman.
Right. Then
then you pull all your practice squad guys up and you're benching Rodriguez.
But we have people that want to do this in like week 12.
Terry.
They just want to do that in week 12. Play Hartman in week 12.
Yeah, I know.
It is a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mios, the 2026 top workplace. Visit careers.mios.com. The win meant that they draft number 7. Here's the difference between pick 5 and pick 7. This is according to Grant Paulson, a tweet that he had out yesterday. According to the Jimmy Johnson draft chart, which became very famous, the difference between pick 5 and pick 7 is 200 points. The estimated, the approximate value of that is a mid-third round pick. So that's pretty valuable. A third-round pick that the Commanders will not have. That's assuming you were able to trade it. I also would say that I agree with everything you said, but sometimes, the number 5 pick can be a lot more valuable. You go back to when they took Sean Taylor at 5. Would they have been able to take him at 7? Maybe not. And then if you look at who got drafted at 6 and 7, I went back and looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kellen Winslow became just a nightmare. Mostly because of off the field stuff.
Yeah, he's a
and then I think
disaster.
the wide receiver Roy Williams went 7. Was it to the Cowboys? Roy Williams.
Well, sure. There are some times where Joe
right.
Burrow goes 1, and he's the best player, and he would have only gone 1. But there are just as many other cases where you could find other players all over.
Here's the way that I look at it.
They're everywhere.
The first few picks are going to be quarterbacks, most likely.
We don't even need one.
So they're going to have a chance to get a top 5 defensive player because I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't care if Jeremiah Love's there. I don't care. They have to. This is where their defense.
Can't draft a running back at 7 with all their defensive deficiencies.
Here's where their defense finished on the year. Dead last.
They can't.
So the Bengals were 32nd, but after week 18, after this last game, they finished dead effing last, giving up 384 yards per game.
Yeah.
In points per game, a little bit better.
Not
Gave
a
up-
lot.
Gave up 26.5 points per game. That was 27th in the league. Remember that they wanted to address the run. That's why they brought in Kinlaw. The reason that they weren't able to advance to the Super Bowl last year was they just couldn't stop Saquon. That was like 3 games they couldn't stop Saquon. So they were like, we gotta get better against the run. They finished 30th against the run,
Yeah.
giving up 141.6 yards per game against the run, and then against the pass, slightly better, 28th. So that's where their defense finished this year.
They have to, and they're so bad on defense that it literally doesn't matter what position. I have zero preference. They have to pick. They have to find, and there will be one picked probably from 7 on. They have to find that guy who's Micah Parsons, who's Myles Garrett, who's, you name a guy, doesn't matter the position, game wrecker defensively. Max Crosby, whoever it is.
It could be Caleb Downs.
Maybe it is.
I'm intrigued by Caleb Downs. Like, people have said that maybe he's the best defensive player. He's a safety.
Yep.
Now, here's what I saw yesterday, which was interesting about the Steelers Ravens game last night. And it was the value of Hamilton, their safety, right? Warren Sharp had this stat. He ends up leaving the game in the third quarter. Was he officially concussed, Valdez? I know
Yes.
he went into the blue tent, so he suffered a concussion, and he didn't play. Well, prior to him being injured, the Steelers' offense was averaging 3.9 yards per play, 37% success. This is according to Warren Sharp. After Hamilton was injured, 6.9 yards per play, 60% success rate. You can go into EPA and stuff like that. And so initially I would think, well, I would rather have a pass rusher, but I'm with you, EB. You get the best guy, and if it's Caleb Downs,
Like the
then you
best.
get Caleb Downs. It's a safety, and maybe that's a safety
Gotta
that's
be-
going to completely
with the
change your
seventh
defense.
pick.
And by the way, they need safeties.
They need
They do.
everything.
Yeah.
With the 7th pick, as I just said, there's only on average 20 to 25 Pro Bowlers. They got to find one. With that 7th pick, they got to find a Pro Bowler. Don't miss it. You
Well,
gotta
these are the
find it.
positions they're not going to take. All right. They're not taking a wide receiver. They're not taking a tight end. They do need a tight end. They're not taking an RB. They're not taking an offensive lineman. They're not taking a corner. So, and everything else is in play.
You encouraged by Johnny Newton the last couple weeks?
He's been here for 4 years, 3 years.
Hey,
I
what
mean,
you think of that
whatever.
Ben Sinnott false start penalty?
I mean,
Sinnott.
yeah.
Oh,
He has been your punching
he's my
bag.
guy. He's always in the crosshairs.
I think Sinnott is going to turn out to just be a guy in a sense that I don't think he's going to be a 3-year NFL player. I think he'll probably play 8 or 10 years, but yeah, he's not a game changer.
Sadly, Bates is better.
Yeah, they feature Bates more. He doesn't jump off sides.
No, they need
he doesn't false start.
They do need they got 75 needs. One of them being a elite tight end.
Do you want your last 10 picks at number 7?
I would like to hear them.
I mean, I think it's so dumb, but sure.
DeForest
give me-
Buckner, 49ers.
Stud,
Mike
Yep.
Williams, Chargers.
good but injury prone.
Yeah.
Josh
Not
Allen.
a stud.
Who?
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Oh, massive hit.
Then another Josh Allen, the pass rusher.
Stud.
Very good.
Derek Brown, Panthers.
He's
really good.
He's a mountain of a man. He's
Yep.
gonna be the highest paid defensive tackle when his deal comes up.
Panay Sewell, Lions.
Stud.
Evan Neal, Giants.
Injured a lot, but a good player.
Tyree Wilson, Raiders.
Massive dud.
See, to me, you just got to pick. You got to look at
J.C.
anybody from
Latham.
7 down.
J.C. Latham, Titans. And this year, Armand Membu from the Jets.
Offensive
he's a
tackle from
tackle.
Penn State.
Yeah.
They have to get. They're going to be a ton of great players in this draft. Okay, they gotta identify the best they can defensively and nail it.
Here's what they can't do.
It's the best
Yeah, yeah.
offensive lineman.
They can't.
No, they can't have. They can't have
tackle.
Cliff whispering in
Yeah.
Adam's ear.
Cliff, you
Like
know
we've
what?
all seen the video
Cliff, if
of.
you're here, you're gonna sit this one out.
We've all seen the video of the Ben Sinnott draft,
Yeah.
like behind the scenes, and like Cliff's talking to Adam, and then Adam's like talking to DQ. What do you think?
Was he
DQ's
whispering-
on
was he
board. and
whispering in his
Josh
ear?
Harris is behind him. We've seen them do the same thing, like Connerly, right? Connolly was a Cliff Kingsbury
That was
guy.
his guy, yeah.
They got to, if Cliff is back, they got to keep him out of the room.
Was Cliff whispering?
Cliff, you're not allowed in the draft room.
Was he whispering? I gotta have a backup blocking tight end. Sinnott is the guy. Make the pick.
No,
That must have been it.
can't really be that.
They can't let him in the war room.
Yes, yeah. Deactivate
All right, but
his key card.
Peters makes the picks.
100%.
Peters makes the
As
picks.
he should be.
All right, well, maybe you want some of the coaches making picks over Peters.
Well, you know what?
I'm just saying, Peters overall makes the picks.
Wasn't there also a clip? I think this came out like last week or within 2 weeks where they were talking about picking Sinnott, and Josh Harris is in there like, how's he gonna work in tandem with Zach Ertz? You know what? Maybe Josh Harris is right.
Little common sense.
He was right.
Well, they said that's a clip I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
But they all
just gotta
express confidence.
They just got to do a better job of acquiring, and this includes free agency.
Yeah.
Because number 7's one player.
Right.
He's got to be good. Now, they're going to get a really good college player there. But they got to do a better job of acquiring overall better players than they have in the last 2 years, from top to bottom, including the draft and
Well,
free
let's go
agency.
through the ones that you're considering whiffs. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, Sinnott whiff.
Well, I mean, Sinnott, I think Sinnott's a big whiff, don't you?
Huge whiff so far.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
Especially
and
considering his
also
draft
trades.
capital.
I mean, would you consider Lattimore a whiff?
I think at
Whiff.
the end of the day, I
Yes.
appreciated the swing and thought it was worth it, but
Yeah.
it did end up whiffing.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yes.
think it did too.
Yeah.
I think that I think Debo
I think he was solid.
was solid.
He was solid.
All right, but
Solid.
I expected him to do more.
He's like a almost tagged out double.
All right, Johnny Newton is now starting to put up some numbers, but for a year and a half, he didn't do much.
I'll be honest with you. I'm torn on the Von Miller thing.
Yeah.
We had Von on. He's great every week. Great.
Yep.
I mean, not sometimes. Sometimes he's great. But I mean, on the whole, great.
Yes.
Nice guy. Everyone likes
He
him.
was really good last
He had
week.
He finished with 9 sacks. They were the 9 quietest sacks. And I rooted for him. Every time he got one, I fist pumped. I think yesterday he made $500,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
You don't want your
they
leading.
were not that very. They
weren't.
I'm not sure any of them were impactful.
Well, now
It's hard to be impactful when you're playing on the 30th ranked defense in the
Yeah.
league.
to be
Yeah, so in
fair,
other words,
30,
how good-
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
to be
my bad.
fair, 2 of their edge guys were hurt for most of the year,
For sure.
if not all of the year.
For sure.
But Sandra still has been just okay.
He's been okay.
In
But
my
I think
opinion.
he'll be a starter, but he's not going to be a star.
Right.
That's the
And he
thing. They
might
have
be a starter for another year.
contributors. They don't have stars. Like if you go back, Sandra Still, Coleman, Sinnott, McCaffrey, they're on the team.
Dayton's a star.
Yeah.
I think.
Jordan
Well,
McGee
should be a star. He
maybe
picked number
shown some
2.
flashes.
Yeah, he better
Should
be.
hit there.
Next year's a big year for him.
Jordan McGee is a fast guy, but I'm not sure.
And then this year, Connerly, I think, came on.
Solid.
He'll be a piece.
Solid.
Amos looked okay.
I think it's good to be good. But they need more.
Tankathon.com, by the way, has the Commanders taking Downs at the number 7 pick, and they have them taking an offensive lineman at 71 out of Penn State.
Wow. If the
Oh, I'm sorry, they have an edge rusher. He's an edge rusher. I misread that.
yeah,
So
I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think he's
back-to-back
taking
defensive
offensive
picks.
line.
That makes sense to me.
Yep.
And look, that's why you might bring back a guy like Debo. That's why they might bring him back.
Maybe-
You're not going to give
maybe
him $30 million a year, but you might bring him back because you have.
He's not getting $30 million a year anyway.
No way.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just making a
He's
point.
getting a number that
to be-
starts with a 2, though.
He might.
I don't know.
I bet
don't
you he
know.
doesn't. He's
I
not
don't
getting
think so.
I
$20
don't know.
million.
The,
No
Oh,
chance.
I
The
think
fact is, they have so many holes, they're not going to plug them
He's
all.
going to hit
Yeah.
the open market, and he's going to get if De'Ami
I'll
Brown,
take that bet. $5. He does not get a $20 million.
Okay.
You're talking $20 million a year?
$20 million per.
I don't
No
think he's getting that.
chance.
De'Ami Brown got $13
$5.
million. You think
Oh, he got
Debo-
overpaid.
You think Debo's not
He
going
got
to
overpaid.
$20 million?
Debo has
Debo's not getting $20 million.
Put it in the book, Valdez. That's the first
No,
bet
you're-
of 2026, a $5 bet.
Nice.
Debo gets 20+ million per year.
Well,
I've never been more secure.
he's not getting 20 plus from Washington.
Oh, I don't think it's going to happen
No
here.
chance.
But some team is going to overpay Debo Samuel.
Well, if that happens, then he won't be back.
I mean, he made $17.5 million this year. You think he's going backwards?
Yes, he's
I
getting
don't think
older. He's getting older, and his numbers weren't great.
Somebody's going to pay him that money.
I think he
Telling
goes
you.
I disagree.
backwards.
I don't think that's going to
He
happen.
had 72 catches, 5 touchdowns, receiving, rushing just didn't give
The
you that
rushing
much.
thing was a big dud.
Rushing
I thought,
only gave you 75
I thought
and 1.
I thought he would rush for like literally 300, 350 yards. Way too high on that.
All right, when we come back, what do you want to see them do in the draft on defense? Does it matter to you what position?
No.
I will tell you, Jason's guy.
Gotta be
Jason mentioned the guy from Miami, Bain. Stud.
Matt,
Yeah, he's a stud.
Stud.
Game
He'd
record.
go top 10.
So I'm cool with Bain or Downs.
The kid
right now.
from Texas Tech,
You
Bailey.
just got to find a star.
The kid from Texas Tech, Bailey, stud.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
Every great team has a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan for your retirement? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the value of independence, founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you, your goals, your risk tolerance, your timeline. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer, or maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your retirement savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They're going to help you call the right plays to reach your goals on your timeline. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan on a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, a 2026 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Just to shift topics for a moment. Can't stop thinking about this video that was released from New Year's of Tom Brady canoodling with
Alex Earl.
Alex Earl, who is some sort of TikTok / Instagram.
How old is Alex Earl? About 23?
25.
She's 25.
Yeah.
She's 25.
And
Because
he's
we all
fo-
have
he's-
daughters
he's
in that
48,
age
right?
range.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
23-year age gap.
Yeah.
And she's a girl who went to the University of Miami, I guess. And then kind of like my daughter along the way started social media. Now she's on a different level. Like she's got 8 million followers on TikTok. My daughter has about 1 million followers. But she just became a social media sensation.
Oh, yeah, all the kids know it.
And the video, she's just like rubbing his back like
Sure.
big time. He's kind of dancing. She's
They have
dancing.
nothing but fame in common.
Right.
He only wants to bang. She
Yeah.
can offer nothing. The age gap is too great.
It's ridiculous.
But
He learned from the best from Belichick.
yeah,
It's
His sensei.
I mean, the thing about age gaps, like my parents were almost 17 years apart. Like when my dad married my mom was 23. He was 39. Like I couldn't imagine that for my daughter who's 25,
right.
you know, doing it. And you know, they had I don't know the math, a 40-year marriage, 40 until my dad died.
What a stud your dad was.
And my grandparents, my mom was kind of mirroring her parents because my grandparents were even a larger age gap. I think we're almost separated by 19 or 20 years.
Right.
And we're married until my grandfather died. So like, but it does seem like now that we have kids in that age, I mean, my daughter's 25. Like, could you imagine
I mean, I
your
can't
daughter
say-
with Tom Brady? How old is Meg? 23?
Yeah, it'd be shocking to me if she brought home a 48-year-old famous person. It would be crazy.
Even if
Yeah.
he was 40,
Even
you'd
if
be
he wasn't,
like,
what if he? It doesn't matter if he was famous. What if he was 48? He was just a 48-year-old dude.
Like a successful
wouldn't
person,
be-
because it
Yeah,
would be
a
a
lawyer,
loser.
a
The
lawyer.
only way you're dating an older person, unless they have some sort of Svengali mind controller, is that they're
Right.
rich.
Yeah,
They're
but
rich.
You would have an issue with it. I would hope you would. I know I would.
I wouldn't. It's just so out of the realm.
If they're
of
a good
possibility. I
person-
can't even
Think about
it.
I would like to think if they were a good person that I wouldn't have a problem with it,
Yeah, I think
especially
you would.
because
I
of my
wouldn't be crazy
background.
about it.
But
I
it would
wouldn't
just
be.
be really hard.
Yeah.
I
I think we would all
anybody-
have an issue.
Your
with it.
daughter, how old is Juliet?
She's 23.
23.
Yeah.
So imagine if she came home with a 45-year-old guy.
No, I would pull her aside and I would be like, "What are you doing?
But what could you do?
is
You
going
couldn't do
wrong?"
anything,
No, I
really.
couldn't,
Here's
but
what I
was
think is
like- I'd
actually
be
more
like,
important.
What's
We're
going
gonna
on
really
here?
get derailed off this draft stuff because I would like to go down this with the. But it's more important, honestly, that they just don't date a loser. I would be way more pissed if one of my kids brought home a
A
loser.
24-year-old loser.
Like, so if it's a 48-year-old
Okay, if it's
winner,
between the
successful
two-
person,
All right, I'm with you.
all right?
Such a loser.
And I don't
What do you
think
What do you mean loser? Define loser.
druggy. I think you're a loser. Druggy, sorry. Druggy, not well employed.
Or maybe unemployed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I look at him like just bleak future, like dating me when I was like 18.
What if
You know
she
what?
brought home somebody who was
Other
a
than
cashier?
Cooper,
a cashier.
Like Cooper from Landman.
Yeah.
I don't
I
get
don't
the
want-
But he
reference.
makes a
I
lot
don't
of money.
understand.
He's just ugly.
Okay, but throw that out
No,
there.
I
He
consider-
doesn't make a lot of money yet.
What if your daughter brought home a
Cooper
guy
from Landman? I
appropriate
got an issue
age?
with it.
He's 25, but he's a cashier giant.
Probably makes good money. Part of the union. I mean, I'm sticking up for the
Maybe
little guy.
it's okay.
You're conducting class warfare
Hold
over
on.
there.
Yeah.
I'm in a career guy.
Career cashier, a giant.
Yes.
I have a problem with
Yeah, I
it.
mean,
Be honest with you. You probably make more than me.
He might. And
Hopefully
I
he's got-
understand they're in a union. I get it.
Right.
I would
I was
aspire my children
I was trying to.
date someone better than a cashier at Giant. I'm sorry. It's
Sorry
an
for
okay
offending
job.
you if you're a
I'm not saying
cashier.
it's a bad job.
The only reason I picked cashier is because
That's
there's
a career.
it's a Seinfeld bit where like some girl grills him for being a comedian, and he goes, "You're a cashier."
I think if you're a
I'd much
cashier,
rather date a plumber.
but you
Owns their own plumbing
maybe he's a
business.
cashier with an
Right.
upward trajectory. Like he's starting as cashier, but going to work his way up the ladder.
Yeah, he could be manager of the
no,
Giants.
I'm saying
Okay.
career
Like
cashier.
you're going to be
Yeah, but he's
70,
saying
you're going to be a
career.
cashier.
He's saying 48-year-old cashier.
Yes.
Been a cashier since he was 22.
Correct.
That's where I have a problem.
Sure.
Yeah, I would agree with
can't
that.
Stuck
do
in the
that.
mud.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, sorry to
That'd be
derail.
like radio guys
draft
doing the
talk.
same radio show for 30 straight years.
But Alex Earl, 25, dating a 48, even though it's Brady, I get it.
It's as shallow as you
48
think it is.
Yes.
It's every bit of shallow.
Oh,
He
hold on. They
wants to
dating or they
bang
just-
her, and she probably wants to bang him, but also likes his fame and money. That's all it is.
I mean, there's a chance they didn't hook up.
There's-
But didn't she tweet
there's
or
a chance.
didn't she? Maybe it was an Instagram
You think
story.
Tom Brady didn't close the deal?
you think Tom
No,
Brady
but-
doesn't
but
close?
you think he
maybe,
fumbled?
You think he's Mike Barr?
No, I'm not saying. But maybe he wasn't even trying. Like maybe it's a video that got
He doesn't
blown up.
have to
Hold on.
try.
Do you think he's a heterosexual?
No,
Then he tried.
I understand. But maybe he's got a different girlfriend. Who the hell knows?
What?
Maybe he went home with somebody else.
Okay.
Hey, when
It
I
might
saw,
have just been something that was blown up. Like they took a snippet of
I
one.
saw the way they were touching.
Well, what I was going to say, I don't think he was
that's
touching
pre-bang
her.
touching.
Huh?
That's pre-bang touching.
Yeah.
She
I know,
was.
it's
She was
on.
touching it.
Yeah, that means it's good.
It's on.
I agree. That's likely.
He can do whatever
And
he wants.
Didn't she post
bet
a
my life on
story
it.
of a hotel bed or something like that the next day?
Did she?
Oh,
I
did
don't
she?
know.
I don't know.
I have no
You're
idea.
You
more
think I
into it than
follow
me.
her?
I didn't even know who Alex Earl was until I freaking
I was
saw the
working on my
picture.
driver.
I get
barely know who that
confused
person is.
between Alex Earl and Alex Cooper.
Okay, it's fine.
that the-
you know what?
the other one that's famous?
You shouldn't follow
Alex
either
Cooper's
of
the
them.
one from the sex podcast.
Right.
Yeah.
No idea.
Hey, speaking of Tom Brady, don't you think it's beneath him that he's doing commercials for Pizza Hut?
No, I actually that commercial was kind of funny. First and
Hey,
foremost,
that wouldn't
and
occur to
he's
me
getting
to
paid
think
a
that.
boatload of money.
You would have
Even
to
if-
convince me of why.
Even if you're Tom Brady, if Pizza Hut comes to you and says, we're going to have you in a national ad campaign, we're going to pay you $15 million for 3 hours of work, you can't turn that money down.
I don't know. It's just it's Pizza Hut. It's Tom Brady.
Yeah, but
Like, I put Tom Brady above
They have to
Pizza
pay
Hut.
you
So
so
you not
much
do
money.
Walmart.
biggest
Because
retailer
Walmart,
on the
I'm
planet.
sorry, is Nubs, but it's an iconic, massive brand.
It's the biggest retailer
I mean, look at all the-
aside from Amazon on the planet.
Right.
Look at all the endorsements Mahomes does.
I think
That guy makes
I know,
$40
but
million
I
a
don't-
year. Mahomes does like 12 different commercials.
Speaking of
Or Shaq
endorsements,
does the most.
Shaq does a lot.
the Adidas commercial with Trevor Lawrence and Travis Hunter.
Trevor
makes me-
Lawrence is such a
makes
dork
me
in that.
never want to wear a piece of Adidas clothing
I know.
ever again.
I agree.
I may boycott Adidas.
I haven't noticed it. You'd have to remind me what
It's
it
the
is.
goofiest commercial. They're
What
like
are they doing?
they're doing like
Dancing
goofy
around.
TikTok dances.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
I
I don't
saw it
think.
and I said, I'm never buying
What's the
Adidas
song?
again.
What's the song that they do that to?
I don't know what it is, but it made Adidas look very uncool.
I was just leaning into his dork.
Well, it was
He's
dorky.
Let's hear it for the boy.
I think that's what
Let's
it is.
give a
Yeah.
boy a chance.
Whatever.
Whoever, that's a terrible song,
Whatever
but that's
it
the song
is,
they do it.
It's a terrible commercial.
I don't know. I just put Tom Brady up there, and he went out on top. Now he's doing the broadcasting. I understand. You always kind of shift into that.
He's gotten better at that, by the way.
And he's owning a team. I put like I'm sure it's very good scratch, but I put Pizza Hut.
So you
beneath-
think he should
beneath-
he should be like Tiger? He should only do Rolex?
Yes.
He's a businessman.
They're all sluts. Peyton Manning does a million ads. Eli Manning does it.
I know.
Jason Kelsey does a million ads.
Look down.
Well, Holmes.
Yeah.
He's everywhere.
All right, let's go to the phones. People did want to weigh in on the draft before I brought up the Tom Brady thing we were talking about. The Commanders. We're going to have an entire offseason to talk about what they should do with the number 7 pick.
Well, I dare someone to argue offense.
Yeah.
Like I dare you to call in and argue offense.
Jeremiah Love's tantalizing.
I mean, he's
You know
a
what?
great player.
They need another. If they don't resign Debo, they need another receiver.
Jordan Tyson,
I'm sorry,
stud.
they do.
No, they definitely do, Cakes. But
definitely do.
it's not as big a need as a team. They
I
can't
agree.
stop anybody.
Can I-
They can't force points.
If you don't get him at 7, you got to wait till 71.
Cakes.
Just keep that in
Well,
mind.
You
might
said
have
that
to
they
get a
had
free
the
agency. I don't
30th
know.
ranked defense. You misstated 32nd.
32nd.
Dead
yeah.
last.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I
Pretty
mean,
terrible.
it's so bad.
Hold on, Eric. Weren't you pining for running back? Who are you?
No, I was
Love.
Love. I had
Oh,
said.
okay.
I'm just saying. Listen, he's a superstar, but you have to go. You
Well,
have to go
he's a superstar
defensive. You
elsewhere.
have to find a
Well,
defensive
if he's a
Pro Bowler.
superstar.
I know, but we can't go through another year of this. We got to stop. We got to force punts.
The
They don't
offense, is
force
gonna,
punts.
the offense can be better next year so long as Jaden Daniels
right.
can stay
I'm
upright.
going to give you I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Somebody trades up and said, we're desperate to get up to 7 to pick quarterback X. You got to move down to 11. You got to move down 4 spots.
What do you get?
But you're going to get like a
Third rounder?
mid-second round pick.
Yeah.
I'd probably
down.
I would do
I'd
it.
probably do it. 'Cause
I would
again,
do that.
Think you gotta do
there's
it?
80. I've done the research, people. On average, 80 long-term starters in this draft. There's 25 Pro Bowlers. They don't all go in the first 7 picks. You gotta identify them, and you gotta nail it. But you could get one at 11. You could get a Pro Bowl defensive player at 11. I bet my life on it.
Okay.
My life. I'll bet anyone right now $1 million.
Nobody's taking that.
I'll
back.
bet anyone $1 million. There will be a Pro Bowler defensive player picked after 11, let alone 7.
Hey,
Of course.
hey, Eric, I'll
Right?
guarantee.
You gotta pick the right guy.
You gotta. It's a player
Yeah.
evaluation.
Eric, I'll guarantee you right now.
Are you with me, Ben Strober? Ben, are you with me? Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll guarantee you right now that Love has 2 All-Pro seasons in his career.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't draft him over a defensive
no.
player. I'm guaranteeing
What's
2.
What's worse
all
than
2
the worst? We're the worst.
Nothing.
On defense. I can't do another season of giving up 400 yards, 15-minute drives, and 40 points a week. It just can't happen. I'd rather have a 13 to 12 game every week.
If Jeremiah Love,
I would rather. I can't get blown out.
those
by
don't
26.
exist anymore.
Who got blown out more than us?
Not many teams that I can
Point
think of.
differential, I'd have to look.
Maybe the Jets.
The Jets
I mean,
got pumped.
we
Jets were
got blown
pretty
out
awful.
all the time. And we won, how many games did we win last year when it's all said and done? 15?
14.
When it's all said and done?
They need
After
a stud
2
on
postseasons.
defense.
We
How
need-
big is Kyle
we need
Hamilton to your
multiple studs.
defense in Baltimore, Valdez? Kyle Hamilton's pretty valuable.
Yeah, but he's very valuable. But it could help to have a pass rush.
By the way, the Commanders could have had him had they not traded down for Jahan Dotson in that draft. I believe they bypassed Hamilton.
Well,
That's the
Ron.
previous regime.
Yeah,
Of
different
Ron.
regime,
Yeah.
but
I think
could-
Dotson would
Kyle-
be an
hey,
elite
Kyle
flag
Hamilton-
football receiver.
Hey, Kyle Hamilton's not the
big game
reason the
yesterday.
Ravens lost.
Say again?
Kyle Hamilton's not the reason why the Ravens lost.
Yeah. No, any one player.
I know,
You
but-
know. But no, the fact is they just need defense. Like, it's just got to be the priority. And they need a superstar.
They are. I guarantee you, they're targeting defense.
They have to.
All right, let's
think
go. We got a bunch of people that want to chime in. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back, take your calls. 1-800-636-1067. Hey, it is a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Miles,
Play it, Kicks. I
a
was
2026 top workplace. Visit careers with MILS.com. Commanders pick 7th. Are you upset? They could have had the 5th pick. They slid to 7th with the win. And what do you want to see them do in the draft? Take your calls next here in the Junkies. Hey, it's JP for Dr. Sean Kumra and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Dr. Kumra is a local guy, went to JMU and the University of Maryland Dental School, and he's been helping patients since 2005. I had gone years without going to the dentist, was always nervous about it. Well, Elegant Smiles was the perfect spot right there in Alexandria for me. They took care of me, and they can do the same thing with you. They make it easy. They cater to your schedule with extended hours and even emergency weekend appointments. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. We were talking about the Commanders sliding to number 7 with the win. They will pick 7th in the draft, which,
It's crazy we're talking draft on January
know.
5th. It is crazy.
well, it's crazy that they finished 5-12.
I know. It's
After
been
a
a horrible
12-5
year.
season where they made it all the way to the NFC Championship game. Makes sense when Jaden finishes 4 games
Yeah.
out of 17. I mean, there was a million other things that happened, but that is the simplest reason as to why they finished with
If
5
you told
wins.
me a year ago today that we'd be talking about the Commanders' draft position instead of their upcoming playoff matchup, I would have thought you needed a lobotomy. I would have thought you're a crazy person. But again,
And they could have finished with
Here we
4
are.
wins, but
I
they
know.
scraped out a 5th
They
win
did.
in a meaningless game against Tanner McKee and the Eagles' backups. Are you upset about that? And what do you do at number 7? Let's go to the phones. A bunch of people have been waiting patiently.
All right, let's go to Bones in DC. Bones, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year, man.
Man, okay, we got the 7th pick, right?
Yep.
But, I mean, it really don't make a big difference because we need about 9 positions to be, addressed on that defense, man, So, we at least I would get the most impactful player at 7. The most impactful player that's available at 7, I would take that player and then start trying to, hopefully that this scout team can round up us some more players, man, to fill in the holes that we got, man, because this defense, man, is terrible. Terrible.
Hey, so they have all these holes, and nobody's going to disagree with you. Would you consider bringing back Bobby Wagner?
No.
Okay.
I'm with you there, brother. No offense to him.
I like
personally.
Bobby, but-
what a great person.
He can be a coach,
Yeah.
No.
or he could be a backup. He can't play 100% of the snaps.
I mean, they're not going to be able to fill every position via the draft.
Right. They're going to have to go out and
I
get
know.
some
We
free
need-
agents.
Fill him with somebody else.
We need speed. We need speed. We need somebody with speed that can go from
Yes.
east to west and north to south. We need speed and
the
impact.
guy McGee, he's definitely got speed.
I wouldn't be stunned if he comes back.
Who, Bobby?
I know the fans don't want him back. I wouldn't be stunned. He can tackle. Just don't put him in coverage. If you can avoid getting him in
Well, that's
coverage.
easier said than done. You
Okay.
think,
Yeah,
you think
I mean,
opposing
guys-
teams, you think opposing offensive coordinators aren't like, we need to isolate Bobby Wagner because he sucks in coverage.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the first things
You
they're
can't control
targeting.
putting him in coverage.
Right.
Unless you're just going to play him on 4th and 1.
You just blitz him.
You're going to play him
Well,
4th and 1?
Or you just have him in he'll be in coverage in the center of
Yeah.
the zone sometimes. You just don't want him out on those wheel
The
routes.
easiest
I don't
way
want
to
him in the
prevent it-
zone.
The easiest way to prevent it is to not sign him to another year.
All right.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Famer.
You just better make sure you find better.
He's going to get a gold jacket the second he's eligible, and more power to him.
They just need somebody different. I don't even care if he's better.
It's time to
Let's
move
go.
on. You know what? It's the old, they finished 32nd with him. They
Yeah.
can finish better without him.
That's truer statement's never been said, Cakes. Let's go to Shane. Shane, what's up?
What's up, Junks? Good morning to you guys.
What's up, Shane?
What's up?
Yeah, look, here's the thing. Absolutely not you bring back Bobby Wagner. Why in the hell would you bring him back? Like I keep saying, Lurch can cut. I mean, come on. I mean, it's ridiculous. But no, you got to trade that pick at 7th pick and try to get more picks. There's just so many needs on this defense that we need help. Free agency, the prior draft from Ron Rivera has screwed this team. Let's call it what it is. We're still hurting from those sorry draft picks that he has chosen from his 5 years here, which none of his first-round picks have panned out. None. Don't get me started on Chase Young, that bum. But, no, we need help.
Had a good year this year.
Yeah. He actually played better outside of Washington.
He had
He
10
missed
sacks.
a bunch of games and had 10 sacks.
You had a guy last year, Jay Fish Jr. You could have got, but everybody said no. He had issues off the field, but he's got a hell of a year for the Atlanta Falcons. Just to say what it is.
Oh, Pierce, the guy that the
gotcha.
Falcons traded up to get.
Oh.
All I'm saying about Bobby Wagner is he had 162 tackles, led the team. There wasn't anybody else who was in triple digits. The next leading tackler is Quan Martin, who was benched with 99.
You know what? He sucks.
Quan Martin?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a round pick.
Got to move
He
on.
was a second-round pick.
Got to move on. It's player evaluation. We got to nail the player evaluation. Let's go to Tyler in Fredericksburg. Tyler, what's up?
Hey, fellas. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Yeah, you too, man.
Hey, Bobby's good and all, man, but if anything, let him be a player coach. Let him come in, kind of like Kerrigan and, help
Just
with
being a coach,
progression
not a
with
player.
Just
McGee.
the
Not a
player
player
part
coach.
out of it.
Yeah, just stop.
Yeah, just be a coach.
A player coach is a guy who plays and coaches. You don't want that. You just want a coach.
But I would say, just like the other callers have said, we need a little bit of everybody on defense.
Where would you go?
David
Where would
Bailey
you go? Do you have
before-
a player that you're targeting or a position?
Honestly, I would say Caleb Downs right off the bat. Everything I've read so far says that he's the best defensive player in the entire draft. Not only that, I know everyone wants to talk about trading down, but how about this? The draft best player available, which in our case would be Caleb Downs, number 7. Now, once we get to the third round, while we're going to be towards the top, if you want to trade down in the third and get some more picks in the extra 4th, extra 5th, I'm cool with that. Now, they've already said that this draft is supposed to be very edge rusher and linebacker rich. So we're going to address those needs. But in terms of having that Pro Bowler, All-Pro caliber potential, I would say Caleb Downs.
Okay, you're in. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. Thank you, buddy.
If I'm Peters, I'm just looking for, is there a guy that's going to give me 10-plus sacks in this draft that can rip apart an offensive line and wreak havoc?
Well, they're going to try and find him.
That's the guy that you need to go
Do
get.
the Commanders have a 2nd-round pick?
They do not.
Okay, so they
They
have
pick 71. 7 and 71.
71. So
the top 2 picks.
First and a 3rd rounder.
Right.
Then they've got 1 5th, 2 6th, and a 7th.
Right.
Man, they don't
They're
have
draft pick poor.
They
They're
are-
draft pick palms.
they
is
really
what they
are.
at this point.
They are really draft pick poor. Not to have a 2nd or a 4th.
Right.
And you got 2 6 and a 7th.
Got Minnesota 6th at 198.
Wow, 6 picks total. That ain't great.
As of right now, that's what they have.
So maybe, you know what? Maybe they should look down at 7
Right.
and acquire another pick or 2.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We will start talking NFL draft because the Commanders finished 5-12 this season and missed the playoffs. Ryan Wilson, CBS Sports NFL insider, NFL draft expert. He'll join us at 9:25. Don't go anywhere.
Commanders beat the Eagles in the regular season finale 24-17. Philly is now the 3 seed versus the 2 seed in the NFC because of the loss, so they have to face the 49ers in the wild card round. With the win, Washington secured the 7th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Also yesterday, Myles Garrett broke the single-season sack record with 23 takedowns. The record was previously shared by Pittsburgh Steelers veteran T.J. Watt and Hall of Famer Michael Strahan. Speaking of the Steelers, that Sunday night game, it came down to a last-second field goal, and the Ravens missed it. Pittsburgh wins the AFC North 26-24. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Bish was pointing to the TV because breaking news, Kevin Stefanski out after 6 seasons with the Cleveland Browns.
Yep. So does that make 6 teams looking for coaches?
I mean, not officially, but I mean, if
Oh, not
you're-
officially,
that's-
yeah. I think it's
that's if
4
you're saying
official.
Vegas is going to fire Pete Carroll,
Okay.
and I put Gannon as being fired by Arizona. I don't.
right.
I just don't see how he's going to keep
So-
lasting there.
So
What's
it's
currently open right now?
I believe Titans, Giants, Falcons, Browns.
Okay.
Right.
Am I
So
missing
4
one?
officially?
I don't think I'm missing one, am I?
I don't think so.
No, but
Okay.
and you don't know what's going to happen in Miami.
Right. I mean,
There's
there's
several situations which could open
Arizona,
up.
like Cake said, Vegas possibly. We'll see.
Mike McDaniel was so erratic, right? Like in these pressers, like what a
Yeah.
weirdo. But
He is.
everyone says he's an offensive genius, and he could end up here. Who knows?
Well, we'll see.
Who knows?
All right, let's switch gears. Let's open up the entertainment page. Brought to you by BMW of Fairfax.
Love BMW of Fairfax. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on their ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for Miriam. She's the general manager. Love her. You can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Ask for Miriam. Mention me. Promise you she'll set you up with one of their silly sales advisors, and you will be set. All right, Cakes. Valdez asked me, first question he asked me, actually, is if I saw Housemate.
Right.
And I looked at him, and I went, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't even know what that is.
And he said, well, you said you were going to consider doing that. And I said, "All right, okay, I believe you. And then he reminded me, okay, it's a Sydney Sweeney, whatever. I don't know. And Valdez apparently absolutely loved it. Did it? Is it? It didn't make the top 10, right? Is it just a?
No, I think it was third. Wasn't it
Yes,
third in the
third.
box office?
Oh, I see. The
Second-
Housemaid.
That's
That's
it.
what it's called.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Housemaid.
Housemaid.
Yeah. I thought you said Housemaid. Okay, so Housemaid did 14.9 million. Valdez, you saw it and you loved it.
Yeah, I you weren't here, but I gave it a 5 out of 5.
5 crab claws.
Yeah.
All
The
right, can you just give me a
best
plot?
movie of the year.
Can you just give me a plot? A little subplot.
Sydney Sweeney is like is a housemaid, au pair, whatever you want to call it, and
Don't give away too much.
I know the couple that she's working for has weird secrets about them. And she's
Okay.
kind of uncovering them as she's working in the house.
Swingers, maybe?
I don't want to give anything
See, he
away.
doesn't want to give it away. See, you admonished him
You know,
for giving away too much. Now you're
always-
digging.
Always has to do with swingers.
Yeah.
All right, I like it. I will. I have to see it in the theater.
That
though.
intrigues you.
Oh, you have. I know. Okay.
EB was really disappointed when the actual movie Swingers wasn't about swingers.
Yeah.
Right.
It's about swing
He
dancing.
was crestfallen.
It's thrilling. It's provocative. It's
Is
suspenseful.
it scary?
A little bit.
Some jump scares.
Minor jump
How
scare.
is Sydney Sweeney? Like her acting skills? I mean, I know her milkers, but like, what about her acting skills?
Milkers.
It's a terrible word, but it made me
Milkers.
laugh.
I appreciate that.
I read that this weekend.
That's
I was
pretty
laughing.
funny.
Somebody was talking about
Gross but funny.
somebody was talking about their milkers.
It was adequate, fine,
Adequate?
good.
Fine. I mean,
Yeah, good.
did it detract from the film?
No. You don't even you don't even really know it's like Sydney Sweeney.
Right. Okay. So she was
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
It was good.
A housemaid.
I have a hard time when I say. I know you guys all love like the what's the Ben Affleck the one
The Town.
the town and it's a fine movie. But every time
It's
I
a
see
great
Ben
movie.
Affleck, he's Ben Affleck.
Right.
I can't get away from it. With Sydney Sweeney.
By the way,
Affleck.
Affleck's going to be a lot like that character, I'm sure, in the next one he's in with Matt Damon called,
yeah.
I believe it's called The
Rip.
The Rip.
Yeah.
Don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think when
It's like a bank heist movie.
right?
It's a bank heist movie.
I
with
think it's
Damon
No,
and
it's
Affleck.
like
Kind of.
money
Yes.
they
Might not be
find.
bank heist,
No.
but it's in that
Is it the
genre.
drug money they find?
they're
they
cops.
Are they stealing something?
Yes.
Then I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Count me in.
Cakes. They are cops.
That
and,
gets his farts.
and they
Dirty
come
cops.
they come across like 25 million in drug money.
Yeah.
Temptation.
And it's all about the temptation to keep it
I'll be honest.
or turn it in.
If I were manly enough to be a cop, which I'm not, but if I were and I came across dirty drug money, I'd probably stuff some of it into my pocket.
I probably would
Just
too.
being honest here.
When you were stuffing penthouses in your pocket back in the day.
Can't prove anything. There were no cameras back in the day. Just stories.
All right, so Avatar, Fire and Ash, that finished number one. Is that James Cameron?
It is James Cameron, yes.
Yeah. I guess that's made over $1 billion now. Zootopia 2 did 19 million. The Housemaid, that Valdez is raving about, that I'm going to have to find a way to go see. 14.9 million.
So you mentioned James Cameron. Kevin McCarthy did a sit down for his new podcast
Very good.
on film with James Cameron.
I know.
And he always says that T2 changed his life.
Was he able to keep his pants on throughout the interview?
I don't know.
'Cause that is
but
his
I will
guy.
tell you this. He's crushing it out in L.A.
I'm sure he is.
He's moved to
He's doing
L.A.
well.
He's a
I mean,
stud.
every time I see, like on Instagram, he's interviewing Ethan Hawke. He's interviewing all these people. And it's not just the 3-minute bit that he used to do. These guys
really
are sitting down with him for 2 hours.
Yeah.
And they love him. I mean, how could they not love him? All he does is stroke him.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like he just.
No, but I think
what is the word?
He
that
calls
everybody
them the
always talks
greatest
about?
actors ever. Right to their face.
Yeah, he just.
You gotta give him,
all over these
you
guys.
gotta give him some credit. His
This
questions
guy's
are.
a major star.
Your self-confidence is.
Yeah, I mean, you go through the roof.
Hey, JP.
But what is the word that
Are
everybody
we ever
always
going to
talks
talk to him
about?
again?
I don't know.
He glazes. He
Oh,
glazes.
yeah.
his
He's an
guests for 2
expert
hours.
glazer.
Yeah,
2-hour glaze fest.
Yeah, totally. No matter who he
you know what?
interviews.
Never. Has he asked any hard-hitting questions
I'm
to him?
not sure.
Who knows?
It's just about how great everything is and the camera they used. And
You're so skillful.
Can't praise anybody on the show. I think he's kicking ass.
No, I totally agree. But my point simply is they all love him because all he does is glaze them for 2 hours. Over and over and over.
He asks questions that others don't.
That is
Not
true.
just surface questions.
It's the same questions all the time.
Tell me about your bomb movie you made. He never does any of that.
He always asks him.
You think he's going to bring up their stinkers?
I mean,
You think he brings in Jack Black? The first thing he's going to go to is the D train?
like all of us, he's got a limited. He's got a limited.
But his go-to.
arsenal.
Look,
Yeah.
He's got a ticket stub. He's going to ask about some camera angle.
Yeah,
about
yeah.
some long-running shot that lasted 67 minutes.
such a
No
hater.
nuts. He's got the same questions. He's not reinventing the wheel. He's got enthusiasm.
I think he
It sounds
asked,
like our Von Miller
I
interviews.
think he asked different questions. Like, look, it's his own shticky stuff, but he'll ask, about the soundtrack being a character in the film, and they eat that stuff up.
Yeah.
Of course, because he's glazing. He's the king glazer. Kevin Glazer.
You're a Kevin hater.
No, I actually really like Kevin, actually. But, I mean, let's be honest. All right. Mickey Rourke is in trouble. He's so lost now. He's living in some ramshackle of a home, like something Jason grew up in. And
I grew up in the same house you did. I mean, they're the
Basically.
exact same homes.
You actually had a basement.
I had a Levitt home. You had
I had a
a
basement.
Rambler.
We didn't have
We
basements.
didn't have basements.
Okay.
But it was
I'm,
still
but I'm-
too-
I'm just talking about same size.
Yes.
You,
Basically same size.
How many
Maybe-
bedrooms? How many bedrooms?
well, we added. We had a lot of.
We never added.
We had
But
like
Oh,
five
baller.
or something. I
They
mean, we had a lot.
converted,
Hold on.
converted a garage.
We converted our garage.
4.
Okay.
So,
Four.
like,
I've been,
so much square footage.
One was in the basement.
look, neither one is anything to write home
Yeah,
about.
neither one's
course not.
great.
Yeah.
So yours is a little nubbier. Just
Nobody in here grew up in Beverly Hills.
I know. I'm not saying we
Didn't Jason have like a dirt driveway?
He parked his
No.
car in his front yard.
No, I did not have a dirt driveway. That's made up.
He had grass that he parked the car on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would pull a car up in the front yard.
Sure.
Jason, did you have a basketball hoop?
Yes, without cement.
I was going to say, okay, that's what I would.
In the backyard.
On grass.
Yep.
Listen.
Yeah,
But
like,
so
you
much dirt
like you're
in
Larry
front-
Bird.
It was so flat, dirt, no grass.
All right, hold up. Here's the test. I just looked up the Zillow value of the home you grew up in.
Oh, okay. What is it?
It's actually pretty good. 480.
All right, put
So
mine in.
put
That's
yours
better
in.
than what I would imagine.
I forget your street number.
We're gonna Zillow Jason's house.
Yeah. Tell us more about Gaywood.
All
He's
right,
got
hold on a
plenty of
second.
Gaywood stories.
Gaywood Elementary. Still there.
Right. I bet.
Ah,
You're
I'll
probably
go
a
back
poster
to it.
boy
Hold
for
on a
it.
second. It'll take
You're
me a
the
minute.
mascot.
I'll put the over on EBs.
Oh, I don't know, dude. He's got a brick house.
you're
The one
probably
thing
right.
I'll say about his house is he's got a brick silly. Those
Brick.
we grew up in 11 homes that literally, if the wind blows hard, I think it could collapse.
Yeah, if the big bad wolf shows up, you're
11 home.
All right, here it is.
Out of like cardboard.
You got me.
427.
You got me.
What is his worth?
430. You got 480. Got 430.
I'm telling you, I'm a big seller.
It's comparable. That's close.
It see, because it doesn't count the basement. If you want a square footage, 1,456 for the Lanham home.
Listen, Jason,
That might be
I would
both
argue, though,
floors.
even though I think your home was
By the way, it
tricolor,
looks a lot better now. They've taken care of it.
it looks pretty good. And also the-
They dressed it up.
Hey, is your
It
deck
looks-
still standing?
It looks better than when Jason lived there.
Of course,
Usually
that's
it goes
the
the
car
other
front
way.
yard.
Usually it goes the other way.
But
Yeah.
They got a nice yard, nice fence, good roof.
I was going to give you a compliment. I would say, though, even though you had, like, you lived just with your mother, that I was broker than you.
Well, I lived with my mother,
And then a boyfriend, whatever.
once-
But I mean,
but my mom's boyfriend lived there, and we had roommates.
okay. I didn't have roommates.
Multiple roommates.
You got me covered there.
Well, you
Paul, Rob,
You remember
another
their
Rob.
names?
Huh?
That's you remember their names?
Oh yeah.
So I thought the only roommates were your mother's
Boyfriend? No.
lovers.
No, that was Ernie.
Yeah.
I remember Ernie.
He lived there, and then he moved out,
Okay.
and then obviously it was just my mom and I. But
I actually
when I
didn't
was
know
growing up,
I didn't know you were renting out rooms.
oh yeah, my mom had to.
Yeah. Then you might have been broker than me. I don't know.
Hey, how much did a room run you?
Oh,
back
I have
then?
no idea. I don't know
I
what
would
she
just
charged.
love to know.
Casa
I don't know
Bishop?
what she charged.
So would you just be making breakfast? And all
Oh,
of a sudden,
Jan too. Jan.
Jan
all right,
was a
then
guy.
Just like
No, Jan was a girl.
all of a
She was-
sudden,
Okay.
like Paul would come outside and he'd be making breakfast with you in the kitchen, or like
Yeah.
this random guy.
Yeah.
You guys share the same kitchen.
Although Paul, he was very private. He stayed in his room a lot. He didn't come out to the kitchen.
Was he
too
a
much.
winner?
Could he date your daughter?
No. No. Nice guy, but no.
Right.
Anyway, he's probably having to crank.
I'll
us
say
out
this,
of his
EB.
room.
You might have been. You had a better house, in my opinion.
I think 11
and,
home
and the Zillow home,
probably better than that
the
one.
Zillow home
but his
shows
was brick.
the value's a little higher. Now, Bowie versus Lanham, whatever. But you also had to chop between you had 4 siblings. You know what I mean? Like he's only child.
So what does that mean? Like he had more
Like-
of a he could enjoy
Like
his
if you
mansion
didn't,
more?
if you no, my point is if
I
you didn't have
understand
any,
what you're trying to
you
say.
were just saying that I lived nubbier.
We were
You-
broker. I know
But
what
if-
my father made.
But if you didn't have any brothers and sisters,
Yeah.
you might have had better shoes.
Yeah, they had to cut
That's
the
what I'm trying to tell you.
Possible.
You would have been able to have the full cheeseburger.
Yeah, instead of having it 4 ways.
JP, whose curb appeals better?
I would say as a youth, ours was. Come on.
It's
11 home,
I
prettier
think
than that.
They had-
EB's house is on a corner. It's
Yeah.
actually probably has a little bit nicer curb appeal. Have you
They
seen
had-
both houses?
They had more trees. You have more trees in your front yard
Yeah.
too. It was.
You have like a World War II Rambler. Like,
but
yeah.
I
it
mean,
was-
let's be
I don't
honest.
know when it was built, but it was old.
EB's house, the front yard was disrespected. EB would mow like 4 strips and then
Yeah.
he would quit. Then like 3 days
And
later, his brother would mow like 4
You have
strips.
like a pitching mound in your front yard at some point.
EB and I dug dirt and built a pitching mound.
I did it. I killed the front bush. I took all the dirt out.
Yeah, but couldn't Jason walk to cluck you or something? Or didn't he have like Chinese
No,
carry
Plaza
out?
right across the street.
No, it was Hose.
Oh, hose, yeah.
Yeah. Hose Chinese restaurant.
Seabrook Barbershop with Carlo
I
and
think he's some
Pino
holes
and
over the
Tino.
roller rink
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, there too. But this hose was closer. No, there was a 7-Eleven and an Exxon right up the street. I
Listen,
could probably a driver 4-iron from my house.
I don't think there's any debate that Bowie, when we were growing up, was like Chevy Chase compared to Lanham.
Agreed.
Now it may not be the
yeah,
same.
Seabrook, actually.
Seabrook,
Yeah.
No,
now
Bowie's
it may
nicer.
be more of like on a par with each other.
I don't know. It's a good question.
I feel like
I think Bowie's a lot nicer. My personal
not
opinion.
where we lived. There are parts of Bowie, but I think where we lived,
Yeah, Point Ridge is an old neighborhood.
I think Pointer Ridge has fallen into the toilet.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's a little more commerce. Bowie Town Center.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Lanham's added stuff.
Seabrook was.
Anyway, Mickey Rourke living in a house like lurches.
I forgot the
That's the
original
moral.
point of the story.
Moral of the story. And
Didn't he start a
apparently
GoFundMe?
He can't even pay rent. He doesn't even own it. He's paying rent, and they put up a GoFundMe to prevent eviction.
Poor Mickey Rourke.
Poor Mickey Rourke.
But Mickey Rourke is one of the guys who he idolizes because allegedly had real sex during filming.
Yeah,
Apparently he
Zero got him.
really banged Carrie
He's
Otis.
living on Skid Row at this point.
What's the name of that
Idiots.
movie?
Wild Orchid.
Wild Orchid. I think that was with Carrie Otis. Can you look that up?
What's the
Sure.
one he did with Lisa Bonet?
Oh,
Angel Heart?
That was Angel Heart.
Angel
I think
Heart.
in
Is that what
Wild
it's called?
Orchid was Carrie Otis, Angel Heart, Lisa Bonet. In one or both of them, he had real on-camera sex with his co-star.
He begets a twinkle for certain
That's his
things.
thing.
That's one of your topics.
You don't like that?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
It's not memorable.
Like if you
to
told me Tom Cruise really banged
Hold on, that wouldn't
Nicole
be memorable.
Kidman.
If you found
it's
out that Tom
memorable,
Cruise
but I don't get so
literally
fired
had
up.
sex with his co-star, I mean, I have to believe that that's extremely rare.
9.5 weeks he was in with Kim
9.5 weeks.
Basinger.
Yeah.
Okay, I know
Different.
that. No, Carrie Otis.
Wild Orchid, starring
Lisa Bonet or Carrie Otis?
Mickey Rourke, Jacqueline Bisset, Carrie Otis.
Okay, so it was Wild Orchid.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Right, but the one he did with Lisa Bonet, which
Nine
was
and a half
also
weeks.
No.
Oh,
No, that was
that's Kim
Basinger.
Basinger.
You're
I'm,
losing
my
your
brain,
mind.
my
You know
brain's felted.
what? Brain fog. Yeah, brain
I
fog.
still have cigar smoke
Didn't
in
you
my
have
brain.
2 weeks off?
I did, not consecutively, but I
Right.
did have 2 weeks off.
Okay.
I got so much energy from my 2 weeks off.
I'm afraid you're going to use it all today's show.
I got such good sleep in the last 2 weeks.
I got the what do you set the over under on how many days till he complains about sleep?
Well, listen, it's about
Two and a-
always be
2.5.
dramatic.
Yes, I take the under.
Hey, but wouldn't you have thought that I would have had the scaries last night? Did not happen. Did everything in my power. Did an incredible. Can you just give me credit? I did an incredible job in not getting the Sunday scaries.
Back batting. Good sleep. Good job.
Thank you. And
got
then last
3.5
but not least,
hours.
JP wants to talk about Mr. Beast. I guess it's season 2 of his Amazon show or whatever. He gives away $5 million. And apparently, this is the best JP could gather because I couldn't find it. They're burying people alive.
What I saw a Wall Street Journal article as like they're basically doing the Cake's coffin bit. Now it's a different level because he's got cameras in there. They have like carbon monoxide monitors, and they're burying them underneath dirt. So
that's
you're in the
next level.
coffin,
Yeah.
and you have food, and you
Well,
have oxygen.
I can tell you right now,
and they
I
got
could not
carbon
do that.
monoxide
I would
monitor.
have- I would have
but they put
claustrophobia.
dirt
Oh, yeah, I
over
would
the
freak out.
coffin.
You can't bury me alive. I don't care all the air and everything. No, I would be claustrophobic. I would lose my mind.
But they're clearly not going to let anybody die. Or didn't he have people like trying to escape a house with fire?
I believe so.
I don't know.
And they had like firemen there and all that sort of thing. But they're doing our bit.
They could risk, being burned alive for money.
That's got to be the longest
They
waiver ever.
agreed to
sign.
potentially be burned alive or die from smoke inhalation for a certain amount of money, and then that was
But they
approved.
might make it look a lot more dangerous.
I
than it
haven't
really
seen
is.
the game.
I mean, that was approved.
I just saw the Wall Street Journal article talking about it and just jumped out at me that we have done that bit with Cakes in a coffin.
Yep.
Now, we didn't put him in actual dirt.
We're pioneers. We're bit pioneers. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have done it? Yeah, let me just give you
Just
the
keep
hypothetical.
dirt on top of the
We
coffin.
would take the exact same coffin that
Yeah.
who's the hurting that
buried
built
him
that
alive.
coffin? He ended up building bad cabinets.
I don't know,
for you.
some guy like Ed or
Jason,
something.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Some
No.
guy like
You
Eddie or
fired
something.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Jason hired the guy, and he built like crooked cabinets.
I forget his name.
It was like Eddie or something like that. I don't know. Whatever. It was like Eddie, the construction guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever.
I paid him $1,000, $1,500,
Crooked,
and
you
it
got
wasn't even
crooked.
worth 200. It was terrible.
But Cakes, if we gave you,
It was terrible.
If we put that actually underneath ground, I'm only going to say a foot of dirt.
All right, foot
so
of dirt.
1 foot of dirt above the coffin, and you have like a big snorkel.
I
Well,
mean,
it's not a snorkel.
you'd have to pay me more money
Like
than
oxygen.
I originally got paid. If you,
You
up
don't
the
think
money,
you would
I'd
have
consider it.
claustrophobia? Like, forget about it. You're not going to die.
I'd
but
be
if it's
fine.
just
I
the
did
fear.
I did it for 48
no,
hours.
but buried underground is different.
Yeah, it's not that different. You're in a dark space and you're pretty confined.
Have you had an MRI?
No, this temple's never been into a tube.
I mean,
ever.
even an MRI thing is just unbearable.
Yes. All right, coming up next, we were talking NFL draft earlier because the Commander season is over. Ryan Wilson, who puts out mock
Ride
drafts every week from CBS Sports, he'll join us. Of course, it is a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Let's talk a little NFL draft, talk some NFL. Ryan Wilson from CBS Sports joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Hey, Ryan.
Good morning. How's it going?
What's up,
man?
What's up, Ryan?
Before we take a deep dive in the draft, just kind of a funny thing which we mentioned earlier. Is it crazy that the Jets didn't even have one interception all season?
You know, it's really depressing for me personally. Rick Spielman hosted the podcast with me for the last 2 years, and he left what was a pretty cushy media job to be Woody Johnson's right-hand man about a year ago, and he has somehow made that organization worse. So he is that's something he has to live with. But it is hard, and I felt like Aaron Glenn was probably going to be safe. He and Woody have a pretty close relationship, but it is hard to sort of come back from that as a defensive guy and doing the things you did in Detroit, turning that team around defensively. And then you trade away Sauce, you trade away Quinnen, and you basically have the exact number of interceptions this season as you or me combined. So that's not a strong start.
Well, just in terms of the playoffs and the matchups, I look at it to just be wide open. The only wild card team I feel real confident about winning is the Rams going to Carolina. Now they're the biggest favorite, so I guess it makes sense. But last year, you looked at Philly, the regular season they had. You looked at Kansas City in the regular season they had. And you said, you know what? They're probably going to the Super Bowl. But this year, I think it's wide open. Your thoughts on it?
No, I think that's right. I'm a Steelers homer, but I don't feel great about their matchup with the Texans, given how good that defense has played, and it feels like CJ's coming along. But otherwise, I'm with you. The Rams are, when they're locked in, are pretty special. I think these games are actually going to be really exciting, which feels like something we don't say a lot, especially early in the playoffs. The Packers-Bears game, I mean, we'll see where Jordan Love is. They battled injuries. I'm of the opinion, and this is crazy, the Jaguars are playing so well, I don't feel great about the Bills' chances. The Bills have been sort of up and down this year. Josh Allen has looked like he's carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, in part because he can't find a receiver. Keon Coleman's been inactive until this meaningless game yesterday. And the Jaguars don't realize that they're the Jaguars. They're playing some pretty inspired football.
Right.
And maybe the most fun team to watch for me are the New England Patriots, and just a testament to how quickly you can turn things around. And Commanders fans know this as well. If you get the coach right and you get the quarterback right and everyone stays healthy, you can go from bad to really, really good pretty quickly.
Yeah, everyone staying healthy is easier said than done. But let me ask you this before we get into the draft. Stefanski was just fired. That just happened, I don't know, an hour ago or so. Raheem Morris obviously let go. The Titans and Giants looking for a head coach. Do you think any of these other teams, Arizona, Las Vegas, I doubt the Jets, but do you foresee any of these other openings coming in the next 48 hours?
Yeah, this Pete Carroll thing's going to be interesting because it could not have gone worse. And he's 74, so you have to figure that out. And there are reports that Tom Brady, Pete Carroll wasn't his number one guy, and then Pete brought in Chip Kelly, and they had to fire him midway through the season. They still owe him money. Pete's two sons are still on staff, and that unit obviously underperformed. So I think that's a place to keep an eye on. It feels like, just on the outside looking in, not having talked to anyone, that Jonathan Gannon might be okay in Arizona. They have to get the quarterback situation figured out. Jacoby Brissett was the best quarterback on that roster, and that's not where you want to be in 2026. Other than that, it feels like anything after that would be a surprise. I think Zach Taylor's going to be back, and Bengals fans will tell you why that's a terrible idea, but I don't think that's changing. And then I expect some coordinator changes. It certainly feels like Matt Eberflus is probably packing his bags in Dallas right now. But in terms of head coaching jobs, I don't think John Harbaugh is going anywhere. And even after the season, I can't imagine Mike Tomlin will be leaving Pittsburgh for any other reasons than Mike Tomlin wants to leave Pittsburgh.
Right.
Ryan, you mentioned Arizona. Where do you think the most likely landing spot is for Kyler Murray? Because they clearly didn't want to play him down the stretch. You touched on the fact that Jacoby Brissett was playing there and actually ran the offense pretty well while Murray wasn't in there. What team do you think makes a play for Murray in the offseason?
So the question becomes, the team that can they fix him? Will they decide, will they convince themselves, the GM and head coach, they can fix Kyler Murray where Arizona couldn't? And then you have will the Browns be a landing spot? Would that make sense? If Aaron Rodgers retires, is that something Mike Tomlin would want to take on? And I think that Kyler has to be in a situation where he is not the leader in terms of dragging the offense up and down the field like he's Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen. He has to be a piece of the set to make this all work. And then in that case, it has to be a team that's relatively successful. And I honestly don't know where that's going to be. Would Kevin O'Connell want to bring him in as a backup to J.J. McCarthy, who obviously struggled throughout the year and struggled to stay healthy as well? And I don't know if Kyler's interested in being a backup. I know for all the things that Kyler's good at, a great team leader wasn't necessarily something we heard off the top of the conversation. So I honestly don't know where that answer lies, just because his unique skill set, his inability to play on time. Jacoby Brissett, like we just said, certainly isn't the physical athlete that Kyler is, but he ran the offense way more efficiently. Miami, do you want to roll if you're moving on from Tua, if Mike McDaniel stays and it feels like he's going to stay, they need a GM there? Is that something Mike McDaniel can work with? And my first inclination is no, because for all of Tua's faults, he does play on time, and when he's clicking, the offense hums, and that's just not Kyler's game. So I'm curious about this, and I would not be shocked if there's a situation where he ends up being a backup maybe to start 2026.
Ryan, the Commanders had a terrible year, both offensively and defensively, but defensively they were near the bottom, if not the bottom in a lot of categories. They need help defensively, all right? They're sitting at 7. They would have, if they lost yesterday, they would have been at 5, but we already talked about that earlier. It's okay. They still get a great player at 7. Talk to me about edge rushers, possibly Caleb Downs at Ohio State, who's a great safety. What do you think that they're going to do at 7?
Yeah, so it's not great when your leading sack guy is Von Miller, not because Von isn't great, just because he's north of 30. Jacob Martin, I think, finished second, and his contract's up after next season. He'll be 30 by then. So, right, they need to get that sorted out. And if you're looking for edge help, there's no Abdul Carter in this class per se, but Abdul Carter didn't really come on to the last few weeks. But in the top 10, they're going to be guys like Keldrick Falk out of Auburn, who's built as close to Julius Peppers as you're going to be. He is 50% of the way there.
6'6".
So he's incredible.
I like that.
Yeah, he's incredibly raw, but there's a lot. He's incredibly young as well. Sometimes the comps are Tyree Wilson from a few years ago. Tyree was much older coming out of Texas Tech, but he has a chance to grow, and you feel like Dan Quinn will be someone to unlock that. If you're looking for more of a finished product, Ruben Bain Jr. is going to get a ton of run. The issue with Ruben Bain Jr., in every team I talk to, he's going to have short arms and probably 31 inch or shorter, and the average top 10 pick as an edge rusher is usually 33 and a half, somewhere around then. So the issue becomes, yes, you can be a bowling ball and move guys up the spot in college, but if you don't have long arms, you're not going to ever have an opportunity to beat someone like Trent Williams, for example.
Right.
T.J. Parker at Clemson didn't have a great year. I think he's going to slide a little bit. I don't know if he was injured or not, but the tape in 25 didn't look like 24. But he has some juice as an edge rusher. And then David Bailey, who transferred from Stanford to Texas A&M and Texas Tech, and he shone in that game against Oregon over the weekend. He was everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if top 10 is too high for him. But again, Leatu Latu went 15th overall. He was the first edge rusher taken a few years ago, first defensive player taken. I think he's on par athletically with what Latu can do. He's a little younger and he's a little twitchier. And then with Caleb Downs, the question becomes: are you getting more value in the secondary? Is that where you want to spend your top 10 pick, even though he's special? Is he Caleb Hamilton special? I think he has a chance to be. He's a different type player, but in terms of being impactful. But he's only going to be 5'10" and change, maybe 5'11". If that scares you off, it's just something you have to consider. I don't care about that. I think he's a great player. Mm-hmm. But as you point out, you have needs virtually at all three levels. Someone like Arvell Reed could even do that.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to focus on defense. They're going to get a star unless they botch it. It's going to be available.
That's right. That's right. And the good news is that there's much more depth at the top of this class at defense. If you're looking for an offensive lineman in the top 10, you're going to have to squint to sort of find one. But I think
gag
defensively,
me with a spoon, Cakes.
Not a fan of that plan.
I think you're right, Ryan. I think they're going defense. It's just a matter of edge, or do they go to Caleb Downs? Just at the top of the draft, the top three teams are quarterback hungry. I mean, Vegas, the Jets, and Arizona. Mendoza's going to go 1 or 2. Dante Moore will go 1 or 2. Do you think Arizona would take a Simpson, or is that too high at 3 for Ty Simpson to go?
If you asked me 2 months ago, it would not have been too high. It might have been too low the way he was playing. And then, about a month ago, I was curious because I noticed every time he threw the ball more than 30 yards down the field, he missed, usually badly. So I went and looked, and his downfield completion percentage this season was among the worst of any first-round pick going back to 2019, which is Joe Burrow's draft class. And you go back even further, the only quarterback to sort of overcome that in terms of deep ball accuracy are all the quarterbacks that end up going back to school for a year. Now, I later talked to someone at Alabama that said he's been battling a non-serious back injury, and that could have affected his ability to throw the ball out of the field. Didn't look great last weekend, but no one did on the Alabama team. They had no answers. This is going to be the question. I think if he goes in the 20s, maybe it makes more sense, but I think he's a much better quarterback than the quarterbacks we see typically go in the 20s. So I think he's better than Jackson Dart coming out. Based on the evaluation I had of Jackson Dart last year, Jackson's obviously outplayed that. He's better than certainly Kenny Pickett. He went 20th overall back in 2022, I think it was. I think he's a top 10 talent. I also think it's probably in his best interest to go back to school. He looked a little unsure of himself the last 4, 5, 6 games. And again, I don't know if that was the back injury or just the inexperience in youth.
Yeah.
But I think it would be a stretch right now to see him go to number 3.
Yeah, I agree. Where do you think guys like Mendoza and Moore would have gone in last year's draft amongst the quarterbacks?
So, right, Cam Ward goes number 1, and then Jackson trades up, and they get him at 25. No Shador at all, of course. Given the way that he's played right now, he probably goes like number 2, like second overall, number 2.
Right.
Dante Moore is probably he's a top 10 pick, maybe even a top 5 pick. And there would have been conversations definitely about who was going to be QB1 because I thought Cam got so much better last year. But there were questions about his hero ball and sort of playing out of structure and not sort of taking the plays that were there. And he's gotten better at that. Fernando is a robot, and where the ball needs to go, it goes.
Yeah, right.
And you know what's funny? I don't know if you guys talked about this, but I talked to some folks around the league about it. He's goofy. He's quirky,
Yes,
right?
he is very quirky, yeah.
And here's the thing. The name that kept coming back was, you know who else is quirky? No one cared when he was in his prime? Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins was a goofy kid and when he was younger. And, how you like that. He's got the Kirk chains going crazy. Like, if you win and guys rally behind you, you sort of become their guy. So there's little concern, way less concern about that than someone, maybe the appearance of what Shador was a year ago, where he was aloof and wasn't willing to work with people or whatever the conversations were about the pre-draft process. So I have no concerns about that, and I don't think teams carry it.
Hey, real quick, I've been blown away the little I've seen of late of Chambliss for Ole Miss. I feel like he's like a more athletic, like Brock Purdy potentially. Is he a surefire mid-round pick or no?
Yeah, so that's going to be the thing. The arm strength's going to be the question, but the toughness you cannot doubt, and the way he played, because coming into the season, he wasn't even the starter. It was the left-handed kid, the baseball player whose name's escaping me right now. He got banged up, and then Chambliss comes in and balled out.
Simmons, you're talking about Simmons.
Mm-hmm. Simmons, thank you. Yeah, Austin Simmons. So Division II Fair State. Trinidad Chambliss comes in and just takes over and then takes it to a next level. I don't know. I don't think the NCAA has ruled yet on his ability to come back, but if he can't come back, he's obviously going to come out, and he'll be in the day 3 conversation right now. He'll go to some All-Star game with the Shriner Senior Bowl, and then we'll go from there, and there's every opportunity to believe that, he ends up finding his way into the 3rd round, for example, just because of what he was able to do this year to overcome those odds.
Yep. All right. Good
Ryan,
stuff.
good stuff.
Yeah,
we'll
man.
talk to you more.
We'll be talking to you in the next few months, no doubt.
Thank you,
Thank
buddy.
you, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
all right,
Ryan.
pal.
It's Ryan Wilson, CBS Sports NFL and NFL draft expert. I didn't realize that Spielman was with the Jets now, but remember, Spielman helped out in the search for Adam Peters.
Mm-hmm.
He was part of the deal with the basketball guys.
Right. Bob Myers.
Yes. So good stuff from Ryan Wilson. Obviously, we'll be talking a lot of NFL draft in the coming months.
Yep.
Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL with the Junkies Blitz. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan on a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. All right, let's go around the NFL with the Junkies Blitz, which is brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with the hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. We started this morning talking about the Sunday night football game, which was amazing. It was actually a terrible game for most of the game. 13-10, 11 minutes to go. Lamar Jackson had 5 completions for 67 yards. And then there was just a flurry back and forth.
I can't call a game amazing that was garbage for about 85 to 90%.
Must have been amazing for the last 10 minutes.
Possessions.
Last 10 minutes are great. Lamar has the 50-yard touchdown pass to Zay Flowers. Steelers respond. They score. Lamar hits Zay Flowers again with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Then Aaron Rodgers hits Calvin Austin for a touchdown with 55 seconds left. Boswell, who was 40 for 40 on extra points, misses an extra point.
Did it go
wide right?
Wide right, just like
wide
Luke's?
right. And if you were watching it on TV, it appeared like it was going down the middle and then just
pushed.
Woo! So now it's a 2-point game. Ravens get the ball back with 55 seconds left. On 4th down, Lamar hits a great pass to Isaiah Likely. And, I mean, basically double team. Jalen Ramsey tries to swat it. Isaiah Likely high points it, gets it. They're now in field goal range. And then Tyler Loop misses the
Matt
kick.
Myers.
Yes, sir.
How were you feeling when they sent Tyler Loop out to win the game to go to the playoffs? How were you feeling before the kick?
Shaky.
Were you?
Yeah. He has this thing where he almost power fades the ball a lot. So and he's a rookie kicker.
Yeah.
That's how he kicks it.
But I
He
think
kicks
he
that
had,
left to right.
had he hit everything inside of 50 this year, though?
Yeah, he has.
He'd hit every kick inside of 50 yards.
He's had two missed extra points. Shaky when
Did
he
he
ran out
miss
there.
it? Did he miss hit it or
He said he mishit it. So
it looked like he missed it on the replay.
He spoke to the media afterwards.
Yeah.
And they asked him what happened, and he said it's almost like thinning the ball. And,
Yeah.
and then when you thin it, it comes out spinny like that, and then it just took off.
Yeah, he just missed it. That's a shame. I mean, I root for the
By the way, on a
kickers.
side note, how does Moody miss a 24-yarder and then drill a 56-yarder? I don't understand.
It's
In
not
exact
a
science.
perfect. It's not a perfect. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
humans.
But
Mike-
a 24-yarder
But
should be.
human field goal kickers in the NFL a 25-yarder should be an automatic.
All right,
Yeah, but
so
every
Like every
once in a
time.
while,
knowing
you
that,
glitch.
would you not bring Moody back because he missed the 24-yarder?
I would bring in competition.
Okay.
I actually, it's weird, and you're probably going to think I'm crazy for saying this.
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't blame Tyler Loop.
Mm-hmm.
And let me kind of explain why. Because I kind of view ultimately your end goal is to get into the playoffs, and then when you get into the playoffs, it's kind of a whole separate goal after that.
Mm-hmm.
And I view the NFL season like you would a round of golf, where your putt on one still counts for your total score.
Yeah.
So you can zoom in and have Tyler Loop as your scapegoat, or you can zoom out further and you can say, well, they shouldn't have allowed Aaron Rodgers
Yeah.
to drive for 2 touchdowns in 4 minutes and blame it on the defense. You could zoom out further and say, well, they shouldn't have ran the ball when they were stacking the box with 5 defensive linemen for the entirety of the second quarter and and some of the third quarter. And you can zoom out more and you can say, well, maybe Isaiah Likely should have held on to the ball against the Steelers, or maybe Derrick Henry shouldn't fumble week 1 against Buffalo.
I mean, the season's full of mistakes by a bunch of different players.
That's just how you had 9 losses this season.
Right.
Yeah.
Any one of those could have turned the point into making the playoffs and accomplishing your goal.
Well-
you could blame the front office for signing Cooper Rush to start 2 games when Lamar's out, when they should have had Tyler Huntley to begin with.
What about Lonergan's criticism? I saw this from our buddy Mike Lonergan, former head coach at GW, Vermont, etc., Catholic, that Harbaugh should have run Henry one more time. Like, why kneel? He had a timeout.
Well,
Run
also why?
Henry.
Well,
To
why
get
put
more
the-
yards.
Yeah. Well, also you say that after the fact.
I mean, he said it. He said it.
You
Yeah.
could lose yards on that
much
play
You could
too.
also you could lose yards. You could fumble.
So that's
you could,
why. So you had no problem with that.
Yeah, of course I had no problem with that.
He
those-
felt good about Loop, who had a really good year percentage-wise. He felt great about that. And he said,
I was nervous. I mean, I'm nervous. It's a kick to go to the playoffs.
After the game, Jason McCourty, who's become an analyst, shared a screenshot from the kick. And they now call this leverage penalty, where if a guy is trying to like jump over the line
Yeah.
and block the kick, if they put their hand
on the center, on the snapper.
yes, you get a penalty. And Lamar Jackson responded with the SMFH because it appears the Steelers, I don't know which player that is, the Steelers player has his hand right on the center, so it could have been flagged.
Well, hold on. You don't know the history of that. So when they played at Baltimore, they called a kind of a not shady, bogus leverage call on the Ravens during one of Boswell's field goal attempts, which ended up being a 4-point swing. It's literally not as egregious as that, and they called it against the Ravens when they played them at home. But that's my view of things, is that if you keep zooming out, it's all of a culmination
Of course,
of everything.
There's a rational approach to
That's
it,
why
buddies.
that's why I'm not sending death threats to Tyler Luke.
Well,
like some idiots.
Those people are idiots
Yeah.
too.
Anyway, the Steelers advance with that Sunday night win over the Ravens, win the division. They'll host a playoff game. We got to get out of here. Our friends B. Mitch and Finley are up next here on The Fan. I've been talking
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Cleveland Browns have fired their head coach, Kevin Stefanski, after 6 seasons. The Browns finished the 2025 season with a 5-12 record en route to their second straight last-place finish in the AFC North, their 4th losing season under Stefanski. The Browns also have announced that Andrew Berry, who arrived in Cleveland with Stefanski in 2020, will remain in his position as general manager. League sources believe that Stefanski could get another head coaching job this cycle, already being tied to the Titans and the Giants. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What too? What's making my man?
Look at me, B. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're live out west, Ashburn, Virginia. BigBear.ai Performance Center. This day isn't a fun one. It's locker cleanout for the Washington Commanders as they recognize the season is over. Certainly not the year anybody wanted, expected. Coming off a win, a Week 18 win against the Philadelphia Eagles. Not the best football game anybody ever saw, but Washington made more plays late than Philly certainly did. You know, life comes at you fast in the NFL. Things have already shifted to what happens next. We've already heard from Deebo Samuel, Marcus Mariota, Terry McLaurin has already talked. These guys are moving fast on a locker cleanout day that sometimes moves slow. Good morning, Brian Mitchell. How do you do?
I am good, man. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. You know, you and I both were up in Philly yesterday. We both drove home last night. By far the easiest East Coast travel I've ever had. No traffic either way. I mean, truly, just like if you can call a day trip to Philadelphia pleasant, that was about as pleasant as it gets. Just zero issues the entire day.
Driving there and then driving back, it was no problems whatsoever. I had the chance to listen to the Ravens game.
Yeah, me
as
too.
we drove back, which
What a bananas game.
entertaining.
Yeah, for sure.
That kept you up. I can say that.
So, yeah, it sure did. Obviously, there's a lot going on. You got locker cleanout today. Dan Quinn and Adam Peters will have a press conference at 5 p.m. Plenty for them to discuss. We're all operating in this world of what happens next with the Commanders' coaching staff. Joe Witt, you know, Dan Quinn already removed play calling duties from him about halfway through the season. So should there be a change of defensive coordinator, I think is almost expected at this point because I don't think DQ is going to keep calling it, and I don't think you can go back to Joe. There's also all the speculation surrounding Cliff Kingsbury and what will happen there. Sources have told me he's a real candidate for the Tennessee Titans job. Maybe he gets calls elsewhere. We're hearing already this morning, Atlanta fired Raheem Morris. Cleveland fired Kevin Stefanski. Yep. You know, how enticing are those jobs for people? I don't know. That's a different conversation, but there's only 32 of them, man. And
32 of them, and they pay well.
Right. So a lot to consider. I guess we start with yesterday's action before we completely turn the page to everything that's happening today and going forward. I know you and many are firmly in you play to win the game.
Yep.
They went to Philly. They won the game. It did impact draft position. They could have gotten to number 5. They land at number 7. I don't think the draft position talk is, you know, there's a famous Shakespeare book, or play rather, Much Ado About Nothing. I won't say it's Much Ado About Nothing. I do think it's much ado about very little. 5 to 7 in a draft that is not QB top heavy is not going to make the world's
It's not going to make that big of a difference. And I think the ultimate thing comes down to whether you pick 5, 6, or 7. You got to pick the right person.
Right.
You know, I think people that sit up here and want to make that a big issue, those 3 spaces basically, you're reaching, because you can pick at 5, and that 7 can be better than him. You can pick at 5 and 6 could be better. You can pick all 5, 6, 7. All of them could be great. You know what I mean? The whole thing about if you can't find somebody in the top 10, you got a problem.
Yeah.
You know? And I don't think there's a legitimate person that we feel like we had to be at 5 to get. You get what I'm saying? So you got pass rushers in this draft. You're not looking for a quarterback. You got some playmakers in this draft, whether offensively or defensively. I believe they need to go defensively, to be totally honest with you. That's my mindset. So it doesn't make me a difference if you're at 5, 6, or 7. I don't ever want to see a situation where you want to go onto a field and have your guys thinking we need to lose this game. Because whenever I start seeing players trying to lose for a draft position, then hell, I'm going to stop following football.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever about the players. I don't think a player is ever going to be on the field thinking about that. And frankly, I don't think it's about the coaches. Maybe the head coach could have a broader opinion of things. But the players on the field are playing to win, period.
Yeah.
And if you're not, you're going to get hurt, period.
Totally.
The only thing I guess they could have done, and I was there for it, like I watched it happen, so I know that this is a thing that could occur. Many years back, when Washington won the division in 2020 with Ron Rivera at 7-9, the Eagles knew they were firing Doug Peterson. That year had gone sideways for Philly. They knew they were firing Doug Peterson. They wanted to maximize draft positioning. And if you think about Howie Roseman, he runs a super cutthroat, always looking to get an edge type of program. And Howie undoubtedly made Doug Peterson pull Hurts at halftime and put in Nate Sudfeld. I don't think the situation's comparable for Washington because they're not firing Dan Quinn. And if Adam Peters was to make that call, hey, pull Josh Johnson, put in Driscoll, put in Hartman, which they wouldn't even be allowed to put Hartman in yesterday unless both the other guys got hurt.
But my thing is, how do you know Driscoll don't go in the game and cook?
Right.
So that's the thing of it. I know what it goes down and it looked like. What if Sudfeld had gone in there and cooked?
Right.
What if it was a dud?
Right.
You know, the whole thing about it is you can make those moves, but ultimately you still have to make the right pick. Okay? That's what it comes down to. It doesn't come down to what position you're in to get the pick. Hell, people have found people from 1 to all the way to the end of the 7th.
We ran through the Rams defensive line, how good that group has been, and there's one first rounder, and I think he was taking 20th. A lot of those dudes are third rounders.
Man, look, go through the Hall of Famers on this football team and tell me how many of them are first, second, third.
Yeah, I just
you look through that and then you begin to see. I think what we do now, we are a click-based society, and we like to make certain things bigger than they're supposed to be. But when you really look at it, it doesn't make that big of a difference if you get the best out of the player.
Now, I understand if you look at I think every year we hear about trade down, and then there just really aren't that many opportunities to trade down. Unfortunately, I think Washington's going to be in the same boat. I kind of think they would have been at 5 or 7, and that's why I think this is really just much ado about very little. There's only going to be really 2 quarterbacks in this draft that drive the process, right? One of them is going to be Mendoza at 1.
And probably the guy from Oregon.
The Raiders are taking him. He's not going to be available. It's like...
Well, Tom Brady told you that yesterday.
It's like 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was going to go Caleb, then it was going to go Jaden, then it was going to go Drake. And people called like crazy about moving up, but they weren't available. So Mendoza's going 1, period. And then I've very much... Now, you got to see if Dante Moore comes out. But assuming the Oregon quarterback comes out, the Jets are going to take him too. And there's not another quarterback in this draft. If Arch Manning was in this draft, we're talking a different conversation. But he's not. There's not another quarterback in this draft that is going to drive the interest that you could have gotten out of 5, that you could have gotten out of 7. Maybe it's the Bama kid, Simpson, but I don't think he's been that impressive over the long haul
Not
here.
in the last game.
Now, and frankly, if you look at the top prospects in this draft, none of them, over the next 4 months of draft silly season, there will be crazy reports, and some dude's going to run a 4.3, and some dude's workouts are going to be incredible, and inevitably we'll hear about some risers and some fallers. But this is not a draft where there's this incredible high-end talent. There's no Malik Neighbors in this class, Marvin Harrison Jr. There is not the elite talent that would have driven the market for all these hypothetical trade backs that people are going to scream about from 5 to 7. So is there something to it? Sure. But I think it's much ado about very little. Like, I understand the draft value charts. There's also, like, the Jimmy Johnson chart versus the more updated Bill Belichick chart. Like, there are some differences in that. I'm aware of all of it. If you want to be upset about draft positioning, I ain't mad at you. But if you're happy your team went to Philly and won a game yesterday, I'm not mad at you either.
I wouldn't be mad at it ever when your team go win. Okay? I'm never going to be mad at nobody. If you're happy that your team won, why would I be mad at that?
Right.
You know, and if you want to be the person who just drop your anchor on, oh, we got to worry about draft picks. Then when they pick somebody in that position, or if someone get picked in that position and they don't pan out, I don't want to hear you say anything about that. I need you to come out there and fall on that sword as well. It gets to the point where right now where people are positioned to get drafted. Like I heard somebody say yesterday, yeah, man, right now we got to start worrying about what they're going to do. I'm like, if you don't know how good somebody is right now, then you got a damn problem. Because they've already played 2, 3, or 4 years of football, some of them 5 and 6. So if you don't know how good they are because of the damn film and what they've done on film, you're waiting now just for a 40 time? And that's going to change the world. And that is why I am dumbfounded about people that lose their minds from this point on to the draft. Because if you didn't care about how good he was when he performed week to week to week, why do I give a damn about somebody putting on T-shirt and panties and running a damn 40-yard dash?
I think it's also, I mean, with the draft stuff, I always remind myself now, and then I'll remind myself again in mid-April, like, believe what you believe now and ignore the next 4 months. That's not to say other people won't have big opportunities to move up, but like if you have a firm felt belief, like I love this kid David Bailey out of Texas Tech, and I think he was really impressive in the college football playoff where a lot more people probably paid attention. Of all the conversation we had with Robert Griffin III at the Army-Navy game, I thought his thoughts on David Bailey were the thing that stuck with me most. Whatever happens, however long Bailey's arms are at the combine and whatever his hand size is not going to change that I think he can play football and rush the passer. So I don't want to be overly dismissive of the folks that are mad about the draft. I think you and I have talked about this a lot as far as watching draft picks and all that stuff. And I'm a firm believer that once you get to week 18, pay attention to it. But everything prior to that is so topsy-turvy late in NFL seasons that it's a little silly. December 10th to be overly concerned about draft position. And I think yesterday you did see the opportunity for Washington to move up a couple slots. They could have gotten to 5 because the Giants and the Browns won. In the end, they won too. I think that game yesterday was not art. That was a slog for most of it. I think, honestly, if I have one major takeaway from yesterday's game, I do not understand why Nick Sirianni was so disinterested in the 2 seed, because
it seems like that's a better place to be based off of the competition.
Yo, you're playing the Packers instead of hosting the Niners, and if you're the 2 seed and you win, you get another home playoff game?
Yeah.
Whereas if you're the 3, odds are you're going on the road?
Well, I would say this. Many people in Philadelphia, he better hope this thing work out how he wants it to work out, because they were pissed at him. And if he loses this next game, you know how they are up there. Hell, they'll be trying to run him out of town.
Absolutely. And I'm not – I don't know. I think what will happen in Philadelphia is Howie let Nick have a year of his boy as OC, and then this offseason they're going to hire a real one. Some of the decision-making, play calling – when you're gashing Washington on the ground and you keep just wanting to make it the Tanner McKee show. For all the excitement about Tanner McKee, I think yesterday was a big wet blanket on that. I don't think there's a quarterback controversy in Philadelphia. I'll leave it at that. Washington yesterday, I think what was most impressive, the biggest delta in talent, was Washington's wide receivers, specifically Terry and Debo, and even Treylon Burks, to his credit, could get what they wanted against those Philly DBs. Now, those are Philly's 5th and 6th DBs, but those dudes were no match. And I think there's a lot of what ifs this year, but the biggest one has got to be, what if you got Jaden, Terry, and Debo on, and hell, Burks, include them.
Mm-hmm.
What if you got all those dudes healthy for 12 or 13 games? How much different does this thing look?
It looks different.
And we don't know, right?
Yeah.
I think what is most
But like the thing about what the Eagles did yesterday, you got to watch the Eagles. The Eagles, they had some guys in early, they pulled them out.
Right.
They did different little things. But hell, Washington's been playing most of their backups for the last 3-4 weeks or longer. You look at their third quarterback. Okay, the running back you expected to start the season wasn't here since the beginning. You got a lot of different things that were happening on that field yesterday. I don't care about when you say people didn't play their starters. They're all pros, right?
Yeah.
And we've sat here and we talk about how deep that roster is. They are a well-coached, very good football team. When you out there and you can have your way with some of them, it shows you what they have. If they had to deal with the injuries we did this year, what would they have done? That's the questions that you start asking.
Yeah, I think the biggest question that comes now, we saw the report Saturday from the Athletics, Diana Rossini, saying there's a possible disconnect between Cliff Kingsbury, the team's offensive coordinator and play caller, and general manager Adam Peters. A number of players got asked about Cliff's offense. Marcus Mariota talked and said how much he enjoys Cliff's offense. And I've heard numerous players on and off record talk about the best thing Cliff does is as a communicator, and he's always willing to listen to players, and not all coaches are like that. I don't know how you can look at this year and think that Kingsbury is the problem, but I also think he was getting requests for interviews last year. I think if anybody saw Cliff being here for 7 years or something, I think that was pretty naive. I won't be surprised if there is a change there.
Mm-hmm.
You went 5-12. You went from 12-5 to 5-12, and injuries are a huge part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But everything should be on the table, and that requires rigorous self-examination. And what happens, there's not going to be a move going forward here that I'm like, oh man, how could they do that? Because you've entered a point where everything is on the table, right?
Uh-huh. Listen, bro, when you play the year as you did, you had some of the numbers that they had, you got to look at it all, okay? And I will say this, everybody has to do better. I don't think anybody can look in the mirror and say, well, I did my job to the highest level and I don't have to worry about anything. Everybody has to be checked, okay? You go from coaches on down, you got to look at this thing and find out what the hell went wrong, beyond the injuries that went wrong, that we weren't the same as we were last year. You have to look at that.
My biggest fear, and I don't think they'll do this, but what I want to hear when AP and DQ talk this evening, and we've heard from DQ all year, it's important to hear from Adam tonight, frankly. But I don't want them to place too much blame on injuries. I think that is a complacent approach. And whether, the reality is there were major injuries and it impacted everything. But you got to look at everything else because that's the stuff you can't control. What do coaches, football players all say? Control what you can control.
That's all you can do.
You can't control the injuries.
You control
your
figure
out what the hell else went wrong.
Yeah.
And that list is significant.
Yeah. But it's a lot of questions that were there last year. And the way that things worked out, you overlooked them. Those questions popped up again this year, and they have to be answered as far as coaching.
Jaden was a human eraser last year. Jaden made a number of significant, crazy plays at the end of the season, at the end of games, that bailed out a lot of trouble. He wasn't playing this year much. He finished 4 complete games. That exposed a lot.
Yeah, but see,
you had this dude making crazy plays. Maybe you shouldn't have to rely on the quarterback.
My thing right here, I don't care who your quarterback is. I don't care how good they are. Your quarterback should not be an eraser for anybody. Okay? If things just go out there, he does his job, yes. But he shouldn't have to overcorrect every other play for anybody. Any call, any coach, any players. You got. I keep saying, That's the most dependent position in sport. We give it, I think, too much. In this world, in this country, we give that position too much of the accolades because they can't do a damn thing by themselves. And when it gets to the point where, hey, make something happen, that's a problem in my book. You got to make that person's job as simple and easy as possible, then allow them to use their superhuman talents later on if they have to, and when they're forced to, not just because I know you have it.
Right.
That's laziness on the other side.
And I think those are the things that need to be thoroughly examined. I mean, as bad as the Washington defense was this year, and they were god-awful, last year they weren't very good. They just got more timely turnovers, and they were able to play a lot more complementary football because the offense was elite.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, some of this isn't that hard to figure out. You've now got 2 seasons with this crew running the program. It seems like there will be a lot more changes this year than there have been, but some of that remains to be seen, right? And we're gonna examine it all. We are just getting warmed up on B. Mitch and Finley. We're live in Ashburn, BigBear.ai Performance Center. It is Locker Cleanout Day. I do kind of at some point want to ask you like what Locker Cleanout Day was like. Plenty to go through. Washington wins their season finale, finishes the season 5-12. Land with the 7th overall draft pick. A lot of people focus on the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, draft pick value chart. That Jimmy Johnson draft pick value chart is 40 years old, 35 years old. Bill Belichick said the quiet part out loud that trade value chart has been modernized over the years, and it is significantly different now, and the delta from 5 to 7 is not nearly what it was considered in the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart. I'll explain some of that a little later in the program. It's B. Mitch and Finley. It is, I suppose, a Victory Monday. Nobody go anywhere. Hey, Cliff Kingsbury may or may not be on the move. If he's looking to sell his house, there's only one dude he should call, John Leahy.
Just like Aretha Seller did, they were thrilled to receive an offer that was $20,000 over the asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there's no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. Talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. And if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
These are interesting times in the residential real estate market. Say you're not sure what the value is of your home. Well, you can find out in seconds on John's website, or you can just give him a call, have a conversation, see what your options are. And the best part about working with John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, they will eliminate the stress for you. Moving is stressful, but the John Leahy and the Fine Living Group have the options and strategies you need to take care of things quickly for the most cash and for the least amount of stress. That's why I would call John today. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
After 6 seasons, 2 of the 3 playoff appearances for its iteration of the franchise, Cleveland Browns decided they are going to fire head coach Kevin Stefanski. The Browns have retained their general manager, Andrew Berry. And some news here, general manager Joe Schoen is being retained by the Giants, according to sources. He has already been informed of the decision by ownership, who believe that he has built a very good young core. And this news from last night, the Atlanta Falcons, they fired their head coach, Raheem Morris, and their general manager, Terry Fontenot. Fontenot been with the Falcons since 2021. Morris was hired in 2024. More news sure to be expected today as Black Monday continues around the NFL. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Up. And they stay there. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're live. Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Locker cleanout going on. All right, so we got to talk to a number of players already. I was kind of surprised. Locker room opened at 9:30, maybe 9:15 we were in there.
Yeah, I pulled up. I was like, what the hell are they giving out over here? Government cheese? It's some damn cars in that parking lot today.
I think, a lot of media, a lot of local media will travel to Philly because it's a pretty easy game. I was still kind of surprised to not see some of the folks that were – some people I thought would be in Philly weren't. But this, everybody comes to. And honestly, the biggest thing is Jaden Daniels will talk at some point today. A number of veterans already talked. Terry McLaurin, Mariota, Javon Kinlaw, Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel was asked about his future. And I thought, honestly, I grew to really like Deebo this year. His reputation with the media was not always coming from San Fran, not always the best. And what I learned with Deebo, he was really insightful and cool when you asked him about somebody else. He's just a dude that doesn't really like talking about himself. But when you ask Deebo about the development of Bill or Jalen Lane or what it means to play alongside Terry, he would give you really good answers. And just as a human, I feel like that's kind of an admirable quality in a world where everybody loves talking about themselves.
Yeah. I just think that when you hear people say a person is a certain way in the media, I always want to know what kind of experience you've had with that person.
Right.
Okay, maybe you crossed that person and they came at you, and now you're putting out a word on them that they're bad. Let's be real. There's a lot of asses in the media, okay? And they come in with the mindset that I have a story to get, and they want you to do what they want you to do. Like last night I was listening to the show after the game, and this lady asked Aaron Rodgers about he got another football game coming up. Oh, you going to ride off in the sunset after this? Then she say, well, I had to ask the question. No, you didn't have to ask the damn question. Okay? They still have another game. If this was his last game and he wasn't playing again, you can ask that question.
Yo, locker cleanout is when you ask.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. So I heard a lot about D-Boy as well and had a chance to talk to him this year and then watch him. And I'm like, this dude right here is not what I've heard. And we've been hearing over the last few years, so it's a bunch of people in San Francisco in the media that are worse than any player they ever tried to explain.
Yeah.
They try to describe. So it's weird to me. And I've been on both sides of it. And I'm going to tell you, I've seen more of the buttholes on this side of it than I see in that play in the locker room. I'm going to be honest with you on that.
So I want to just have a bit of a conversation around tanking, because I know a lot of folks are mad that Washington didn't tank. And I think there's a number of ways that just shows the disconnect between NFL locker rooms and buildings and fans. Can we have an honest conversation about yesterday? They started a third-string quarterback, and he had 2 turnovers. They weren't exactly like if they were gung-ho about this thing, you think they don't go to Marcus? Hey, man, we really need you. You think you can gut this out?
Yeah.
Like, you can if you want to say late in this game, all right, you could just hand it off. You're down a touchdown in the second half. Just put it into C-Rod's belly. But, like, that's not fair to the players on the field.
It's not fair to the player, but what I hate about that, even that analogy, Jay, those same people who think that, if you do that, those same people are going to be bashing the hell out of the team today.
They started a third-string quarterback for the last 2 games. Like, it's not like they were making trades late in the year to try to bolster like, you remember what the Wiz did, and I hated when they did this, but they would fight like hell to get the 7 seed. And that's why eventually the whole fan base was like, tear it all down, and that's how we landed where we are, where we think the Wiz are back on the way up. Like, this team didn't do that.
No.
They weren't adding at the trade deadline. No. Maybe they could have sold more, but it seems like it's a little
understand,
unrealistic.
Football and hockey is different than the other two. There's just that's how it is. I know people see what basketball does, they see what baseball does, and they just say, well, you could do this. It's not that easy in those two sports to do something like that. You know, in hockey, hell, your star player is on the ice. He's not on the ice 50% of the time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so you can't do it in that. And in football, one guy can make a difference, but he doesn't make the difference as that one guy on basketball, that one guy that you probably get bait. You get a damn good pitcher. Every time he pitches, you probably know you can win the game.
At least break a losing streak,
You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that what aces do?
In football, it's difficult. But I have sat here and see, you know me, I'm kind of like a mad scientist, the way I act. I have sat here and listened to, so I go online sometimes and I like to follow when the people that makes the most noise, okay? And the same damn person that's arguing against something one week, the next week he's arguing for it. You know why? Because that's the side that everybody else is going against now. So he wants to just jump on the other side. I have gotten to the point where I don't care what they're arguing about anymore. I don't care what half of them want on the media, social media. Because you know what? They're going to change it anyway. They just want to be on the side that's the loudest. So, one finger salute to you. That's the way I am with it. I've gotten to the point now where, dude, I see the same people arguing against stuff that they have been saying that they don't want to see. And then all of a sudden they get it one time, and then they are all back and forth, like wishy-washy. And that's the problem with this damn social media thing, where we have people who are making this noise. Well, you don't know who the hell they are. But if you just do some of the things like I do, follow their find out their name and just check it out. Do it a couple times. You'll be amazed.
Now, you can point to a difference in Philly had Devontae Smith out there early, and he was chopping it up, and then they pulled him, right? Philly also has a game to play.
They had him out there. He needed 40 yards, and they went and got his money.
Right. Could you have pulled Terry and Debo in the second half? Sure. But you know what Debo's trying to do?
Terry and Debo
was also trying to hit incentives. And he's showing all of the league, 32 teams, I'm still running hard.
Did you watch Terry and Debo in the second half? Did Terry and Debo look like they didn't want to be out there?
Right.
You know, the thing about some guys, the mindset is when you step on the field, I'm here to play. That's just what they do. You know, what I was, if they told me I had to dress out, I didn't want to go in the game for a play, a quarter, and then come out. If I'm dressed out, I am ready to go into the damn game. And my coaches knew, if after you took me out the game, you might want to take my equipment away from me because I'm going to be trying to get back out there.
Also, dude, if you don't think they did a proper job tanking, should we also keep in mind they sat Jaden for the last month of the season when the head coach at one point said he could have gone back in? Then they decided we're shutting him down, and they said it's part team, part medical. Like, they made a pretty big damn decision in mid-December, and that just gets glossed over.
That doesn't make a difference, Jay, because that does not work with my argument I want to have.
Right.
You know, and that's how people are, man. Listen, I have listened to so many people make this whole thing about them. I don't give a damn about them. I give a damn about this team getting better. And what I see is happen. Look, for what it's worth, there are some guys that are going to take something from that yesterday, and they're going to take it into this offseason, and it's going to jumpstart them to something else. I had a chance to talk to C-Rod coming off the field after the game. and just looking in that dude's face. I watched this dude some years prior where he was confused, didn't know if he was doing anything right. I was like, so what's next, bro? And he's like, man, can't wait to get back at it because now I know what to do. You see him, like when you came to me, you said, man, C-Rod, he came back, he's lost weight, he's faster. And then you watch him the whole year. He had something to take from that yesterday because when you watch the game yesterday, and I love both of them, Bill and C-Rod. But in a game like that, when it's cold like that, and the offensive line is blocking you to get 3 yards, 4 yards, C-Rod's running style was better for that.
Sure.
Because C-Rod comes downhill. If you block 3, he gets 4. You block 1, he gets 2, 3. Bill is the guy who's going to come in there and try to look to jump. And eventually you're going to be blocked for 5 and you're going to get 2, get 3. And he has the breakaway speed. But he also seems better when somebody batters him up a little bit. Then he comes in and cleans it up. Those two guys could be very damn good moving for your future.
C-Rod, restricted free agent. We'll see what his future is. As far as like building the momentum from yesterday going forward, this team is going to look so dramatically different that I'm not sure it really carries over. But for the dudes leaving it all on the field yesterday, I watched Nick Allegretti, who's been really valuable to this team for 2 years. And what he say? Walk right past this. He's like, man, it wasn't pretty, but we'll take the win. Like, there is value for those players. I don't think, for me, going from 5 to 7 in a draft that is not top-heavy talent-wise and definitely isn't top-heavy quarterback draft-wise. If this was 2 years ago, the Caleb, Jaden, Drake, Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix quarterback draft, that's a different scenario. 5 to 7 carries real value.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe Ty Simpson has a hell of a combine and all of a sudden there's interest in him. I just don't think the quarterbacks are going to determine the top of this draft. You should lose a lot of sleep over 5 to 7. If you look at the more modern draft value charts, there's not a gigantic delta in 5 to 7. A lot of the old school draft value charts, the Jimmy Johnson era, there was no rookie wage scale. So, like, the money attached to those first-round picks was so significant. You had these holdouts. You had all this stuff. Like, the Jimmy Johnson draft value chart is from 1989. Like, I think it's okay to recognize that as modernized.
I think the way people are looked at, drafted, scouted, all that stuff has changed so drastically since Jimmy Johnson. And look, it worked when Jimmy Johnson did something in his day. Jimmy Johnson left coaching and didn't come back to it.
He came back with the Dolphins.
When he left coaching at that point, he ain't come back. Okay? Because things got better on the other side. I don't care what his chart was. Because when Jimmy Johnson was in this thing, Joe Gibbs was just coaching football. He was winning. What's my man up there? And Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells felt a certain way. He just felt that you had to be a manly man to go play some football. He won. So everybody has a different way. This is not a one-size-fits-all type thing. And that's where we get to a point where if somebody does something, we got to go do it. No. I've said it for the last 8, 9, 10 years. Everybody said the league is a passing league. But there's always somebody who can run the damn football very effectively. And they don't have to throw the ball around the yard too damn much. If I can run the ball and you can't stop that, why would I throw the football if you got a better quarterback? My quarterback can't throw it like yours, so I'm going to try to throw the ball like your quarterback? The problem is we keep trying to follow what everybody else does. Why not follow what works for your football team?
Quick break. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're going to open these phone lines up at some point. Nobody go anywhere. Hey, it's JP Finley here, and you've heard me talk about all the great work Better Services has done for my house. They found all the right appliances that my wife wanted, including the double-decker KitchenAid oven. If you're looking for appliances, go check out their showroom in Kensington, Maryland. They've got all the makes, models, brands you're looking for. But how about this? My kids are nuts, and they ripped a gate out of the wall. I got Better Services going to come over and do some handyman work for me. They're going to patch up the wall. Plus, we got new cabinets after the flood. And we need to put these handles on them. And I told my wife, hey, I can do it. She said, no, you can't. Get somebody that knows what they're doing. So Better Services, Handyman Service is going to put the handles on the cabinets. Whatever it is you're looking for, new appliances, Better can take care of you. If you need some handyman work, Better can take care of you. Or if you're looking at a renovation, kitchen or bathroom, Better can take care of you. It's a family-owned business. They'll take care of you like family, like they have my family. Check them out. BetterServices.com. That's BETTAR services.com. Or you can check them out on Facebook at Better Services. Happy New Year. It's our first show of 2026, and we're off and running. The Commanders won their Week 18 game against the Philadelphia Eagles. Lost in the sauce in all this is Josh Johnson with a pretty damn strong fourth quarter. They were down 17-10. Like the
39-year-old can still run, huh?
The result a lot of people wanted was there for the taking. Johnson decided to flip the script. Washington finishes the season 5-12. We'll have the 7th overall pick. Page gets flipped fast, though, in the NFL. Today's locker cleanout day.
Yeah.
I've already heard from Terry McLaurin. Debo Samuel said, I really enjoyed my time here, but nobody knows what's going to come next, which is incredibly accurate. Got to talk to Marcus Mariota, who said, I love it here. I love playing for Cliff Kingsbury. We'll see what happens. Marcus, understandably, is going to, again, try to find a starting job.
Yeah.
And I think if you look at the way the NFL draft is set up, Vegas going to take Mendoza. The Jets going to take the Oregon kid Moore, most likely. That Arizona job could be kind of open. You got a lot of interesting spots for a dude like Mariota. I also won't be shocked if he's back, though.
I wouldn't be. Because I think when you look at him, I'll say this. If Cliff happened to get a head coaching job somewhere, that could be a possibility for him to go with him.
Sure.
Because I think whether he goes in and be your starter to give somebody a bridge, or, hell, he goes in to back up somebody, because who can help educate the young quarterback quicker than him? Yes, coaches are good, but a damn quarterback in the room with you on a daily basis and talking to you.
And a dude with his personality and just his vibe. Like, it is remarkable. You know, Marcus is a Heisman Trophy winner. I believe the Oregon football facility is named after him. Like, this dude has achieved significant highs and is the most humble, chill dude out there.
Yeah.
It's pretty remarkable. There's going to be a lot of decisions. Every player today. Von Miller was very clear, said, I'd love to be back. One thing I really appreciated that Von Miller said is, you know, at this stage of his career, he recognizes so much more that he wished he did as a young player.
Yeah.
He's like, man, when I was super athletic and bendy and could get around the corner on anybody, if I knew what I know now then. And I think that's just life.
That's not how life works, Vaughn. When you're young, you don't think about stuff. You don't have to game plan. When you get old, then you realize, damn, if I could just game plan and study a little bit more, you know, if you could get both of them together, then guess what? A lot of us have played 25 years.
Right.
But it don't work like that. Because when you're super athletic and young, you don't think about, I have to do the extra study. You don't.
Right. I read this really touching tribute over the weekend. Tiger Woods obviously turned 50 years old last week.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for a lot of people that was like an odd kind of evaluation of how old you are also. You know what I mean? Because it's like, damn, I remember every moment of Tiger Woods' career, and now he's 50 years old and probably not going to play at a high level anymore. Who knows? It's time to stop just trying to determine what Tiger can be. But Kevin Van Valkenburg of the Fried Egg wrote just a really smart thing on Tiger, and it was more about what young men don't know and old men know and can't do. Mm-hmm. And it's just pretty remarkable. You get to these levels of life, and after a season like Washington had, you've got, like, Terry McLaurin's like, man, I'm just really ready to have a normal offseason. And we're like, what do you mean? He's like, think about life for Terry since he's got here. Since he arrived in Washington, been a new quarterback every year.
Yeah.
This past year, he finally has a returning quarterback. And then there's a contract.
He doesn't have his contract.
There's been multiple coordinators, multiple coaches, and he's like, man, there's no contract stuff. It's like, I'm gonna take a couple weeks, work with my family, hang out with my wife, and then it's back to it. And I can't wait to have a normal off season. I think a lot of people feel that way. At maybe at 1 o'clock, we'll open the phones. I want to hear the questions people have for Adam Peters tonight. Adam Peters and head coach Dan Quinn will talk at 5 o'clock. We get to talk to Quinn all the time. We haven't talked to Peters, I believe, since August, if not maybe early September. A lot of questions there. I did want to make a point real quick. If you'd like to hang out with me and B in studio, we're doing an auction for Pat Behan, the Behan Strong group. Pat Behan was the head coach at St. John's. Really, really great basketball coach that was struck by ALS. There's a live auction going on, including afternoon to hang out with me and B in studio. The auction expires at noon, so if you're interested in jumping in on that, you can find it at the Capitol Hoops Instagram. I'm going to add it to my story if you're looking for it.
I think I did that the other day.
I think B already did, so it's a really good cause. If you want to come hang out with us and raise some money for a really good cause, do that.
We'll make your day fun.
Yeah, I promise that. You get to meet Jeff Walker. Not many people get to do
Yeah,
that.
make Jeff go buy some drinks and food.
Yeah, Jeff, get some drinks and some food. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley on Locker Cleanout Day live in Ashburn.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Black Sunday and Monday are upon us, so we're going to see which coaches will not be back for the 2026 season. The first victims of the week were the Falcons, their head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot, who were both fired on Sunday after the Falcons finished their season 8-9, though they did finish it with a win. The Browns, they parted ways with their head coach Kevin Stefanski this morning. The Browns suffered their fourth losing record in 6 years. But who was marked safe today? So far, 2 teams. Well, Indianapolis's Shane Steichen is reportedly returning next season, along with general manager Chris Ballard. And the Bengals are bringing back coach Zach Taylor and the director of player personnel, Duke Tobin. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Going to be some turnover in Ashburn. Commanders have 30 pending free agents, most in the NFL. I mean, that is just a lot to figure out. They have a lot to figure out. I don't know exactly where this thing goes. I know they've got to get way better. See if it ends up happening. I think, the bloom is off the rose for Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, and I think they're aware of that. These are guys DQ's been fired. Like, basically, they say life in the NFL is you're there until you get fired. Everybody has that operation. I don't think DQ's going to want to make a move with Joe Witt, but I kind of think you have to. I don't know how you can keep him and then bring in a new DC. The offensive side of the ball, I think, is going to be far more interesting. What ends up happening there? You've already lost Tavita Pritchard. I think there could be more shakeups elsewhere in the coaching staff. It's going to be very interesting how this all shakes out. We'll see. Exactly. What do you think should and will happen at the offensive coordinator position, B?
Well, I don't know what will happen. I just think that they got to get it to a better situation where when I look at the play action game and some of the just regular run stuff, they don't match up to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You remember when I think when Coach Gibbs was here, I think it was Coach Gibbs, when he was saying no, it wasn't Coach Gibbs. It was one of these other coordinators where they say, well, they're going to run their running game and they're going to run somebody else's passing game. And I'm like, well, that's not going to match up.
Right.
Because you want everything to look the same. And I think that's why Shanahan's stuff works so well, because when you are putting the ball in for a run and for a pass, they look exactly the same. The things look different in our situation. Sometimes when you get on the center, we run the ball for the most part. And when we do the play action, I don't think the ball gets – like when you put the ball into the gut of a player, when you turn in your back as a quarterback and you put it in, you lose the sight of the ball. So now defensive players have to stop. When we do the stuff with the quarterback already in the shotgun and it comes in front of him, they see the ball. So it don't affect them as much. They have to get better to where that offense matches what your quarterback does and what he's capable of, instead of trying to make your quarterback match what the offense is. You get what I'm saying? They got to get better with that. And if that's bringing in somebody else or they're just making adjustments, you got to get that done.
What do you think will happen here?
I don't know. Like, my thing is, I'll say this, Jay. If you're sitting here just with the mind, if the people that are making the decisions are sitting here knowing that Cliff is going to go somewhere eventually, you might want to make that move. You know what I'm saying? If my thing is he's going to get hired here soon for a thing, it'll be this year or next year, why wait? To be totally honest with you, if I know you're going to leave, well, why not get a year jump on it?
It's a really fair point. I also, as we watch what's happening around the NFL, Cincinnati is just not a real football organization. They've already announced that they are bringing back their GM and their head coach, which is, good for them. That's got to drive Burrow crazy, but whatever. So you wonder where all the – here's my thing with Cliff. You might be right, B, that he's going to leave, so maybe it's time to make a decision now. Or maybe you want this offense to look a little different. Maybe, Cliff's offense does go up-tempo a lot. And I don't think he's going to change that. And he is convinced of the results he's seen that support it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they want that to look differently. Maybe they want more ball control. I just don't know who the dude is that if they feel they have to go get somebody, I'm not sure who that is.
Like for me, from the moment I always go all the way back to college, man. Hell, even my high school coaches would always say the offensive coaches and defensive coaches came up with a game plan together. If we know you're doing something, then we're prepared for it because based off of certain situations, there are certain things you do, you can put us in a difficult situation because that's what we ran. We ran no huddle in high school, and the defensive coach is always concerned about, y'all. We just got off the field. We need some rest. You get what I'm saying? I got to college the same way. Then Coach Gibbs and Coach Pettibone met all the time, and they had a game plan of how the defense is going to attack certain situations and how the offense would do certain things in certain situations, to where they had a whole game plan for it. When you see sometimes this defense go on the field and be out there a long time, then we so fast, boom, 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 and we 3 and out, and they right back on the football field. That has to be something that kind of gets into it worries the other side. But you have to have a game plan where those two things work together more than it seems that we've had.
I wonder, knowing that Raheem Morris got fired by the Atlanta Falcons yesterday, last night, I guess, knowing his ties with Dan Quinn, I wonder if that's a possible defensive coordinator for Washington. I mean, Raheem was here a million years ago. Actually worked on the offensive side of the ball back then, I believe. Then, got the little bit of run in Tampa. It's going to be very interesting what happens for Morris. I guess he was with DBs here. Then he was OC. He was on the offensive side in Atlanta with Dan Quinn. When Dan Quinn got fired from Atlanta, he then got the interim job. Then he went to L.A., won the Super Bowl with them. I believe he might have been the year after the Super Bowl for the Rams. Then he got the head coaching job in Atlanta. Here's my thing with Raheem. Excellent person. Excellent leader. I think he and DQ might be too similar. They are leaders of men. Like when you are around Dan Quinn and you have a conversation with him, when you are around Raheem Morris and you have a conversation with him, these are men that just have this natural gravitas charisma. And it's hard to ignore it, and you want to follow them. They possess something that has tremendous, tremendous value. But I need a scheme guy. Like, I've talked about this a lot. Give me what Mike McDonald does in Seattle, who out-schemes you defensively. He had the Niners in a pretzel the other night. Now, you're not going to get him, but find someone that does that stuff.
But see, that scheme is overrated, Jay. Those players make that scheme as effective as it is.
They've done a hell of a job of developing talent.
We gotta get players and talent before we worry about scheme.
Sure, but the players and talent won't be determined by who they hire a D coordinator.
Yeah.
You're going to have to hire a coach to do this. And
Well,
they put together a building full of positivity and energy. And I think at 5-12, with the defense that has really struggled for 2 years now, you got to examine what else needs to be done.
But I understand what you're saying, but I can look at last year and this year and tell you that they lack talent.
Totally.
And then that's the problem. They got to get talent in the building. And when you got talent in the building, nobody is going to talk about them being positive because the talent will outweigh all of that stuff. They're trying to be positive and try to make sure the players feel we got your back. But if you don't have talent, you can't perform. You can't excel. The talent has to get in the building. And they've had it in certain positions, but to be able to compete at the high level, it's not there.
Then my concern, Brian, is I don't know that you change that in one offseason.
You're not going to change it in one offseason. And that's the whole thing about it. I don't know why anyone would think you could change it in one offseason. This is a thing that
but
takes.
Then you're talking about year 3.
Yeah, but the thing of it though, Jay, they got off track this year, by trying to go for it because, as I stated before, everybody wanted them to do that. Everybody thought it was the right thing to do. They got to get back to building. Okay, so in essence, you still got core guys on this squad right now. This offseason, you got to hit on your free agents. You got to hit on your draft picks. Next year you go again. You could take a step, but you're not going to answer all the questions in one offseason.
I also think you have to approach the offseason very differently and be aggressive in spending money on multi-year contracts for younger players. I think the results of the first year where it went well and then the second year where it went poorly, and then you've got – I mean, you're just continuing this cycle of having to do it every year. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, you want that cycle to look different. I'm curious where you land on this. I think we kind of know who Dan Quinn is.
Mm-hmm.
The first year, a lot of things broke the right way. He seemed to be really aggressive. The second year, things didn't. He seemed to be way more conservative. But I think we know who Dan Quinn is. Do you think there's more pressure on Peters this offseason than Quinn? Because I kind of do.
Well, I think based off of the fact when they were signed, everyone felt that that was the first thing you needed to do. Well, I don't care who the coach is. The guy that's picking me the talent has to be legit. So we're talking about talent here.
Right.
And the coach didn't pick all the talent. So the people that are signing the people have to make sure they sign legitimate people or people that are at a point that can help this team out tremendously. I'm not just signing duds and tell the coach go build them. You got to sign some guys that are ready to go and other guys you can build.
I agree, man. And I don't know what that answer is, and I understand what you say. That, like, I think the Laramie Tunsil thing is going to be our first really fascinating watch of the 2026 offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Because you traded for him. You already told the dude you wanted him by trading for him. The actions told the story. Tunsil's not a guy that comes to OTAs and stuff anyway. That's his track record throughout his career. He doesn't do the voluntary stuff. He works out with his private coach back in, I believe it's in Tuscaloosa, year round. Like, that's how he operates. So he's not, when he doesn't come in May to OTAs, that's probably going to happen regardless of the contract. That's not a holdout. That's just how he is.
Yeah. But the thing about it, if he's ready to go all the time, that's not a problem.
I'm not even suggesting that's the issue. But, like, the Terry thing last year undoubtedly caused bigger trouble than just not having Terry on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And Terry had an intermediary in Buddy Baker that perhaps complicated things. Maybe Adam Peters was really dug in. Terry didn't have all the leverage. That was a unique situation that you could put in a silo. This Tunsil thing is not that. This is a player you traded for, gave up real draft capital to acquire, fully cognizant that you have to pay him this year. Oh, and by the way, Tunsil acts as his own agent. So you can't blame a third-party intermediary here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to see this thing done by the end of February?
Yeah, get it done before it becomes a problem.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
then you don't have to. Technically, he's under contract, or maybe we got to tag him. Like, get this one done. Show that the Terry thing was a one-off. We take care of our guys. Like, I don't know. I look at that as like a litmus test for how this is going to operate going forward. I don't know. Tom Pelissero. I can't say I'm surprised by this one. The Raiders just fired Pete Carroll.
Wow. I didn't think they would. After 1 year?
Dog, they were awful.
Yeah, they were. But still, 1 year.
They tried. You know who would look good in Las Vegas? Who? Cliff Kingsbury. That Cliff being a Vegas dude. I mean, right? Just a straight up like. But hey, coach has a standing table at Tao every Sunday night after the games.
Yeah, that sounds all cool and dandy, but you got to get this damn team ready to play defensively and offensively.
Sure.
That's where the different ball game come into it. So
I don't know. That's another job. Of the jobs we weren't sure what was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Now Vegas has happened. Atlanta happened. That was another one we weren't sure of. Do you think Todd Bowles makes it till tomorrow?
Maybe not. Today is what they call it Black Monday, so we'll see.
Doug, if Todd Bowles did make it, that's not a dude I would hate to see as DC. Now, I don't know, watching that game, because it was a Saturday game, I watched Bucks-Panthers, and I know Todd Bowles likes to blitz like crazy, but at some point, one thing I hate when coaches do is that it's their system over their personnel.
Mm-hmm.
The way those corners were injured and getting torched, like at some point you had to back off a little bit because your corners are just getting torched.
Mm-hmm.
But that said, in general, I like Todd Bowles as a DC, and I think what I think they've built a little too much of on this staff is familiarity, and familiarity can breed complacency. Like, oh, we all know we're the best at this. We can keep doing this. We're good. We got this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Bowles seems like a different type of dude. He's subdued and quiet, but he seems wildly intense. I don't know. No reports out of Tampa are that he's out yet, but certainly something to watch there. But damn, Pete Carroll's now on the block, man. All right, you're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. We are live.
Then again, that's a rebuild, and then Pete 70 plus
75.
Yeah, so I think that
they were awful.
I think that ownership is looking at it like if we are going to have to rebuild this thing, we're going to rebuild with somebody younger.
And you're about to draft a quarterback
Yeah,
number one.
that's what I'm saying.
Start everything. Yeah, start everything from scratch. Okay. It's B. Mitchell Finley. We're live in Ashburn, BigBear.ai Performance Center. It is locker cleanout day. We've heard from a number of the veteran players. Still are yet to hear from Jaden Daniels, I believe. That should come at some point during our program. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. We appreciate you. You're hanging with us on the YouTube stream, 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We appreciate you there. If you're just driving around listening to us on the radio or joining us on the Odyssey app, wherever you're at, we're at. Nobody go anywhere. Going to check in with the aquarium when we return.
NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports that Pete Carroll has been fired by the Raiders. The team signed him to a 3-year contract to become the team's head coach in January 2025, but now they're moving forward with a new leader, having clinched the number 1 overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, and they're about to enter a brand new era. So that leaves the Giants, the Browns, the Titans, the Falcons, and the Raiders with head coach vacancies. And Cliff Kingsbury, he is the hot name on the market. He is expected to receive at least one of these shots to become a head coach. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, B, this is crazy. I just saw Todd McShay, who legit has a lot of contacts around the NFL, says that if he was given advice, Dante Moore, the quarterback from Oregon, should have his representatives reach out to the Raiders to see if he can go number 1 overall. And if not, he should go back to school so he doesn't have to get drafted by the Jets. Now, dude,
people have done it before.
Well, and in the NIL era, how much is Oregon going to pay him to come back? What does that look like? $8 million? I don't know.
It may be, but
it's not as much as he would make.
It's not if you're going to make it pro. But like the whole thing about it is that, but see, that mindset right there is very much like what kids' mindset is. And now we got adults thinking like that. Oh, let's just only go to the team where you think you're going to be great at. Okay? The Raiders are in no better situation than the damn the Jets at this point. So, I mean, you get drafted, you go there, you may be good enough to pull people. And they may make the right moves for you. You don't know the Raiders going to do that. I mean, little mushroom hair, he's been making mistakes for a long time.
I don't know how on earth you could look at those two organizations and be like, oh, that one's the right one. That's the beacon of hope.
That don't make much sense to me, man.
No, that just seemed a little crazy. Pete Carroll, woof. See you later, pal. Still waiting to kind of hear from Jaden Daniels. That should be a busy one. I can't. Over under Jaden goes 5.5 minutes.
You're probably going to look for longer than that because there's going to be a lot of questions for him.
I think he'll answer a lot of questions.
Because you hadn't talked to a lot of people.
Right, but Jaden's just not a – you know, when he talked after the shutdown and was really, really good, I thought that was maybe his best, like, most insightful press conference. I think today will be pretty quick. Like, yeah, I feel good. I'm ready for the offseason. Maybe he'll talk a little bit more about Cliff. I did want to check in with the Aquarium boys. Haven't gotten a chance to talk to them yet. Jeffrey, I know you live and die with this team. You love this team. Where were you on yesterday's win versus draft position?
I was good either way, JP, because one thing I learned over the last week, just getting ready for the game, a lot of people expect these guys to go out there and tuck their tails when in reality they're playing for either A, to keep their position on the team, or B, auditioning for another team. So I did not expect them to just go out there and be like, oh, yeah, we're going to let the Eagles smack us, a division rival. So I was good either way.
Yeah, I mean, players are never going to do that, right? It's more if the coaching staff or whatever makes a decision. Jeff, I did want to take a minute to give you some credit, man. I know you ran your first 5K. I saw that B and Mark came to support you. I thought that was really cool, man. Congratulations. How did it go?
Thank you. It was good, JP. And, like, one thing I realized with my health journey, and I got a long way to go, and I'm excited because I seen people I seen a guy run 3 miles in 24 minutes. That's crazy. And to even think that I could get to that level, I was excited. And then I saw the craziest thing of that day, though. There was this lady, right? And she was pushing a stroller. and she made her way to the front of the line. Now, mind you, I'm not tripping because I'm at the front of the line. I'm not tripping. I'm cooling. I'm just trying to get ready for the race. And I see it's a couple people. Oh, how's she gonna cut in front of us? Da, da, da. This lady smoked everybody. As we were coming,
Yeah, I saw her come in a while before you did. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, bro. I was amazed that she was running with a kid.
The winners of that race were probably at like 16 minutes or something.
Yeah, I didn't see all that. That's way before. But see, hold
It
on,
was-
JP.
it
I
was,
was running a
uh,
casual race.
I don't know if it was
I was on the
16,
casual side.
It was a little higher than that because that wind was out there and they coming up that hill
I'm
at the
just
end.
saying, like like a dude like Chris Farley that runs all the Pacers stores.
Yeah.
Like there are dudes out there that can easily put together 5.
Yeah,
6 minute
I
times.
saw some folks coming in there definitely sub 19.
Yeah.
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 I didn't see that. I was too far behind.
That's all right, dude. You ran it, right? And that's what matters. I don't know. I was thinking of you this morning, Jeff. Have you ever read the Man in the Arena speech, Jeffrey?
No, but I'll go look it up.
Yeah, you should. That's what you were, and you got it done.
He did forget about that. He told you he was going to finish sub 30, though.
I was trying to encourage him to finish sub 30.
I knew he wasn't.
I'm not even going to ask.
I
because
knew
I'm
I
glad
wasn't
he got
either.
it
No, he
done.
was 39.
I was
I was
39.
right there when he came through. Now, I'm going to say this.
Did you stop?
Let me tell you one thing about Jeff. Jeff face went from I'm about to die to hey, smiling when he heard my voice.
Hey, look.
When he crossed that line, I wish I could have got that picture of your face, dog.
I was
You
hurting.
look like, oh, hey, I'll never do this again. I say, what up, Jeff?
It's the support thing, man. Like I really thank you, B. Thank Mark, my sister's boyfriend, a couple friends, Poet, because they were all out there. Poet was hosting, but it pushes you different. You
Poet
know?
had me wanting to run. Hell, the way she was hyping the people up.
Yeah,
Poet can
yeah.
hype it.
It was a moment one time Poet and I are walking to the start line, and I'm just locked in. Poet smiling, waving, but every time in the middle of her talking to people, she's like, "You got this, bro. Just do you. You got this." and I needed that. Like B said, I was tired coming across that finish line, but when I seen Mark and B, my spirits came right back on up.
That's great, dude. I'm not much for
Good
cold,
run, brother.
but I'll run a 5K with you maybe April.
Let's
you
do
find
it.
us one. We'll run it. Professor Landini, what do you make of yesterday's win, of the draft situation, kind of all of it?
I don't really think the difference between 5 and 7 is that big when you don't need a quarterback. So it doesn't really bother me all that much that they won.
Yeah, Phil, what's up with that voice?
Yeah, dude, are you sick as a
'Cause
dog?
at first, I was about to say, who we got doing? I know you were working today, but when I heard you talk early, I was like, is somebody sitting there for him right now?
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with the voice, man?
Yep.
All right.
It's a yep.
Landfill's sick and probably doesn't want to have to talk all that much. I can understand that. Is White Brian back? White Brian, how was your sabbatical, dude?
It was good. Very relaxing.
Thank God. I was worried about you. Where have you been?
Rose and I went to Luray, Virginia.
How was that? Lovely?
Yeah, it was
Gotta
fun.
be cold as hell now.
Went to the caverns. Saw that for the first time. Stayed in a dome Airbnb.
All right. Well, Happy New Year to you. Good
You
to
said
see
a
you.
dome,
Yeah, it was a big dome.
and you can see outside.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I think he said he got dome, Jeff. I'm not really sure. As we move forward with this Commander's Locker Cleanout Day, it's crazy to think last year to this year. You know what I mean? And I couldn't help but think about it leaving the link last night because the last game last year was also at the link.
Yep.
And one of them was a loss and one of them was a win. And you couldn't help but feel significantly better after the loss than you did after the win. You know what I mean? Leaving the link after the NFC Championship game, even understanding they got smoked in that game, you felt really good about the future of the organization.
Oh, yeah.
And a year later, even though they won a Week 18 game, a meaningless game against the Eagles, this organization is just completely surrounded with questions.
Yeah.
And I keep going back to, people have said to me repeatedly, like, do you think they can turn this around? how do you turn this around? And I think the answer to that is Jaden Daniels. If Jaden is back and healthy and able to make plays like he did as a rookie, then yeah, they could be back. Like the teams that find consistent success in the NFL year after year are generally teams with great quarterbacks.
Totally.
And I think that's who Jaden is. Like, if you look at the teams that are going to go to the playoffs this year, it's been a topsy-turvy year, right? But if Denver's built a really good roster. Bo Nix wasn't great, but he's good enough, and they're really well coached. The Patriots might have a great quarterback. The Jags might have a great quarterback. Pittsburgh, he wasn't great, but Aaron Rodgers gave the Steelers something they didn't have over the last few years.
A big play guy.
Dude, and
he found a way last night.
And just a veteran, like somebody that can move the offense. Houston's defense is incredible, but I think Stroud is good. The Bills remain a perennial contender, largely because of Josh Allen. The Chargers got the best level of play they've gotten from Herbert. Maybe not statistically, but what he became as a runner for them on a roster where their O-line was a mess totally changed things. And then
I'll say this, like, the quarterback gives you a lot, but I'm going to tell you, that game last night with the Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens, you better go talk to the Hayward brothers, because both of those dudes were balling the hell out. And one of them is, 39, 40 years old? he basically, Derrick Henry in the first quarter had over 100 yards. He finished the game with 120. That defense made a hell of a difference, because if he had continued running the ball like he was in the first quarter, there's no way the Steelers are close. But that defense gave them a chance, and then you had a guy that could come in and close it. So I just think that, listen, as we talk about the quarterback, we got to get somebody on defense that gives that quarterback more opportunities.
100%, man. 100%. I also, B, I don't know if you noticed this. Regina Daniels is Jaden's mom, obviously, Mama Daniels. I'm sorry, Regina Jackson. She had a tweet last night, like, on to 2026, basically.
Yeah.
And in that post, she talked about, she said, like, can't wait to run it back with JD5 and Cliff. She was like, it was like hashtag JD5, hashtag KK. What do you think? If Cliff gets a head coaching job, I think that's a different conversation, right?
Yeah.
What are the chances you think Cliff isn't here but doesn't get a head coaching job?
You talking about head coaching job in pros or college?
Pros.
Because I think it's a chance he can get a head coaching job in college as well.
Sure. But I'm saying pros.
I don't know. I don't know the percentages of that one. Cause see, I don't delve into it as much as most when it comes. Like, I let the season end, and then like today, at the end of the day, after everybody started getting fired, whatever, then I start looking at what the possibilities are. But hell, if he don't get a head coaching job, I don't see why you would want to leave. And I know we've had reports come out and things of that nature, but if you don't have a choice about whether you're gonna decide if you leave or not, then that's another story. Right. Then if you feel like that, then you take a job somewhere else.
All right, you are listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Ike Reese will join us from Philadelphia at noon. We're going to open the phone lines up after that. Biggest surprises of the year, high points, low points. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I think there is a lot going on in the NFL universe. We now have 5 head coaching availabilities in the NFL. You've got the Giants, the Falcons, the Raiders, the Jets, and the Titans. That's the bottom 3 of the AFC, the bottom of the NFC. And then the Falcons, they ended up going 8-9. They won maybe 4 of their last 4 games. When you look at the jobs available, B, Giants, Falcons, Jets, Titans, Raiders.
Giants, Titans, Falcons, Raiders.
Raiders, Jets, Titans, Falcons,
the Jets is still,
Giants.
not the Jets.
I'm sorry, you're right. Not the Jets.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The Browns.
Yeah.
Forgive me on that. Browns, Raiders, Titans, Giants, Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
Is one of those the best?
I would have to believe at this point still being in New York City and being the head coach there is better than all those other places.
Yeah?
I have to believe.
Joe Shane's sticking around as GM.
But I think
you've got your quarterback.
He's on a short rope.
You think Jackson Dart is the answer there?
If they can get somebody to talk some sense in his head.
It's a big if. The Giants will draft 5th overall. I mean, they really, if you're a top 10 team, you probably need everything. It's wild to me. You know who has the 9th overall pick?
Who?
Kansas City.
That's how you get it done. When you're a winning team and you still have opportunities and have those situations like that, like, okay, I didn't win this year. We normally win all the time, but hey, we're going to be getting a pick here. They need to get somebody else. They've gotten stale a little bit.
Who had the worst year? 2 teams with really high expectations coming into the season. 2 teams last year were deep in the playoffs. Who had the worst season, Baltimore or Washington?
I think Baltimore is overall a better team. And I believe that they fell more than what Washington did. Washington, we got to really, really look at last year seriously and realize the amount of luck we had in those last 6, 7 games. Or the games we won. What was it, 6 or 7 games we won with the last play of the game? That was a lot of luck, dog.
Sure.
And I think if you look at that and you just give yourself the moment to think, okay, what if we had not won all of them? We won 3 of the 6. And you look at that record, and I think you look at it and say, oh, it's a totally different thing. But Lamar is a guy who basically 2-time MVP. You had Derrick Henry. Your defense was supposed to be better. Overall, that's a better team.
It's going to be, I don't know, man. I don't know what the answers are to a lot of this. In Washington, clearly they've got to get better defensively. Clearly you got to get younger and faster. I don't know that organizationally they're going to be in as big of a hurry to completely gut this thing as maybe some fans and folks argue.
Go ahead, where?
Just all over the place. Oh. I mean, you got 30 pending free agents.
You mean this team?
This
here?
team, yeah.
I think the situation is going to take care of that. I mean, you got 30 pending free agents, and a lot of those guys that are pending are older. You're going to make a move on that. So I just
last
think
year they largely brought them all back.
That was last year, and then because they felt they were closer than what they were. I don't see the same thing happening this year.
I posted on Twitter about, 40 minutes ago, who faces more pressure this offseason in Ashburn, Dan Quinn or Adam Peters? Right now it's about 60-40 Peters versus Quinn. I think that's pretty interesting and maybe pretty fair. I think from a spending perspective, you got to get far more aggressive. Mm-hmm. you saw New England turn it around in 1 year, and a lot happened in New England where young quarterbacks stepped up in a big way. You had a major coaching change. You brought in a super established veteran coach that really brought a culture of winning and just seriousness to the football program. But they also went out and spent a ton of money in New England. Like, Washington hasn't done that. I'm not advocating for the old days of,
But they had spent some money in some years prior, too, where there's some guys still hanging around that team. They didn't get everybody last year.
Yeah, they were really active last year.
Yeah.
But you're right.
It's like, listen, Washington just has to spend some money and hit on some picks and keep guys healthy, and they can start building something. They don't have to try to go out there and say, oh, we're going to do it all in 1 year. You're not going to do it all in 1 year. I think 9 times out of 10, you better think it's not going to happen in 1 year. So you look at a building a mindset. You think you're going to get it all in 1 year and you're going to spend everything. That's the quickest way to get out of town.
For sure.
You know, you're not going to catch up with all these other teams like that. If you look at the teams that have been doing it, the Patriots look like they did it all in 1 year. Look at them the years prior to last year. 49ers is another team we had used. Those teams had picked some people prior to when they start to hit. It's not one season. It looks like one season because you were bad the year before, but it's not one season.
It's one of these days in the NFL where it's this Washington organization is just a really big what could have been, and nobody's going to know that answer. Injuries are a huge part of it. I think I urge caution in putting too much blame on injuries because then at some point you're deflecting other deficiencies which were significant, and I don't think they should be doing that. I can't wait to talk to Ike Reese, though. Ike's going to join us in 5 minutes. Ike obviously played for the Eagles, does radio in Philadelphia. I didn't get to hear a lot of it, but when you're in the elevator from the Eagles press box down to the field, they're playing the Eagles radio broadcast throughout the stadium. And the Eagles radio broadcast, the team-owned broadcast, was really questioning how Nick Sirianni handled yesterday's game. And if you know Philadelphia, anybody that thinks our jobs are all glamorous, yesterday I got to change in a public restroom on the mezzanine because I was about to be outside for 90 minutes and I wanted to put long underwear on. There was nothing glamorous about where I changed yesterday in the men's room of like section 113. I assure you that. But there were two, and this was later, so the guys that were in the bathroom were stadium workers. They were lighting up Sirianni.
Oh, yeah.
Just lighting him up as the team is the first back-to-back NFC East champion in 20 years, defending Super Bowl champions. It's going to be a long day on WIP for Nick Sirianni. Ike Reese will join us next. Phone lines open at 12:30. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner. The Pete Carroll era with the Raiders is over after just 1 year. Raiders owner Mark Davis said in a statement that general manager John Spytek, who will remain with the team, is going to lead football operations with minority owner Tom Brady to find the team's next head coach. And the Cleveland Browns, they fired head coach Kevin Stefanski after 6 seasons. Good news for him, though, he'll likely land on his feet. He could be a candidate for both the Titans and the Giants, but tons of news coming down as Black Monday continues in the NFL. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders throughout the DMV. Specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, we handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, points along the eastern seaboard. B. Mitch Finley live, Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center, as the Commanders are currently going through locker cleanout. All the guys getting their stuff out for what is about to be some time off. Plenty of guys will stick in the area and be in the facility every day, but a lot of guys are going to head home, maybe head on vacation, go
I
see
wouldn't
some
take
family.
my stuff out sometime. I would just leave it.
Would you take some of it? Or just
I'm coming back to the same damn locker in about a month or two. I'm not taking all this stuff out of here. I kept myself relatively clean anyway. I wasn't gonna go in there and pack up today to be back there in a couple months. No, not happening.
I think contract status may determine how much you're cleaning out that locker, right? But a lot of guys leave a lot of stuff too. I think if there's an expectation that every locker is empty by the end of today, that's incorrect. Right now, though, to make sense of yesterday's game in Philadelphia and look ahead to the playoffs, go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Ike Reese from Philadelphia. Ike, what's up, dude? How are you?
JP, B. Mitch, what's up, fellas? Hold on, did you guys know?
Hey, man, you were scared to see us yesterday? We didn't see you, dog.
I know, hold on, I didn't see you yesterday, but I got the call about coming on the show. Did you guys know you were going to win that game yesterday?
No.
No.
No, I was looking for you yesterday, and I saw you. I didn't see you.
Oh, you know what? I sit in the
owner's box.
WIP. Well, the WIP where Merrill and Mike called the game at. I sit in there and watch the game with those guys.
Oh, okay. You got tired of all the
so-
little people. You went and hung out with the
Yeah.
big dudes. I understand. Your
I
big
just
bro
doing
come
the-
in town and you say, the hell with him. I'm hanging out with Merrill Reese.
Dude, I normally see you prior to the game. This is the first time I didn't get to see you before the game. It was weird to me. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Well, Ike, it's funny you bring up Merrill because I was in the elevator going down from the press box to the field level with, 2.5 minutes left. And they were playing the Eagles radio broadcast. And, Merrill's a legend up there, absolute legend.
Yeah.
And they were laying into Sirianni pretty good, man. Just saying, how can you make this decision? And I found that pretty interesting. What is the vibe up there today with Nick?
Well, you can only imagine that obviously the fan base is not happy. The majority of them aren't happy with the way the game played out. But here's where I'm at. You know what? I wanted the players, I wanted the starters to play. You try to get the number 2 seed. I wanted them to do what they needed to do to get the number 2 seed. But I understood. As the week went on. I understood, you know what? They're looking at it as you can't control what happens in Chicago, but you can control resting your players and making sure you have as many starters available to you next week when the playoffs start. So they could have played their starters yesterday, been in a drag-out knuckle fight with Washington all the way to the end. And if the game in Chicago goes Chicago's way, you still don't have the number 2 seed, and you could have put your players at risk of being injured. So I understood the logic of that, even though I wanted the starters to play. That's just where I was coming from. And lo and behold, in typical Philadelphia fashion, it played out the way that it did yesterday, with us losing the game. But not only losing the game, it would have been okay if we lost the game and Chicago won. We could have made ourselves feel better about that. But Detroit winning in Chicago and us losing, obviously that becomes a talking point. And we know how good the Eagles are at home in the playoffs. And so you're guaranteed next week to be at home. But had they got the number 2 seed, you would have been at home in the second round as well. And with their track record, you can almost they certainly would have been favored to be in the NFC Championship game. And now that's going to be it may look a little different. It may look a little different because I honestly think Green Bay could go to Chicago and win next week. I mean, they're a divisional opponent. It'll be the third time they played.
Yeah.
You saw what Detroit did yesterday. So it's not unfathomable that Chicago could still lose that game next week, and the Eagles would be hosting either the Rams the Rams or I forget who else it is in the playoffs. But one of the other teams, the Rams or either the Carolina Panthers. No, because we got the Niners next week. So I think if the Packers would win, we would get the winner of the 4 or 5 seed next week, and that would be Carolina or even the Rams. So it's tricky, and they put health in front of everything else. So I understand why fans are ticked off about it, but I also know Eagles fans, give us till Wednesday. We'll get past this, and we'll focus in on the Niners coming in, because it doesn't matter if you don't beat San Francisco next week. It really doesn't matter if you don't beat San Francisco.
If they don't beat San Francisco, I think they're gonna revisit this his decision not to try to go win that thing.
You know how hindsight is, man, and we're one of the best cities at hindsight. So no doubt he certainly he put it out there, but they had to have known this could be the outcome. There's no way that anybody could think that there's no way Detroit's going to beat Chicago. So they knew playing their reserves could lead to a loss, and this would be the outcome, and they were willing to take that risk. They thought resting the guys and health was more important. So, listen, we all have an opinion on it, but they've done this in the past. Hell, I want to Saquon to break the record last year in a meaningless final game of the season, and I yelled about that for a whole week, and they went on to win the Super Bowl. So, if things turn out the way we hope they turn out, then it'll be a moot point. But if it doesn't, it'll be just something else that fans will have to complain about. And it's been a frustrating season. It really has.
Yeah.
Finishing up 11-6, it's been a frustrating season. You don't know what you're getting every week. And, this will add to what people will hold against Coach Sirianni if they lose next week. Put it this way, even if they happen to win against the Niners and then they lose the following week, people will hold that against him. That against him.
Absolutely. Talking with Ike Reese here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Ike at Ike58 Reese. You can listen to him afternoons on WIP in Philadelphia. I can only imagine what those phone lines are going to be like this afternoon. I did want to take a quick moment to say, there's that bank of elevators that go from the lobby level up to the press box. I'm not sure which one it is of like the 4 of them, but I got in one of them, and it was a picture of, I think it was the Eagles captains from kind of those early 2000s teams, and I think it was.
Oh yeah.
I think it was you.
I call that the Ike Reese elevator. Yeah, that's the Ike Reese elevator. Yeah.
It was pretty cool to see that picture, man. I think it was you and B-Dawk and McNabb and maybe Brian Westbrook. It was just neat to see.
And Trot. Yeah, listen.
Okay.
Listen, I'm honored to be amongst those great players. All of those guys, Eagles Hall of Famers. That was a special year. I think that's the year we went to the Super Bowl in 2004, so that might be the NFC Championship game team captain's picture. So, you know what? And B. Mitch will tell you, although he's a Washington I still call you Redskin, B. That's who you play for. You didn't play for the Commanders. So he's a Washington Hall of Famer there. So I say that to say, as we get older, pictures change around the buildings, right? So, to have something in the stadium where when my kids get a chance to go there every once in a while and see that's pretty cool to see. So I'm happy to be amongst those guys. Sometimes it's who you know. I'm around a bunch of good players, so I just happen to be in that picture. And I call it the Ike Reese elevator, though. That's the Ike Reese elevator.
So when I was there with you all early in the early 2000s, then I left. You all went to the Super Bowl. You had some years that weren't as great that followed suit. And now back with Howie, how he's built this team, I keep saying that people have to allow – I say they have to be patient, and I got attacked by people. Why we have to be patient? Well, every team that's winning now built at some point. Yeah. And if you build it the proper way, then you can – I think you can sustain those injuries at times or whatever. You may have a low year, but then you'll come right back the next year. How has it been when Howie was trying to grow this thing to the point where now he seems to don't miss ever because he already has a great foundation?
I tell you, it goes back to when he was removed from that position for a year or so under Chip Kelly. And, he did a lot of reflecting. And these are words, I'm paraphrasing, but these are words from Howie's mouth that he would talk about afterwards, how he was able to sort of have self-reflect and, lean on some mentors throughout the business and guys he respect and really change some things that he had been doing prior to that. And when he came back, I think he had a different outlook on how he wanted to move forward as a GM and a personnel guy. And I think him realizing that you got to build a team that you trust around you. And I'm not talking about players. I'm talking about, from his point, a scouting staff, a coaching staff, guys that he can lean on that can go out there and evaluate players, not only evaluate players for what they look like right now, but evaluate them and project what they're going to be moving forward. And he took a lot of those principles, and he has relied on those people to do their job while he has done what he's best at, which is maintaining talent, meaning re-signing guys, fitting guys under the salary cap, but also when an opportunity presents itself, being aggressive and going out there and adding an A.J. Brown, guys of that ilk that help change the culture. And, man, since he's come back in 2016 when they hired Doug Peterson, since then, I mean, you're talking about 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 Super Bowl wins, and they've done it under 2 different regimes, right? So that's to me, that's been more impressive with Howie and what he's done, is that when something got stale or didn't seem like it was working anymore, they didn't bang their head against the wall trying to continue to make it work. They were confident enough to make tough decisions and move on from high caliber players or guys that they had thought well of in the past and realized that they didn't have it anymore, even changing coaches at that time. Like, they've done so much from an infrastructure standpoint that they figured it out, and they sort of relied on that blueprint for them. And we've been beneficial of it, man. They've been, they've been chasing that. They chased that Lombardi for years, B. Even when we were playing together, we were trying to get it. And I think what's ultimately happened, honestly, is that the players have performed in those key moments. We had teams that were good enough to win it all, but we didn't play well in the NFC Championship games. Like, we played in 4 or 5 NFC Championship games, only won 1. And so, like, you got to play big and well in those big moments, but you got to have the players, but then the players have to perform. And so give him credit for acquiring those players, and then give those coaches and the players that in those moments, they shined and they took advantage of it. When Carson went down, Nick Foles stepped in, they went in and won the Super Bowl. Yeah. When things went awry with Carson and it wasn't popular to move on from him, they did, as well as Doug, and they brought in, Jalen was here. They developed him, but then they added talent to the team. They went out and grabbed a guy like A.J. Brown. They went out and drafted Devontae Smith in the first round. Then they went out and got Saquon Barkley. Like, those are things they had to go out and do to finish it. But then the players performed on the field. So it's been a good run, but it starts with having that. I think it starts with having that infrastructure within the front office. Jeffrey Lurie is an owner that how he thinks he needs to put a team together or go get a player, Jeffrey Lurie never stands in the way of that happening, and he's okay with the aggressiveness in acquiring players. They want to win, and they've set that standard. And ultimately, it's great to see the fruits of that labor come to fruition. Because, like I said, I give the players the credit. They have performed in those moments, and so when we get a chance to live in what is right now, the best era in franchise history over the last 10 years. I mean, it just is. It's just the best era that we've had.
Well, I couldn't help but think of that yesterday watching Tank Bigsby run. And that was another classic Howie.
Yeah.
Hey, we love Saquon, but there's an opportunity to go get this kid who's really good and gives us really good depth. And Bigsby's probably RB1 on half the rosters in the NFL, and he's backing up a dude like Saquon.
Mm-hmm.
I also can't help but think if Kevin Patullo just gave Bigsby the ball more and Tanner McKee didn't have 40 pass attempts, that game goes different. I think
I'm sure that'll be
we're
a topic today, too. That'll
Right.
be a topic today.
I think we're like 3 weeks away from Howie calling Nick into his office and saying, all right, you got a year with your boy. He's no good. I'm hiring a new OC. But that's for future us to figure out.
Well, you know what?
I mean, listen,
Probably
you could-
most
you could-
people in Philly thinking that already.
Right.
Why the hell y'all let him hire him in the first place?
You know what? I would say this. And I agree. I think that's the prevailing sentiment out there right now, is that people feel like the Kevin Patullo experience has run its course. I'll be hesitant, and I'll say this. Jalen Hurts has had a new coordinator just about every year of his career. And this is Kevin Patullo's first year of being a coordinator. You know, do you bring him back for a second year? Maybe he gets better. He learns some things he didn't do well this year. Jalen's familiar with him. They're in the same system versus bringing in another guy, and now you got to learn a whole other offensive system again. And it's worked in the past.
Yeah.
I understand the track record. It has worked in the past. But one of the things we tend to complain about up here is it's a different offensive coordinator seemingly every year around here. And again, it's worked for them in the past when they brought in an experienced one. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Some of it's Kevin being inexperienced at the job, and some of it is it the system, that offensive system? Because Kellen Moore was able to come in here and do a good job with it. Shane Steichen, before he left, did a good job. You know, they got to get it figured out. But you're right. If this thing ends sooner than anyone expects it to, I would imagine that'll be the first person that everybody's calling for, because the head coach isn't going anywhere and the quarterback isn't going anywhere. So
Right.
people won't change, and the defensive coordinator isn't going anywhere. So Kevin,
he definitely ain't
Patullo
going nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. So Kevin, unfortunately, would be the one I'm sure a lot of fans would want change. But I'm just not so sure that's. It depends on who they would bring in. I'm just not ready to. Yeah, I'm just not ready to do it, regardless of what happens. I don't know. A second year may bring back better results.
Hey, Ike, last thing for me. What'd you think of Washington yesterday? What'd you think of the decision making by this, to go for the win and how they performed?
No, I wasn't surprised at all. And the fact that, the guys from the Commanders, they wanted to be out there playing. They played that game not as if it was the last game of the season and they were looking to get out of here. They played that game to win. They wanted to end their season on somewhat of a positive note. That was one of my fears, is that, Washington's going to come in here and they want to win the game, just like Detroit went to Chicago and wanted to win the game. So, Josh Johnson, give him credit. He made some plays. We certainly helped out with some defensive pass interference calls. I mean, my goodness, can we turn our head around?
Yeah, man, y'all do Ringo, bro. Ringo is reach-itis, dog.
Yo, as good as your secondary is, Ringo and Bennett.
Ringo's horrible, dog.
Bennett too, man. He was just getting turned around.
Yeah. So that was not what we were expecting. But listen, Dan's a good coach, and you guys got the quarterback there. Now it really just becomes about building around him and putting a good system around him so that he can stay healthy and you guys could, so he can always reach his maximum potential. Still one of the better young quarterbacks in the league, and that's where it starts at. If you don't have that guy, it's hard to do anything moving forward. So it's all about adding pieces around him and make sure he continues to have the proper coaches around him that helps him develop. So, I always look at Washington. Do you know this? They're not the same as the Giants and the Cowboys to me when it comes to our NFC East rival. But there's a sort of a mutual respect there. And so, watching Jaden play from afar, we know that that's going to be something we have to deal with in this division for the foreseeable future. So, Washington, you just got to keep adding pieces to that squad, and it'll be all right. You got a good ownership group in there right now, so I think you guys are heading in the right direction.
Ike, thank you for the time, man. Happy New Year.
Brother, be cool, man.
It's always a pleasure. Hey, B, man, hit them well out there this offseason. Got to wait till March or April to swing them, but I know you'll be hitting them well.
I'm going to travel, bro.
Hell, he'll be playing on Friday.
I'm traveling, brother. I'll come look for you when you ready to get whipped.
Listen, my game ain't ready to play with you yet. Yeah, it ain't ready for me yet, man.
Hey,
you
can play with me. You tell Quick. Tell Quick to bring you. I took him to a course and he said it was too big for him.
See, yeah, you and Quick can play together because y'all got that type of game. I'll just be there for the jokes and keeping everybody entertained, man.
Hey, we have fun doing that too, brother.
That's my strength on the golf course. Jokes.
Man.
Ike, thank you for the time.
All right, man.
Yep.
Same to you, brother.
New Year.
The great Ike Reese. It's going to be a busy day on WIP this afternoon.
Oh, boy.
Time to open the phone lines up here in Washington. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Commanders win. 5-12, 7th overall pick. What happens next? Phone lines are yours. Nobody go anywhere. Hey, it's JP Finley, and I'm going to be in Ashburn until 7 o'clock tonight. You know what that means? I'm going to order some Paisanos. Right now, you can score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, whatever it is you're looking for, Paisanos can hook you up. Go to paisanospizza.com, load up the cart, and watch that total drop with the code FAN30. If you're feeding a whole crew, use the code CREW20 for 20% off a custom catering order. Great for a game day spread, an office lunch, a holiday hang, or whatever it is you've got going on for the NFL playoffs. Paisanos has seriously tasty options, including pre-planned catering packages with the discount code already baked in. You got two ways to score, FAN30 for any order or CREW20 for the whole crew. Paisanos, it's not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now, paisanospizza.com.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Another one bites the dust. Per Adam Schefter, the Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Arizona closed this season with 9 straight losses, ultimately costing Gannon his job. He was hired as the Cardinals head coach back in 2023, coming off a 2-year stint as the Eagles defensive coordinator. He joins Pete Carroll, who was fired today by the Raiders, Kevin Stefanski, fired today by the Browns, and yesterday news broke that the Falcons had fired both head coach Raheem Morris and their general manager, Terry Fontenot. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're going to open these phone lines up. Haven't done it yet today, but now is the time,
Let's
folks.
get it.
800-636-1067. It is B. Mitch Finley. You're hanging with us on the YouTube stream, 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. We appreciate everybody checking us out. I think a lot of people are pissed. They won. I don't know. I think it's a little misguided. If your point is get the highest draft pick possible, I'm not saying you're incorrect. I just don't think in this upcoming draft the difference between 5 and 7 is going to be that significant. Yes, I understand the higher up, perhaps the more draft value you have on the charts. But unless you're nailing the picks, the value of draft charts, think
it
about
makes no sense. Like we've had first number 1 picks not make it and fail. It's not a guarantee.
If you think about the last 2 significant trade backs Washington has pulled off, one of them was this organization. It was Adam Peters, Dan Quinn. They traded out of the slot that let Philly draft Cooper DeJean, who looks like an absolute stud. Washington was able to acquire more picks, but at this point, there's no way you would feel as good about the guys they picked with the additional picks as you would if you had DeJean in your building.
Yeah.
And then you go back to the previous biggest trade back, Jahan Dotson. There was, at one point, a lot of excitement about that. But now if you look at some of the guys that went between where they traded back and where they took Dotson, you're talking about guys, they had Chris Olave, Jameson Williams. I'd have to go back and look. I know Kyle Hamilton would be one of them.
But
trading back is not always the answer.
So people are saying they wanted us to be 5 so we can trade back, for the most part, and pick somebody later. So in later years, you're gonna say, "Well, look who we could have had." I mean, if you're not trying to pick at 5 and you have somebody that's the guy at 5, and you saying just be at 5 to trade back, then that makes no sense to me. Because when you trade back, then you damn sure not guaranteed. You're not guaranteed if you pick them at 5. When you start trading back to get more picks, then none of those guys are guaranteed as well, right? So you just go take more shots, and then it don't work out for you. And then the person that say, "Oh, we got to lose the trade back," then they act like they never had nothing to do with it.
Let's open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. What do you think? Clearly a down season in Washington. Let's start with Aaron in Suitland. What's up, Aaron?
Brothers, thank you so much. Happy New Year's for taking my call. Hey, I got a beef with B. Mitch a little bit. Last week I called him and I said I think that we should pick up Pitts, the tight end from Atlanta, and I just want B. Mitch to look at his numbers. You know, in terms of the draft picks, I think that we should, number 1 should be Bain, number 2, Bailey out of Texas Tech, number 3, the linebacker Arrell, I believe is his name, from Ohio State. Please do not draft Caleb if he's there, because he won't be able to address the major problem that we have, which is lack of pass rush, lack of linebacker play. So I hope we don't get Caleb. I'm not saying that he's not a heck of a ball player, but because of the lack of picks that we have,
Not
we have
interested in the safety, huh?
Not interested. No way. Because we
not
listen,
ahead of those other guys, those other positions.
not ahead of those other guys, because the pressing problem that we have is lack of pressure, on the quarterback. And the people that we have, they may be a little bit better if we can, produce, pressure on the quarterback. So that's what I would do in terms of free agency. There's this kid I'm looking at, B. Mitch, at Green Bay, that middle linebacker. I really like that kid. If we can get him and then get Bain or the other linebacker from Texas Tech, I think that would address a lot of our problems. But because we go, pick number 7 and then pick number 71 and then pick number 145, I don't know, man. And that's another problem too, fellas. Are we rebuilding? Do we think that we're close, or whatever the case may be? And last thing I'm going to say, I'm definitely bringing back our middle linebacker. I mean, you have to look at what he's produced. He can't cover, so on third downs, either you take him out of the game or you blitz him. It's that plain and simple. But we do know that we have 160-plus tackles, if we bring him back. Thanks, guys, for taking my call.
There you go.
Yeah, I think the Wagner stuff is really interesting. Listen. There was a play last night where Patrick Queen, Pittsburgh Steelers. How old is Queen, you think, B? 27? Maybe 29?
Somewhere. Yeah, he's not 30 yet.
I mean, I think he's finishing his 5th or 6th season. Dog, he's 26. Same birthday as my father. A few years different. He's 26.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Queen got caught in a bad coverage last night on Zay Flowers and got absolutely torched.
Yeah.
Sometimes linebackers get caught in bad situations.
Yes.
Offensive coordinators try to draw that up specifically.
They want matchups.
Sometimes it happens. Now, I'm not saying Bobby in coverage is a plus at this point, but Bobby Wagner as a player on the field is a plus. And the perception of Bobby being a negative for this defense has grown so far out of control. I don't know. Bobby Wagner, we haven't made mention of this yesterday. His accomplishment yesterday to enter the 2000 Tackle Club.
Three people.
Ray Lewis and London Fletcher.
That's it.
One dude who's considered probably the best linebacker of all time. Another dude who deserves to be in the Hall of Fame and has a Super Bowl ring. And now Bobby, who's another future Hall of Famer. Like, Bobby's going to finish this year with outrageous statistics. He is, for a team that can't tackle, he is by a mile their best tackle. And the rush people are in to want to throw him out. What is the saying? The baby with the bathwater?
Yeah.
Yo, Bobby at times struggled in coverage, period. Not pretending that's not the case.
Most linebackers struggle in coverage when they got it, when they on a receiver or a damn running back. And most of them do.
Especially when your secondary has problems all the time.
Yes.
Bobby finished this season with 162 total tackles. How many other Commanders do you think registered triple digits?
None.
So the rush to chase Bobby Wagner out of town. Mikey Samerstill led this team with 4 interceptions. Wagner was second with 2.
Listen, man, the thing about Bobby is he's probably an exceptional first, second down player now. And then that's the coach to take care of him. Yeah, goal line, that type of thing. When it gets to be third and he may end up on somebody covering, put somebody else in the game.
Now,
that doesn't guarantee that guy going to be able to cover the person either.
Now, could bringing Bobby back require a difficult conversation like, look, man, we love you, but the role we see this year is different? But, like, I imagine that kind of happens as you advance in your NFL career.
It does.
Throughout.
You begin to realize that you can't do everything you used to do, but you could do the things you're very good at a high level because you're much smarter at it now.
I mean, I said earlier how Vaughn was talking about that. Jerry Rice, late in his career, had a couple down seasons. Ended up with the Raiders on a Super Bowl team. His role was very different, but he was still highly, highly capable. Now, Jerry Rice is probably the best receiver of all time. But, like, veteran players can understand how their career evolves over time, and I don't think. All I'm saying is the need to scream about Bobby Wagner is largely because it's a player you know his name.
Yeah.
And was put in back.
And
there were times he made misplays, understandably. But that's going to happen when you play 90% of the snaps.
They compare Bobby Wagner's success level today to Bobby Wagner's level before. And I think that's the thing of it. When you were so highly recommended at one point, then all of a sudden later on in life, you're not the same level. People compare you against what you were doing. But he still can do the things he's very good at, better than a lot of guys that are younger than him. And I keep hearing the thing about speed, speed, speed. Yes, you need some speed. But I also find a lot of young guys who are very fast. You know what they do? Run themselves very fastly out of the damn play.
Right.
Out of position. We had Cole Holcomb here. He was one of them. We had Jamin Davis. He was one of them. You know, guys that could really run, but they did not know what the hell they were doing, so they were always out of position. But they fast, though.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're live in Ashburn, BigBear.ai Performance Center. We'll be here all day. Dan Quinn and Adam Peters are going to talk tonight at 5 o'clock. Jaden Daniels spoke to the media. We're going to play that here at 1:30 on the program, keeping the phone lines up for the entire next hour. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's B and JP here to talk about our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul Henry's done a ton of work at my house, replaced all the doors, all the windows, done a fantastic job. When you get to these cold winter months and you got creaky windows, it's going to cost you a ton of money and make your house uncomfortable. You should call Paul, fix that stuff so you get a nice, cozy house all winter long. No drafts, no wind coming in under your door. You got to stick a towel under there, whatever it is. Paul Henry can make it work. If you call now, you can get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door.
Yeah, Paul has come to my house. Paul did my windows. He did doors. He did a pergola for me. And everything he's done has been absolutely outstanding. I happened to have to call him back to come and refix anything because he did it right the first time. When he came in, I didn't have to spend the most money possible because he said, no, you can do this, you can do that. Just like he did for JP. Came in and told us what we needed to get, not what he was trying to push to us. So you can reach out to Paul right now. You can receive $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Going to let folks weigh in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. I know a lot of folks got a lot to say. Let's go to our boy Trey in South Boston, Virginia. What's up, Trey?
What's going on, JP, man? Appreciate you guys for taking my call.
I appreciate you, man.
You guys were talking earlier about, the balance between, do you want to bring in a guy for, and have him choose the talent that best fits his scheme, or do you just get the talent and then find somebody who can make those players work? So that's kind of the question I think someone should ask Adam Peters at the press conference tonight, because, we got a lot of guys who have just freed up who I think would make excellent candidates for defensive coordinators. Raheem Morris being one of them. Jonathan Gannon just got released. The Cardinals' defense was actually pretty good, but it was just masqueraded by that terrible offense. But I would be curious to know if Adam Peters is more pressed about getting that personnel set up first, or is it going to be about acquiring talent and then see who you can bring in to best utilize it? But that's all I have for today, guys. I appreciate it again.
It's a fair point, man. I think you're bringing in a new DC. I think Raheem Morris is a real option. I think there's lots of real options out there. And I think they're going to have to make one of those moves, frankly. We're going to keep these phone lines going. Let's go to our guy, Jupe.
What up, Jupe?
DMWB. What's up, Jupe?
Fellas, how's it going? Hey, look, y'all know what time it is. I know it's the last game of the season.
You can have it, Jupe. I can't Ric Flair today,
do. All right, let's all do the Ric Flair. Woo!
Woo!
All right, fellas.
I take a win whenever you get one, Jupe.
Exactly. We got, especially the end of the season, got to go out with a bang. But look, it's 2 points I want to make real quick. First one, to piggyback on what you were saying earlier, B-Mitch, with the running backs. I hear all these people keep talking about, let's get this Love kid out of Notre Dame, whatever. We got too many holes on this team we need to fill. Now, I feel like running it back, C-Rod and Bill, we would be okay with that. This running back is not a dire need right now. There's too many other holes. My second point is a message to AP. Listen, man, I need you to work your magic in this off season. I expect full use of the salary cap, free agency, and the draft. I repeat, I do not want to go in the training camp hearing about another contract holdout situation. Sign players that need to be signed. If you're not going to keep them, trade them, whatever. I know whatever you need to do before the draft. We are not the 49ers. We don't have to roster like them. We cannot afford a contract holdout in our current state right now. That's all I got for you guys.
All right, bro. Agree with that. Thank you, Jupe. Thank you for the call.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for always being a loyal listener. I have no idea what Wildcard Scotty wants to talk about. It better not be the Steelers. What's up, Scotty? How you doing?
What's happening? You know it's the Steelers I'm talking about. Nah.
We didn't call to ask you about the Steelers. We say call us and talk about what you want to ask DQ.
I'm going to talk about Washington. Anybody that would cheer for Washington to lose, especially against Philadelphia, never played any sports in their entire lives. Anybody over a draft pick 5 versus 7, out of their minds. No way. But let's talk about the Steelers, though. Let's talk about the Steelers. Where are you at?
Guys, stay on topic.
Yeah, we run a very tight ship here, Scotty. At the Super Bowl?
I shot at what? At the Super Bowl? No, I don't think you have a shot. You had a rookie kicker that missed the field goal to get into the playoffs. No, I don't think you have a shot to win the Super Bowl.
Well, let's double it up. What do you want to do? What's the bet?
Double it up.
Double what up?
Me and him had a bet. Double up.
Owes me $1.
And now you about to pay me $100 because y'all not going to the Super Bowl. As soon as y'all lose the next game, you give me $100. I'm glad you gave me an out. Thank you.
Nah, you owe me $100. So
and you say double it up, so you gonna owe me.
No, that means you owe him nothing.
He gonna owe me.
Hold on. So if Pittsburgh goes to the Super Bowl, you owe me $300 then. Is that right?
Bet.
This is hella math.
Listen, it was $100, and I'll double it. I'll put two.
Bet.
Two that Pittsburgh.
I
goes
just
to.
said bet. Stop talking now. Bet. I like you to let me out. I got my $100 coming. Thank you.
Yo, somehow B just that Scotty owes him. I don't know how that worked.
After he lose, yeah. We've
That
got
was-
we've got 200 now.
That was that Louisiana voodoo.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Scotty. Good. We do
Scotty
have.
have been in bad salt.
I don't know if we mentioned this yet, and maybe they did in the update if I missed it. Rap Sheet and others. Jonathan Gannon out in Arizona.
Yeah.
That's a D coordinator I'd be interested in. That Philadelphia defense he was running was fantastic. I know that in Arizona it went sideways. I wonder how much of that is Kyler Murray related. If you're looking at, there's going to be some former. I don't know this, right? I don't know Jonathan Gannon, but the fact that Dan Quinn and Raheem Morris have so much familiarity, I don't hate the idea of somebody new and going to get Gannon instead of Raheem, but that is now two head coaches with defensive coordinator experience that are now going to be available.
Okay.
That can run a room, run a building.
I just looked at for the Cardinals defense and what they gave up down the stretch.
Yeah.
They gave up as many points as we were giving up.
They sure did.
So, I mean, I don't know if you're going to put that on the offense, but I don't see that as something like I want to go run for. The guy that's 40 points like 4 or 5 times in the last 9 games.
Sure.
They lost 9 straight.
Yeah.
So, I don't see where the caller said, oh, yeah, his defense was kind of good. When?
Are you
early in the year?
Does the success in Philly mean less just because of the talent they've had in Philly?
Get the talent. I'll say this. Get the talent, and then any coach can probably do better with it.
Fair. I also, like, if you look at what the Eagles did in going to get Fangio and just getting an experienced guy that, whoever it is, I just want there to be a different outlook defensively. Even yesterday, it was 3rd and 7 from the Eagles' 15.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3rd and 7 from the 15. Playing cover 2. Both safeties are 2 or 3 yards deep in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
And then the tight end still gets open underneath for the touchdown.
Yeah.
Whatever that is conceptually, I want that eliminated.
Yeah, but Jay, you got to realize, like, sometimes the safeties are in that certain position, and I think it comes down to that player reading that play and being able to attack it quicker. You're talking about the one where the guy caught the ball, 82 caught the ball in front of Quan.
Calcaterra, yeah.
Okay? And Quan was late on that reaction.
Sure.
It had nothing to do with where he was positioned. He was just late on that reaction because he didn't read it quickly. And I think that's the thing about it. Like, we look at a scheme, and he's in a position to make a play, but he doesn't come out the break. So the players got to be able to, like what Ike said earlier, they got those players, and those players played up to their capabilities. The players got to play up to their capabilities also. Because a lot of times, like the scheme, it could get blamed or it could get tossed out the window. But a lot of times, it's the player not making the play when they have the opportunity. He didn't make a move until the guy was about to cross the goal line catching the ball. Whether you hit him or not, he falling into the damn end zone. If you attack him a little bit and make him have to make, maybe the quarterback comes off of it.
I think it's a great reminder for us going through this offseason. Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's.
There you go.
They need more talent across the board. Phone lines remain open, 800-636-1067. You'll hear from Jaden Daniels at 1:30. Nobody go anywhere.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. So far, we've seen a decent amount of firings on Black Monday, as to be expected. But the biggest question, who's staying? And that's quite a few general managers of teams who are looking for new head coaches. Kevin Stefanski fired, Andrew Berry retained by the Browns. Jonathan Gannon fired by the Cardinals, but general manager Monty Ossenfort retained. Pete Carroll fired. John Spytek retained for the Raiders. Brian Dable, we knew he was fired, but Joe Shane has been retained for the Giants. Brian Callahan, again, we knew he was fired, but Mike Borgonzi, who just took the job this offseason, obviously has been retained by the Titans. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Phone lines are lit up. It is locker cleanout day in Ashburn, Virginia. The Commanders finished the regular season yesterday going 5-12. Some levels of concern about winning that final game, falling a little bit in the draft process. If folks are mad about the draft, I'm not telling you you're wrong. If folks are mad about people that are mad about the draft process, everybody's allowed to be a fan how you want to be a fan. I think it's much ado about very little. Going from 5 to 7 in this draft, not going to make a ton of difference. Who knows? Maybe Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, will have a hell of a combine, and all of a sudden people will be interested. And if that happens, maybe they'll be interested at 7. The more quarterbacks that go early, the better it is for Washington because it means more good players get to them at 7. I think a lot of people are going to want to trade back regardless. I'm not sure trading back, trading up, any of it will make that large of a difference unless they start nailing picks. And you got to have your best players on the field healthy, and that's Jaden Daniels. Ready for some more phones, B?
I guess.
Okay. Our guy Toothpick is on the line. What's up, Pick?
Pick, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's good, JC? What's good, D. Mitch? Listen, D, you've been saying for a little while that you have been looking into San Fran and what they did and how they stocked up. So my thing is, do you think that we should have brought AP and Dan Quinn on like the contract that Cal and Lynch got, so that we know that they're here, and then they could build the back end of the roster the way that they need to? I mean, of course, we got to do it now, right? Because, they cleared it out. So that's just my thoughts on the process is instead of so much turnover.
Hold on. Lynch and Shanahan got 6-year deals, right? Which at the time was a really big deal.
Yep.
5-year.
I mean, AP definitely got a 5-year. I imagine DQ did too. I don't think there's that much difference. And at that point in time, San Fran was a shocking train wreck. They had just had to fire Jim Tomsula. If you remember, Harbaugh was going to war with the GM. They had the guy that ended up in Jacksonville with Balky. Like, they had to guarantee some consistency there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I thought for a long time that nobody knew what AP and DQ's contracts were. So that's why I didn't know that they had the 5-year deal. So 5 and 6 is, I'm not arguing about 5 and 6. At least we know that our guys are here. And my thing is, the quick turnover is what's been killing us, because as soon as you start to get, your players in place, you firing them because you had a down year. And then you got to bring in the next guy, and he might not like this person, and might not like the way that person or this person doesn't fit their program. So you got to have some sort of stability, and that's all I'm talking about right now is stability and making sure that what happened this year doesn't happen next year. I'm talking about from training camp to all-season workouts and all of that to get these guys ready for the season.
All right,
So,
Pick. No argument there. Training camp's got to look different, man. And
It better.
And I honestly think the Tunsil deal will be a big litmus test for AP if this organization is going to be we will ride every negotiation to the bone, and we're not scared of being hard asses all the time, or if it's we've identified this player, he's part of our future, let's get this done. Yeah. I think we're going to learn something about that in 6 weeks before free agency opens.
All right, man.
You agree?
Yeah.
All right.
See, for me, that's why I asked Ike what I asked him, because you would look at Philadelphia and think Philadelphia, it just happened. They have been building that thing so long, man. So now they seem to be able to take hits and come back. Take hits and come back. The 49ers, at that point now, take hits, come back. We, in this town, for 20-plus years, after 2 years, we want the coach fired. We bring in somebody else. After 2 years, we want the coach fired because nothing works. It doesn't happen in 2 damn years. And if you keep firing the coach and starting over, as we used to be, we started over with a new coach who came in with a new mindset and brought in all new players. And then in 2 years, you fire him, then that another coach came in and did the same damn thing. But we wonder why it took 20-something years for us to even much figure out something. And then they rolled in, and they got some guys that believed in each other. They won. Then we went after it. You got to do more than just 2 years. And you got to find a way to let this thing grow to, I keep saying, base, foundation, whatever word you want to use. If you don't have that, you're not going to have success.
I think by and large, and maybe you disagree, I don't think people want guys fired. I don't think there's a clamoring out there for Quinn and Peters to be fired. I don't think there should. I don't think it's a majority, but you start hearing it. Yeah.
And when you start hearing it from a little faction, and then something goes wrong, and we got all these people with the loud mouths, it starts coming from them too. So you got to understand. No, it may not be as big as you think, but it starts out small all the damn time. But that's how we've always been. We said we want things to change, but you know who has not changed? Fan base. The fan base still want, if something don't happen in 1 2 years, they want something to happen. You got to let stuff grow for a moment, and you will falter at a point. Like what the Wizards are doing, they told you what they were doing.
Right, they were honest.
And you better hope at the end of it they can start winning something. But they are doing it the right way. They said, look, we're not gonna be good for a few years, and then we got to go after it. But that's what I think this football thing needs a little time, not overnight.
Keep these phone lines going. Aaron Rodgers is on the line. Hey, man.
Aaron, hey, Rod, what's up, man? Should we relax? RELX?
Oh, man, I'm not going on a permanent vacation for at least another week.
What's
Thanks
up,
for
dude?
taking my call. Hey, I guess my question for Adam Peters would be, does a zebra change its stripes and why? And the reason why I say that is because, to me, it looks like the same thing as 2 years ago when we first got JD5. We had to do a full roster overhaul. I was for go get only young people, younger contracts, egg on my face, one of the greatest seasons of my life. I mean, that was awesome. And then we went into this year, same exact plan. So I don't know why everyone's saying, oh, well, we got to change it up, get younger, do all these things, which has always made sense to me. But the reality is 2 years ago, same situation, we went to the championship. And he has a full mulligan to do everything he's done for the past 2 years. So I guess it would be, my question is are you going to go for it again, just like you did this prior year and the first year that took us to the championship? Not going to do that, and you're going to build young, right? What makes you change your mind this year versus the past 2 years that we've had? And that would be my question.
The only thing I'd say, the only place I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, A-Rod, is the first year was super draft heavy. I mean, they traded back, they acquired more picks. Now, did they add veterans? Yeah, but that was just because they had a ton of holes on the roster that they had. I mean, you had to get guys that would play, right?
Yeah.
This past year is different because you traded away picks, you have way less picks. You tried it again with 1 year veteran deals. So I'm with you in year two. Year one is a little bit more of a pass for me because
They were just trying to get established.
They tried to draft. I mean, didn't they draft 10 guys that first year? Something like that. I mean, they ended up with 5 guys in the top 100. I know that. But I hear you about coming into this season, how they operated, and now we got to see something different for how they're going to operate going forward. Thank you for the call. PJ and Reston's been on hold a while. What's up, PJ?
Hey, guys. So I'm going to try to say it as quick as possible because I got so much to say. But so I basically spent last weekend like about an hour and a half running all of my thoughts into the AI as if I was a GM and everything, right? And there's a couple strategies that we need to do. Now, we need to definitely see there's no wide receivers worth anything in a free agency, right? Free agency is first and then the draft. Now, if we can get both Alec Pierce of the Colts and Kyle Pitts of Atlanta, because I don't think George Pickens will be available, then edge rusher with that first pick. But the most realistic, smart thing to do would be to get in the free agency. Get Henderson if you can. It's a long shot, but if not, you got to get a good defensive end, Josh Sweat, somebody like that. Get Kyle Pitts, and if you don't get Alec Pierce or a wide receiver, that's basically all there is for wide receiver. Take either Carnell White or Jordan Tyson with that number 7 overall pick. Take edge back to back with your 3rd and 5th round picks. Because you also now took, let's say, Josh Sweat, for example, and, get Jamel Dean cornerback. We got to go heavy in free agency, the cornerback for Tampa or Jimmy Ward. So you got to get like 3 blue-chip players in free agency to help you during the draft. Do not mess with any running backs during the draft. It's wide receiver and edge rushers, the biggest thing that this team needs to really get to the playoffs and beyond.
Can I ask something, though, dude?
100%. You can always ask, yes.
So one of your first thoughts, and there were a lot of them. I tried to keep up legitimately. One of your first thoughts was Hendrickson, right? Trey Hendrickson. Hendrickson's been a good player. That's a aging veteran that had a down year on injuries, and everybody says they got to get younger. They got to get younger. And one of your first thoughts is Trey Hendrickson.
Go get the older guy.
Yeah, because he's special. He's not a typical. I mean, he's not 35, 38. He's I think 31.
He'll be 32.
32, yeah. So get him on a high per year average, maybe 3 years. Don't do a 5 year, don't do 6 years. But we're not married to that. If that doesn't make sense, then Josh Sweat, and then there's a 3rd defensive end that I can't think of. But we need to go heavy in free agency before the draft starts. We can't go light in free agency. So Jimmy Ward, Jamel Dean at corner, Kyle Pitts, Alec. If we get Alec Pierce and Kyle Pitts, then take an edge with the number 7 pick. But if we get
I like Pierce a lot. That's a signing I like. I appreciate your call, and I appreciate you putting all the thoughts.
But the question I would ask him and
I like the Alec
too.
Pierce call a lot.
You can name all those players, but other people gonna want them too.
Sure.
And other people may have more money to do it. So if you don't get those guys, who you go for?
They have a ton of cash.
I know they got a ton of cash. That don't mean they're gonna spend all that money in every position.
I agree with that.
So if the other guys that are compete, let's say you got a ton of cash, you want to go to Kyle Pitts. Somebody that wants Kyle Pitts, offer him way more money.
I'm not in on the Kyle Pitts.
But I'm saying you go to Henderson. You want him. Somebody over there may. If you start competing with everybody, you lose out.
I think you can have a mindset conceptually. We're going to be aggressive in free agency without locking in on certain players that you're going to just chase top of the market. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we are going to get more young players in free agency. We're going to target more guys coming off their rookie contracts that cost more than we've normally spent. Yeah. We're going to guarantee money into 2nd and 3rd years like we normally haven't done. That is kind of the mindset difference I'm looking for.
Can I ask for one favor, though?
You can ask for anything.
Can we keep football away from AI? I mean, I'm just being honest with you. I still want people looking at AI, looking at football, and coming back with experience and thoughts and watching stuff. I don't want to throw nothing in the AI and then let me go find out what to take for my damn football team.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think that's a reasonable ask.
We can do it in everything else y'all want, but let's let sports keep doing it the way it's been done.
I love
analytics is enough. I don't need AI with it too.
I don't want to sign any more old veterans. Go get Trey Hendrickson. Our guy Zeke is in Southeast. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year to you, man. Thanks
Same to you, Zeke.
All right. Hey, man, if I was Alex Peters, man, he did everything the first year right. We moved back and got more picks because we needed bodies. Now, for this one, man, I would stay with the top 5, top 7, whatever pick we got. Man, we need some type of rusher, pass rusher that offensive coordinators have to plan again. They up at night thinking about how we're going to stop this guy. So in the draft, I would get a pass rusher. In free agency, I get the top pass rusher. And I think we can find another receiver with our third pick. It wasn't third-round pick. Wasn't Terry a third-round pick in the,
Terry
in the
was a
draft?
third-round pick.
Yeah, so we can find a receiver. I don't think we need to go heavy on receiver. I think we can find one. But edge rusher, pass rusher, that's what we need. I would be heavy on that free agency and also in the draft. But here's the thing, though, guys. Why are people saying to fire Peters or Quinn? These guys took us to one game away from the Super Bowl, and they tried this year to keep it as close as possible, the same team. That's the only thing I see that they did. Nobody thought about all those injuries. If you take injuries off of every team, the first-string quarterback, first-string receiver, second-string receiver, first-string running back, and let all of them miss 7 games, none of the playoff teams, most of the playoff teams wouldn't be in the playoffs right now. What do you guys think?
I agree with you. Yeah, dude. I mean, injuries are a huge part of football. It doesn't mean there aren't bigger problems with this football team, but you can't ignore the amount of injuries they dealt with. I'm going to try to get a couple more calls in here. Let's go to Steve is in Luray. Maybe where White Brian was staying. What's up, Steve?
How's it going, brother? Thanks for taking
What's
my
up, bro?
call. Long-time listener. I don't hear as much as I'd like because of where I live, but I love your show, and I like to call in once in a while. But
Get the
anyhow,
app, dog. You don't have to listen on the radio. You can watch on TV.
Well, I'm married 55 years. My wife says I watch too much damn sports.
All right. Well, then just listen.
Hey, don't let JP get you in trouble, man. Do it your way, man.
I keep my angel happy. Anyhow,
there you go.
Guys.
Smart man.
Winning yesterday does not hurt my feelings. It's okay. The only thing I like about it is we could have hurt the Eagles for us to process. They don't get the second slot. That could hurt them, and I'm glad. I don't hate them like I hate the Cowboys, but I don't want to help them. But anyhow, that's good and bad. But also, the coaching carousel, I want our guys to go after aggressively the best daggone defensive coach they can get that fits our scheme and go after him and get him. And one thing I will say, for the first time in years, I trust the process. I trust our owners. I trust our coaches to do what's best for the team. It's been a long time since I could have said that. And last but not least, can we please get us a field goal kicker? Can we have another Mark Mosley, somebody be here for 10, 12 years, not somebody that 3 other teams have cut because he's so
Doug,
good.
when he missed the 24-yarder yesterday, it's a good call, man. Appreciate you checking in from the
That
mountains.
man right there is the experience, bro. He's been around this thing, man. He's seen it. I like that call.
When he missed the 24-yarder yesterday, the execution at the end of the first half without timeouts, because God does this team just burn timeouts. At some point, like the picture is so big and we're so zoomed out and there are such high-level conversations of coaching staff and free agent decisions. But, like, at some point, what the hell is happening with the timeouts? You know how many timeouts they had at the 10-minute mark of the fourth quarter yesterday? 0. Like, what are you doing? But they actually did execute well at the end of the first half. Mm-hmm. And when they brought Moody out to try the 56-yarder, I was like, on what planet? Multiple times this year, you've had the opportunity to let this kid kick deep, and you haven't done it.
He nailed it.
And now he's missed a 24-yarder, and you're giving him a shot.
He nailed it.
He nailed it. What a world.
That's the thing about it, bro. Sometimes you just don't know, man.
They are not set a kicker.
He had another one that kind of came out kind of funny. I'm like, what the hell was that? And it went right through I'm like, what? It had like a weird little look to it, man.
I don't know that it'll get asked today because there's so much higher profile things. You are not set a kicker. You need a competition a kicker. You need to sign somebody. You are not set a kicker. Have I been clear enough on that one? Mm-hmm. You'll hear from Jaden Daniels next. Everybody on the phone, stay there. We're going to try to get everybody through. Grant and Danny coming on at 2 o'clock. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
B, you know what we did? We went to the beach for New Year's, and when we left, Lauren turned down the heat at the house. And we were driving back. We just crossed the Bay Bridge, and she said, "Oh, do you have the app? Can you turn the heat back up in the house?" Sure did. Got on the Root app, turned the house back up to 70 because I like it a little toasty. And it was perfect when we got home. So we got to save that money of not cranking the heat while we were gone and still have it perfectly temperatured when we arrive back at the house. That's the stuff you can do with the Root systems. You can also save a bunch of money. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more about that.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
All right, here's where we stand as Black Monday continues in the NFL. Teams that have head coach vacancies: the Arizona Cardinals, as they've fired Jonathan Gannon. The Raiders have fired Pete Carroll. The Falcons have fired Raheem Morris. The Cleveland Browns have fired Kevin Stefanski. And as we know, the Giants and the Titans, both of them looking for head coaches as well. Now, who are some of the hot names on the market? Well, Diana Rossetti is reporting right now that ex-Falcons coach Raheem Morris is expected to interview with teams for their head coaching vacancies, but he will also be in the mix for defensive coordinator opportunities. Now, also, Kevin Stefanski is reported that he will likely get another job within this year's coaching cycle, as well as Cliff Kingsbury, a guy to watch to get a head coaching job. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. If you're on hold, stay there, but we've been telling folks we were going to play some audio. We got Jaden Daniels. Ever heard of him? Commanders' second-year quarterback, most important player in the organization. Had a tough year, a lot of injuries. Played 4 complete games this year. Down for him, down for everyone. Still, this team's chances of winning in 26 and beyond rest on his right arm. Jaden Daniels spoke to the media earlier today.
What is day like for you? Obviously, the emotions of locker clean out, and next year the team probably look a little different.
I think you kind of just don't take these moments for granted. Because like you said, the team will be different next year. A lot of guys you spent a lot of time with. Some of the guys will be back. Some of the guys will go to other teams and other places. So you kind of just enjoy these moments, and you kind of don't take them for granted.
What gives you the confidence, Jaden, that a season like this won't happen again next season collectively as a team?
I mean, every season's different. It's a new year every year. You got to go out and put in the same work, and when it started off season, everybody be 0-0.
How do you feel physically if it's obviously seeing on the field and
I'm good. I'm healthy.
Did it help? How did it help you the last several weeks just to be out there? Actually, you know they want to see you on the field, and you want to be out there. But what kind of growth do you feel you made even in the last month?
I think you just get a different perspective watching the games, and you understand the importance of each and every play, how important each play are in the game. You only get 65 plays max. I think that's kind of what the average is. So you kind of just see the importance of each and every play. You kind of learn from a different perspective.
And then there's been a lot of talk about Cliff, his future here with a head coaching job or whatever. What have been your thoughts on him as a coordinator and just in the offense?
I mean, I love working with Cliff. Me and him have a special relationship. We kind of built that over these past 2 years. I kind of just wish I was out there more to play for him this past year. So, I mean, that's kind of the focus for me in this offseason is just rebuilding myself from the ground up and, hopefully go out there, and that's the most important thing, to be available for my team.
I know a lot was out of your control with injuries and things like that, but is a day like today when you guys are saying your goodbyes motivating at all? The playoffs are rolling on next week.
Yeah, I think as a competitor, you don't want to have a locker room clean out this early. You want to be in the dance. So there's definitely motivation for next year, but that's just not how the cards were dealt this year was.
You said you're going to rebuild yourself in the offseason. What does that look like? What does that mean?
I guess you guys have to see it when we get back, but, kind of just take some time away and, just focus on my mental, focus on everything else, and spend time with my loved ones while also working out and figure out those spaces I need to grow in.
What have you mapped out for yourself for this offseason in terms of training or just personal stuff?
I don't want to give none of my secrets away. So, kind of just go out there and you'll figure it out.
Is there something specifically you want to kind of focus on and work on?
I just want to be a better person and a better version of myself in general.
How cool is it to see Bobby get 2,000?
It was awesome. It's a guy that obviously I've gotten super close with from the same area, and just to see a legend like that in his daily process, and obviously he deserves it all, and I was just super happy for him when he got that last tackle.
Jay, does a year like this motivate you differently than others?
I mean, this is going my 3rd year, so obviously I was motivated last year to get back, so just didn't go that way. So I would say it would, but I don't have a lot of years to kind of just go on that and be like, no, this year is different than, my third year. So each and every year I'm motivated to go out there and play the game I love.
You're going to be linked to Drake May and Caleb Williams pretty much your whole career, probably. What was it like watching them having they had the time of the league to kind of see where they're at right now?
I mean, I think that just says a lot about our class. Those guys put in the work. They deserve everything that they got and what's to come. And I'm super excited to see them and what they do in the playoffs. I'm pretty sure they felt the same way for me last year. So it'll be fun to sit up there and watch them. But I think the kind of just test, like, we got a badass class of quarterbacks.
How much does that mean to you to be part of that group? And even, like you said, some players might not feel it that way because they're attention you would want.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all going to be linked together, and we're all super competitive. That's why we're in this league. So it's not like, I hate you type of thing, but it's a mutual respect, and you want to see the people that you came into the NFL with do good. And, I mean, that's kind of just what it's going to be. I mean, for the rest of our career, the rest of our lives, we're going to be linked together. So it's nothing that we could do or say. The media is going to pin us against each other. So that's kind of just what the media does.
Jaden Daniels speaking with reporters there at Locker Cleanout here in Ashburn. B. Mitch and Finley live in BigBear.ai Performance Center. Two biggest takeaways. I personally maybe don't understand the need to ask Jaden about the other quarterbacks. Were those guys asked about him last year? I don't know.
Yep. You can ask that question. That's like they said. That's gonna last. That's gonna go with him.
You're right. You've
for
been
the rest
saying
of his
that.
career.
Jaden says he's healthy. Jaden says, I wish I played more for Cliff. I love Cliff. We have a special relationship.
Yeah.
My two biggest takeaways.
Well, my takeaway is when he says, I'm going to rebuild myself. And they immediately, how does that look? He was talking more mental and things of that nature, not necessarily physical. Because when he started naming stuff, he never said anything physical. Right. And I think Jaden understands that the proper decision-making can take him through this whole thing. Because as the game was starting yesterday, I was looking at Devontae Smith, a guy who does some miraculous catches and get hit by people.
Yeah.
And he's smaller than Jaden.
Yeah.
Remember when he first got drafted? He ain't going to be able to survive in this league. Didn't he get 1,000 yards yesterday?
Yeah.
And he's been doing it for a long time now. Like 6-7 years now, right?
Pilates.
It's just like you gotta find a way to as you grow, as you be mature as a man, you could take on different things that you couldn't take on that was earlier in your career. And on top of it, freak accidents are freak accidents. They're gonna happen.
I want to let some of these callers weigh in. Let's go. Eric is in Gaithersburg, been on hold a while. What's up, Eric?
Belated Happy New Year, gents. How are you?
Same to you, brother.
I just want to say, I think we got a lot of personnel issues, and I'm worried about Adam Peters. I mean, you looked at our first-string defense playing their second-string offense, and we struggled. So I feel like we got a bunch of second-stringers, and there's some good players out there, but either the scheme or something isn't working because we looked just really bad playing against a second-string team. And then thinking about Larry Tunsil and, the negotiation. So, nobody wants it to drag out like they did with Terry. And, of course, I don't want that either. But then if they fix this quickly, does Terry now think you made me go through hell and back to get my money and you gave it to this guy right away? So do we start creating some discord on the team? I think Adam put himself in a very tough position with the way that they handled that last year. And that's going to have repercussions for a while for the team.
I hear that. I don't agree with that.
I don't think Terry's going to be fazed by that moving forward at all.
Players within NFL locker rooms look at their own situations, and that's why players never blast another guy for holding out or anything. I don't think – whatever damage was done to Adam and Terry's relationship is done. I don't think what happens with Tunsil will impact it, honestly. But I appreciate the call, man. Thank you. Do you agree with that? I don't know. Maybe
I agree with you. And the thing about it, I know they keep saying second teamers, this, that, and the other. Look at how many starters that we actually had on that field yesterday.
Defensively. Offensively, there weren't many.
Newton wasn't your starter beginning.
You had Payne and Kinlaw.
Wise was a starter in the beginning. Dorrance Armstrong was a starter. Amos was a starter. You got a lot of different dudes out there, too, so it's not completely your you got a lot of mixture of people in that thing, and you got to look at it. It's just like, and I love people to just say the guy that's a backup. Oh, backups are damn good in this league.
Sure,
on multiple teams.
I think you would have. Defensively, you would have liked to see them be able to shut down McKee, but they gave up 275 yards of offense through 3 quarters. In the fourth quarter, when this thing turned around, they gave up, I think, 30 yards. So, I don't know. I understand folks aren't happy
I
about
keep saying everybody's a pro. And now we, on the outside, we look at it like just because you're not the starter, you can't play. Everybody can play in this damn league. Everybody.
Let's sneak these last couple calls in. Zion is in Surrey. What's up, Zion?
What's going on, bro? Glad to be on the call. I got an easy solution for us. And to address the offense, we got to go smash mouth with an offensive coordinator with a mindset of pounding the ground no matter what. It controls the clock. It determines the physicality. It keeps your players healthier because they out there run blocking majority of the time. It wins in the winter months when it's freezing cold and snow. It use your fullbacks. We didn't even have a fullback on our roster this year. And Cliff's offense, he all about all the blades of grass. No grass matters behind the line of scrimmage. That's bad territory back there. To be holding the ball and shotgun and all these pretty formations, that stuff don't do nothing but get your butt kicked. And on the defensive side, we need to hire Jim Schwartz because I think he's available now. Stefanski got fired, so I'm quite sure Jim Schwartz is looking for somewhere to land. Raheem Morris will be a good candidate. And
I like
Flores
Jim
is a good
Schwartz.
candidate. You know what I'm saying? And we must get true
I wonder
players on defense.
You think Minnesota,
No
like
more
if
wide
Flores gets a
receiver
head
conversion.
coaching job, I get it. Thank you for the call, Zion. It's a good call. If Flores gets a head coaching job, I completely understand it. Is he going to leave for another D coordinator job? It's not like Minnesota
You
doesn't
can't
have
really
cash.
just make that.
They could also not let him leave. They cannot let him interview. I don't know.
They,
His
they cannot
contract-
let him. If it's the same position, a level move, they can stop it.
His contract may be expiring after 2 years.
I wouldn't let him
I
leave.
don't know. I wouldn't let him leave. I like Schwartz, though. That's an interesting one. Let's go to Jamie in Fredericksburg. What's up, Jamie?
New Year.
Hey, man, you there?
Hello?
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
up,
go ahead,
dude?
man.
Go ahead.
What's happening?
Oh, sorry about that. I just keep hearing all the talk about wide receiver, and when I look at this team and what it really needs, I think it's an identity. And we've already invested capital in wide receiver with a third-round pick in McCaffrey and a fourth-round pick in Lane. Why do we not trust the guys to develop and take a running back, Jeremiah Love, and make an identity with this team and just start running through people's faces? That's what I want to see. You've invested in the O-line. Let's get somebody to pair with Krosky Merritt and just run through everybody's faces.
So let me ask you a question, though. You just don't give a damn about the defense, though, right?
Do, but we don't know who's going to be there at 7. We don't even know the 2 quarterbacks are coming out because Moore from Oregon could stay back. If it's only Mendoza, what if defense goes every pick before us? I don't want to take a defensive guy just to take a defensive guy. And we're going to have a lot of money in free agency, too. They could solve that. I like Dorrance Armstrong. He looked good before he got hurt. That might be one half of the problem right there.
He's got to come back from a major knee
You
injury.
need more than Dorrance, though. You need about Dorrance. You need to get Martin to keep playing well. You need 2 more. You need about 4 pass rushers on a football team, legitimate pass rushers, not just 2.
Thank you. Listen, I think Love is going to be a hell of a player. If they moved back, I think Love could make a lot more sense. We'll see where he ends up going. I'd have a hard time if you stick at 7 to not get one of these pass rushers that look like they'll be there. Let's do this, though, before I go to lock the phone lines up. Greg and Papa Mike, if you're there when we come back, we'll take your calls and we'll make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We got a couple people been on hold a while. We're going to get these calls in. Greg is in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Greg?
Hey, how you doing? How do you
Good,
guys
dude.
feel about how do you guys feel about the culture of wanting to tank and wanting to go for the lower draft pick? I think that's a losing mentality when it comes to football, and that's not the way this place was built. And I just wanted to know, when did that culture come into place? Because we were always a place where we prided ourselves on getting players in, later rounds and rounds, not necessarily the first round, because that's really it's the 3 through 5, 6, 7 is where you build your team at. And this place was good at getting players in those rounds and undrafted free agents to build out a team. So that's my only really concern. I think we'll get the players in here because you got to have continuity. And the one thing I think, if they allow these coaches to stay in it, we'll get continuity. But I think the fans play a bigger part in this than they really know. And I just think it's a losing culture when we talk about areas of drafting as opposed to getting behind the team so we can focus in on getting the players and supporting the team all the way through. What you guys think?
I'm not going to tell anybody how to be a fan. You be a fan how you want to be a fan. I don't know that the fan base split or whatever on getting the better pick versus playing to win yesterday had any impact on the field, but it does, impact the conversation surrounding it. I appreciate the call. I'm going to try to get one last one in here.
I despise it, the talk.
Right, but do you think it mattered yesterday?
I don't think it mattered yesterday on the players, but I hate that talk.
Papa Mike is in Manassas. What's up, Papa Mike?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Happy New Year to you.
Same to you, man.
To me, hey, Brian, I've called in before. I'm the guy from JP Manhattan's back in the day.
Gotcha.
But anyway, to me, the key to the whole off season is getting Hendrickson. I don't care if you need to pay a little extra, but if you can land him, then all of a sudden your first-round draft pick takes on a whole different scenario. If you want to go second level with an Averill Reese, if you want to go third level with the Downs, if you want to get Bain or Bailey or one of those guys, to really fortify the pass rush, great. Even if you trade back, now you have that pass rusher. You can trade back. You can get a wide receiver. It just opens the whole thing up, because if you don't get them, then you're pretty much boxed in to either Bain or Bailey or Falk from Auburn.
Hendrickson's another veteran, and he's coming off injury. So for a lot of folks, maybe not you, but a lot of folks are like, oh, you got to get younger. Oh, but you got to go sign Hendrickson. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Thank you for the call, dude. It's been an exceptional day on the show.
Yeah.
I know Grant and Danny are going to have a lot to say when they get on. I'm going to be running around. I do look forward to Danny's rant about timeout usage, because yesterday I thought was just banana land. Unfortunately, that is not – like, we could do a month on that in June probably. Yesterday, I don't know, man. On our show, we usually make some bets. Let's all try to get one in before the end of the program here, boys. I don't know who's still in the aquarium, but you guys can lead off. We got no NFL, no college football. Wiz play tonight? Caps play tonight?
Don't know.
Caps play tonight, 7 o'clock.
Give me the Caps.
Hosting the Ducks. Caps need a win, too.
Give me the Caps.
What do you like, boys?
Illinois State.
Basketball?
Football. FCS championship.
Oh, hell. I might watch that. Who they playing?
Montana State.
Is that in Nashville? My buddy's wife.
Oh, man, I'm going to take Montana State. I'm going with – give me the – is -1.5 you taking? Give me. I'm going against you, head to head.
Dude, Caps are 3-5-2 in their last 10. Need a win. Rock the red. Taking the Caps tonight. Professor Landini?
Flames.
Calgary for landfill. Thank you to everybody that listened. Thank you to everybody that called in. Grant and Danny coming your way next. We're back in studio tomorrow. So long from Ashburn. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
The casualties of Black Monday thus far. The Arizona Cardinals have fired Jonathan Gannon. The Raiders have fired Pete Carroll. The Falcons have fired Raheem Morris and their general manager, Terry Fontenot. The Cleveland Browns have fired Kevin Stefanski. But who has been marked safe today? Indianapolis's Shane Steichen is reportedly going to return next season along with GM Chris Ballard. The Bengals answered a similar question. They announced the return of head coach Zach Taylor and GM Duke Tobin already. And that leads us to our third and final question. Who is on the hot seat? Well, Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel, maybe Ravens head coach John Harbaugh, and Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles. We will see if anyone else gets the axe on Black Monday. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Monday. What's up? Welcome in Grant and Danny on The Fan. And for the first time in 2026, for the first time in a couple of weeks, because of vacations and holidays and sicknesses, you and I are in the saddle together, Danny.
I don't remember you. It's Grant, right?
With a T.
Grant, not Grant, because there's an H in the middle of your Twitter handle. That's confusing.
It's the main one I get.
That's the
Grant?
one.
Like, no. It's not like a weird H thing. It's a middle initial. It was that or an underscore.
And no one wants the underscore.
Not really an underscore guy.
No, who is?
We went with the H.
Yeah, it made perfect sense to me.
The other one I get a lot of is Graham. Like, what's your name? Grant. Like, go Graham. And I'm like, no. E. Grant.
Maybe you got to do a Mario Ta type bit.
You'll be happy to know I got pho. P-H-O. Pho.
What?
Twice because I was sick.
What?
We called it our little healing potion. Everyone in my house was sick for like weeks and weeks and weeks.
Dude, it is a thing that my wife and I have done many times. Millions and millions of people have done the same thing. You crave it when you get that ear, nose, throat situation.
I don't know if I got to the point of craving, but I did actually thoroughly enjoy it.
Yeah.
But the reason I bring it up, Danny, is...
the years of us telling you it was so good?
No, it's because we're talking about my name getting botched.
Yeah.
And both days when we went to scoop it and pick it up, it was listed as Greg. So they heard...
that fits.
They heard Greg, I guess, when I said Grant. That's fine.
Well, I mean, you're stuffed up a good Grib.
Yeah, that's true.
So it sounds like Grant, Greg, I don't know. But yeah, we used to call ourselves Greg and Dave after Bruce Allen called me Dave.
Maybe they're just big listeners.
Maybe they know they're inside.
They're like, give Dave this, and they send another bucket of pho for you. But yeah, we have been fighting the good fight at the Paulson household.
Man, oh man.
Voice is probably at about 75%, so let's rock and roll. Black Monday in the NFL, Danny. Firings today in Atlanta, Cleveland, Vegas, and Arizona officially. Found out last night Raheem Morris was going to be out with the Falcons. So there are going to be, in this cycle, 6, at least, maybe more, but at least 6 openings. And this was supposed to have been a year where there were fewer openings because there's not high-end candidates. The cycle looks like there's not an elite group of offensive coordinating types.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Falcons firing Raheem Morris, who went 16-18 over 2 years, 1 game worse over 2 seasons than Dan Quinn's record in Washington, he's out. The Browns fired Kevin Stefanski this morning, a 2-time coach of the year who was there for 6 years, got him to the playoffs a couple of times. Last 2 years, though, they went 8-26.
Yeah, just disastrous. I mean, I don't know how much of that is at the feet of Kevin Stefanski, but some is. I mean, you just can't have that record and survive.
I agree. I have no problem with that firing. I think it's probably deserved after the last 2 seasons, and yet he should be available for 6 hours. One of the openings, whether it's Atlanta or Vegas or Arizona or New York, somebody should hire Kevin Stefanski because he's really, really good at designing offense and calling plays, and he's good with quarterbacks, as he's proven in Cleveland a couple of times over. But you don't see it very often that a multi-time coach of the year gets blown out, but 8-26 through 2 years kind of tells you the story. I'm very intrigued by the fact that Andrew Berry, who gave Deshaun Watson that debilitating contract that ruined the organization.
He's fine.
Who drafted both of the quarterbacks that led to some of the turmoil in the infighting organizationally this year, he's going to hire the next head coach, and he's staying on. Like, that's shocked me.
Yeah, I saw that report and that Joe Shane is going to be retained. In New York, just keep hanging out. You guys are doing great.
Must be nice.
Keep that nameplate right on the door. Keep everything the same.
Pete Carroll, one and done in Vegas with the Raiders, the oldest head coach in football, went 3-14. Tom Brady's first go-round as an executive last offseason running the show did not go very well. They quite literally finished dead last. They will pick first of 32 teams with the number one pick in the NFL draft, presumably after wanting to go Ben Johnson, but finishing the bridesmaid to Chicago for him last year. I would think Stefanski would headline their list, and they'll go offensive after swinging and missing on Carroll. You hired him to make sure that you didn't have a bottom-out, terrible pick at the top of the board season.
Isn't that weird that that's exactly...
And then you went 3-14. You went and got Geno Smith so that you didn't have to have a terrible quarterback situation where you'd lose 14 of 17 games. And then it happened anyway.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you that's a fool's errand to begin with. And it's my least favorite thing about the NFL is that nobody can face it. In baseball, you get a bunch of smart guys who eventually explain to the owner, no, this is the way to do it. This will save you money. You'll actually make some money. Your bottom line will be enhanced, et cetera. The NFL, it's a different conversation because of revenue sharing. There's no such thing really as a small market, quote unquote. They're all major markets. It's the NFL. But you got smart people convincing owners in baseball where you go, here's how to make the most money and for us to get good. We got you. And then that's the path. No one can do it in football. No one can do it. They just can't help themselves. Now, you ended up there anyway by just stubbing your toe because everyone was so incompetent and overmatched and you were terribly built. But the intention, the idea, and the toughest division maybe the sport has is let's try to be okay. My God, is that profoundly stupid.
Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. 3-14 season for him, 15-36 over 3 years. So they have an opening now. And like some of these teams, questions at the quarterback position. Kyler Murray's under contract, but they had benched him for Jacoby Brissett. Is he available? Do they move on from him? Do they cut him and eat money? Do they trade him? Maybe the next head coach makes that decision. And then we already knew that both the Giants, after firing Brian Dable 10 weeks in, and the Titans, after getting rid of Brian Callahan 6 games into the season, were open. So it's Falcons, Browns, Raiders, Cardinals. 60,000 field goal attempts worth of kicks in this league, where the final kick of a season to determine a team's fate, division, non-division, playoffs, non-playoffs, was missed at the horn at the last second.
Wow.
Hadn't happened before. I felt awful for that kid.
Oh, it's brutal. I mean, there's no way around that.
That's a loser organization and team this year. Like, they didn't necessarily deserve to win. I thought the Steelers were better for much of the night.
I did too.
And, like, there were 100 different
Those couple
ways.
huge plays by Baltimore made it a different game.
Absolutely.
But yes, correctly.
Lamar made the virtuoso, incredible, oh, my God, you just made up for everything play to give them the lead. But even still, you feel like when you watch that game, you did enough. You got to the finish line. All the kicker's got to do is walk across it, and then he stumbles.
Well, from 44 yards in one of the worst kicking spots in the league, I was actually, just a quick side, I know we're not breaking this game down from all angles today. I thought it was so cowardly where you had a timeout, and all you did was have Lamar sort of drift to the side and kneel for a loss of 2 yards. Worst case to me, smash mouth Derrick Henry right up the middle for a yard or two of progress or nothing, but you had a timeout left.
Yeah.
I thought that was really foolish just to say, we're good like you were at the 10. You weren't. Not there.
That is the NFL in 2026, I guess. I've got to get used to saying that.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that like writes the wrong date on his checks and paper for weeks on end
For
after
weeks.
the new year. But we had 9 kickers make a 60-yard field goal this season, which was an NFL record. Never before had we had more than 5. And I bring that up here to say the expectation from 44 now is that it's 37 or 38. So I'll give up 5 yards. I'll get in shotgun, take a direct snap, and kneel there. Everything's about the clock. Everything's about making sure you don't get the ball back. There's only 2 seconds left. Distance be damned. 44 is nothing. And I think you're right. Like, this is a tough place to kick. This is a rookie kicker. Obviously, we're working back with hindsight having become wisdom here. But that's not a layup like we all kind of think it is mentally.
No, it's not.
And
It's not a dome.
They were not concerned. It would have been nice to go get another 10, 12 yards on a little in route and burn a timeout, and now it's a 27-yard field goal.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm going in real time. I'm going. I understand you don't want to put the ball in the air because you've already had 3 or 4 passes batted down at the line of scrimmage over the course of the game. It felt like every other ball that was getting touched. Just, at a minimum, try to run something. And if it doesn't work, you're in the same spot you were before. Just run a dive to Derrick Henry, 3 yards, 4 yards. Would have made a world of difference. Now, it would have been wide enough, it seems like, where that's going to miss. But I just thought that was a strange bit of complacency from a team that shouldn't have been complacent at all.
All right, we should let you know. 3 o'clock today, coming up in 45 minutes. Jay Gruden's on the show for his normal appointment. We often talk to him at 5. We cannot today because we're busy at 5. At 5 o'clock here on Grant and Danny, Adam Peters, in a very, very rare press conference, will be addressing the media. I believe this is the first time AP is taking questions at length since training camp at the start of camp in the preseason. So Peters will talk, and so will Dan Quinn, the two of them together in Ashburn today. I actually saw, I think it was Tom Lavero tweet something to this effect, and I think it's a really good point. Peters often sits and takes questions in tandem with Dan Quinn. I was at the last presser he did at the start of training camp, and that was the setup. And it has been the case after the draft. It has been the case at the end of these seasons. And I don't think it should be necessarily. This is not some let's get after Adam Peters with pitchforks thing. Let's grill him, take. But we have heard from Dan Quinn ad nauseum. Every day, constantly, for months on end. There is nothing that he thinks, that he's willing to say publicly, I should say, that we need to hear at this point. I have heard enough from Dan Quinn to last me the rest of 2026.
Yeah, I'm all set there.
I need Adam Peters' thoughts and analysis and takes. And strategically speaking, I think it's smart for the team to have Dan Quinn up there because he could do some of his shtick and opine and cuts down on half the questions that get asked of the general manager who you don't get to talk to very much. But I would like it a lot more if Peters was up there for a half hour by himself. You could just get more done from a Q&A standpoint as a media group, the folks that'll be out there. But it'll be Peters and Quinn today at 5. You can hear it live. We're going to carry it right here on Grant and Danny.
Yeah, and not to tell anybody how to do their gig because they're better at it than I am, certainly. But if it was me, if I'm part of the assembled masses, I would go, this question is only for Adam. And I would encourage my fellow media members to do the same thing. Because I've got Dan's answer.
So, again, we get into like telling people how to do their jobs, and that's uncomfortable, and I feel bad about that.
Right.
because we're just sitting on our Tookuses in studio. But I can't believe still that the press conference for Paul Taboni, if you remember when he was introduced as the new team president, I think it was for the Nationals, they had ownership there. And they were sitting on the dais up front. And the questions were mostly to Paul Taboni, who you're going to talk to for months on end. You're going to get so much Paul Taboni coming up. But Mark Lerner's never sitting behind a microphone, ever, 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 ever. And he was that day. I don't even remember who else was up there, maybe Gottlieb or some of these other people that are involved
yeah.
with the ownership group that people don't even know who they are because they're never front-facing and they're never at the mic. And it's one of those things, if you're the Nationals, where you go into that with nerves and anxiety and consternation, and we'll get you in, we'll get you out. Well, hopefully you don't get beat up too bad by the media because it's been a rough several years. You don't spend any money, yada, yada, yada. And then the questions are all to Taboni. There's like 3 questions to Mark Lerner total the entire time. And if you're the Nats or their PR department, you're doing cartwheels.
You're doing spin kicks.
High fives.
How great did that go for us?
Like they barely even noticed the owner was up there, right? And with Peters, it's kind of that same way where you don't get that many chances to talk to Adam Peters. So respectfully, don't really care about the brotherhood today. Like, what did Dan Quinn think about the boys battling against the Eagles? Or what did you see from Ale Cajo on special teams? Not today. There's another day. Or not. We don't even need to, ever. Because I could just give you his answer. But Adam Peters, let's talk about Cliff Kingsbury. Let's talk about Jaden Daniels going into year 3. You know, the really important things here, like the top 10 pick that you've got. I don't know if you've heard, but they're going to pick 7th, not 5th.
It is 7th, it turns out, right? When you know, like they got a big win. So.
Actually, never mind. It's 5th because they actually got the benefit of 2 teams that weren't supposed to win yesterday winning. The New York Giants helped them out. They got a draft spot based on that win yesterday. So they went from pick 7 to pick 6. Did you see that?
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Is that true?
No, it's very true. And then there was another game that happened that really benefited them as well, where they went up a spot because they got help. Wait, then they won.
Oh.
I knew I was forgetting
I was
something.
like, something. I saw the win from the Giants.
Then they beat the Eagles. Yay.
Yeah.
So
looked like it could have been like pick 2 or something. And
thanks
they
to the
lost.
Browns and thanks to the Giants for their efforts. But the Commanders couldn't suck properly. And so they will now pick 7th.
I appreciate y'all. Yeah, listen, we'll go through this a lot today, and it's the story. You're allowed to be happy. It's your fandom. You know, do what you want. I'm kind of over lecturing people. I've been bewildered at the reaction. It just always reminds me that either I'm the alien or I'm ahead of the curve. Like either I'm just a crazy person that sort of cuts to the end, or no, either I'm crazy or I'm astute. You know what I mean? I'm either like Galileo in his time and like, no, guys, the whole thing's round and it's not orbiting around us, we're orbiting around it. Or, yeah, everybody's a little bit slow to get to where I'm at. Or I'm just always going to be crazy. One or the other.
Yeah, I want to get into a win that ends up being damaging and our feelings on it. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny. Plus, this weekend, the report came out via The Athletic that Adam Peters and Cliff Kingsbury are butting heads behind the scenes. Kingsbury's job security could be in question, whether he gets a head coaching job or not, which is fascinating. We'll talk about that next as well. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Eagles yesterday 24-17 to improve to 5-12. They will pick 7th overall in the NFL draft. Coaching news today in the NFL, the Falcons have fired their head coach, Raheem Morris, and their general manager, Terry Fontenot. The Browns fired head coach Kevin Stefanski. The Raiders fired head coach Pete Carroll. And the Cardinals fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Hockey tonight. The Capitals are in action. They'll take on the Ducks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards have the day off today. They're back in action tomorrow against the Magic at home. 7 o'clock tip-off tomorrow night. This January, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Tell him, Toby. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for listening to the program. It is a Victory Monday on the Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. The Commanders get a win in Week 18 against a Philadelphia Eagles team that was playing backup, second and third stringers, a la the preseason. In fact, the only starter of note that I really saw at all was Devontae Smith, who in 6 plays of offense went 3 for 52 as a receiver to get him to 1,000 yards, and then they immediately pulled him out of the game.
He's so fast in general, but that was even faster than he is. Like the instant he got his 1,000 yards, like, sit down quick! And you never saw him again. He was gone.
It was funny because they kept talking on the broadcast. They're like, must be out there to try to get 1,000 yards. I was like, in the game? Because he's on pace.
Seriously.
I mean, he was going for 15-yard out routes, just wide open. They missed him once, or else he would have had 70 yards on 6 plays.
He'd have been done on the first drive.
But 3 for 52, he goes to the sideline, and at that point it becomes the Tank Bigsby, Jahan Dotson, Britton Covey show for the Philadelphia Eagles. And against those backups, the second and third stringers, for an Eagles team that I think fairly inexplicably, by the way, with a chance to be the 2 seed in the NFC.
They didn't seem interested in that at all.
They were definitely not interested. They didn't let anybody play. I am sure Nick Sirianni's getting beat up pretty good in Philly today, and understandably so. But they said, we're all set. We're looking forward to the playoffs. And they actively did what they could to keep as many important players off the field as possible. Washington, meanwhile, did the antithesis of that. And they got win number 5 out of 17. They go 5-12 on the season, and they were led by a 39-year-old journeyman quarterback in stop 14 in a win over Philadelphia to get to 5-12 and to fall 2 picks lower in the draft order. Deron Payne played very well at D tackle. Terry McLaurin led the way with 57 receiving yards and another 4 PIs drawn. Would have had a 100-yard day if you add up all of the penalty yardage. Some of the best players for Washington, not just played, but played very well as they got one more win. And I heard Dan Quinn talking about this and some of the players talking about how meaningful it was with the hours that they put in, that they got to have one more post-game rah-rah, fun evening together. And I'm happy for them, legitimately, because they work really hard and that's cool. But there's a very, very different thing between being able to be happy for all of the staffers and the employees and the players and the coaches that left it all on the field correctly and did everything they could, and still acknowledging that what happened yesterday was actually worse for this team's offseason and worse for this team's future. There's no benefit to them getting a win as a group that will not exist together ever again after they left that locker room last night.
Yeah, I think you said it very well. This isn't a college program where there's 90 kids or 100 kids on the roster and you can play the walk-on. You can have a Rudy Rudiger moment, you know what I mean, where some guy that all he's ever done is practice for you and he gets into a game and tries to hit a 3 or take a charge or something like that. This is just a different animal. There was a nice moment where London Fletcher presented Bobby Wagner with the commemorative game ball where you've got your 2,000 tackles and that sort of stuff is neat and good for those guys. But I borrow from one of your expressions, that doesn't put Triscuit crackers in my stomach. Like, to me, you lose those privileges. When you go 4-12 and you bring me a disaster, I don't care about you anymore. Neither does the organization, by the way. They're going to move on from you. There'll be nice moments. There'll be the bro hugs where you shake a guy's hand, pull him in close, do the kind of the half bear hug, and say really appreciate you and a lot of eye contact and really nice words. But they're gone. Most of these guys are gone. And if they had won the game with Kane Medrano playing 70% of the snaps, or Jordan McGee or Tyler Owens getting more than 0% of snaps on defense. Now, again, it's not as if they've got a bunch of young players waiting in the wings. They don't. It's a huge issue, I might add. But this was the same group that brought you 4-12 doing the same things. Ask them to get timeouts right once before the season ends. Ask them to. They can't.
Ran out of their second half timeouts with over 10 minutes left in the game.
Has anyone jumped off sides yet? Excuse me, a false started yet? They lead the league in that.
They called timeout out of a TV timeout, out of a stoppage and change of possession. I've never seen that in my life before. Not once. By the way, Ben Sinnott, who had 2 catches for 3 yards.
Welcome to the party, buddy.
So there we go.
Great job. That's 2 more.
2 false starts on the goal line.
Oh, I was going to play a game. What did they have more of? False starts or catches? And it was the same. It was a trick question. And it's depressing.
On the goal line.
On the goal line.
At the 1 yard line. On different possessions.
Yep.
He had false starts. Nightmare.
Yeah, one was for Kyle Juszczyk, one was for George Kittle, his comps. But look at the timeouts. Washington calls a timeout, and then, all right, let's draw something up. Incomplete pass. Let's draw something up. Fumble. Let's draw something up. Touchdown by Philadelphia. Embarrassing. I mean, this was the normal, pathetic march of the incompetence that they've been doing for the last several months when they started 3-2, and everything since then has been a god-awful train wreck on stilts. They did the thing that they've been doing all year, but this one was good enough when you found your true north or whatever the hell I'm supposed to believe. If you're excited, God bless you.
Good enough, it's important to note.
Yeah.
Because the other team benched all of their really good players and actively did what they could to not win the game. That's why it was good enough. But the reaction to my reaction is confounding. And when I say my reaction, the reaction of anybody who saw what happened yesterday, and this is not me being mad at Dan Quinn or upset with players, but just the sheer acknowledgement that that win was costly and not helpful, which is correct. Irrefutably so, by the way. It is just a fact that having the 5th pick is better than having the 7th pick. That is not a debate. That is not like saying Italian food is better than Chinese food. Pick 5, more valuable than pick 7. Fact. Sharpie. Done. End of sentence. They had the 5th pick, had they have just lost the game, and then they ended up with the 7th pick. Now, here's what people can't figure out. It's really twofold, okay? This is the part that I think people can't quite grasp. Number 1, this is the really, really easy sentence. So this one will be really succinct.
Okay.
Yesterday hurt more than it helped. We can all acknowledge that. Not all of us, I guess, because people say, the win helps the culture, the brotherhood, whatever. Not a thing. The win hurt more than it helped in the grand scheme of the assets that you've got a very finite amount of them. Picks, money, free agency, draft. Your haul, when my kids get home on Thanksgiving and pour out their candy, the stuff they're pouring out of the bag on the floor, that loot, that haul, all those assets, yours are a little bit worse after the win yesterday for this offseason and this very finite time you get to improve your roster. That part, not debatable. So we'll move on from that point. That's number 1. But number 2, and this is where people can't quite grasp this, we should all agree with that point. And then if we want to have a disagreement over whether or not the team should make an attempt to make it easier to lose at the front office level with who they play and who they sit, that's debatable. But people will say, teams don't do that. They sure as hell do. Constantly. Max Crosby got in a fight with the Raiders over it. He was furious. They wouldn't let him play at the end of the year. Correctly, by the way, so that they could get the number 1 overall pick. The Giants sat their only good offensive weapon in their passing game, Theo Johnson. Now, they happened to get out-batted by, the Cowboys, who lost yesterday to New York. But Theo Johnson was listed as out with a sickness. Took to social media before the game to go, just so you guys know, I'm not actually sick. Didn't play in the game, though. That's the number 1 target for the Giants, who, by the way, the last 2 years have constantly screwed up their draft position and paid for it. They would have Drake May or Jaden Daniels right now if they didn't win these useless Week 17 and Week 18 games that keep Joe Shane around, that kept Brian Dable around longer, that hurt that organization. But the thing that people can't figure out, Danny, is this idea that when I say it hurt, not helped to win that game, it's as if I'm saying that the players should go out there and purposely fumble, or that Terry McLaurin with a ball coming at him should slap it to the ground or drop it. It's not what anybody's saying. No one is ever talking about players throwing a game, players not trying to win, or coaches even not trying to win. You're coaching, you're calling a play that you think works, you're trying to win from 1 to 4. But the point is, your 39-year-old Josh Johnson shouldn't have been the quarterback. Sam Hartman should have been. Terry McLaurin, who went for 57 yards and had another 50-plus in penalty yards that he drew, should not have been out there the entire game. Jacoby Jones should have been out there. Some wide receiver like River Craycraft should have been out there. River Jetski. Somebody else should be out there.
Aquasox Craycraft.
Right. That's how you do. How on earth could you possibly lose? You got to try. Here's how. Deron Payne, you're not playing the second half. Go watch Ricky Barber play defensive tackle from our practice squad. That's how you do it.
Yeah, this part confuses so many people, and they argue past the point. You will never hear me. Well, I'll do some shtick about it where I say, oh, my God, the Wizards are in danger of not being at the top of the lottery. I'm worried about that. Ha, 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 LOL. I am not upset when Trey Johnson is sniping threes from a step inside half court and Alex Sarr is rim running and blocking every shot and dunking on everyone. You will never catch anyone with a brain being upset when your kids win games. You'll catch me pretty pissed off when it's Trevor Ariza and Jeff Green doing it for a 31-win team. Can you see the difference? Can you? I bet you can if you try, but you don't want to because you got a cliche in your mind. You got Herm Edwards in your brain about playing to win the games and so forth. A pro athlete doesn't have to worry about it. All you do is the best you can do every single time you get a chance. I'm in the game, great. I'm going to go do the best I can. That's awesome, and you should. If Kane Madrano had 10 tackles yesterday, I'm going, dude, how fun was that? How great is that just to see this guy? If Tyler Owens is a wrecking ball, is a Miley Cyrus song, because he's playing close to line of scrimmage as an off-ball linebacker and a safety and everything in between, I'm going, dude, they might have something here. If Sam Hartman plays well and you win, you don't apologize for that. That's the process. That's what rebuilding looks like. Literally, that's it. This isn't same thing they did for 13 straight weeks to bring you 4-12. The 4-12 happened yesterday, but you guys didn't notice it because Philadelphia laid down. Fine.
I got a lot of tweets from people like this one. This is nobody's cursing, so I can read this one. It's pretty easy. This guy responds to me saying that the win wasn't helpful in the grand scheme of things. And he said, loser talk. And that's how I would sum up most of the people that I'll say don't understand why it's better to have the 5th pick than the 7th pick. But I guess more accurately and more interestingly, just don't agree with the premise, which is fine. This guy said, loser talk. So it is loser talk to suggest that a grown-up somewhere along the way should be taking 26 and 27 as the prioritization over one day in January of 2026 and one empty calorie win. That's loser talk. I disagree. I think it's loser talk. I think it's cringe, as the kids say. I think it's completely cringeworthy when I see Commanders fans saying, we got back at them for the 2-point conversion, high-fiving, as you just went 5-12 and threw up all over yourselves for 4 months.
They got that playoff game to get ready for. Oh.
That's embarrassing to me.
Yeah.
That's cringeworthy to me. It is cringeworthy to me to go, we got the last laugh on Nick Sirianni. No, you didn't, Goose. They're going to the playoffs. He benched all of his starters and didn't give a damn about the game. He played one guy for a handful of plays. He torched Washington a bunch.
Yeah, to get some numbies on your ass.
And then they pulled him out on the sideline.
Yeah.
So, no, you want to talk about loser talk? So my kid is 5. He was wearing his Jaden Daniels jersey last night. 4 o'clock starts, a little tough. Bedtime's right around 7. Game was super boring. Terrible Week 18 football. I mean, I was like holding my eyes open. You know. So my kid falls asleep on the couch.
This is work.
And he keeps looking at the score. I don't know if he quite gets how everything works because he kept going like, oh, we still have the lead. It's like, yeah, it's halftime.
Yeah. No updates.
Right. So anyway, so he's like, it's 17-13 or whatever the score was. So anyway, he falls asleep. So when he wakes up at the end of the game, I'm taking him upstairs. Did we win? I said, yeah, buddy, we won. He goes, yes. He goes, we beat the Eagles. I said, we sure did.
We got him.
He's like, aren't you happy, Dad? And I just said, to avoid a long conversation, Yeah, bud, love to win. I'm not going to ruin his time on December 24th.
Sure, his child wonderment.
You know, I'm not going to sit down and have that conversation about what's ahead that night. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
I'm going to yep, buddy, we won. He's 5. He doesn't get the context or the nuance of the draft and pick 5 and pick 7. So if you want to live that blissful life of that 5-year-old where all wins are equal and did we win or did we lose, that'll determine my mood. God bless you. You have it. I'll carry you up to bed. I'll lay you down and tuck you in, and I'll say you won, buddy. You won.
You got him today, pal.
I'll rub your head.
You got him back for that 2-point conversion.
And he'll go, so we can beat the Eagles in a fight? And I'll go, yes, we can. We
sure can, buddy.
We did it today.
We did it.
That's you, loser talk guy. You're the we can beat the Eagles in a fight guy, loser talk guy. I'm trying to get the best pick possible. Who's loser talk? I'll carry you up to bed. Just let me finish the show, and then I'll get you into your bed tonight.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's scraps from the table. But listen, there are. I think you started this off saying this really, really well. Individually, I am really happy for Bobby Wagner. Getting flowers, again, gold jacket, superstar. All he's ever done is the right thing.
The man.
All he does is play hard. What an influence. What a great dude. Hooray for Bobby Wagner. Now, the macro is really you didn't roll out anything different. This has been my number one gripe overall with this Dan Quinn season and this staff. It's now we're good. Keep sending them up. Keep getting after it the exact same way for months on end while you're turning in one of the worst years in recent memory.
They decided somewhere along the way getting Bobby Wagner to 2,000 tackles was more important.
Yeah, we ain't changing.
Than seeing what Kane Medrano is. And if that's the case, he's your heart and soul glue guy, and that's fine.
Good. That's one example.
I don't even have a problem with that. But all of their decisions stacked up that way. Hilarious tweet here from Mark, who says, there's a flaw in your argument that you're not acknowledging. They won the NFC East tournament. That is a great bit.
Did they? What did they go? 2-2 down the stretch?
Yeah.
In the NFC East tourney?
They won the tourney.
Did they win it, though?
Can we get a banner made?
Did they place?
I'm not even doing a bit. Who would make us a banner to put in the studio? 2026. It's like the NBA Cup. I want one. I'm going to make one. Toby, get on that. See how we can make a banner for the studio.
Okay, so they beat the Giants. That's 1-0.
Yes.
Lost to the Eagles, 1-1. Lost to the Cowboys, 1-2. 2-2 down the stretch.
2-2.
Is that better than everyone else in the NFC East tournament?
In the last month, no one had more than that. We won the NFC East tournament.
Dude, we might have won it.
Hashtag brotherhood.
We might have won it, bro.
Actually, I take back everything I said. This was a great year. I was thinking for a second I was upset about how it went. Now I'm happy. They won the NFC East tournament. The poll of the day for you guys, Metropolitan Moving in Storage. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best in class service and experience. Which did you prefer yesterday? Getting to beat the Eagles so that Nick Sirianni was in a bad mood for a couple hours and so that you could tell your buddies you could beat him in a fight on the playground, or having a better draft pick, which is obviously more valuable. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you're trying to sell your home, choosing the right agent, that's everything. You're not just hiring someone to list a house. You're hiring someone to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line, and guide what's probably the biggest financial move you'll make all year and maybe over multiple years. That's why sellers go with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Seller Williams. We did, and it was an incredible experience. We had a lot of questions. We didn't know the answers to these things. We never sold a home before, right? We got a condo in an older building, kind of a persnickety HOA. We didn't know what to upgrade, what to fix, what to clean, what to take out, what to emphasize. They helped us and handled every single thing possible. The whole process, once we got it listed, done in a weekend. A couple open houses, several showings. The marketing materials were top-notch. Next thing you know, we got competing offers. We settled. All cash, way over asking. It was unbelievable. You could have a similar experience. They're so confident in their abilities that for some reason, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That's their guarantee. So do what we did and call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about this guarantee. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
3 o'clock, Jay Gruden will join the show. Talk to the former head coach here in D.C. about yesterday's Commanders win, and we'll look ahead to the offseason, some teams' needs. Jay Gruden's thoughts on what they need to prioritize to get better schematically. Also, 5 o'clock today, very, very important. Make sure you're listening. We have live the press conference, end-of-year Q&A, GM Adam Peters, head coach Dan Quinn. We'll have it right here on the Fan. That's coming up in a little over 2 hours at 5 o'clock on this Victory Monday on the Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. Just to give you an idea of kind of the split of the fan base on this, Danny, are you satisfied that the Commanders won in their regular season finale against the Eagles, or would you have preferred they lost to secure the 5th overall pick? 52% of fans are glad they won. 48% would rather have the 5th pick if they had to choose between the two. And some people, again, those 52% probably hear that and they go, oh my gosh, 48% of people were either rooting against the team on every play or saying that the players shouldn't have tried to win. Not what we're saying at all. But there are ways, like what is a complete reasonable take. They should have had Sam Hartman playing football. It gets harder to win when he's out there, but it also does your organization good to get him those reps. Prioritizing kids who might make some mistakes. You have your cake and you eat it too. It's a more instructive, developmental exercise for the future while also doing the thing in the moment that helps you the most, which is to not get further down the draft board.
For me, I think everybody can find different parts of it that either make them happiest or angriest. I mean, for me, it's most irritated. It wasn't even just that they won the game. Like, to be honest, the difference between 5 and 7, it is a difference. I'm acknowledging one is a larger number, and if you value the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, it's worth something in terms of the draft pick, et cetera. Maybe you're able to trade down. Maybe you miss out on the player that you like, et cetera. Who knows, right?
The quantifiable difference, if you want to use Jimmy Johnson's draft chart, for picks 5 to 7 is 200 points, which is the equivalent of the 14th pick in the 3rd round, which ain't nothing, by the way. The 14th pick in the 3rd round, in the top 75, basically. That's what we're talking about in terms of a quantifiable value for the damage done by winning yesterday. It would be like, are you willing to hand over a mid-3rd round pick, 14th overall in round 3, to win this game? That's kind of the question. My answer, when I need as many players as I do, is no. For 52% of people, they're saying, yes, give that 3rd round pick up. No problem.
And so that part, honestly, to me is less infuriating than the thing that I have been saying for months that just happened again. It's the same. They trotted out the same guys, playing the same snap counts, the same playing time, the same scheme, the same this, the same that, with a 40-year-old quarterback that's been on 15 teams. It's like a chuckle graphic where it's like, who's gotten some frequent flyer miles? It's Josh Johnson, who's been on every roster a couple. Not funny to me. Change your process. But they're for whatever reason, they're going, I know the ship's burning. I know there's a bunch of holes. I know we already hit the iceberg, but let's go. Let's have the band keep playing. They love that. That's the part that I find infuriating. Less so that they won a game barely by playing terribly against a team that didn't care. It's the nothing is different. I can't believe the arrogance and the audacity. Not the Odyssey, mind you, okay? Or the Odyssey. Not even those things. The audacity to sit there and go, we're doing the same thing with a bunch of vets in the most meaningless game possible. You do what they did for Devontae Smith, give Bobby Wagner a couple tackles, fine by me. He's earned it. Why are we running up the same Jonathan Jones for 100% of the snaps? Why are we running everybody out there like it's a Week 7 game and you're still fighting for something?
All right, let's be quick, but I want to squeeze a couple guys in. Usman in New York, you get a quick word on this.
Oh, man. Okay, I could write a dissertation on this, but Danny, I'm 100% with you. I mean, Grant too, but I've gotten so much hate on social media as well, posting pretty much exactly what you guys have. I think there's a lot of fans who think there's a lot of magic to football and don't understand the mechanics and the strategy and the quantifiable, tactics behind how you win and run a winning organization. Like, football magic just doesn't happen. We have to show some signs of growth. And I don't know. I just have such low confidence from a fluky 2024 that, okay, even if we're going 4-13, I want to see winning moves, winning strategy. Get the guys your incentives, bench them, and play your young guys. And show that there's some type of strategy and foundation here. I don't see it with the coaching staff. This did nothing to help my confidence. But there's a lot of guys who are saying, but we won, though.
Usman, it's a good call. Sorry, we're up against
Appreciate
it.
you, dude.
Terry McLaurin torching Keely Ringo did nobody any good yesterday. I mean, I guess it was cool to see Terry McLaurin finish strong, but the point is, could you have played Jacoby Jones? Could you have called up one of your kids from the practice squad? Could we have seen what Ja'Cory Brooks looked like in an NFL game, running around, catching a pass or two? Like, that would have been the play, in my opinion. We'll talk to Jay Gruden next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. In the NFL, the Commanders won to finish out their regular season in a 5-12 record, beating the Eagles yesterday 24-17. They are now going to pick 7th overall in the NFL draft. Coaching news today. The Falcons fired their head coach, Raheem Morris, and their general manager, Terry Fontenot. The Browns fired their head coach, Kevin Stefanski. The Raiders fired Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. The playoff schedule is set on Saturday. The Rams will take on the Panthers. 2 games on Saturday. The Rams and Panthers, and then the Packers and Bears on Sunday. 3 games, Bills and Jaguars, 49ers and Eagles, Chargers and Patriots. And on Monday, the Texans and the Steelers will match up. Hockey, the Capitals in action tonight, taking on the Anaheim Ducks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. On a Victory Monday presented by Shanigo Mayos, a 2025 top workplace, visit careerswithmios.com. Show's brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condorian Murad.
We love those guys, and we ask you, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condorian Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
On the Rude Guest Hotline, we find our guy, Jay Gruden, former head coach in D.C. Jay Gruden joins us every Monday after game.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Lincoln and Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, what's up? How you been?
Been good. How you guys doing? I'm down here in Daytona, Florida, coaching the Hula Bowl this week.
Oh, very cool.
Nice, man.
Well, we'll ask you about that in a minute. I'm curious about that. That's pretty sweet. I want to start with a couple of notable items on the Commanders. There was a report over the weekend that Cliff Kingsbury and Adam Peters have been butting heads behind the scenes, and there could be some tough conversations coming, and that Kingsbury may not come back for year 3, the final year of his deal, even if he doesn't get a head coaching job. What do you make of that?
Well, that's odd to me because typically the GM and the offensive coordinator don't have contact at all. That's the head coach's job to talk to the GM directly and relay the coach's message to him directly, and the coaches don't have really any, interaction with the GM. So it's odd to me. But, I guess if he's not getting the players he wanted, and maybe he's expressed his frustration in that way. But it's just a weird situation because, like I said, they don't really typically interact.
What would be more likely a reason for them to not be on the same page? Would it be that he's going to him and Quinn, maybe collectively, and asking for schematic changes like, hey, we're under center less than everybody else, we're in the no huddle more than everybody else by far? Or could it be, hey, I want my guys on the field. You're not using, I'm just making this up, but like, I need more looks for Sinnott. I need more Luke McCaffrey ops. Like, which one would you think is more what a GM and a coordinator would be at odds about?
Probably that. Mainly the use of Jaden Daniels probably early on, maybe not running them as much or getting them and putting them in harm's way as often as he has. That could be an issue personnel-wise. Typically, the GM doesn't come down and say, I want the quarterback under center, I want this, I want that from a schematic standpoint. Typically, it's from a player standpoint. Hey, you're not using this guy enough in the passing game. You're not using this tight end enough. Maybe not using Ben Sinnott. Maybe whatever it might be. It just seems weird that typically that Peters goes to Quinn and then Quinn would go to Kingsbury, if that makes sense.
Jay, what'd you make of yesterday's game? Just a little bit of a slop fest for everybody, and Washington, I guess, was less losery in that game. What'd you think?
Yeah, there's a lot of games like that yesterday. It was a hard watch for, about 14 of the games on Sunday and Saturday. So that's typical of the 17th game of the season when nobody's really 18th, whatever it is, where nobody's playing for anything. You're just trying to get some guys some looks. You're still trying to win and compete, but it's not going to be pretty because there's a lot of backups playing.
Did you guys ever strategically sit anybody either for a full game or for parts of a game at the end of a year and play young kids to both get them experience, but also maybe to ensure that you had a better chance to not lose draft positioning?
Yeah, I think you try to get them in the game, maybe not start them, but try to get them in the game more and try to get their reps in there, try to get them, half a game or 3/4 of a game to see what they have, see what they can do. Guys maybe been on the practice squad all year, you elevate them for the last game or two and see what they have for next year, because there's going to be some important decisions when it comes to re-signing these guys and signing free agents at certain positions. I mean, do we need to go out and get another running back? Do we need to get another receiver? And you just got to look at everybody on your roster, and there's no better way to do that than play them in a game.
The one that's crazy to me is Hartman. And we talked about it a few weeks ago. It was kind of a big buzz topic around here back before Christmas. And then they went with Josh Johnson, and it just kind of went away. And I think it's mostly because people were, out of the office, out of sight, out of mind, whatever. But it is crazy to me in Week 18 that a 39-year-old journeyman who your brother had in Tampa, almost 20 years ago or whatever, he was on the field for 4 quarters, and they couldn't get a single snap, having been eliminated from the playoffs for 6 weeks, for Sam Hartman in that game when the Eagles are playing 2s and 3s like it's the preseason. I just don't get that. It seems insane.
Yeah, I don't understand that one either. I love Josh to death. I had him twice, once at Cincinnati, and obviously once here. And he's a great competitor and a good guy to have on your roster. But, Week 18, for God's sakes, your 17th game, I think you should look at your, scout team quarterback who's been there all year. He played in the preseason, did a few decent things, but what a great opportunity to go to Philadelphia and see how this guy stands up to a live pass rush. And maybe he plays better than he's looked in scout team, who knows. But that is a head scratcher. I agree with you on that one.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So, Jay, a word that coaches love and then fans love to kind of throw around as well is accountability. And I understand, just a quick caveat, this isn't college football where if a guy's not going to class or not doing his job on the field, there's another 5-star a year behind him kind of waiting in the wings, right? This is the NFL, rosters are limited, et cetera. But my frustration, the biggest one I have, is for a group that coming in this weekend was 4-12. Like, where was my benching? Where was somebody, losing a little bit of playing time to someone waiting in the wings? I understand you're trying to build a culture, but what better way to demonstrate accountability than maybe saying, just kind of to your point here, we'll give somebody else a couple of these reps because you're not getting the job done. It sort of felt like they were very complacent in that regard. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, being a 4-12 football team, there's a lot of issues, and people aren't playing that well consistently, and that's why you're 4-12. So surely there are guys on your roster, some backups that deserve a few looks in these situations on the road against Philadelphia. Like I mentioned, it's a great opportunity to see how these guys perform under the lights. And if the guys and the starters who are playing aren't cutting it, then you have to look at somebody else. And I agree with you guys 100%. That's that's something maybe Adam Peters is upset about, that maybe they didn't play the guys that they asked them to play. Maybe it's an offensive lineman, a tight end, another receiver down the line or what have you. So, it's a missed opportunity for those guys to look at some of the younger players who have been there all year long, busting their ass and trying to get a rep, and trying to get a game in, and they didn't do it.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. On Cliff Kingsbury 2 years in. Last year, obviously, he was the belle of the ball. They were top 5 offensively. Daniels had this historic MVP caliber season. They get to the NFC title game. This year, with all the injuries, and they had more man games missed in terms of day one starters on offense than anybody else in the NFL did, and they still finished just outside of the top 10 in offense with second and third string quarterbacks for the majority of the year. I actually think in a lot of ways that's a W, not an L for Kingsbury. What do you think about him overall and the job he did this year?
Yeah, I think he did good battling the circumstances, and that's what you have to do as an offensive coordinator sometimes. It's not going to be perfect. You're not going to have the perfect weather. You're not going to have your starters in every game, and you have to make sure you deal with what you have. And I think he did a pretty good job of that. I think Mariota had some really good games, did some really good things. Obviously, Josh got a win yesterday, and so he was able to overcome some of the mistakes or some of the injuries and some of the circumstances that he was dealt with. They weren't, awesome at it. I mean, they were competitive at least. I think defensively is where they kind of missed the mark a little bit. But I think Cliff did a fine job. I mean, being top 15 or 12 with that offensive skill group that was playing without, your number one pick and without Terry and Debo a couple times and Zach Ertz towards the end of the year, that's tough duty.
Jay, what do they need? When you start going shopping, looking at this roster to get back, not necessarily to the NFC title game and being 12-5, but getting back to, more level, more just, not a disaster for next year as they're trying to build something. What do they need?
They need a lot. I think they have to get their priorities straight, and they have to make sure they understand that these are our priority. We got to get a pass rusher somewhere. We got to fix our pass rush. We got to fix our defensive line. We got to fix our linebacking core. We got to fix our secondary. They got to make sure they really address the defense in a major way. Offensively, it'd be great to get Jaden another weapon somewhere somehow. I think tight end has got to be a top priority for him, a guy who can do things in the running game and also in the passing game. Easier said than done. I understand that. And then I'd like to see a game-changing running back, man. It'd be awesome to get a guy that you can hand the ball to, have Jaden with his own reads, and then all of a sudden this guy busting it through for 30, 40 yards is a big playability guy on offense, whether it's receiver or running back, I think would be huge.
If they stick and pick at 7, would you go edge there if the right guy falls to them? Or, if they were to stay there, would you look at a different position?
I think you got to go most dominant defensive player available unless it's a superstar type running back or a wide receiver that just fell to you in your lap that can change the game and put points on the board. I think you got to look for a guy who scores points for you on offense and a guy who takes them away on defense. But right now, if it was close between a defensive player and an offensive player, I'd have to go defense with what they're dealing with right now. The good thing is free agency is before the draft typically, so you'll be able to address some of these positions in free agency, hopefully.
Who are some of the young guys that you like? I mean, to me, we're down on pretty much everybody. Understandable, as you said. It's now, I guess, a 5-12 season with a pretty empty win yesterday. But my big issue is there's not a ton of, hey, look at the upside on this guy as you start going down the list. It's Jaden Daniels, and we saw a couple good things from Sam still at times, but where are the young guys that we're really excited about? I think that's kind of my big issue. But are there some young players you go, I'd like to see more of him because you're into it?
Yeah, not really. That's the issue, too. I think when Noah Brown got hurt and Terry McLaurin was out, the no receivers really stepped up. That's a big problem. So I'm really worried about the depth at the wide receiver position. Obviously, Bill had a good year running the football in certain circumstances. He did a pretty good job. Him and Rodriguez are a decent 1-2 punch. I'd still like to see more from those guys. Disappointed in Ben Sinnott, his inability to get in the lineup and play. That's a big issue. I think the right tackle, Connerly, did some decent things, but he's got a long way to go in his development. So offensively, yeah, they have a lot of work to do to get some more depth in that building. And then defensively, the cupboard's dry as far as young players. You mentioned Sainrisville, but I think other than that, that's pretty much it.
Let's talk Cliff's scheme for a second, if you don't mind. Going no huddle as much as they do, there is no other team that does it. Why not? I mean, is it an asset to do it to the extent that they do, or do they overdo it?
I think it is an asset at times. I think there's a good mix, a good balance to have a little bit of both. I never liked going no huddle all the time, but I didn't like doing it none of the time either. I think it's a good balance to have. Keeps defenses off balance. It eliminates a lot of the substitution things that they can do, and you force the tempo, which is good. But I think huddling up sometimes and changing personnel and doing some things under center, I think is also a big plus. When you have a big offensive line, I think you can push them around a little bit, get in the huddle and wear them down a little bit, and then hit the play actions off of it. So I think there's a plus to both of them. I would never want to be in no huddle all the time just because I'd run out of code words. People start listening to the words, they know what's coming. Hey, Wanda, that's weak side, inside zone. That's coming right here. So I don't know how Cliff does. He does a great job at changing up his no huddle words and calls, but I would definitely do a little bit of both.
Like, what's a reasonable percentage of the time? Here's why I ask. They run no huddle 64% of the time this year. The number 2 team in the league is the Saints at 22%. So you're talking about almost 3 times as much as any other team. And if you go back historically, Cliff's teams were number 1 in Arizona from 29 to 23. And then in Washington, each of the last 2 years, they've been number 1. Now, it was obviously not much of an issue last year, but it didn't work this year.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between no huddle and 2 minute. The Saints are probably in a little bit more 2 minute because they're behind so many times throughout the year. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just a preference for the coordinator. Some coordinators like to go no huddle. Some people don't. I think it's very difficult to put in a lot of new plays when you're going no huddle. That's the issue I have with it. If you want to add a new play for a defense this week, and it's hard to come up with a new word, and everybody's got to learn it with on the fly and to get the right formation from spots and move people around with motions and all that stuff. I think that's a negative of going no huddle. You can't do a lot of that stuff. You're lining up and calling a play and running it, as opposed to lining up and shifting and motioning guys and try to change passing strength and try to let the defense or see what the defense is doing pre-snap. I think you lose that with no huddle, but some people like it. Cliff obviously does.
They tried a trick play yesterday, if you recall, that flea flicker, which just self-sabotage there on a bad toss back from Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. But that's something that people were asking kind of throughout the year. Just want to get your thoughts on it. I always feel like it's art more than it is science as to when to call one. You got to have the right feel for it, et cetera. But it's like when you don't have much going on, is that the time to pull out the trick play, or is it when you're humming a little bit and maybe somebody starts to sit on something? Like, what's your thought process on when to call the trick play and the look you're going for, et cetera?
Yeah, I think when you're humming along. You don't really need a trick play. You feel good about calling the plays that you got. Sometimes if you're stagnant, you need a lift, you need a big spark, big play somehow. I think that's when you pull it out. If you go 3 and out your first 2 series, hey, let's try to get something going, hit this trick play or something like that. So there is a feel for it. Ben Johnson's probably the best at it. He calls them probably more than anybody. There was a disaster trick play the other day, and the game, the guy fumbled the thing at the 20-yard line going in for Carolina. That was a disaster. So sometimes the cons outweigh the pros on a trick play. Like, God dang, we're running the ball pretty good. Now we try trick play, we fumbled the damn thing. So, there's an art to it. You just got to make sure you practice it. You're good at it. The guys are confident.
Jay, going back to another extreme Cliff percentage, this year's shotgun usage for them was about 89%. And they were only under center 11% of the time, which was dead last in the NFL. Although, they did get under center more from the last month of the season than they were before. So maybe, and I've kind of speculated behind the scenes that's something they've been asking him to do more of. But going back to what we were talking about schematically, why is it that it seems like the best offenses, the Shanahan offenses, or a lot of what you did, right now, like Kubiak in Seattle, Ben Johnson, it's under center, play action, pop shots, using the middle of the field, not much the drop back game from Gunn?
Well, that's another coach's preference. I prefer to be under center quite a bit because I think you limit the defense and what they can do a lot of times, and there's more things you can do with the play actions and the boots and the keepers. There's a lot of really good plays you can do under center, and you're limited in shotgun to your play actions and your boots. They're just not as good. And some of the downhill running style with the back 7 yards off, open crossover, roll, pound, get to the line of scrimmage, one cut and go. You lose some of that with the backs, So I think every team should have, at least 45 or 50% under center if they can, if the game dictates it. If they're in the lead or tied or close under center, I think 45, 50% of the time is good. Now, there's some benefits of being a gun. You get the quarterback away from center. The protections are a little bit easier. The ball comes out a little bit quicker maybe. I think that's the one thing that they're lacking is under center plays.
Jay, I want to go around the league with you a little bit here. That Seattle-San Francisco game feels like a month ago, just with how the sort of start the New Year calendar is going. But they missed a million opportunities on offense and still throttled that Kyle Shanahan offense with most of their pieces raring to go. That was really impressive defensively for Seattle.
Yeah, they're one of the top defenses in the league, and they showed it. And obviously, not having Trent Williams really hurt them a lot. I know people say it's just a left tackle. No, this is a major piece of your puzzle when you're running a football to the left and the cutoffs on the weak side. There's so many things, the pass protection that you're lacking when he's out of the game. So that had a major impact. But Seattle is humming right now, and I think Seattle and Houston could be the favorites because both defenses are playing so good.
The team the Texans take on in round 1 is going to be the Steelers. They survived the Ravens on a missed field goal at the Horn last night. 26-24 doesn't really tell the story of that game. There was some fireworks late, final 8 minutes or so. The score was 17-13 before some defensive breakdowns by both teams. What'd you make of that back and forth to end the season?
It's typical of an AFC North game, tough physical football, and then some big plays happen, and then all of a sudden it comes down to a field goal. Unfortunately, Justin Tucker wasn't their kicker. It's just too bad because he's the guy that was the closer for so many years. And that position is very, very important this time of year and come playoff time because the games are going to be close. It's going to come down to a kick in the wind, in the cold, and the rain. And you got to have a kicker with ice water in his veins. And unfortunately, Baltimore fell short because they didn't have one.
Jay, I kind of discounted the Jaguars when they lost 3 or 4 in the middle of the season. I kind of was, okay, this is who they really are after that amazing start with all the turnovers and the like. But you kind of look up and what have they won? 9 in a row at this point or close to it? I mean, they all of a sudden look really, really good. I know they beat the Titans who have already packed it in, but some really impressive wins, including at Denver on the road down the stretch. How legit are the Jaguars?
Just a good football team, and Liam Cohen has done a really good job with Trevor, and Trevor's playing with great confidence. The one thing Trevor was lacking with Coach Peterson and his early career was his overall confidence. He'd play good for spurts, but not for very long amounts of times. And now he's playing good for 4 quarters. And the Jaguars are dangerous because they can run the football. When you run the football, they get the bootlegs going. They get Trevor some very comfortable and easy throws, and he's hitting the easy ones. In years past, he'd miss the slam dunks. Now he's hitting them, and they're getting big plays, and they really stop the run very well on defense. Their corners are opportunistic. Their safeties make plays. So the Jaguars are dangerous, man. There's no doubt about it.
Jay, of the guys that have been fired today, so Raheem Morris by the Falcons, Kevin Stefanski of the Browns, Pete Carroll with the Raiders, and then Jonathan Gannon of the Cardinals. Any of those surprise you at all?
Not really at all, because Gannon's been there a few years, had a couple opportunities, and had to try to fix Kyler Murray. That didn't work out, and they're terrible. And Raheem kind of surprised me a little bit because they played pretty decent down the stretch, and they had some quarterback issues as well. Penix going down and going back to Kirk, so that was a little bit of a surprise to me. Pete Carroll, that was just an absolute train wreck of a situation out there. They were horrible, non-competitive, so they had to do that. Nothing. Stefanski, the quarterback issues with Deshaun Watson, and obviously Shador, and it's not a good situation over there. They had a ton of injuries as well. The defense played really well. I don't know if they're going to hire Jim Schwartz as their head coach or try to keep him, but their defense was outstanding throughout the year. So none of them are really surprising. It wouldn't surprise me if anybody gets fired, really. The owners nowadays are very impatient. They're all looking for the next Sean McVay or whoever it might be, and good luck.
Jay, I can run through the matchups if you don't have them in front of you, but what's your favorite wild card game as you're going to look ahead to this coming weekend?
I'm interested in Jaguars and Bills. I think that's going to be awesome. Josh Allen coming to Jacksonville is going to be hopping there, and I know the people there because I'm down here. They're fired up for this one, and to watch Josh Allen against Trevor is going to be a fun one to watch.
Jay, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you as always. We will chat soon.
You got it. Thanks, fellas.
There's Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. He joined us every single Monday after games all season long.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Tebrit Automotive Group, Tebrit Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Tebrit Lincoln in Chantilly, and Tebrit Chevrolet in Sterling. All home to Tebrit for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbrit.com.
Closing in on being about an hour and a half away from the big press conference. Adam Peters speaking for the first time since the season began on what went wrong this year. The GM of the Commanders, the head coach, Dan Quinn, will be with him at the presser. It starts at 5. It'll go about a half hour. We'll have all of it right here on The Fan. Next, we haven't really given our thoughts on the story that Peters and Cliff Kingsbury are at odds. So let's get into that next on G&D right here on The Fan.
The Commanders wrapped up their season with a victory, beating the Eagles in Philadelphia 24-17 yesterday. They finished the year at 5-12. They locked in the 7th overall pick in the upcoming NFL draft. Coaching news. The Falcons fired head coach Raheem Morris and their general manager Terry Fontenot. The Browns fired Kevin Stefanski. The Raiders fired Pete Carroll. And the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. Zach Taylor is going to be safe. Shane Steichen is going to be safe in Indy as well. Playoff schedule on Saturday, 2 games, Rams and Panthers at 4:30, Packers and Bears at 8 o'clock, 3 on Sunday, Bills and Jags, then 49ers and Eagles, then Chargers and Patriots for Sunday Night Football, and then the Monday Nighter, the Texans will take on the Steelers at 8:15. Hockey tonight, the Capitals in action taking on the Ducks at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game right here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I think so much of Cliff. Like, a very good coach. Unbelievable with the quarterbacks, but like an even better person. And when you're able to play for somebody that you truly like believe in and trust, I think that's why I ended up playing my best. So.
That's Marcus Mariota talking about Cliff Kingsbury, Washington's OC. So to my knowledge, he signed a 3-year deal to be their coordinator 2 years ago, so he has 1 year left on his deal. This was from Diana Rossini of The Athletic on Saturday. This report dropped. She said, Washington has already had conversations about potentially moving on from Cliff Kingsbury, even if he doesn't get a head coaching job. Some in the building say there's been a disconnect between Kingsbury and general manager Adam Peters. When was the last time we were watching to see if an offensive coordinator was going to get fired while he was also preparing for head coaching interviews? We'll see how this shakes out. So I've done some digging and some due diligence on this, and what I can find is, what I've heard is that it is probably true that Peters and Cliff are not always on the same page, that there have been some butting of heads in that relationship, which honestly does not really surprise me that much. Peters is in lockstep with Quinn on most things. I think that's largely part of why Quinn got the gig, if I'm being frank. I do think, and I've been told this for years, like Kingsbury kind of marches to the beat of his own drum a little bit. He runs his half of the building. He's going to call and run his offense the way he wants to. And there's a little bit more, I would imagine, of pushback or, willingness maybe to kind of be your own guy and step outside a line. We saw that with the Terry McLaurin negotiation that never ended in training camp. Who was the guy a couple of times?
That's right.
That came out and said something to the effect of,
all right, it's time.
This needs to end. We need this guy on the field. It's
That's a
time.
good
We
point.
need time on task. Dan Quinn never said that.
No, you're right. That's a good point.
He did the same thing that Peters was doing. He kind of stuck.
We're not going to miss our mark. Return to play. Yeah.
Whereas Kingsbury, that was just a very small window into it, was kind of like, okay, this is enough. Let's get this done. I'm paraphrasing.
No, that's a sharp point.
But I think that was a little window into he is a little bit more of his own guy in that way. So not stunned. Do I think that it's very common for executives and coordinators to butt heads during terrible seasons? Absolutely. Is it perilous? Is it untenable? Those are the things I care about. And I don't necessarily think that that's the case. If I had to guess, I'd say he'll probably be back. But we're at a point now, Danny, where they're going to replace the DC.
Yep.
And where there's a very real possibility that they're getting a new offensive coordinator too. Because they do need to have some tough questions. And my guess is that Peters does want to do things differently offensively. And you have to find out if Cliff is amenable to that or not.
There's a million factors and things that we just don't know. For example, is this routine? In other words, now nothing routine about a 4-12 run and then this empty calorie win to get you to 5-12, but I'll just call it 5-12. There's nothing routine about going 5-12 when you win the NFC title game last year. There's nothing routine about everything possible that could have gone bad going bad. Like anytime there was a fork in the road, it was the bad fork. This was as horrendous a season as this organization has had in some time. This was pre-Harris, pre-Peters. This is Bill Callahan waiting for the year to end so we can go play golf, trying to get games over as quick as possible, and everyone's going to lose their job bad. That's how bad this was. In fact, that group lost by fewer points than this group did over the course of this year as they were losing game after game after game. especially during that, kind of one hellacious stretch. So how much of this is, hey, everyone's upset, normal arguing that happens in an alpha environment of pro sports? How much is it real discord that's grown beyond the normal frustration? Hey, why didn't you run Bill more times in the fourth quarter? Why don't you let me do my job? And everyone apologizes Monday? Or is it ongoing strife?
The fact that this got out, though, as a leak tells you that there is trouble in paradise. That it's more than just a couple of disagreements, in my opinion. We went 2 calendar years almost with zippy of this.
That's true.
These types of leaks are when there's animus and acrimony or jealousy or annoyance and frustration. Like, then you start to see the agents doing some chirping. There was none of this in what was a very tight-knit building a year ago. And when you're winning, there's not going to be. This year's been a disaster. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
As I was seeing this report,
we're used to this, by the way. We do this well. We know these.
We got this covered.
Yeah.
I was reading this on Saturday, and what came to me was, we have talked pretty constantly about how safe Dan Quinn is. And I think we were right. Like, there was never any chance that he was going to lose his job. Same with Adam Peters. And it's all based on the NFC Championship run last year. But here's what I do wonder. What if Zane Gonzalez's doink last year was 2 inches further to the right? 2 inches further to the right. And it bangs off of the upright and comes back out rather than bouncing in. And the Bucs get the ball back and go down and kick a winning field goal. And you lose in the first round of the playoffs after a year when you had 1 win over a team that was over 500. And that came with an asterisk because you beat the Eagles led by Kenny Pickett after Jalen Hurts got hurt when they were up 2 touchdowns on you. And then you came back to win. But very Patriots-esque, where everyone's beating up on New England, saying they didn't play anybody, whatever. You would have had that regular season, as amazing as it was, and lost right away in the playoffs. I really believe, as we sit here, I don't think it's a crazy thing to say, that Dan Quinn would be fired right now. If Zane Gonzalez's kick doinks out, not in, and they don't beat Detroit, and they don't go to the NFC title game, and then you have the year you just had, which is bad enough that this thing's in the shambles that they're going to have a new DC and maybe a new OC, I think they would probably, at that point, he would have essentially an identical record to Raheem Morris, who just got fired last night, with a playoff appearance and 0 playoff wins. And I think it'd be a very real possibility they would move on from him entirely. We're talking about 2 inches away from that.
I think it's a fair conversation. Now, the specifics, and I'm not refuting the general point with specifics. I hate when people do that. But, Josh Harris is pretty notorious for being a little bit more patient, and maybe that's something that would have happened. But it'd be much more of a conversation, I think, at a bare minimum. And I think that's the essential point here, is you don't get a Hail Mary. You don't get the 10 different things that broke exactly right for you last year the way that they did. Then, yeah, it's a much more real conversation. In fact, it's probably more likely than anything else. But because you got those deposits in the bank, I was there too, I had a blast, he's sort of immune from prosecution, so to speak, right? And it would be a lot more on the table. This would be one of the first 3 or 4 places mentioned on the Shouty shows and the NFL shows where they're talking about Black Monday and everything between.
Dan Quinn being safe because of last year makes sense to me, and I agree with it and I get it. But it only makes sense from the standpoint of if you look at it and you feel like it was an authentic foundation to something. And this year is the outlier based on injuries, essentially. In other words, if you look at last year as like a magical carpet ride and you go, this idea of getting to an NFC title game where you gave up 55 points and got blown out of the gym should not keep you safe when a quarterback did this otherworldly thing and kind of dragged you through the fight all the way to the NFC title game. I get that argument too, right? It's not like they, it came down to a field goal or something. They gave up 55 points. They got outclassed. They looked like they didn't really belong. But it is what it is. When you get to a championship game in your first season, you're probably going to keep your job. But I just get thinking about that as I'm going, wow, they could have 2 new coordinators? Like, when you're a head coach, there's only a couple things that happen generally before you lose your job. You've got to take play calling duties away from someone. Check. You're moving coaches around from the booth to the field. Check.
Yeah.
Then you're blowing out coordinators. Check. Maybe both of them this year. Like, this is maybe closer than we thought to ownership sitting down with Dan Quinn and having that come to Jesus conversation where they're going, hey, guess what, man? We're keeping you, but we don't have to keep you. Like, we're keeping you because we want to, but just so you know, this was horrific enough that we could easily fire you and feel okay about it.
Yeah, that is the conversation I would have, and I've been beating that drum for a month, basically, is I want you to know I'm not going to. So rest assured, sit comfortable in this chair. But I'm telling you right now, look at this data I've got for you. I am so within my rights to dismiss you. I am so within my rights to say I never want to see you or anybody else in this building again. Turn in your key card. You got to go. We'll have security escort you out, and we'll pack up your knickknacks. It was that bad. And to your point, I don't know that they're going to fire. I don't think that's on the table. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm always the guy that's kind of last to believe something is real in a lot of these cases. But I think they're going to go, oh, no, Cliff got another job. Anyway, and move on very quickly. Because I think the way this hiring cycle is going to go.
That is the thing about you, by the way. You just hit on something.
Yeah.
Scott Brooks isn't going. Bruce Allen's not going. Tom Brady's
leaving. Never leaving New England.
You got to see it to believe it a little bit.
In a lot of cases,
But on Peters and Kingsbury, to your point, on this report from The Athletic, what I want to know is the disconnect over scheme and Quinn, Peters, but Quinn and Peters are going, like Dan Quinn's Super Bowl run came with Kyle Shanahan.
Yep.
Those are his types of OCs, right? He had McDaniel in his building, those guys. Where did Peters just come from? San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan. Are they going, bro, we're in no huddle 68% of the time. We can't play complimentary football this way. You're going to kill the defense. We got to get under center. I mean, they went under center the last few weeks of the season more. Was someone in his ear? Were they fighting? Were they butting heads over it?
I mean, they said on the telecast that Josh Johnson's quote not as comfortable in the no huddle at times. So that was an adjustment.
Maybe that was part of it.
But was it? Who knows?
Or was it about usage?
Mm-hmm.
Where maybe AP's sitting there listening to us and going, you guys get it. He agrees with us. I'm not saying he's doing anything because we're saying it. That would be ridiculous. But I'm saying, if he were to hear us, he'd be like, you're right. Ben Sinnott should be playing more and getting more targets. It's absurd that he's not. You're right. Luke McCaffrey should be the first guy to get an opportunity when Terry's not available for weeks on end. I don't know why he's not. And he's saying, you got to play my guys. You got to give us a chance to see what's what. Why are we giving up on Brandon Coleman after 3 games to go to a former 7th-round pick from another regime? Is it usage? Is it scheme? I would love to know. We just have no idea.
Yeah, I'd love to know what Kingsbury's side of it is, right? I mean, if it's a Peters is annoyed, if Kingsbury's annoyed, is it could you give me some ingredients here to try to have some kind of meaningful offense? I don't have a single deep threat. What am I supposed to do?
Based on the team's Hard Knocks styles offseason stuff, we know he made the Josh Connerly pick, essentially.
Yeah.
Remember, he left the note for, I'm saying he, meaning Cliff Kingsbury, left a note like NFL Draft starring Kevin Costner.
Draft day, yeah.
Trying to get Josh Connerly. So he got his guy there. We have the video where Peters calls over who he calls Cliffy. I don't know if he's still calling him Cliffy or not, based on this report. He's like, Cliffy, what do we think?
Clifford now.
Yeah.
More formal.
And what's his middle name? Cliff Aaron Kingsbury?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Cliff, get in my office. Cliff Aaron Kingsbury. But he calls him over and he's like, you want Sinnott? Like, what do you want to do here? And he's like, yeah, get me Sinnott. So, I mean, it's not like he hasn't gotten some of his guys. Those are 2 pretty high-profile picks that we've seen videos of Kingsbury being heavily involved in the process. If you want to hop in on the report that the GM and the OC are butting heads and what this means for Cliff, we will do that as the show continues today on Grant and Danny. Our double plays coming your way in just a few. I want to get into the NFL playoff bracket ahead this weekend next on The Fan. It's a Victory Monday on the Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Grant and Danny welcoming you back. It's Black Monday in the NFL. There have been 4 head coaches fired. By the way, the opening in Tennessee, which has been vacant.
It's been open, yeah.
Since week 6 or so. Mike Borgonzi's the general manager there, and his role has actually grown. He's taking over kind of all duties as their chief executive this offseason. The first name on their list to interview, Chiefs OC Matt Nagy, after a really disappointing year for that offense that looked pretty dated with he and Andy Reid. That's a relationship interview.
And that doesn't sound like a great, based on production.
Borgonzi, longtime GM assistant with the Chiefs and high-ranking official with Nagy there. So I feel like that's a, hey, bud, I'll give you an interview kind of favor. But I am going to tell you, Danny, if Matt Nagy's getting interviews, Cliff Kingsbury's going to get interviews.
That's a great way to think about it, yeah.
There are not a lot of offensive options. I keep saying, like, look at the hot OC candidates. There is no Ben Johnson. There's one guy in Clint Kubiak that a lot of people are going to want. There's a retread who just got fired now in Kevin Stefanski, who is absolutely going to get a job if he wants one. Outside of those 2 guys, who is the hot commodity OC? So if you want a play caller, if you want an offensive-minded guy, Kingsbury is going to be more intriguing and appealing and higher up the list of people that you're looking to call than he would a lot of other years.
Yeah, it's the big leap guys like Mike LaFleur, who's OC in L.A., right? It's not someone that's actually running the offense, calling plays,
and look at his resume without McVay or Shanahan.
Right.
He was the Jets OC and got blown out there amid chaos.
So, there are a few names, and these are not, as you said, the buzzworthy, everyone's climbing all over themselves to try to interview these guys' names, but there's some decent ones. Todd Monken, OC in Baltimore. But the point is, Kingsbury's very much in the mix because of what he's done. Resume-wise, it's enough. This year, you can go, it depends on which way you're looking at the glass, half full of water. You can go, man, with their top half of the league in yards per play with nothing this year, with their quarterback injured, everyone in the lineup, not much good. Someone could also go, you mean the team that's 25th in points? That guy, we're going to interview him. But again, this is not a unbelievably talent-rich candidate pool.
14 playoff teams make up the playoff pool. The Broncos got the 1 seed in the AFC, so they'll be idle this weekend. And the Seahawks, with a franchise record 14 wins under second-year head coach Mike McDonald, who Washington interviewed when they hired Dan Quinn, they are the 1 seed in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
They will also not be playing this weekend. So 12 teams in action, 6 games. Here's your schedule. Saturday doubleheader, 4:30 and 8 o'clock local. Game 1, Rams-Panthers. We get what could be the most lopsided game right out of the way at 4:30 with the Rams and the Panthers.
Certainly on paper, right? Sometimes we get surprised, but that's the one team belongs, the other team's the Panthers.
Carolina did beat the Rams about 6 weeks ago.
That's right.
If you remember. But that felt like you caught them in between some important games kind of contest. Carolina gets in at 8-9 with one of the worst point differentials in recent playoff history. Then at Saturday night at 8 p.m., this is one of my favorite matchups of this slate.
I got the intrigue here.
Packers-Bears, third time in like 7 weeks. NFC North. Remember when Ben Johnson got the job inexplicably for no reason? He called out Matt LaFleur. He was talking about like, I can't wait. There's a lot of good coaches in this division, and I get to beat Matt LaFleur twice a year. And everyone's like,
wait, what? Huh?
He's buddies with Matt LaFleur. That's funny. I texted Matt LaFleur. I'm like, hey, man, why do you know Ben Johnson? Like, what's that about? He's like, I don't. Whoops. That was weird. Anyway, Packers-Bears, 8 p.m. That's a Prime-only game. Hopefully you've got the app.
Indeed.
Prime Video.
That's your rubber match right there. Overtime, the last time these two teams played, the first matchup was pretty compelling as well. I believe it was a field goal game.
Came down to the wire.
That Green Bay won.
Caleb Williams threw a pick in the final minute and a half.
That's what that
in
one
the
was,
red
right?
zone.
Yep.
Darius and I watched that game in Minnesota from a sports bar right after we watched. Did the Commanders score that day?
No. I'll tell you what they did. No, they didn't.
31-0.
31-0.
Vikings.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Sunday triple-header. Bills-Jaguars. Are we wasting the good surprise on you? Are we wasting one of the best games in the 1 o'clock window on Sunday?
That's sneaky my second favorite game.
That's a really good game.
That's my second favorite game of the weekend.
That's Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence's music.
When I do my annual wild card round predictions,
Yes.
I had that locked in as the Saturday night game. I can't believe that they wasted that for Sunday 1 o'clock.
I like Bears-Packers Saturday night. Here's what I would have done. I would flip Chargers-Patriots, which is Sunday Night Football, 8 East time. And I know what the networks want. They want Justin Herbert and Drake May. But can I interest you in Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence? Bills-Jaguars, game 1, 1 o'clock. 4:30. God, this is the best football day ever. I'm going to eat 107 wings and not get off my couch. Game 2, Sunday afternoon, 4:30. Niners-Eagles. I feel like we get that a lot. For some reason, San Francisco never has a quarterback when they play that playoff game with Philly. It's always like Christian
McCaffrey has to take snaps
in the shotgun, or Josh Johnson or something. But that's your 4:30 game. And then Sunday Night Football, Herbert and May, Chargers and Patriots. Let's go.
Sign me up.
Monday Night Football. Save the best for last. The best for last. The best for... Texans, Steelers.
Nobody asked me. Yeah, and I'm telling you, no one should ask me. But if they did, I would have said, let's not make that one our big Monday showcase standalone situation.
For some reason,
I'd have buried that as much as possible.
I don't know how the draft order works with the networks, but
Does Monday night have the last pick?
Yes, I'm telling you, I'm not doing a bit. I think Monday Night Football is down the board.
Yeah.
Because it seems like they just always get the game that I'm like, I guess I'll watch this one tomorrow.
I mean, this one's on, so I'll watch it, but
It's always a 4-5 on that Monday night matchup.
Yeah.
Always is. And how about the Texans graduating from the Saturday 4:30 spot, by the way?
Good for them.
That's good.
Hey, that's neat.
First time the Texans have not played at 4:30 on Saturday. Seriously. First time ever that they've gotten out of the 4:30
Will they
window.
just have, you know how that for hockey, they're like, here's a guy that used to play here with no helmet, and they have him come out and do the ceremonial face-off. Could we just have TJ Yates do a ceremonial snap for the Texans in that one?
It's not a
It
bad
feels
idea.
like it's supposed to happen, right?
You know who he coaches for, don't you?
No.
The Falcons. He might be out of a job. He's on Raheem's staff in Atlanta.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number one game. I'm going to go Green Bay, Chicago.
That's mine.
You have a Ben Johnson alert over there somewhere? Curious to see if the Bears can get out of round one. Also, LaFleur supposedly could be, if they don't look good and play well or something, like in trouble. That seems insane to me.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
I mean, LaFleur would get a job in 14 seconds.
In microseconds.
Game 2, Bills, Jaguars.
Uh-huh.
You realize Jacksonville's point differential down the stretch this season, how good it is? They're outscoring teams by 1,000,000 points. Let me write this down. I've got a bunch of fun little stats, notes that I jotted down somewhere here. Their last 5 weeks of the season, point differential is wild. Chase Young, Derrick Henry, Browns, Harold Fannin. I can't find it. I got too many good notes here.
You got a lot of notes. You have a Chase Young note, by the way? All of us did.
I do.
A whisper quiet, awesome season.
Chase Young's last 4 games, 5 sacks, 6 TFLs. Last 7 games, 7 sacks, 9 TFLs, 9 quarterback hits.
Kind of put together a
It's
year, didn't he?
happening, guy.
Didn't he?
It is happening. DPOY loading
Oh,
in
easy.
2026.
Easy.
Chase Young's about the ball, bro. Why can't I find my Jaguars notes? Oh, here we go. Point differential since week 11. Jacksonville plus 153.
Good Lord.
Number 2 in the NFL, New England plus 97. They're 56 points better than anybody else in point differential since week 11. They're blowing everyone out.
Yeah, they're legit good. I wrote them off, as I said. Now we look back at some of those losses. They were against really quality opponents. Same pathology I did with Houston, right? Except Houston, I gave the benefit of the doubt to. I did not for Jacksonville. They are legit. They're a little bit of a freight train right now.
Can I do an impression for you?
Go. It's going to be me sleeping. I know. I already know it. I know what it is. All right, so, do I say Grant, wake up? Or hey, wake up, man.
Hey, I'm Danny.
Danny, wake up.
Who's Liam Cohen? What's his deal? Damn it. It's Danny sleeping on Liam Cohen.
Duval.
Silly Liam Cohen. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Beltway Blitz comes your way next.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, the Commanders finished their season with a win yesterday, beating Philadelphia 24-17, finishing the year at 5-12. They will now pick 7th overall in the NFL draft. Coaching news. The Falcons fired head coach Raheem Morris. They also fired their general manager, Terry Fontenot. The Browns fired Kevin Stefanski. The Raiders fired Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. Some coaches that are reportedly safe. Mike McDaniel, safe with the Dolphins. Shane Steichen going to stay with the Colts, and Zach Taylor will stay with the Bengals. Hockey tonight. Capitals in action at home, taking on the Anaheim Ducks. 7 o'clock puck drop can hear the game right here on The Fan. When your system's under pressure and about to get sacked, call Foley Mechanical, the pros for heating, cooling, and radiator repair. In D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's a victory Monday on The Fan. The Commanders beat the Eagles. Thank goodness for that. Victory Monday on The Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. In 1 hour, in fact, we're under that now, a little over 55 minutes out from a really important press conference. We'll have it for you live right here on Grant and Danny, a rare Q&A with General Manager Adam Peters with the media. Dan Quinn is at the mic today as well, so make sure you're listening. Coming up at 5 o'clock for that press conference on The Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori & Murad.
We love those guys. We ask you, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? We're sponsored by Kandori & Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We got a Beltway Blitz to give you. We will cover the Wizards, the NFL, and the Commanders, and we will start right now on the hardwood. And to do that, we got Bijan Todd of Monumental Sports. Bijan, how about the Wizards? I mean, break them up. The kids are playing well. They're stringing wins together. I know came to a screeching halt against the Wolves yesterday as they gave up a 140 burger, but they had been rolling. You saw what they did against the Nets, beat them by 20. They beat the Bucks. This team's playing pretty good basketball.
Yeah, Grant, I think last night was a reality check for this team, but they still have gone 6-5 in their last 11. And I think that's just a product of the team being healthy. You got Koulibaly healthy. He's playing outside. He's defending the best player on the other team. Sarr is healthy. Trey Johnson has come into his own and is starting to score a lot more voluminously off the bench and starting, which is pretty impressive. So when you tack all of that together, you get the team playing a little bit more cohesively, and it's led to some wins. It's been a good sight here.
I love Trey Johnson so much. He was born to put the basketball in the basket. How is his long-term health protocols in terms of that hip and some of the condition that he came into the league with? I know there's been some minutes restriction at times, and he went on the injured list, and he's back now, but sort of long-term prognosis there, because he's my precious little angel.
Yeah, Danny, I love coming on the show because you talk about how much you love him every time, and I
love
do
him
too. He's my boy. His health, I wouldn't say is a concern. He's still, I guess you could call it a minutes restriction, even though he's starting now and he's playing upwards of 27, 28 minutes a game over the last couple of weeks here. So I wouldn't worry about his health long term. I think they're just being cautious with it to start out his career. So they're giving him starting minutes, but then once the second and third quarters roll around, he's been getting a little bit more rest. Still has that hip thing that he's been dealing with since he was at Texas, but nothing too alarming. I think by the time the season's rolling to an end, he won't really have any restrictions anymore and start to play hopefully upwards of 35-ish minutes a game here. So nothing to worry about long term.
Averaging just over 12 points per game in 27 games in this rookie season. What's been amazing and what's gotten him some attention here of late as he's been knocking down so many threes is the depth of the shooting. I mean, the range, a little bit of a cold water game when he went 1 for 5 from deep and 3 for 11 from the floor in the loss yesterday. But he had been very recently, the architect of, I think, 11 for his last 14 from deep. And I mean, just checking the heat from just across the timeline. What have we seen?
Yeah, I saw this crazy stat, Grant, that was like from shots from 30-plus feet, he's shooting like 50%, which is unreal. And I think that actually ranks among NBA history when it comes to rookies shooting it from that deep. And he also did set a Wizards Wizards/Bullets franchise record for most consecutive threes made by a rookie with 9. That ended New Year's Eve against Milwaukee. But yeah, no, it's the confidence thing, right? Like he gets the ball, even peeling off of screens and peeling off of pin downs, he wants to shoot it, and that's the most important thing for young players because like we see it every year with young guys coming into the league who are the best player for their high school team and the best player for their college team. They get to the NBA and they're a little bit intimidated and they're a little bit more timid when they shoot the ball. Not the case with Trey Johnson, right? He wants to shoot it, and the confidence is the biggest thing for him, and that's why he's been so effective with it. It did come to a little bit of a halt last night, as you mentioned, going 1 for 5, but before that, 2 for 3, 4 for 7, 5 for 5 against Phoenix from downtown. So he will shoot it from just about anywhere, and I think the team wants to see that because he's proven that he can be effective.
Bijan, thanks as always, buddy. Happy New Year to you.
Thanks, guys. Happy New Year.
You got it, man. Hit that NFL sounder, please. What about Mike Jones with The Athletic? Mike, what a way to cap off this season. It felt very apt, right? It's sloppy, it's coverage busts, it's missed field goals, it's mismanaging timeouts. Someone had to win that stupid AFC North, but that was riveting.
It really was. And I really didn't know that it was going to be that compelling. I thought that, Pittsburgh wasn't going to have enough offense. I mean, they scored 6 points against Cleveland the week before that. And I didn't think that they were going to be able to pull it out. But then, hey, Aaron Rodgers with the game of the line comes up with a big throw after, like you said, a busted coverage. Guy falls down. And then you think, oh, Lamar Jackson makes it happen and gives them exactly what they want, and they miss the field goal. It fit for this season because everything has been down and sideways and everything. But here we are rolling to the playoffs, and I think that it's going to be just as entertaining as the regular season was.
Mike, I want to go through the 4 firings of the last 24 hours among NFL head coaches. Give me a sentence or two on each decision. Falcons blowing out Raheem Morris after 2 years.
Stunning. I thought maybe they'd fire the GM, but I thought that Raheem winning 4 straight games, I thought he would get more than just 2 seasons.
Browns firing 2-time Coach of the Year Kevin Stefanski, 8-26 the last 2 years.
Yeah, it was time. It just seemed like he didn't have any answers, couldn't figure things out, went through I don't know how many offensive coordinators, and then just botched the quarterback situations again and again and again. It was time.
Raiders ending the Pete Carroll experience, one and done after a 3-14 year.
Yeah, shocking that it was that bad. I thought he was going to be, the adult in the room and help, stabilize that franchise. I guess because they get the top pick, you can't say it was a waste of a year. But just wow,
a lot of money, and they're going to pay him for another 2 years at least, I would imagine. Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon, 3-14 season, 15-36 over 3 years.
Yeah, that was one that I thought probably could happen. When the season started, I thought maybe he was on the hot seat, and they just never quite were able to get anything together. And I know quarterback was an issue, but, there were other problems as well.
You think we're done? I mean, it's 6 openings, Atlanta, Cleveland, Vegas, Arizona, and then the Giants and Titans already open from the middle of the season on. Are we done?
I don't know. There could. I mean, I don't. We keep looking. Keep watching Harbaugh and Tomlin, and see what happens. It might be a retirement/resignation, mutually parting ways. Maybe not. We'll see. But also, let's watch Todd Bowles down in Tampa. I know we signed an extension, but I was told that he had been considering retirement, and it seemed like he didn't quite have that fire down the stretch of the season. So let's keep looking at those long-time guys. So there's 3.
Who's the best team that might lose in Wild Card Weekend?
Best team that might lose. Maybe, I don't know. That's tough. You put me on the spot there. Because I think that we'll see all of the teams. Maybe Buffalo. I could see them losing. They've got, Josh Allen is fantastic, but he doesn't have – it's all on him. But at the same time, I see them having the capability to go all the way through and win the Super Bowl.
Can you imagine, by the way, if the year Mahomes doesn't make the playoffs, Lamar doesn't make the playoffs, if Allen's knocked out by Jacksonville, Burrow in that first round. If that happens, would Sean McDermott be in trouble?
Yeah, possibly, because if they don't get it done this year, they might never get it done. So He was a little bit under scrutiny before, and it depends on what that game looks like. If they're one and done, that'd be bad for him.
So who's the team that nobody's talking about heading into this weekend that you feel like? 'Cause I think Jacksonville's my answer to this, by the way. Just they're whisper quiet, really, really good. They've been drubbing people over the last couple of months. But who's the team that nobody's really kind of talking about that we could be talking about here in a few weeks as this tournament starts going really fast and they're in the conference title game, maybe even the Super Bowl?
Jacksonville is definitely a good one. They've won their during this 8-game win streak. They've closed out the season winning by an average of 19 points per game. But because of, I guess, the names and the clout of the head coaches and the quarterbacks of other teams, like you said, they get overlooked. I think Houston is being overlooked a little bit. Yes, we know their defense is really good, but I think they have an opportunity. They could maybe go on a run. And I'm intrigued by the Panthers. I don't think they can beat the Rams, but I think they can make it interesting for them.
Mike, do you have an MVP vote?
No, I was removed from the AP.
What'd you do?
I don't know. They added a bunch of NFL Network people, so they had to move some old-time people off.
Look at Mike Jones getting ousted. I didn't mean to pick at a scab here. I do want to know who you would vote
I had
for.
some questions last year about some things, and I guess I didn't like being questioned.
Yeah, I understand that. I wouldn't want you questioning me either. I'd have booted you too.
How dare you? CFWA vote.
Mayor Stafford. Who would you vote for?
I'm going with Stafford. May has been impressive as well, but look at the numbers. And also we came into the season not knowing if Matthew Stafford's back was going to even let him emerge from the first month of the season. And here he has, 4,700, yards, 46 touchdowns, only 8 interceptions. He's been a little better than Drake May. And if you took him off that team, you really think Jimmy Garoppolo could have led them there? And I know you can say if you take, Drake May off of
I think
that
May
team.
could have Stafford's season in L.A., and I don't think Stafford could have May's season in New England.
Nah, that's a good way to look at it right there.
But we could talk more about this another time.
Well, you got Josh. I don't know. Josh McDaniels could figure out how to make Stafford look good. But he does have a lot of weapons.
He would just need to improve that O-line to do it, I think.
That's right.
A little bit.
It's true.
And
True.
Mike, be good, brother. We'll
Thank
catch
you,
up
dude.
soon.
All right, see you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to get my guy an MVP vote.
Yeah, what the hell happened there?
That's ridiculous.
He asked a question or two, and they said, why don't you go outside? It's not like he won Darius's Madden League.
Let's talk about the local ops. And I mean the operation, not the opponents, okay? The local operation.
Yeah, I was going to say, whoa, dude.
Our buddy Kevin Sheehan, you know him from his work on the aptly named Kevin Sheehan Show, joins us now. Kev, I had this thought today. I want to bounce this off you. If Zane Gonzalez's upright doinking in was 2 inches to the right last year and doinks and is missed, and then the Bucs win that game, is Dan Quinn fired today?
No.
You think he
12 and
still
5
keeps
is
his
still
job?
12 and 5. It's just the context of this year. I know we've talked about this before, Grant, but it's like, for me, there's the impulsivity required to fire a coach after he went 12 and 5, got to the playoffs, and let's just assume that they didn't win that first game against Tampa, and then had the most injured team in the league in terms of their biggest and best contributors. I just think would speak poorly of management, of ownership. He'd still be here for it next year. The leash might be shorter next year, and maybe it's already shorter than it should be. But no, he'd still be the coach in 2026.
Kevin, haven't heard you weigh in on this specifically, and would just like to get your take on my viewpoint here. My biggest frustration is the steadfast unwillingness by Quinn and this regime to do anything different. In other words, if you win this game yesterday with Kane Madrano playing half the snaps and Tyler Owens, making plays and Sam Hartman, I go, okay, fine. That is what it is. But this is the same 4-12 process. It's the same can't get timeouts right. It's the same false starts. It's the same bumbling sort of, Benny Hill music playing while they're just inepting their way around the field. And this time they ran into an opponent, just like the Giants a couple weeks ago, that was more inept that day, who had no interest in winning the game. and they feel all validated about that. That's what frustrates me the most is kind of the lack of adjustment. It took, unbelievable amounts of deposits in the bank for Dan Quinn to finally have Joe Witt change seats. Like, that's as far as he was willing to go, it seemed like. That's my biggest frustration with this year. I tag you in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the part that you said that I would agree with is that they feel validated by something like yesterday. Like, they felt validated early in the year with their defensive performances against the Raiders and the Giants, who were two teams that were horrible and banged up along the offensive line. And I remember thinking, do they really believe that their defense is really good? Don't they recognize who they played? But I think as far as like yesterday goes, I mean, they had a third-string 39-year-old quarterback. Like, I love the conversation I got from some people that is, oh, my God, I mean, how bad do you have to be to barely beat a team playing their backups? I'm like, did you see who we were playing? We had a third-string 39-year-old quarterback out there, and he actually looked pretty good considering. And there were 3 starting offensive linemen out yesterday. So I think a lot of that stuff, down the stretch with all of these different players and the musical chairs all season long played into that. But, I do get a little bit concerned when I hear them get, borderline chesty on Tell the Truth Mondays about, what they did well without sort of the context of, no one was really playing yesterday to win anything.
And we're going to have Dan Quinn's press conference, Adam Peters' press conference together. They're going to meet with the media simultaneously today, right at 5 o'clock in 40 minutes. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Kev, before we let you go, last thing I wanted to get you to weigh in on was the Kingsbury rumor from Saturday that he and Peters are at odds, that he may not be back even if he doesn't get a head coaching job. And I actually think that this relates to the conversation we were having about DQ. Because if anybody should have some get-out-of-jail-free cards to use, it's the guy that had the offense humming at an elite level and the quarterback playing like an MVP last year, and then had Josh Johnson and Marcus Mariota starting most of the year. But at least according to reports, he might be out of a job via Adam Peters. So if that's the case, why should Dan Quinn be viewed differently?
Yeah, that's a really, I mean, the whole thing is interesting, but what you said, I totally agree with. I'm like, I just can't believe the turning on Cliff Kingsbury part of the fan conversation as much as it is, or, with at least a portion of it. I mean, they were not just a good offense last year. They were an elite offensive football team. We know what an elite offensive football team looks like from last year. And the reason it wasn't this year is none of those players played very much this year. His starting quarterback started and finished healthy 3 football games out of 17. So, yeah, I mean, look, you and I have had this conversation before. I'm, like you, a fan of our guys' scheme, the Shanahan-style scheme, more under center. With that said, there are lots of different ways it's done. Andy Reid hasn't done it the Shanahan-style way. And Cliff Kingsbury had great success last year. If he came back next year as the team's offensive coordinator, I wouldn't, as a fan of the team, lose 1 second of sleep. I would just hope that he'd have his players next year to actually scheme and play call around. But, yeah, the whole thing is a very interesting development for sure. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. To me, this offseason has to be about defense first, second, and, continuing until you get to the end, because that was the worst defensive football team in my lifetime of watching the team. And, yes, it was impacted by injuries, but even if it hadn't, it wasn't a very good defense. And you've got 2 years of bad defensive football with a defensive head coach. So they better get that part fixed.
Kevin, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate the time.
All right, guys.
Kevin Sheehan Show. Go check him out there. I want to dive back into Kingsbury's future. Also, the mother of the starting quarterback tweeted an endorsement of the offensive coordinator, Cliff Kingsbury. Thing or not a thing. Next on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Eagles to wrap up their regular season 24-17. They finished the year 5-12 and lock in the 7th overall pick. Coaching news: the Falcons fired head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. The Browns fired Kevin Stefanski. The Raiders fired Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. Playoff schedule: 2 games on Saturday, Rams and Panthers, and then Packers and Bears. Sunday, 3 games, Bills and Jags, 49ers and Eagles, Chargers and Patriots, and the Monday nighter will be Texans and Steelers. In hockey tonight, the Capitals in action taking on the Ducks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop can do the game right here on The Fan. Paisanos just dropped their new homemade cheesy breadsticks. Golden edges, a soft center, layers of melted cheese, and every slice finished with seasoning and served warm with marinara. Get them free with any order of $35 or more using code CHEESY. Not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I mean, I love working with Cliff. You know, me and him have a special relationship. You know, we kind of built that over these past 2 years. And, you know, I kind of just wish I was out there more to play for him this past year. So, I mean, that's kind of the focus for me in this offseason is just rebuilding myself from the ground up and, you know, hopefully go out there, and that's the most important thing, to be available for my team.
That was Jaden Daniels talking about Cliff Kingsbury. So the report from Diana Rossini in The Athletic was that Adam Peters, general manager, Cliff Kingsbury, OC, have been at odds at different points over the course of the season, and that it's not a lock that Kingsbury will be back as the coordinator, even if he doesn't get a head coaching job. It's expected he'll get an interview or two. But the idea is that they could fire him, that they could move on and go get another coordinator. So a lot to chew on here, Danny, but I guess first and foremost, I believe, and what I've heard is big personalities, both of those guys. Peters runs the show. Kingsbury is a guy that's going to do his own thing and kind of march to the beat of his own drum a little bit. So you're going to get probably more pushback or more squaring off and debating from Kingsbury than you are.
You're more standing up for yourself a little bit.
Dan Quinn or one of these guys who's like Team Adam, right? So I believe that. I believe that they probably butt heads. There's a big difference between that and it being a perilous thing or it being untenable or Peters not wanting to work with Kingsbury. And what I said earlier and what I really want to know is it about usage? Is it about being under center versus shotgun? Is it about no huddle versus huddle? Leaving the defense out to dry? Is it about, you know, how they're running or not running Jaden Daniels with design keepers? Or is it more about playing his guys that he drafts? I look worse when you're not playing Ben Sinnott and throwing him the ball. I look worse when you're not playing Luke McCaffrey. Is it more, because that would be a more normal reason for like a GM and coordinators to be at odds. But as Jay Gruden said when he joined us earlier in the show, it's weird for those guys to interact.
To be talking at all about stuff.
Basically, the GM and the coach deal with each other, and then the coach deals with the coordinators.
Yes, that's why the head coach gets paid more. He's insulated in all, or he's fighting everybody on all sides. The owner's mad, the GM's mad, the OC, the DC, the special teams guys, players are mad. Everybody, all the you know what rolls to you. There's a reason why these guys don't want to be coordinators a lot of the time anymore. Like to be the CEO of the football team, as Dan Quinn wants to do, that's part of the gig.
But if Peters is having like knockdown dragouts with Kingsbury and with Joe Witt, you're throwing your weight around. You're more involved than a lot of GMs probably are.
Indeed. And so for me, this is, what do I know, right? All I'm doing is reacting to reports and trying to put two and two together. I wouldn't instinctively think it's about play style because you hired Cliff Kingsbury. You can't be surprised when Cliff Kingsbury shows up. In other words, wait a minute, you got a guy that wants to spread things horizontally and line up in shotgun and have quarterback runs and quick passes and horizontal things, the horizontal raid? You mean the guy that's been doing that since he was a college player at Texas Tech, then a coach at Texas Tech, then a coordinator, then a head coach at Arizona, then back at USC? You mean the guy that's always done that and he's now doing that? For me, I can't handle it. To me, it instinctively would lean towards usage, where you're going, I got you, Bill. He's so much better with the ball in his hands than anybody else. Why does it take Chris Rodriguez with a stomach flu 10 minutes before kickoff for him to get double-digit carries? I got you this toy. Why is he this backup blocking back behind John Bates? I got you this and that. So who knows where the fault lies, but that's instinctively what would make more sense to me.
Last year, so 2024, year one of this operation, was an A++ for Cliff Kingsbury. They had this elite, incredible, kind of otherworldly year where you thought he was going to get a head coaching job, would have had the Saints job if he wanted it, and where Jaden Daniels was just on another level, right? They were the number 4 rushing offense in the league. They were a top 10 offense. This year, with Cliff Kingsbury calling plays for backup quarterbacks and Jaden Daniels being out for the most part, they were still a top 5 rushing offense, and they were 12th in yards per play. And they still did some things at a really, really high level this season. They were 4th in red zone offense this year. You realize that?
I didn't know.
They were 8th in goal-to-go offense this season. And that's with a lot of Mariota and some Josh Johnson mixed in. So I actually view this year statistically as kind of a win for Cliff, at times getting a lot out of a little. There are games where you go in where Robbie Chosen is your primary wideout. Like, that's insane. What am I supposed to do with that? That said, as we have voiced over the course of the year, and as I have made it very well known, there are definitely things, if I was Peters or Quinn, that I would want him to do differently. And how's he going to respond? When you say we should not be going no huddle 70% of the time, does he say, all right, we won't? Or does he say, get out of my office? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you say, hey, we shouldn't be in the shotgun at 85% of the time and under center, the lowest amount in the league, 11%, what does he say? Hey, we need to do a better job with protection plans against the Vikings. That game was unacceptable. Hey, we have to have a better plan against the Cowboys and Matt Eberflus in Dallas because we didn't have any answers for Jaden in pass pro. Is it like a couple games where they took issue with how they prepared, how they schemed? Or is it a relationship thing where there's a butting of heads? That's what we don't know. But I'm really interested in the reactions of a few people specifically over the last few days since this became public. The first of them is lovely Ms. Jackson on social media, on Twitter. That's Jaden Daniels' mother. The bio says, mother to JD5, NFLPA certified agent, co-founder of AIC.sports. She tweeted after the game a picture of Josh Johnson and the Commanders saying they'd won or whatever. And she said, headed in the right direction. Let's go. Officially loading JD5/KK season 3, meaning Daniels and Kingsbury. To me, that was a really fascinating time to post about Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
It's a day after the report that he might be out.
Hard not to notice that,
And
right?
now the mom, and kind of an agent of sorts in some capacity, of this player is tweeting, not only is Daniels going to be back next year, but Kingsbury's back with him for season 3. That is a flag in the ground to me from like the Daniels camp of saying, and whether I don't think he like said, Mom, can you tweet this? I think she just tweeted it. But my point is, you're talking to him, you know how he feels. The mom of the player who happens to have an agent's license and helps negotiate some of his stuff is saying Daniels Kingsbury year 3. It's like putting a bumper sticker for a political person on your back window.
Yeah. In general, I'm sitting there, my skin is crawling, and I'm rolling my eyes that we're doing, like, what did the player's mom tweet about? But this isn't your average bear. This isn't.
Is not. Yeah, I was going to say, this is not Sam Cosmi's mom.
That's literally the example I was going to use, by the way. That's very strange. I said, it's not Sam Cosmi's mom weighing in on the OC. It's Jaden Daniels' mom, and she has an outsized level of
and she's an NFL agent.
And there it is. I mean, it's more than just your regular parent going, I really enjoyed this season. Good luck to my Commanders. It's not that.
She's a legit celebrity who does appearances in Arlington and is, we saw her. We sat right behind her in Minnesota. Seems very nice to fans. But like has security, and is basically just around taking pictures. Like
this is more of an insider again than your average NFL parent, right?
So, is there any chance it was just like a mom's opinion saying, I really like Cliff Kingsbury?
It might be, but it doesn't feel that way.
Dude, a day after the story comes out, they might get rid of him. He's at this stare down with the GM. It feels like a taking of a side of like Daniels Kingsbury, year 3 loading.
So you have that statement, then very positive words of affirmation from Daniels himself and Marcus Mariota shortly thereafter, right? About Kingsbury and his aptitude.
You see what Mariota said. He basically was advocating for Cliffy, as Peters calls him,
Cliffy,
to get a head coaching job, which I think Mariota probably would then follow him, and who knows, while you're drafting.
You know who your bridge quarterback could be?
Maybe you get a chance to start at that point. But yeah, Mariota, huge endorsement. Daniels, we played coming in. Play Jaden again, if you would, Darius, on Cliff Kingsbury. But he could have said whatever he wanted to. You know, he could have been very short and terse with his answer. He endorsed him and talked about how much he likes Cliff.
I mean, I love working with Cliff. You know, me and him have a special relationship. You know, we kind of built that over his past 2 years. And, you know, I kind of just wish I was out there more to play for him this past year. So, I mean, that's kind of the focus for me in this offseason is just rebuilding myself from the ground up and, you know, hopefully go out there, and that's the most important thing, to be available for my team.
Jaden Daniels meeting with the media earlier today. I want to take calls on this at 800-636-1067. What is your reaction to this report from the Athletics' Diana Rossini that Kingsbury and Peters have butted heads this season, and also this idea that Cliff may not be back, even if he doesn't get a head coaching job, because Washington may move on, basically pay him to fire him and have a different coordinator? Do you buy that at all after a second straight season in the top 12 offensively, despite missing more man games on that side of the ball among starters than anybody else? And oh, by the way, your quarterback Daniels, his mom says, Kingsbury year 3 loading. Daniels comes out and endorses him. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report that's presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. Look ahead to Wild Card Weekend. Joey Bosa was questionable last week, as was Jordan Poyer, and it looks like no defensive tackle Ed Oliver for Buffalo in that wild card round. For Carolina, tight end Jatavion Sanders is on injured reserve. For Chicago, Rome Odunze, star young wide receiver, missed this past weekend's game, and Noah Sewell is on IR, and linebacker Ty Summers was questionable to return from this past Sunday's game. For Denver, linebacker Dre Greenlaw was banged up, and Luke Wattenberg was placed on IR this past week. For Green Bay, to their massive wild card tilt divisional game against Chicago, John Williams missed the Packers-Vikings game, and Micah Parsons, as you know, was placed on IR in late December. Dontavian Wicks banged up last week. For Houston, no wide receiver Tank Dell this past weekend, and Kamari Lassiter, cornerback, was not available. For Jacksonville, Jordan Lewis had season-ending surgery, and they've been without the services of Travis Hunter for a while, and the Chargers pretty much rested everybody this weekend. And finally, for the Rams, Devontae Adams looks to be available for the wild card game. That's today's injury report. Listen, throughout the playoffs are weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. We're talking about it all season long. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook, where everything is on the line in the playoffs. So don't wait for that what-if moment and switch to the Sportsbook that protects all pro player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half playoffs injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, any eligible group, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance right there in the Fanatics Sportsbook app, and the payout speed, I'm telling you, is lightning quick as well. So bet with the sportsbook that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, I'm telling you, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
At 5 o'clock, coming up in about 15 minutes, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are meeting with the media. We'll have that press conference for you here on Grant and Danny on a Victory Monday, the end-of-season presser. They'll be asked about how things went sideways and how they find their north going into year 3. Victory Monday on the Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. We are trying to get to the bottom of the Peters-Kingsbury report, the relationship they're in, and the fact that Kingsbury is apparently on a warming seat. Even if he doesn't get a head coaching job, he's not a lock to be back. Getting your thoughts on that. Mark's in Rockville. What's up, Mark?
Can't stand Peters. He looks slick, and he's just an annoying person. But in any event, I have a bright idea. I think they should switch. Quinn should be the DC, and Kingsbury should be the head coach.
So,
what do you think of that?
Well, it's not reality or possible, but I would do it. Sure, why not? Give it a whirl. I've seen Dan Quinn with the timeouts. I've seen him with clock management.
I'm pretty good on that stuff. If you're the CEO, you're not doing a great job in the things you can control.
I like an offensive-minded head coach more than a defensive-minded one. Yeah, obviously not going to happen, but here's what I'm really curious about. I wonder what the interview list looks like for Kingsbury this year. If he gets 0, that's going to be pretty telling that around the league, people are looking at what they're doing going, bro, why are you in no huddle 70% of the time and in shotgun 85% of the time?
Yeah, so this offense, that offense use motion, and they're great. You don't. Why not? Now, again, he could point to some pretty decent results with very limited personnel, right? He could. There's some attributes there. It's glass half full, glass half empty. And then the counter could be, well, you guys have the second longest streak without scoring 30 points in the NFL. Why am I hiring you to be my head coach when there are other candidates out there? So but again, this is a weak cycle. It may just be time already served in a good way where he's turned in some good work previously.
To me, we should not be talking about him getting fired. We should be talking about him adapting and making adjustments.
Yeah.
If Dan Quinn is safe because of last year,
Why wouldn't Cliff be? Yeah.
should be safe because of last year. Cliff, more impressive in his role last year, in my opinion, than Dan Quinn was, although both were. But my point would be, if he gets fired after this year, you're just scapegoating him, and it would feel to me like you've already got Joe Witt, everybody knows that, but this is your chance to kind of blame something else. It just wouldn't feel like the brotherhood culture that they're trying to put together.
Yeah, well, I think that's fair. I would also add to that, though. You said, I think Cliff did a better job this year than Dan did this year.
I agree
talking
with
about
that.
this season. Like, so, like, you fire that guy? Like, he did a better job than you did. You know what I mean? Or are you? Do you have if you're going to point a finger, do you have a mirror?
I have shortcomings that bother me about Cliff. They're always going to. There's things he does philosophically I just don't love. So I didn't necessarily like the hire. I was wrong, by the way. He had an unbelievable first season. And he was much better than I anticipated. But those warts showed back up in a very big way without Daniels there to make everything look better this season. But you're right. Through 2 years, he's got a better grade as a coordinator than Quinn has as a head coach. You know, if Joe Witt's got an F and Dan Quinn's got a C-, Cliff's got a B. He's the only one around here that might have that.
That's right.
Let's go to Josh in California on the Odyssey app. What's up, Josh?
What's up, Grant? What's up, Danny?
Hey, buddy.
So I don't think it's an accident that Ms. Jackson sent that tweet out almost an hour or two after that report came out from Ben Standig. I think that's
it was
definitely
Diana
intentional,
Rossini
but
that had the report. But
excuse
same
me,
thing.
Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
But wasn't it it was based on Ben Standig's report, right?
It was, but
Or
the
cited
semantics
it.
don't matter. But no, Ben wrote a story after the fact that just dove into the Kingsbury
Kind of what we
offense.
know, yeah.
But her endorsing Kingsbury, if anything, was about the Rossini report that he and Peters are at odds, I think.
I'm coming around on keeping Cliff. I was kind of in the camp of it's. I just don't like that he's so rigid and he doesn't change it. But the no huddle stuff, it's supposed to take advantage of the defense not being able to substitute, and teams have a way to work around that to mitigate that. So, I think it wouldn't be the worst thing if he changed. But you make a good point. Like, if you're going to keep DQ, you should definitely keep Cliff.
But here's where I'm at on it. If you can get a really, really good coordinator, I have no problem moving on from Kingsbury. And I think this is what's going to happen. They're going to have to read the room and see who becomes available. I think, as an example, Kevin Stefanski will get a head coaching job. But in a world where somehow he doesn't, and he could be your OC, I would absolutely say that that's an upgrade. That's a guy I would want to run my offense. Now, you're signing up for the problem that he's probably leaving in a year. And when you blow out Cliff, you're blowing out 2 or 3 of the guys under him that you've been developing as well. It's like your David Blouse and your David Rise and those guys. They're not hanging around here necessarily for this new staff. So you create a really big problem if it works out. You're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't there. That's one problem. But the other thing would be like Mike McDaniel staying in Miami.
Yep.
But in a world where somebody like him, he became available, or some longtime accomplished, more traditional Shanahan era, Shanahan-esque OC was available, yeah, you could tell me that that's just a better way forward than what Cliff's doing. But the grass is not greener here definitively. You've got a pretty good option in Cliff. If you're saying you can get a great option, I'm all ears. I'm always all ears for that upgrade. But I'm not leaking this when they did. I'm not having this get out there like this. Let's go to Umir in Alexandria. What's up, Umir?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So I want to start off with, the same thing. I think you mentioned it a bit ago. Like, I can't help but shake the feeling that he's kind of being used as a scapegoat, considering, the injuries that we had this year. I mean, we already knew depth was an issue coming into this season. And then with the injuries to key starters, I mean, it was just insurmountable. This Diana Rossini report is interesting to me because, like, obviously she's stating that there's, like, some tension between the two of them. But we finished with 5 wins this year. You don't think there's tension throughout that building? You don't think that there's, like, hard conversations being happened behind closed doors with emotion? Like, yeah, that's supposed to happen. So, like, I don't really buy too much into the Rossini report, like that there's actual tension. I think there was a lot of tension in the entire organization this year, considering everything that's gone on.
Totally. And this was kind of the point I was making. Buddy. I am quite sure that there is tension, that there's some butting of heads between Quinn and Joe Witt, as an example, who are boys on the defensive side. You just went 5-12.
Yeah, ain't nothing worked.
You got your teeth kicked in. You demoted people. Like, yeah, everyone's probably annoyed. Does it get to a point where it's untenable and you're going to make a change because when those two guys see each other, they're not talking anymore? That's a big problem. Or is it just that they had some disagreements along the way in the worst, most painful season around these parts since 2013, 13 years ago? Because I would expect that it wasn't all rainbows all year long in the building. It shouldn't have been. It should be uncomfortable when you go from the Final
In fact,
Four.
I would argue there should have been more discomfort.
Yeah.
There was so little change done.
We're going to hear from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn as soon as we return the end of season press conference live right here on The Fan.
The Commanders won their final game of the season, beating the Eagles yesterday 24-17, locking up a 5-12 record for the season and finishing with the 7th overall pick in the NFL draft. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn set to address the media soon. You can hear it right here on The Fan. Coaching news: the Falcons fired head coach Raheem Morris and their general manager Terry Fontenot. The Browns fired head coach Kevin Stefanski. The Raiders fired head coach Pete Carroll, and the Cardinals fired their head coach Jonathan Gannon. Taking a look at the wild card slate for the NFL playoffs getting underway on Saturday. Rams and Panthers at 4:30, Packers and Bears Saturday at 8 o'clock. 3 games on Sunday, 1 o'clock, Bills and Jags. 49ers and Eagles follow at 4:30, and Sunday night, Chargers and Patriots at 8 o'clock. Monday Night Football, Texans and Steelers at 8:15. The 1 seeds with the bye. In the AFC, it'll be the Broncos. NFC will be the Seahawks. Hockey tonight. Capitals on the ice, taking on the Ducks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop near the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny. It's a Victory Monday on The Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. End of year press conference for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, scheduled to start right now, is going to start a few minutes late. Sounds like they're running about 10 to 15 minutes behind. So coming up in, I would say right at 15 minutes from now, we'll get that presser underway. You will hear it in its entirety right here on The Fan. We'll have every word of it for you live on Grant and Danny. There's a lot to cover. I mean, frankly, especially for Peters, he has not talked since training camp when the Terry McLaurin dispute was ongoing, and they had just signed Von Miller, who they felt like was going to be their closer.
We did this while you were out one of the days. I can't remember if it was well-deserved vacation or you were sick. I don't remember which is which, honestly, but there were so many for us for the last couple of weeks where the show wasn't normal. What is your one question? Like, if you only got to ask one, what's your big one? Mine was, when did you know? Like, when did you know that this plan, that this concoction, that this, we're going to double down on the vets and 1 year this, and, you know, this is our build, that this was doomed, that it wasn't going to work? You know what I mean? When did you realize, or are you still sitting there going, well, I think it would have worked? Because the answer would be telling. It would have worked if we weren't injured. I need to know that.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for me, I would say, to ask something that I really care about that gets answered in a public setting. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because there's only so many things he's going to be willing to say. But the things I need to find out today, and his answers and reading between the lines are going to tell me what I need to know. As you just said, are they going to be making excuses, talking about injuries and how close they actually were and how close they still feel, and that this was just a bump in the road? Or is there going to be an acknowledgement that there needs to be some kind of philosophical shift? In terms of the age of this team, is he going to talk about getting younger? I want to hear him say, we need to get younger. I want that acknowledgement. As far as team speed, I need to hear Adam Peters say today, we've got to get faster. We need to run better at the second and third levels defensively. I want to know why they still couldn't run the ball. Stop the run. Now, I understand on the edges, they had the injuries of Dietrich Wise and Dorrance Armstrong, and that's going to get you. But you had Javon Kinlaw and Daron Payne and your top 40 overall pick, Johnny Newton, on the interior, and you couldn't stop the run in the interior for most of this year either. I want to hear about that. And I guess if there's one other thing, it would be this Kingsbury relationship. Does he laugh this off? I mean, one way or the other, they should find a way to come up with a strategy where that's what they do. But what is he willing to say about their offense? Does he come out and kind of challenge Cliff publicly and say, yeah, there are some things we feel like that are really successful all over the NFL that we don't do enough? That would be telling.
Mm-hmm.
Or does he just kind of high road it and say, Cliff's been a great coordinator. He's going to be our OC for the next several years. We're excited to have him in our building, and I love Cliffy. You know, is it a nothing burger in that way? But those are the types of things I think that need to be asked. And I expect the Kingsbury conversation to come up really, really early on just because of the timeliness of the report.
Sure, you would think so. Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right in that Peters and Quinn as well. They're they got master's degree in this, in this ability to speak in kind of circles without actually giving away any kind of real information as to their plans, their thoughts, everything's real. What they do is far more important to me, and that's why I've been so frustrated all season long because they didn't do very much. Again, I would want to know, did you have trade opportunities? Was there anything you could have done at the trade deadline to secure more draft capital? Because we have very little. Remember, we're trying to build through the draft. You know who said that? Was you. You said we're trying to build through the draft. And we've got the fewest draft picks last year and among the fewest this year, including high ones. There was nothing you could have done at the trade deadline? Really? Like, I would love to hear that, for example. Again, he's not going to sit there and go, yeah, we turned down 3 offers from Green Bay, New Orleans, and Carolina for XYZ. But I would just love to get those sort of things on record just to let everyone know that we haven't forgotten about these sorts of circumstances.
You know what else I'd want to hear his thoughts on, honestly, as much as we talk about some of the draft picks that haven't gone well? What would he say now about the development of Johnny Newton? The really good game is a pass rusher against Dallas. But if you watch that game, it's less like dominant overtaking.
It's like 4.5-second sacks.
Pass rushing moves. You know what I'm saying? It's yeah, exactly. It's kind of like right place, right time. He did some good things I don't want to take away from him. But you got a major issue with him trying to defend the run at his size, it seems like. Or Ben Sinnott coming off his 2 false starts and 2 catches for 3 yards yesterday, and maybe the most disappointing second season of anybody on the team. After the Ertz injury, you're waiting for him to take off, and the plane's still sitting on the runway right now, and we've been out here for 2 days. And everyone's just kind of sitting in their seats with their seatbelts on, and they're telling you can't stand up. What would he say about Sinnott, about Newton, McCaffrey, and the fact that Coleman was a 3rd-round pick who's shown pretty well when he's played, but he's not a starter after 2 seasons?
Yeah, Sammer still was the nickel option, was the interior corner, and
big regression.
Now he's kind of not. I don't know. You do have to wonder about those sorts of things in terms of what you still think, because it's one of the hardest things to do. We talk about this all the time. We used to talk about it with Mike Rizzo and company as guys that come up as scouts. Your eval, you sort of stick to your guns for a long time for a couple of reasons. One, you put in the hours, you put in the time, you put in that evaluation. Isn't just I watch a bowl game like Danny does, and I like that guy, he's fast. It's a huge amount of research. So your conviction about a guy that it's eventually going to work, I understand that, but you let guys go that have played well elsewhere. You were able to make a quick determination on Emmanuel Forbes, who probably could have helped you this year if you played like that. You made pretty quick determinations on a couple safeties and other guys you guys moved on from. Or were you sure about those,
If getting a legitimate answer isn't a prerequisite, because I don't think he would answer that with a whole lot of honesty, again, publicly at the podium, there's not a benefit to that. What I would love to ask and know is, and I think it needs to be asked in some way today anyway, because, again, he's not going to come out and give you the answer key, but oftentimes, based on how questions are answered and what isn't said, you can get some information. That's all you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
You're just trying to put a puzzle together. And maybe he'll give you a couple pieces you can use that are edge pieces, so at least you know where to put them on the table. I would want to know from him, hey, what areas have to be dramatically upgraded here? Like, where do you look at this team and say you need the most help? And what are your biggest 2 or 3 biggest needs? Would he cite positions? We got to get better on the edge. We have to find a way to make more plays for the quarterback in the passing game. Would he name, check actual spots? And it would be really telling because you have the 7th pick. Edge versus safety versus linebacker. Do you trade back to 12 and take Sonny Styles? Do you sit at 7 and take a speedy edge rusher like I want to do with David Bailey, let's say, of Texas Tech? Do you sit there and you take Caleb Downs even though he's a safety because he's a badass, and now he completely changes your defense like Kyle Hamilton did for the Baltimore Ravens, and you feel like he's that kind of player, so position be darned. Like, those are the types of things. Again, if you could get some truth serum, that would be great to ask.
Yeah, and the only one that sort of indirectly relates to Dan Quinn, I guess it more directly relates to him, but via Peters is, hey, you oversee all this and you give him autonomy, talking about Quinn to do it how he wants. You want to run it back that same way next year, a.k.a. rest days for everybody, softer training camp? We're not really playing guys in the preseason. I want organizational philosophy 101 here.
Dan Quinn question, because I've already said we're not asking him any today. I don't hate that, actually. Hey, Dan, do you feel like training camp and the preseason strategy failed you? And would you do anything different this year? That's actually a very good question somebody should ask him, for sure. Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, let's break here early so that we get back in time to pick up the presser live in its entirety. You'll hear it right here on the Fan as soon as we return on G&D.
The Commanders won their season finale yesterday, beating the Eagles 24-17. They finished the year 5-12. They're locked into the 7th overall pick. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are addressing the media out in Ashburn. We'll get to you there momentarily. Other coaching news. Falcons fired head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. The Browns fired Kevin Stefanski. The Raiders fired Pete Carroll. And the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. Playoff schedule on Saturday, 2 games, Rams and Panthers and Packers and Bears. 3 games on Sunday, Bills and Jags, Niners and Eagles and Chargers and Patriots. And on Monday, the Texans will take on the Steelers. Hockey tonight, Capitals on home ice at Capital One Arena to take on the Ducks. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. It is time for the end-of-season press conference in Ashburn. Adam Peters, the GM, sitting down with the media first time in months. Dan Quinn talking to the media as well. So let's get you out to Ashburn.
All right, good to see you guys. As we're getting rolling, I think as the season's over, a lot of would say, all right, now what? And for AP and I, we would say, man, it's just the beginning. We got a lot of work to do. And I know you'll ask, what changes are, being made, and we're not able to go there yet. Everything needs to be and is being thoroughly examined and discussed, and really our work is answering the question, what went wrong and what do we need to do to fix it, and make sure we never, go through this again in a season like this. And so that's our sole focus and what's kind of going to be driving us, in the weeks ahead. So I just wanted to kick into that in gear with you. I know AP will hit a few things, and then we'll get the whole thing rocking.
Yeah, just to echo what DQ said, I mean, this season was a disappointment in a lot of ways and certainly didn't meet our standards. And, we're going to do everything we can to not let that happen again. And that starts today with this offseason. So ready to attack it and ready to move forward. And whenever you guys are ready, go ahead and hit us with some questions.
John Keim, ESPN. For Dan, you don't know about the changes, but when would you like to get those finalized? And when you're going about assessing coaches, coordinators, how do you go about assessing them to get to whatever decision you want?
Yeah, for sure. It's after a hard season like this, hard decisions are made, but you want to go through everything from valuation, the communication, the performances, and so we begin that as coaches and scouts. We get together, we talk a lot about the players. We had the exit interviews today, John, so Adam and I also visited with a lot of players, and that's part of how we're gathering all of our information. So all of these processes are really important, and we just want to make sure we're doing everything we can to make sure we're hitting all the marks to get it right.
And Adam, for you, since we haven't talked to you in a little while, I want to go back to the summer with Terry. Given how the season played out for Terry, the injuries, the early struggles and all that, how would you assess how that situation was handled, and how can you apply whatever you learned to future situations?
Yeah, certainly. I think both us and Terry would agree that we would like to get that done a little bit faster. It didn't happen that way. Certainly, there's reasons for that, but ultimately, you'd like to get those things done before we did. In terms of where Terry's at, I thought, obviously he got hurt early, but I thought he did a really good job at the end of the year. I was really pleased with where he's at, playing at a really high level right now and going into next year. So really pleased with the end result of the contract. Obviously, you'd like to get it done earlier, and I think that's a good lesson too. Just engaging in those things a little bit earlier, and hopefully you get to the to the end before we did on this one. And certainly we'll do that moving forward.
Nikki Javal with The Athletic. Just for both of you, just looking back over this past season, how would you assess the work that Cliff did with the offense?
Yeah, we're going through all the coaches, Cliff offensively, defensively, on the teams wide, and so that's really what we're digging into, Nikki, to find what's best. How do we do it? Where do we find spaces to improve? And for Cliff, for Joe, for Larry, for all of us, that's our main focus. So we're never in this space again, and that's what we want to dig in hard on.
And if there's, for both of you, if there's one thing that you could go back and redo, I know everything's 2020 in hindsight, but injuries aside, is there one thing that you wish you had done differently or anything like that?
Yeah, there's probably a million things, when you think about it, when you don't have a good season. So it's hard to nail it down to one. I would say looking back, the things that I'm not pleased with is our turnover margin and to not create enough takeaways, not doing a good enough job with the ball. Those are the things that come to mind first. We want to play bold, we want to play aggressive, but that part, you have to more emphasis, more things in for it. That would be one that comes to mind first. The one thing, there's too many to list. There's like paper cuts. I don't know how the saying goes, like death by a million paper cuts. There's, like when you're in this space, you're constantly evaluating and, okay, where do we go? And even yesterday, like I had said, I'd hope we'd find some of these winning time moments before the off season. And so yesterday, being behind in the fourth quarter, getting a touchdown, getting a stop, getting another touchdown, defensive stop, that's what I was looking for. And so to see some of that applied through the practice, I was pleased to see. I thought it was like a step in the right direction. We're not waiting till the off season to get this shit fixed. Like, it has to be addressed and worked on. And so I was pleased to see that, no matter who is in.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of what he said. I think, taking care of the ball, doing a better job tackling, but the fundamentals of the game and our play style, I think, slipped a little bit. But those are things that we really need to hit on and harp, from the very beginning and make sure that we're upholding that standard week in and week out.
David Aldridge with The Athletic. Adam, what do you think needs to be fixed on this roster?
Fixed, I think, the health played a big part. Certainly it wasn't even close to the only part, but I think starting with a healthy team and really staying healthy is a big deal. But I know there's, I think I feel really good at some spots, but there's certainly a few spots where we can improve and get young, really, fast, exciting, explosive talent. And that's what we're doing right now. We're working on the draft and got a set of draft meetings coming up next week, which I'm really, really excited about. Got the scouts all showing us their reports and identifying some guys. We have a high pick, which is something that you don't really want if it's your own pick, but we're going to take advantage of that and try to find a young, explosive playmaker, wherever that may be.
Specifically on the defensive side of the ball, what are you going to be looking at in attacking?
I think there's a lot of spots I think where we can look at. I think certainly another pass rusher would be something we'd definitely be looking for. Whether that's the draft or free agency, I think we have a lot of good options in both of those areas.
Liam Griffin with the Washington Times. For both of you, I know you're not ready to address potential coaching or personnel changes, but when you're looking at adding coaches or adding coordinators to the staff, what kind of traits are you looking to prioritize in that process?
When you're putting a staff together, like prior to coming here, Liam, you wanted to, one, it's the talent of the coach, but also the fit. And it's not a hell of a lot different than, like from Adam's side and a player to adding it to the group. You've heard us talk about commanders, and it's really no different on that side. It's the fit, it's the talent. What do they bring that's unique? And that's a great question, man. But somebody to communicate, collaborate, has unique skill set to teach. I think that's the number one top of the pile when you're teaching. Part of this is why you need to know this specific skill. This is for the game, for the coaches that make it come to life. I think that's what you see when the players can perform at their best. So those are a few of the things.
And for Adam, you guys were the oldest team in the league by a snap-weighted basis this year, and you're coming into a season with kind of a limited draft capital. So how do you go about, returning the 30 pending free agents and getting younger while trying to maintain a sense of continuity?
Yeah, I think that's something that's been talked about a lot, and I think fairly in a lot of aspects. But, I think you're always trying to get younger and faster, and I think that'll be a big emphasis for us this offseason.
I hear the speed coming around the corner. That's awesome.
I know you guys have had a lot of 1- and 2-year deals in free agency, specifically your first couple of years here. Do you anticipate getting more aggressive with you guys having a lot of cap space this offseason? And then how do you balance that as a GM of, picking your spots to go with smaller with deals or maybe taking some bigger swings in free agency?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the opportunity and the specific players. Like I think with certain players when we got here, we did a little longer term deal, three-year deals. That we haven't done much more than that, except for extending our own guys. But I think a lot of it depends on the player, the opportunity, and just how they fit. You know, there's a lot of risk, I think, in free agency if you don't have a ton of familiarity with that. And you know, in the past, you know, places I've been, the biggest mistakes we made were investing a lot in a lot of years into a player you don't really know. So I think there's where you carry a lot of risk in making a big mistake. So we'll look at everything individually, but I don't think any of us have any aversion for doing the long-term deals. It just depends on the player and the situation.
With Washington Post, Adam, is there a way to come up with kind of a long-term plan to keep Jaden upright and make sure he plays 15 or 17 games rather than 7?
Is there a way? I think really, and this might be a better question for DQ, but you know, from me, I think is just continuing to, like, from a personnel or GM perspective, is continuing to put good players around him. You know, that's in front of him at the O-line. It's running backs to control the ball and control the clock and not put it all on his shoulders and get in second and third and manageables. It's receivers that he can trust and throw to so that he's not holding on to the ball longer. And so from my perspective, it's just getting good players around him, getting a good defense on the other side, so he's not it's not all on his shoulders to win the game. So DQ can probably talk more schematically, but in terms of from me, I think those are the things that I can and need to do to help him out.
Involved in those discussions of like, hey, this is how we want you.
You're listening to the end of season press conference of Adam Peters and Dan Quinn in Ashburn, live right now on the Fan.
Very much so, that part. And even after, you know, his injury, we, you know, specifically, you know, said, this is the area, this is what we're going to work on him. As opposed to waiting till the off season, we decided let's get a jump start on that. So very much so will he be a part of it, but I would say not only will he, like we already are going there. And so it's really important. We know what he brings to us, what he means to us, and you know, like I think it's all encompassing, you know, in how we go play the game. So you know, we're like fully committed to, you know, finding ways to continue to do that.
Tom Shad with the Washington Post. Adam, I had a couple questions about Laramie Tunsil, obviously one of the big offseason additions. How would you evaluate kind of the impact that he had on the team? Have you had any talks with him, early talks, about a contract extension? And did the situation with Terry kind of inform how you'll go about those potential talks?
Yeah, you know, in terms of the evaluation, I think in his impact on our team, I thought it was really outstanding, both on the field and in the locker room. He's a great leader. I don't think, and he's not really upfront about it, but he's an outstanding leader. He's an outstanding mentor to the other old linemen. He's a really good teammate, and in a lot of ways that you don't really see because he's not looking for attention, but really just it's been really, really awesome to get to know him and to see how he goes about his business. Incredibly hard worker. And then on the field, I thought, you know, he was one of the better left tackles, if not the best in the league. He didn't get recognition for the Pro Bowl, which I was disappointed in, but you look at the metrics, he did a great job. So that's all to say that, you know, we've had, you know, constant communication. He's self-represented, but he has a team around him that we have constant communication with and had throughout the year. So I think what I can say is we definitely want to get something done with him, and sooner rather than later.
Scott Abraham, ABC7. This question is for both of you. I think the big question fans want to know here is, how do you go from a team that was one win away from going to the Super Bowl, and injuries aside, because every team goes through injuries. So how do you go from a team that was one win away from going to the Super Bowl to 5 wins? Like, what happened? Like, how can you do some self-reflection and aside from injuries?
Yeah, we're digging that as hard as we can, Scott, honestly, so we will never be in this, you know, situation or have a season like this again. So many factors to say, you know, how do we play it better? How do we coach it better? How do we live it better together? One of the reasons that gives us so much insight for why we're going to play excellent football, it's the locker room. And when you go through, a terrible season, you find out a lot about guys. And you've been in the locker room, you've seen how tight and connected these guys are and how hard they want to fight for one another. So in the midst of a terrible season, I know that part is right. And if you have that part right, Scott, then I'm certain, with the changes, with the things that we need to do moving forward, we're not just trying to be good for 1 year. We're trying to do it as good as we can for a long time. And, man, are there lessons from this season that we're going to apply in 26, 27, 28, and beyond. And so that's what I'd want you and our fan base to know that, man, it was hard. And hard decisions have to be made. But if I can tell you how many lessons there are to gain, man, it's a crazy amount.
Adam, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I would echo a lot of what DQ said, but obviously it's not just one thing. It's not just the injuries. It's not just this. It's not just that. But going through a season like this, which is terrible and certainly not even close to our standard, like Q said, that there's a lot of lessons that we learned and a lot of lessons we'll apply moving forward in terms of myself, just the decisions that I make on a daily basis, the decisions that we make in terms of our roster construction and all those different things. But we look at everything, and that's a good time to reflect, and we'll have a lot of time this offseason to really dig into all of that. We've looked at a lot throughout the season, but really kind of get together and say, what can we do better? And that's looking at everything, every single thing.
And Adam, I want to quickly ask you about the tight end position. Obviously, Zach's future is kind of uncertain right now. You're looking at the tight ends on the roster. How do you evaluate that and maybe add another piece in terms of a tight end free agency draft?
Yeah, so we have, I believe, 3 coming back under contract, which is it's Bates, Ben, and Yankoff. Kazier's on the practice squad, and then obviously we lost Zach, which was a big loss. Zach's a Hall of Fame caliber player who was really, really excellent in the pass game. So I think just depending on how Zach comes along and coming back, I don't anticipate him being ready at the beginning of the season. But so you look and to develop and really utilize those 3 guys' skill set, and I think they're all really good players in their own right. Ben's developing a lot. He's gotten a lot better this year, and I think he's got another level to go to. John's one of the best blocking tight ends in the league, and Colson's kind of a jack of all trades, but an excellent special teams player for a tight end. So as you're looking at it right there, where can you find someone who's really, really good on third down? Could it be one of those guys? Somebody can always get open that the quarterback can always rely on. Can it be one of those guys, or are we going to go outside, whether the draft or free agency, and get that? So think of a Zach Ertz type of skill set where, Jaden knows where he's going to be, when he's going to be, and trust that he's going to catch the ball and make the play, which he did really incredibly for the last 2 years. And that's sorely missed for sure.
Hey, guys, JP Finley, NBC4 1067. Adam, for you, going into this draft with just 2 picks Thursday, Friday night, how does that impact how you approach free agency, whether it's more aggressive or a different approach than perhaps these last few seasons?
I think you always want to look at the overall landscape with the draft and free agency and understand where the strengths and the weaknesses are and use those to your advantage in terms of where you're going to really invest in one or the other. Obviously, free agency comes first, and then I wish it was the other way around where you draft first and you supplement with free agency. That's not the way it works, though. But with only having, 1 pick, like you said, or we have two. Yeah. Sorry, we don't have a second or a fourth, which actually very happy that turned out that way with Laramie. I think I would do that one all over again. But obviously we have a top 10 pick, which you could look to move and get more picks if the opportunity arises. But certainly I think every offseason, no matter what your picks are, what you have, you're always trying to maximize both the draft and free agency, getting guys that you might not be able to get in the other one. So if you're going free agency, it's super heavy at one position, maybe you go there, and then the draft, you go elsewhere to fill those needs.
Sorry, DQ, that all the questions are for Adam, but we get to talk to you all
No
the
worries,
time.
man.
You guys talk about your comprehensive approach a lot. Adam, I'm curious, what's your role in the coaching staff decisions?
I'm really just here to support DQ. The coaching staff is DQ's, and I'm always here to help, like during the season and off season, however I can, to help support him and help him make the decisions that he needs to make, and certainly wherever he needs. So it's not, I'm not involved in whatever decision it is. It's always DQ's call, and I have his back on whatever he wants to do.
There's not silos here, JP, with coaching and scouts. We connect, we talk a lot, we visit a lot, and so it's one of the things I enjoy most is those conversations. It's different perspective, different points of view, so it's as collaborative as I've been a part of.
Good evening, gentlemen. David Harrison, WUSA.
You're listening to the live press conference in Ashburn. Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, with the media after a tough season.
Or said a familiar phrase that you say a lot is forget next time, get them this time. And when he mentioned that, he said that the reason he has that saying is because it comes from not playing for yourself. When you play for yourself, you can get that sack the next play, or you can get that tackle the next time. But when you're playing for each other, you want to get it this time. There is no next time. I mean, how much does that resonate? I know you have said that phrase. How much does that resonate with the spirit of why you say that?
Yeah, and it doesn't surprise me that I heard him say that. He has been a remarkable teammate. Adam was talking about Laramie and kind of the impact that he's made, and both of them are quiet, so confident in how they play and their style. It's almost like they can speak softly, but you're leaning in. People want to gain the knowledge and the wisdom that they have, and I'm super grateful for both of them because they're wanting to share that knowledge and that wisdom. And as a veteran player, you can imagine the impact that it has on the younger ones. And even when we're calling younger, I'm saying been in the league a shorter amount of time. It's very cool to go through. This is going to happen. You can hear them on the sideline talking. Next one, we're going to do this. This play's going to happen. And so those are things that come up that you can't really coach. It comes with the experience. And there's advantages with having people like that on the roster that have wisdom and impact. And if they're willing to share it, that's a big deal. And neither Laramie or Vaughn or Wags or Zach or any of them, we've never had even conversations. Will you take this one under? Will you do that? Because that's not like forcing someone to lead. Like, that's not effective. They just naturally, get a way to pay it forward. And it's really cool. I've had in a really tough season, I've really enjoyed coaching Vaughn.
And AP, as you get closer to draft weekend, is there a point in your process where, as you guys are building like your top 100 list or however you design your board, that you get the coaches involved and kind of say like, hey, we really like this player because of these traits. How do you think he would fit into what you're trying to do as a coordinator?
Yeah, actually, it kind of plays off what DQ just said. I mean, we collaborate on everything. So the coaches are involved with everything we do in the off season, very involved. And like we go through, say, a free agency meeting a few weeks ago. Well, we kind of break it down and give our list to the coaches. The coaches watch the players that we have identified, so they don't have to watch everybody because they don't have the time to watch everybody. And then we all meet together and we make those decisions collaboratively. So that's the same with the draft. So we're not going to draft players that the coaches don't like, that don't fit their scheme, and we'll really heavily lean to that. And if we don't understand it, then we'll sit down together and watch film, and they'll explain why this player fits us. And it really is a great learning lesson for both of us. And when we do that, when we get players that the scouts like and the coaches like and the analytics like, those are our biggest hit rates. So I don't really know any other way to do it, and I don't think there's a better way to do it than to collaborate and make sure that we're all on the same page and all bought in.
Just recently, the scouts were here on some meetings and just have a team meeting and you see all of them in the back. It kind of speaks to everybody doing it together. Everybody's tight in the room, and so having the scouts here with the coaches, with the team, I think that's a perfect example of how we, kind of mesh everybody together. Like here I am looking out at players and coaches and scouts, and, in the team meeting Wednesday and Thursday and Friday as they were, took a break from their meeting to come into the team meeting. This is how we're going to go win. This is how we're going to go attack it. So I liked them being all in our meetings the week they were here.
Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports. Dan, for you, in your head coaching career, you've kind of done it both ways where you've been both head coach and DC or had somebody that you can delegate to. Is it on the table that next year you would stay in the same role that you kind of finish this season, or do you think it's better as a head coach to be able to delegate and kind of be big picture?
Yeah, it's a good question, Mitch. I think what I've learned is make the best decision for what the team needs. And so as we're going through this, man, a lot to gain through these exit interviews, where we're at. And but that's really where I'm at. I'm not into that space yet. I'm definitely doing this. I'm definitely not. What I do know that I'll be heavily involved, one way or another. And that's part that I do enjoy. But yeah, I think I'll keep an open mind, as I'm going through the next, parts of the process.
Dan Quinn non-committal on whether or not he'll call the defensive plays next year. Grant and Danny live in studio. Let's step away. We'll get you a break, and then when we return, we'll have the rest of this press conference. So we'll pause it. You won't miss anything. We will bring you the rest of the presser as soon as we return on The Fan. We're letting you guys listen in on the end of season press conference from out in Ashburn, carrying it for you here on The Fan on Grant and Danny, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn addressing the media. Let's pick it back up.
You've had a couple different staffs throughout your career. How do you balance going after coaches and personnel folks that you know versus guys who might be able to bring in kind of new ideas, different ideas to a team as a whole? How do you balance kind of?
Yeah, I think you want to always have like a contingency planning system ahead for when, changes are made. And so you want to think about those people who are fresh, who's, on ideas, who's within your own, building that knows statuses to go. And so you keep that in mind. But you're always just kind of, watching and learning and growing, and you have to adapt. And some of the things that were effective, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, evolve and change. And it's kind of one of the fun parts of coaching. And through the years, I've met some fantastic coaches that I didn't know before. And, one that left this year was Tavita. And so when I got here, he was somebody that I wanted to hire and to be here. And so, man, I'm super grateful. I learned a lot from Tavita. And that's just like one small example amongst others, a Bobby Ingram or others that, I may not have known or I'd known of them. And then to actually, go shoulder to shoulder in a couple of years, then you find out a lot.
Ben Standig with the Team 980 and the Last Man Standing. Adam, for you, with regards to the wide receiver room, going back to the spring and summer, obviously in an ideal world, you have Terry, you have Debo, and you have Noah Brown, but you have Terry holding out early on. Noah gets hurt in minicamp, misses all of training camp, and both those guys were out. At what point did you just look at that and think we still have enough depth? Because from the outside seemed to be a wonder as to what would happen, and obviously those guys were out a lot of the year.
Yeah, I think anytime you get your top two starting guys, it hurts your depth regardless of how much depth you have. Certainly, we were always looking for help. We're always looking to get every room better. We explored a lot of different ways to get better. We ended up getting Trey Burks, who ended up being a really good player for us down the stretch. But yeah, a lot of it has to do with opportunity and then what the cost is in order to do that. And did not, I think both Noah's and Terry's injuries probably were a little bit longer than we thought they were going to be, and so all that played into it. But certainly, it made it hard for Jaden, with not having the full complement of receivers and some young guys behind him. So I think that's a good lesson for sure. But I think, we did explore a lot of different things. We just didn't always pull the trigger, just depending on what that cost or what, whether it's draft capital, whether it's contract, whatever it is, and, I think it's certainly something we'll have to look at down the road.
And obviously, the front office is about looking ahead. The coach is about looking in the moment. When you guys are in the position where you're eliminated from the playoffs or the season's going a certain way, do you weigh in and say, hey, maybe we need to get some younger guys in to see what we have next year, or even have a discussion about, hey, if we win a game in the last week, it could affect draft status and the importance perhaps of that, even if you say we're not going to worry about that? Do you weigh in on those matters?
I told him the tank, and he just said no. No. That game was important. The game was important for us to win, so I'm really glad we won for a lot of different reasons. But in terms of just weighing in on personnel things, I think, it goes back to what Q was saying. We talk all the time. We talk every single day, all day about, how can we do better, and I'll make suggestions and I'll say, oh, that's a good idea, or no, this is why we won't do that. But I think that's a constant dialogue between us, and there's no, we have a great respect for each other. So if I ask a question, he knows where it's coming from, and it's not coming from a bad place. It's either coming from trying to get information or just understanding. So, but yeah, we're always talking about that, every single week, regardless of our record, always trying to. Sometimes I have ideas that I think are good and they're not. And so, and he'll tell me why, and then sometimes they are good. So I think that's a healthy relationship that we'll always have, and I hope that, we'll continue to have. Yeah.
Time for three more.
I'm messing with you. Good evening, Candy Waller, Bowie TV. And this is for both of you all. When you take a look at your draft classes, so last year and this year, how well do you think they're doing? Are they right where you think they would be right now, or have they exceeded expectations, or not so much?
I can start, Candy, on that. Adam and I visited with a lot of them over the last, 2 weeks or so, and I love some of the trajectory that some of them are on. The belief that we have in them is so strong, and so that's kind of what your first and second year is. It kind of goes up and it goes down. I wish development was just like going straight up. That would be awesome. But what I can say is, like, we've got some really, really good, strong foundation pieces of what we're building that are commanders that play it the right way. And, like, to see them develop and grow, like, that's one of the things I love the most about our team and where they're headed.
Yeah, I would echo that and just say, there's a lot of really young players that still have a great future ahead of them. So there's guys that haven't had as many opportunities as others for whatever reason, and a lot of times it's because there's good players in front of them. But we still have a ton of belief in all of them, and they all have another level they can go to, every single one of them, and they're all willing to do that. So very happy with the young men, and like Q said, some have developed faster, some have had their ups and downs, and that's okay. We all do, especially when we're first starting something. But in terms of all that, I have a ton of belief in all those guys.
Donna Hopkins, Pro Football Plus. This is for both of you all. When you look at depth across the team this year, do you feel like in each area you had it? And if not, what do you think you needed most in preparing for 2026?
Yeah, Donna, it's a good question. It's something that you're thinking about constantly. And even as that shifts, like offensive line, we really had our most depth. And even that was challenged here at the end of the season with some different roster change-ups. So with the addition of the practice squad and allowing that to be, that is a bigger piece than it's ever been. And some veterans, some not, but developing within is a really big piece. We'll continue to dig in hard on that. As developmental coaches, that's our job, to take them to the next spot, take them to the next level. And we were just talking about some of the players that we have so much belief in. It is helping them get to that next spot. And so as depth goes, you got to dig in, you got to find where you're vulnerable, where you got to keep developing people, what would be the contingency plan if this happened this week. So that's really where, like, the start of the week goes with Adam and I on Monday after we get done through the injury report. What would change, what would be the same. And this year we had far too many of those conversations about this is how we're going to go and this is how we'll play it. But, it also came from that, some guys that maybe we wouldn't have known as much about, and how would it go and what it would look like. And so when called upon, how would they deliver? And, as we're going through it, it's difficult at times, but having that depth piece is a big deal, and it's developmental. It's taking people to the next space most often.
Yeah, it was certainly challenged our depth this whole year, and really, first I would say just a great job by our personnel staff, because every Monday was a challenge in getting the guys in that we could just to play. But then certainly you got to think about, where do you have depth for guys that are ready to play and contribute? Where are you using that depth for guys on the practice squad that you want to develop and continue to, they may not be quite ready to play yet. And so, learning to find that balance and at every position is something we're always